Like this video now guys, for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. Welcome everyone, please sit tight and hold on, we are about to start a sexy journey. It's impossible for me to carry bricks. I don't want to live an honest life anymore. From now on, even if I die of thirst or hunger, I will jump off here. I will never take the ordinary path. So this time, I decided to be a thief and steal a piece of heaven. In a shabby rental house, Zhou Ming sat on a chair, looking at a gaming helmet on the table in front of him and said confidently. The gaming helmet is the login device for the virtual game Revelation, which has been popular all over the world recently. Zhou Ming is a person who has been making a living by playing games for a long time. Well, that's the so-called professional gold-earning player, commonly known as a brick-moving player. He is lazy and can't stand the restricted working life. After entering the society, he worked as an internet cafe god for a while. Later, with the rise of virtual games, he gradually became a professional brick-moving and gold-making player. Although the life of moving bricks is a little more tiring than working, he feels comfortable and can save some money after deducting daily expenses. As the long period of brick-carrying life passed, Zhou Ming began to feel that his life was meaningless. When games become work, even the most fun games lose their fun. He gradually became tired of this kind of life. Coincidentally, a groundbreaking online game Shenqi was released. The game promotion claims that the game was jointly developed by various countries, with official participation in promotion and operation from various countries. It has 100% simulation and can bring an unprecedented gaming experience. Soon after the game was promoted, it quickly sparked heated discussions around the world. In recent times, various news media and live broadcast platforms have been hotly discussing the game Shenqi. Zhou Ming felt that this game came at the right time, and he was planning to live his life as he pleased from now on. What kind of job is this? What kind of job is this? Screw it. I will only play games the way I like from now on. The game will officially open in 1 minute. Get ready. Zhou Ming looked at the time on his phone. It was already 7:59 p.m. He got up, lay down on the bed, and put on the equipment. At exactly 8 o'clock, Zhou Ming felt a darkness in front of his eyes, as if his consciousness had left his body and was traveling through a mysterious passage. Suddenly, bright lights began to appear in front of my eyes. When he came to his senses, he was already in a solemn golden palace. There is a gorgeous and soft red carpet under your feet, golden pillars stand around you, and solemn and sacred music rings in your ears. It feels so real. This game is really extraordinary. Zhou Ming jumped excitedly, the touch under his feet felt very real. The following process is similar to other games, generating game characters and naming them. The initially generated character looks exactly like Zhou Ming. After Zhou Ming made some modifications, the game character finally looked a little handsome, but also a little evil. Please name your game character. I will never work for Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ming used a game name that represents his ambition. At this time, a magic circle filled with holy aura appeared above the hall. Runes appeared in the magic circle, with a myriad of auspicious colors, and dots of light fell from above, surrounding Zhou Ming. This is the talent awakening ceremony. Talent is a game setting mentioned on the official website of Divine Revelation. According to the level, it can be divided into 9 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. According to the type, it can be divided into attack system, defense system, speed system, auxiliary system, characteristic system, and other types. The official website mentioned that even the highest level talents will not show too strong an advantage in the early stages of the game, and hoped that players would not pay too much attention to them. It also released some talents below level S for players' reference. Of course, it is impossible for players not to care. Although high-level talents may not show invincible power in the initial stage, this may not be the case in the future. For example, People who like to play a mage will definitely want to awaken a magic attack talent. People who like to play archers must hope that they can awaken a trait talent that can increase the attack distance. In response to this, the game provides two ways of talent awakening: designated awakening and random awakening. Designated awakening: you can specify a talent in a general direction to awaken. The advantage of this method is that you can maximize the chance of getting the talent you want. However, the highest level of talent obtained will not exceed S level, and it is impossible to obtain trait talents. Random awakening: the awakened talent type and level are completely random, with no pattern at all. This will test the player's mentality of making choices. For example, if a player wants to play a meat shield, he ends up getting a speed talent through random awakening. Then he either has to give up playing the meat shield and switch to a profession like archer or thief, or give up this talent. Therefore, if you don't want to take risks, it is safer to choose designated awakening. Please choose the method to awaken your talent. Choice 1, Specified Awakening. Choice 2, Random Awakening. A pleasant reminder sounded in my ears. And Zhou Ming's choice is Random Awakening. Now that you have decided to live your life as you please, do you still need to consider it? Of course it's a gamble. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Whether it's a bicycle or a motorcycle, they're all free, so everyone is welcome. The awakening magic circle above suddenly accelerated, and as the runes flashed, a holy, illusory beam of light descended from the sky. At this moment, Zhou Ming felt that some potential in his body had been tapped. Congratulations, you have awakened an SSS-level special talent, Unlimited Potential. Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment. No way? He really won the grand prize? Haha, as expected, God supports me in being a free man who can do whatever I want. After a brief surprise, Zhou Ming showed a look of surprise. Check out the talents. The talent interface popped up. Unlimited Potential. Type, Trait Talent. Grade, SSS. Effect 1, you can designate 10 active skills to gain infinite growth space. There is no upper limit to the skill level increase, and each time the skill level is increased, there is a 20% chance of triggering skill mutation and obtaining additional gains. Effect 2, for every 5 levels you increase, you can specify +1 more skills to gain infinite growth. Effect 3, the skill cooldown time of infinite growth is reduced by 50%, the skill consumption is reduced by 80%, and the skill proficiency growth rate becomes 10 times the original. Description: SSS level talent, you can't imagine how abnormal it will be when the skill potential is maximized. Wow, that seems interesting. Zhou Ming looked at the talent interface. With his many years of experience in playing games, he had already vaguely sensed the unusualness of this talent. Indeed, as stated on the official website, even with his SSS level talent, it is difficult for him to be invincible in the early stages of the game. But Zhou Ming thought about it in his mind and had a preliminary plan in mind. This talent gradually exposed the evil nature hidden in his heart. Haha, I can't wait to try out the effect of this talent. It's really exciting. In the hall, Zhou Ming's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled very evilly. Chapter 2. Please select a profession. After the talent is awakened, the next step is career choice. There is no need to hesitate about this. Zhou Ming has become tired of the life of leveling up, killing monsters, and exchanging equipment for money. Now he even feels sick at the thought of killing monsters. At the moment, he just wants to enjoy the fun of the game. So, he chose a profession that he had always liked but rarely played: thief. Congratulations, you have changed your job to a thief. You get the initial skills of a thief: short blade mastery, leather armor mastery, stealth, and stealth. You gain the thief's professional feature, the secret of strength and speed. The secret of strength and speed. Type, occupational feature. Effect, for every 10 points of agility, attack power +1. Short Blade Mastery. Type: Rogue Weapon Mastery. Grade: First Grade. Effect: Master the use of daggers, short knives, short swords, and other weapons without any sense of awkwardness. Leather Armor Specialization. Type: Rogue Armor Specialization. Grade: First Grade. Effect: Leather armor suits you well, making you feel incredibly agile. Sneak. Type: Active Skill. Grade: First Level LV1, 0/100. Effect: Enter stealth mode with superb concealment means, unable to be seen, lasts for 10 seconds, movement speed plus 10%, stealth mode will be released after being attacked or causing an attack. Cost: 40 mana. Cooldown time: 40 seconds. Theft. Type: Active Skill. Grade: First Level LV1, 0/100. Effect: Launched on the target, with a 1% chance to steal a random item from the target. Bound items cannot be stolen. Cost: 20 mana. Cooldown time: 20 seconds. Specify Steal and Sneak to gain unlimited growth. Specify successfully, Stealing skills gain unlimited growth. Specify successfully, Stealth skills gain unlimited growth. Zhou Ming activated his talent and used up 2 of the 10 places. This is what he immediately thought of when he was given the talent. Normally, the upper limit of the level of a first-order active skill is level 3, and the upper limit increases by 1 for each level increase. Now, both the Steal skill and the Steal skill have gained infinite growth, and there is no limit to the level increase. Zhou Ming is looking forward to seeing what changes will happen to these 2 skills after they break through the original level cap. At this point, the game character is completely established. Player: I will never work for someone like Zhou. Occupation: Thief. Level: 0. Health: 100. Mana: 100. Attack 11. Spell Power: 10. Physical Defense: 10. Spell Defense: 10. Movement Speed: 10. Hit: 5. Dodge 2. Constitution: 10. Strength: 10. Intelligence: 10. Stamina: 10. Agility: 10. Spirit: 10. Talent: Unlimited Potential, SSS. Occupational Characteristics: The Secret of Strength and Speed. Skills: Short Blade Mastery, Leather Armor Mastery, Stealth, Level 1, LV1, Stealth, Level 1, LV1. Among the attributes, Strength corresponds to attack power, Intelligence corresponds to spell strength and mana, Constitution corresponds to health, Endurance corresponds to double defense, and Agility corresponds to speed, hit rate, and dodge. As for Spirit, it is a special attribute. The official website says that it is similar to human mental power. It also affects mana recovery speed and some skill effects. Zhou Ming's character panel can be said to be mediocre. He didn't care too much about it. After all, he had obtained an SSS-level talent, so he was already very satisfied and chose to enter the game. A teleportation array appeared under his feet and his figure began to disappear. After a dizzying moment, Zhou Ming came to his senses and found himself in a huge square. Your birthplace is Maple Leaf Town. The reminder in his ear let Zhou Ming know where he was. This is a small town with a Western style. At first glance, the buildings outside the square appear quite exquisite. At this time, white lights flashed all around, and players from Dragon Country descended one after another. FK, is this really a game? This is too real. This picture, this rendering, wow, that NPC is so pretty, can we have a date? No wonder it's so popular, the simulation is amazing, it's worth it for me to sell my kidney to buy this gaming pod. After the players who arrived at Maple Leaf Town observed the surrounding scenes, they were all amazed and looked around curiously. Of course, there are also some smart people who have already started to form teams and work hard to master the game. Brothers from the Phoenician Guild, gather here. Are there any brothers from the domineering guild who were born here? Come to my group and I will teach you how to show off and fly. 10 years of online gaming experience, sharp operation, rich strategy experience, looking for a long-term fixed team, only D-level talent or above. After a brief moment of surprise, the atmosphere in the square became heated, and players began to communicate with each other and prepare strategies. Zhou Ming had no interest in forming a team, so he squeezed out of the crowd. At this time, he noticed that people were moving towards the west side of the square. He followed and found a large bulletin board there. Dear adventurers from another world, welcome. The first sentence on the bulletin board was a welcome message signed by Mayor Slater. Below the welcome message, there are a lot of newbie tasks listed. There are 2 types of tasks, unlimited number of tasks and limited number of tasks. The first mission is the simplest one with no limit on the number of times, protecting the peace of Maple Leaf Town, which requires you to clear out 30 monsters wandering outside the town. Tasks with a limited number of times are subject to restrictions such as level requirements. This means first come first served, whoever develops faster can grab the task first. It's the same trick of tempting me to work hard again. My liver is already hurting. Zhou Ming shook his head, just play according to your own ideas. As long as you practice stealing, you can steal anything you like. Why bother pursuing any tasks? Doing tasks? That's a lot of money. Hey, this mission is quite interesting. Just as Zhou Ming was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that the task at the bottom of the task bar had no level requirements. You know, the tasks are arranged from easy to difficult, from top to bottom, so the required levels are getting higher and higher. How come this last task has no level requirement? Zhou Ming browsed curiously. Abnormality at Lone Wind Cliff. Type, Mission. Description, the cliffs at the top of Lonely Wind Mountain have been flashing strange lights lately. For unknown reasons, to ensure the safety of the town, any warrior who goes up to find out the truth will be rewarded handsomely. Mission issued by Mayor Slater. Reward, gold coins times 100, silver level suit times 1, the reward is unique. Once someone completes it, other people's tasks will automatically disappear. Requirements, none. Number of accesses, 1 time per person. Wow, the last mission has no level requirement. And this is a task issued by the mayor himself. If you complete it, it will definitely improve your favorability with the mayor. Good opportunity, brothers, hurry up and take it. At this moment, players are accepting tasks one after another. Those with quick minds have even started opening maps to check the location of Lone Wind Mountain. There is no way. In any game, it is difficult to obtain equipment in the early stages, let alone a complete set of silver-level equipment. This is too tempting for players. Zhou Ming was very curious about this mission and accepted it. Then he followed the crowd out of the town. Listen, brothers of the Tyrant Guild, hurry up and find out the situation in Lonely Wind Mountain. The thieves from the Phoenician Guild, follow my orders and head towards Lonely Wind Mountain. The rest of you, level up quickly. For a time, Lone Wind Mountain has become the focus of players' attention. When Zhou Ming saw this scene, he smiled lightly and did not follow suit. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. The mission rewards are so good, how could it be easy? He planned to improve his skill level while waiting and seeing how the situation developed. Chapter 3. There are all kinds of monsters outside the town. The grumpy goblin, the hungry wolf, and the ferocious kun. No, it's brother chicken. Their initial attributes are higher than those of players, so it is very difficult for players to level up and they can only form a team. Zhou Ming found a monster called flower-tailed chicken nearby and rushed towards it quickly. Theft! He leaped forward and touched the colorful tail of the pheasant with his right hand. There is no way around it. The first level skill of stealing has such great limitations. Not only is the success rate low, but you must touch the target to activate it. Theft failed, gain skill proficiency, 10, originally 1, talent effect increased to 10. The infinite growth effect is really awesome. Zhou Ming couldn't help but praise inwardly. According to this calculation, if I release the skill 9 more times, my stealing ability can be upgraded from LV1 to LV2. In Divine Revelation, active skills need to be released and proficiency increased in order to be upgraded. Each time a skill is released, 1 point of proficiency can be increased. However, the stealing skill is a bit special. If you fail, you will get 1 proficiency point, and if you succeed, you will get 2 points. At this time, the teased pheasant reacted and turned around to peck at it. Sneak! Zhou Ming turned on stealth and entered invisible mode. The pheasant immediately lost its target. Infinite potential can reduce the cooldown time of the specified skill by 50% and the consumption by 80%. Therefore, when the stealth time ends, the stealth skill is good again. Zhou Ming tried to steal again. Fail. What are you doing? Ouch! For a moment, Zhou Ming seemed to hear Brother Ji's protest. After being teased twice in a row, Brother Ji became furious and launched a fierce attack on him. -10. -9. Zhou Ming tried his best to dodge, but was still hit twice. Speechless, is the damage of a level 1 wild monster so high? He could only keep running away. There's a rookie. Haha, being chased by Brother Ji. In that case, we will gladly accept this flower-tailed chicken. A group of players nearby laughed loudly, rushed out without saying a word, surrounded the flower-tailed chicken, and started a righteous fight. Well, Zhou Ming was robbed. Although there are many monsters outside the town, there are even more players, so it is normal to snatch monsters. Zhou Ming didn't complain, after all, he was planning to escape anyway. No, I have to find weaker monsters to practice my skills, otherwise I can only form a team. This game is extremely unfriendly to players in the early stages. Zhou Ming looked around, then took action and observed the surroundings. Don't mention it, he actually noticed something was wrong. To the west of the town gate, in front of a small forest, a group of female players were leisurely leveling up there, forming a sharp contrast to the bustling scene near the town. Strangeness! Zhou Ming became curious and drove over in stealth mode. When he arrived at the grove, he found that there were only female players here. Not far away, 3 girls were working together to deal with a very cute monster, and they seemed to be in a panic. Zhou Ming looked at the monster they were attacking. Bounce Rabbit LV1. Type, Common Monster. Health, 200. Attack, 12. Skill, Bounce Impact. Description, a gentle creature that will not fight back unless it feels its life is threatened. The experience gained from killing it is very small, so it is not recommended as a leveling target. They will fight back only if their lives are threatened. Then if I only steal and don't attack, they won't fight back either. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming felt that he seemed to have found a suitable target. Dude, you're not going to attack the bunny, are you? Zhou Ming's invisibility effect has ended. A passing player was surprised when he saw him and said, "Don't go, this thing is so rubbish, it only gives a little experience after killing it, and a team has to kill several to make up for a little experience, and there is no drop at all." Zhou Ming laughed and said, "It's okay. I just don't follow the ordinary path." After saying that, he walked towards the bunny. "The rabbit is so cute, how can you hit it?" Zhou Ming said, throwing a steel down, "Be gentle, be caressing." His right hand brushed lightly across the back of a grazing rabbit. Theft failed, gain skill proficiency, 10. The rabbit trembled, but did not look back. It was stunned for a moment and then continued to eat. "Good rabbit, I love you." Zhou Ming was so happy when he saw this. Things were simple afterwards. Zhou Ming continued to use the two skills of stealth and stealth. The bouncing rabbits are extremely docile monsters. As long as Zhou Ming doesn't attack them actively, they won't bother to pay any attention to him. After reducing the skill consumption by 80%, Zhou Ming only needs 8 mana to release stealth and 4 mana to steal. As long as a level 1 player is not attacked, he can sit cross-legged and rest, and his status will be restored to full in 2 or 3 minutes. Therefore, Zhou Ming hardly had to worry about the consumption of mana. He just stayed in this small place and practiced his skills to his heart's content. Successful stealth, gain skill proficiency, 10. Theft failed, gain skill proficiency, 10. Stealing skill upgraded to LV2. In less than a minute, the stealing skill was upgraded and the success rate of stealing increased to 2%. Soon, stealth was upgraded, and the invisibility time was extended by 2 seconds. Zhou Ming gradually immersed himself in the pleasure of practicing his skills and enjoyed it very much. Oh my god, you are so miserable, aren't you? Why don't you join our team? We are all independent players, and there is no discrimination. It's better than fighting with the bunny. Gradually, people around started to reach level 1, and they also discovered Zhou Ming, who was huddled in front of the grove practicing his skills alone. Zhou Ming just laughed it off and didn't care at all about other people's ridicule or kindness. On average, he could gain 60 points of stealing skill proficiency per minute. Of course, this is only in theory. In reality, it will be slower than this because it takes time to recover. In addition, there are unexpected situations. Theft succeeded. You stole 1 basic mana potion from the Hoppy Bunny, and gained skill proficiency, 20. The so-called unexpected situation is that as the skill level increases and after repeated use, the thief may sometimes have a burst of luck and successfully obtain the item. Successful theft will anger the docile bunnies, who will stop eating and turn around to attack Zhou Ming. Of course Zhou Ming was too lazy to get entangled with it, so he just went into stealth and made it lose its target. During this period, the number of successful thefts increased, but unfortunately they were just some junk. Time passes slowly. Half an hour later. Swish! Swish! From time to time, holy upgrade light burst out from players around. Many people reached level 1, and a few reached level 3 and left the vicinity of town. Zhou Ming's stealing skill has already surpassed the level limit of the first order skill and reached LV5. Although practicing skills is not as tiring as fighting monsters, it seems a bit boring after a long time, right? Zhou Ming's heart began to stir, and his spirit of troublemaking was ready to move. He wanted to make trouble. I feel like I'm still a little short. I'll have to be patient and try to reach level 6 in stealing. He suppressed his inner restlessness and continued to practice his skills. Out of boredom, he called out the regional chat channel to watch players in Maple Leaf Town chatting, which was also a way to collect intelligence. Report: the location of Lone Wind Mountain has been discovered. Sad news. The leader of the tyrannical guild, Tyrannical Wushuan, has led a group of level 3 elites into the mountains. I'm afraid we, the individual players, won't be able to get the rewards for the investigation mission. Good news, brothers, good news. Tyrant Wushuan and his men were wiped out by the monsters on the mountain. Sad news, the Tyrant Guild and the Flying Guild have joined forces to attack Lonely Wind Mountain. Here comes the congratulations, here comes the congratulations, brothers. Even if the Fishan Guild and the Beidao Guild join forces, they still can't reach the Lonely Wind Cliff. We still have a chance. FK, these bastards, Beidao and Fishan, actually blocked the foot of the mountain and didn't allow anyone to get close. They are simply beasts. You won't know until you see it. It's really surprising. There are all kinds of messages flying around in the area chat column, which is extremely exciting. That mission is indeed not easy. Fortunately, I didn't follow suit, otherwise it would have been a waste of time. Zhou Ming felt relieved when he found out that no one had yet completed that strange task. His hand movements were not slow at all, and he was still practicing his skills madly. Another 10 minutes passed. Stealth reaches LV3, triggering the mutation effect of infinite growth, skill mutation. Stealing reaches LV6, triggering the mutation effect of infinite growth, skill mutation. Suddenly, 2 reminders sounded in succession, causing Zhou Ming to pause for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Chapter 4. The 2 skills triggered the mutation upgrade effect at the same time, which made Zhou Ming look forward to it very much. He immediately opened the skill bar to check. Sneak. Type, Skill. Grade, Level 1, LV3, 0/300. Effect 1, enter stealth mode with superb concealment means, unable to be seen, lasts for 16 seconds, movement speed plus 16%, the state will be released when attacked or attacking. Effect 2, invisibility breaking attack damage plus 100%, skill mutation effect. Cost, 40 mana. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Theft. Type, Skill. Grade, Level 1, LV6, 0/600. Effect, launched on the target, with a 12% chance to steal a random item from the target. Bound items cannot be stolen. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. The chance of stealing has reached 12%. Zhou Ming was delighted. According to the previous skill upgrade rules, the success rate of stealing at LV6 should be 6%. Probably because of the skill mutation, the success rate increased slightly. Very good, let's get out of the mountain. Zhou Ming let out a long sigh, his eyes gleaming with a sly light. After practicing the skills for more than half an hour, it's time to verify the results. Of course, he had little interest in ordinary monsters. Since you're out in the mountains, you have to find elite monsters or boss-level monsters to test your skills, right? So Zhou Ming left the area of the bouncing rabbit and headed towards the vast wild area outside the town. Oh my god, Brother Lutu, have you finally come to your senses? Haha, look, that guy is still level 0. I'm dying of laughter. I told you that beating the bunny rabbit is useless. As soon as Zhou Ming walked out, the individual players who were leveling up nearby laughed out loud. This nickname. Zhou Ming was speechless. When he was practicing his skills, he noticed that some nosy players mentioned him in the chat and gave him a weird nickname. You are a bunch of ignorant people. You will soon know how perverted I am, hee hee. Zhou Ming cheered up, didn't take these people's teasing seriously, and left in a low-key manner. As we moved away from Maple Leaf Town, the monsters we saw also increased from level 1 to level 2 and then level 3. Zhou Ming tried his best to avoid monsters and not attack them actively. If he couldn't do it, he would use stealth to evade. Stealth reached LV4, breaking through the original level limit of the first order skill. These low-level monsters were unable to detect Zhou Ming's whereabouts at all. 20 minutes later. You are entering the maple forest, please be careful. Zhou Ming stepped into a new leveling point. The map shows that the monsters here are around level 5. This Shadow Panther boss belongs to our tyrannical guild. If anyone dares to come and cause trouble, I will chop him up. We were the first to discover this little boss. Why did you take it away? Just because I have more people, you don't accept it. As soon as he entered the maple forest, Zhou Ming heard a fierce quarrel not far away. Then, a skill light flashed in front. What's going on? Zhou Ming's eyes suddenly showed a cunning look, cough, a sharp light flashed, and he quietly moved over. In the clearing in the forest, a group of players with an ID prefixed with surrounded another team of 10 individual players. Soon, the individual players died or fled, leaving only the members of the tyrannical guild on the field. You idiot, don't you consider your own status and strength? How dare you challenge us? Under the command of a wretched young man named Beidao Xiaoan Qiang, the members of the Beidao guild turned around and focused their fire on a sturdy black leopard. Zhou Ming hid at a distance in the back, so the overbearing man did not notice him. At this moment, he turned his attention to the besieged Black Panther. Mutated Shadow Leopard LV5. Type: Iron Level Boss. HP 18455/30,000. Attack Power: 200. Skills: Shadow Strike, Cheetah Attack, Crazy Bite, Double Hit. Description: a mutated shadow leopard that is more ferocious than an ordinary shadow leopard. A level 5 mini-boss with such high HP and 200 attack power. If it touches me, I'll be dead. Fortunately, these guys have already fought the boss, which is a great help to me. Zhou Ming huddled under a tree, using the surrounding grass and trees to protect his body, thinking secretly. Many games have similar settings, that is, the success rate of probability-based skills is greater when the target is weaker. His stealing skills are no exception. If this group of people can beat Shadow Leopard to a low health, his chances of success will definitely increase when he steals again. As for whether there will be retaliation after success, there's nothing to be afraid of. He just plays games to do whatever he wants, for excitement, without any fear. After a while, the battle between the domineering man and the boss became fierce. I have to say that the people from the big guilds are indeed powerful. There were 27 of them in total, all of them had reached level 3, and it seemed that everyone had 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. The backbone of the team, Beidao Xiao and Qiang, and several important members even reached level 4. Under the command of the domineering Little Silver Spear, more than a dozen warriors and shield guards were divided into 2 groups. They took turns to use their skills to fight monsters and attract hatred, forming a line of defense and not giving the boss a chance to rush to the rear. Swordsman and thief wait for the opportunity to attack. Archers and mages provide long-range fire support. The priest continuously adds shields and defense to the front row. -1. -1. -12. -14. Miss. Damage numbers keep popping up above the head of the Shadow Panther boss. Although each damage number is not high, the health recovery speed of low-level boss in battle is also very slow. The domineering person adopted the tactic of grinding away the blood, steadily grinding away the blood volume of the boss. Time passes by little. These tools are quite powerful. I have to prepare to take action. Zhou Ming noticed that the Shadow Leopard's health had entered a critical period. He rubbed his hands, his eyes burning, ready to take action. His stealth now lasts 16 seconds, and the actual cooldown on his stealth ability is only 10 seconds, a 50% reduction. Therefore, now in stealth mode, he can steal twice. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must get as close as possible and cannot start stealth when he is far away from the boss, as that will waste some time. Fortunately, the overbearing people were all paying attention to the boss at this time, and no one noticed that someone was approaching quietly from behind. Sneak. When he was still a little distance away from the people from the tyrannical guild, Zhou Ming turned on stealth and ran past their flank in a swagger. The Shadow Leopard, who was in a fierce battle, had a flash of vigilance in his eyes, as if he had sensed that another enemy was approaching. But the attacks from all around left it no time to spare. Zhou Ming immediately approached the Shadow Leopard from behind. Theft. Fail. Hee. At this moment, only these 2 words could represent Zhou Ming's mood, and he took several steps back. The 12% chance is still a bit low for a boss. After all, there is a level gap between him and the Shadow Leopard, and the opponent is a Black Iron level boss. It's okay, I still have one more chance to attack. At this time, the Shadow Leopard still has about 3% of its health left, and it will take some effort for a domineering person to kill it. However, stealing is not considered a real attack, so it will not cancel Zhou Ming's stealth effect. 10 seconds passed quickly. Zhou Ming stepped forward again and stretched out his classic little hand, stealing. Successful theft, gain skill proficiency, 20. You get the hidden equipment Shadow Blade X1. Chapter 5. Success! Zhou Ming was overjoyed. While he still had a few seconds of invisibility, he immediately retreated and quickly opened his backpack to check. A sharp black dagger came into view. Shadow blade. Type: short knife. Rank: bronze. Attribute: attack power plus 140. Additional effect: increases the duration of any invisibility effect by 30%. Additional skills: shadow kill. If you attack and kill the target in stealth mode, you will enter the previous stealth mode again for 8 seconds, which can be repeated. Required level: none. I won the prize. This is a top-notch novice weapon. Zhou Ming was overjoyed when he saw the attribute description of this weapon. Originally, Iron level boss would not drop bronze level equipment. However, the game has a first kill mechanism, and the first kill can drop items that exceed the boss level. Zhou Ming speculated that this small top-grade weapon should be the hidden equipment prepared for the first kill. In the end, I stole it myself. He immediately put on the shadow blade, and the invisibility state that was about to end was extended by 4 seconds due to the additional effect of the weapon. At this time, Shadow Leopard boss is already dying. Stop it, let me kill it. Damn, the killer can get 30% of the experience, ha 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 ha. At this time, Beidao Xiaoqiang spoke, and everyone else stopped immediately. The little silver spear rushed towards the boss with a rusty giant axe in his hand. What a great opportunity! Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately rushed up from behind the Shadow Leopard. He was already close, and in stealth mode, he had a 16% movement speed bonus. Therefore, Zhou Ming arrived earlier than Xiaoqiang. Brother Silver Spear is happy this time. Although it's not the first time to kill the Black Iron boss, there should be some special rewards, right? The domineering player behind the little silver spear said enviously. Hearing this, Xiaoqiang looked very proud. Ever since he followed his boss, he has become more and more powerful. Under the gazes of everyone, Xiaoqiang raised his axe high, used the warrior's heavy slash skill, and struck down the Shadow Leopard boss with low health. Laugh. Suddenly, a black blade appeared silently and pierced into the body of the Shadow Leopard. -144, breaking invisibility plus 100% damage. The moment Zhou Ming made his move, the invisibility breaking strike effect was triggered, causing high damage. Shadow Leopard boss was killed instantly. You participated in killing the Iron level boss mutated Shadow Panther LV5 and completed the final blow. You will receive plus 1500 experience points and plus 100 reputation. You complete a boss first kill and receive a special reward, free attribute points plus 2. The shadow kill skill takes effect, and you enter stealth mode again. In an instant, the dagger appeared and then disappeared mysteriously. The Shadow Panther fell down helplessly. At this time, the attack of the small silver spear fell, but the Shadow Leopard died first. Everyone was stunned for a moment, as if they had seen a strange weapon. Then, the weapon mysteriously disappeared, and even the boss's drops disappeared with it. What's going on? The domineering little silver spear couldn't help but be stunned. Wow, where is my boss? How could such a big boss of mine be robbed? Who did it? His blood pressure skyrocketed. As an experienced gamer, he quickly figured out everything after his anger subsided. There are thieves trying to take over the boss. Ranged attack team, quickly cover the attack and don't let him get away. Which BD dares to mess with Tai Sui? Brothers, kill him! Boom! Boom! The mages and archers of the Tyranny Guild attacked the area around where the Shadow Panther fell. Stupid! Zhou Ming smiled coldly while in invisible state. He did the opposite, and after he succeeded, he blended in among the domineering people in an invisible state. Why would they think of attacking their own people at the first moment? Then Zhou Ming immediately ran towards the woods behind the team and rushed into the grass before disappearing. FK, which BD is plotting against me? Get out here if you dare! For a moment, Xiao Yunqiang was confused and angry. If it was a thief, shouldn't he have revealed himself after the other party attacked? Why was there no trace of him? Is there something fishy about this game? Brother Silver Spear, that man must not have gone far. If we split up and look for him, we will definitely find him. One of his men reminded him. Yes, search for them separately. Once you find anyone else, no matter who they are, arrest them immediately. The domineering little Silver Spear had obviously lost his mind. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and another group of people rushed out from the other side of the woods. Brothers, these are the people who stole our boss. You bastards from the tyrannical guild, do you think we individual players are easy to bully? From now on, we will unite as one and kill them. It turned out that the individual players who were previously wiped out had found more partners and returned to fight. You bunch of rubbish, I don't have time to play with you now, get out of here. The angry Xiao Yunqiang didn't want to pay attention to the other party, but the other party didn't want to let him go. UBD, are you scared now? Brothers, go ahead and don't let them go. Individual players take the lead in attacking. Suddenly, there were bursts of killing sounds in the maple forest, and chaos ensued. Interesting, I'll join in too. Zhou Ming originally wanted to leave, but unexpectedly the situation changed and he changed his mind. He first counted the boss's drops. There were 2 more gold coins, a piece of equipment, and a few bottles of basic potions in the backpack. Including the first kill reward, only this much stuff dropped from a boss. The drop rate of this game is really touching. Another piece of equipment is speed shoes. Grade, black iron. Attribute, movement speed plus 25. Required level, LV5. The boots are different from the hidden equipment Shadow Blade. They have level requirements, so Zhou Ming cannot use them for the time being. However, he killed the Shadow Panther boss and took away a lot of experience points from the Tyrant Guild. At this moment, he has reached level 3. In the game Divine Revelation, every time you level up, your strength, physique, endurance and other attributes will all increase by 1, your free attribute points will increase by 5, and your health and mana will increase by an additional 100. Zhou Ming added all of his current 17 free attribute points to agility. Properties panel. Player, I will never work for someone like Zhou. Occupation, thief. Level, 3. HP 430. Mana, 430. Attack power 156. Spell power, 13. Physical defense, 13. Spell defense, 13. Movement speed, 30. Hit, 15, 2 agility equals 1 hit. Dodge, 6, 5 agility equals 1 dodge. Physical fitness, 13. Strength, 13. Intelligence, 13. Stamina, 13. Agility, 30. Spirit, 13. Then, Zhou Ming looked at the chaotic battle through the obstructing branches and leaves, with an evil smile on his face. Dare to call me a grandson? I'm going to teach you today that you will pay the price for talking nonsense. Sneak. Zhou Ming's figure disappeared immediately. With the effect of the Shadow Blade weapon, the stealth time is increased to 20 seconds. He blended into the battlefield with ease, specifically picking out those overbearing guild players who were not in good condition. Theft. Fail. Kill. Laugh. The blade flashes, breaking the invisibility attack is triggered, and the damage is doubled. What happened to your kidney? The attacked players of the Tyranny Guild only saw a flash of a knife before their eyes, and then they found themselves transformed into white light and disappeared, dying in an unclear manner. Zhou Ming is invisible again. At this moment, he was like an invisible god of death, constantly reaping lives. He was not worried at all that the other party would know his identity. Generally speaking, Even if the killer hides his ID, once he kills the victim will be able to obtain the killer's information. But the prerequisite is that the victim discovered the murderer's traces and face before death. When Zhou Ming kills someone while in stealth mode, his own information will not be exposed. This is the characteristic of stealth skills. Chapter 6. You were attacked by an unknown enemy and have died. You were attacked by an unknown enemy and have died. Soon, priests and mages from the overbearing guilds died one after another, and their deaths were inexplicable. Brother Silver Spear, the brothers said someone is stealthily attacking us. The Silver Spear bully received a message from his good friend. Damn it, it must be the guy who stole my boss. The little bully with the silver spear gnashed his teeth in hatred. Little did he know that Zhou Ming, the instigator, had come behind him. Theft. Before killing someone, if the stealing skill was not on cooldown, Zhou Ming would definitely try it, but unfortunately he was not successful very often. But this time, he heard a satisfying hint. Successful theft, gain skill proficiency, 20. You get leopard skin top x1. Haha, you deserve it, you're just being mean. Zhou Ming felt very happy when he heard the tip that the theft was successful. In an instant, Xiao Yanqiang, who was fighting with someone, felt his upper body go cold. What the hell? Where's my sexy leopard print coat? Was it stolen? He was stunned, and a feeling of extreme disgust came over him. He almost exploded with anger. You son of a BCH, don't let me know who you are, or I'll FK your ancestors. On the opposite side, the individual players who were besieging Little Silver Spear felt completely confused. Is there something wrong with this person? I don't know, maybe he was stimulated by something. They only saw that the Little Silver Spear was firing, and suddenly he took off his top equipment, looked like he had given up on himself, and immediately accelerated his attack. Because of Zhou Ming's interference, the mages and priests of the tyrannical guild were almost all killed or injured, and they had already shown signs of defeat. At this moment, the domineering Little Silver Spear was so angry that he was in a state of confusion. His operation was distorted and he was quickly reduced to low health. Die! A black dagger appeared silently and pierced into the back of the domineering Little Silver Spear. Zhou Ming took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and killed the opponent. Retire after a success. He no longer paid attention to the chaos around him and left. It seems that I am still too optimistic. I should go back and continue to practice my skills. It would be best if I could trigger 1 or 2 mutations. Otherwise, it will still not work. Zhou Mingxian appeared in the woods, thinking as he walked. According to the rate at which my stealing skills improve, it shouldn't take too long. After all, my level has been improved now, so the success rate of stealing the bunny rabbit is still quite high. Once successful, I will get 20 points of proficiency. You should know that upgrading to LV6 stealing only requires 600 proficiency points. Having made up his mind, Zhou Ming walked out of the woods. At the same time, he opened his backpack and checked the equipment he had stolen from tyrannical Little Silver Gun. Leopard skin top. Grade, black iron. Attribute, health plus 100. Required level, LV3. A very nice defensive top. Zhou Ming equipped it. Now, he just stands still and the hoppy bunny can't hit him, so practicing skills is more fun. At this time, more players have entered the forest. The outer area of the maple forest is mainly populated by level 5 monsters. Players who have reached level 3 can kill them by forming a team. Killing higher level monsters, even if it's a little harder, is better than killing monsters of the same level, because the level difference will increase the explosion rate. Therefore, players have come here to level up one after another. Zhou Ming ignored any players he met and walked along in a low profile. You are a bunch of useless bastards. You still can't kill this elite monster. Miss Jianwu, we will kill it soon. The final blow must be left to me. When Zhou Mingguai walked out of the maple forest, he saw a team besieging an elite monster. The team has 10 people, with a complete range of professions. The elite monster that was attacked was a level 5 tree spirit monster. Elite monster. Zhou Ming was less than 10 meters away from the team and couldn't help but become interested. At this time, a woman in the team released her attack skills, withdrew, and handed over to the meat shield to attract firepower, and just happened to see Zhou Ming. What are you looking at? Where did you come from? Do you want to steal the monster? The woman is a swordsman, her ID is Fireworks Sword Dance, and she has a beautiful appearance. She seemed a little unhappy and yelled at Zhou Ming when she saw him. Jianyu is really unhappy now. In the past, her sister always protected her when she played games. This time, she decided to try hard on her own, but the result was not satisfactory. At this moment, she vented her anger on Zhou Ming, as if she was ready to start a fight if they had a disagreement. Misunderstanding, I was just passing by. Zhou Ming spread his hands, smiled harmlessly, and turned away. How dare you come here alone? You are just an ignorant loner. Get out of here now, or we will treat you as a monster robber. At this time, a priest from the Fireworks Guild beside Jianyu glared at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming turned and left. But these people didn't see the evil smile on his lips when he turned around. Little girl, you are so arrogant, right? Do you think the whole world will spoil you? I will give you a tough time today. That's right, Zhou Ming is going to cause trouble again. He pretended to leave, but returned quietly. The group was so focused on the elite monsters that they didn't notice Zhou Ming hiding behind them, using bushes and maple trees. Still a little short, wait a little longer. Zhou Ming secretly observed the monster's health and did not act rashly. At this time, a regional announcement emerged. Beidao Little Silver Spear, you are a coward who hides his head but shows his tail. You are already on our Beidao Guild's must-kill list. You'd better pray that I don't know who you are. A translucent announcement message suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Ming. This is the regional announcement information released by the player. As long as the player consumes RMB or gold coins, it can be released. This information will be displayed in front of all players within the Maple Leaf Town. Impotent and furious, do you think I was scared? Zhou Ming just sneered and didn't take it seriously. The other players in and outside of Maple Leaf Town were extremely curious and kept talking about it in the chat channel. Isn't the overbearing little silver spear quite arrogant? Has he been tricked by someone? I heard that they were counterattacked by a group of individual players and all died, but what does he mean by hiding the head and showing the tail? Leveling up in the early stages of the game is difficult, and players need to sit down and recover frequently. Most people will go to the chat channel to chat at this time. At this time, another area information appeared. Qingshan Yuzhe, you arrogant bastards, you can't stand losing, right? I was the one who led the attack on you, who the hell is hiding the truth? Do you think I'm as shameless as you guys? Qingshan is still there. He is the individual player who was bullied by Xiao Yinqiang before and successfully fought back. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Yinqiang said that they were hiding their heads and showing their tails, they immediately fought back. The domineering little silver spear also fired back angrily. Qingshan is still here, who do you think you are? If it weren't for that sinister guy interfering, how could I have lost to you? Ha ha ha, is this the character of a domineering BD? He still refuses to accept being killed. Isn't that shameful? The two sides started to attack each other. The players watching the game immediately became interested and gradually understood the reason behind the incident. It seems that when the two sides were fighting before, a mysterious person used some unknown means to hide and attack the tyrant people, which led to their annihilation. It's just that now everyone thinks that Xiao Yinqiang is talking nonsense and making up a non-existent person to cover up his own failure. Even some players who didn't like the guild group took the opportunity to add insult to injury and mocked the members of the overbearing guild in the chat channel. Damn, why don't these people believe me? Damn, this game is really weird, I'm not lying. In Maple Leaf Town, the resurrected tyrannical little silver spear looked at the contents of the chat channel and felt even more depressed. He now wanted to find the guy who had sneaked up on him and skin him alive. Chapter 7. The people from the tyrannical guild and Qing Shan were still arguing with each other. Zhou Ming lost interest after watching for a while and focused his attention on the present. Almost done, go ahead. When he saw the elite monster's health was almost down, he immediately took action. Sneak. The figure disappeared, and Zhou Ming approached the elite monster silently. Ms. Jianwu, the monster is running low on health. Very good, you guys step back. Hanabi and Kanbu were completely unaware that someone was approaching. She walked past the crowd with an expectant look on her face, slashing at the monster with a rusty iron sword in hand. Laugh. A black knife light suddenly appeared. Zhou Ming's shadow blade pierced into the monster's body first. -243. The elite monster screamed and died on the spot. You participated in killing Maple Forest Tree Spirit LV5, Elite Monster, Experience Value plus 400, Reputation plus 20. Zhou Ming made a fatal strike, triggering the shadow blade effect, turning invisible again, and quickly picking up the fallen items, all in one go. What's going on? Hanabi sword dance slashed down with her sword, but the monster fell down before she hit it, and she was very confused. Could it be that I was gifted and had comprehended the sword energy, so the monster was killed by the sword energy before the attack arrived? This absurd thought flashed through her mind before she realized, someone is stealing the monster. What? No one. No, there was indeed a flash of black light just now, someone really stole the monster. The people around Jianwu were shocked and angry. Wouldn't the invisibility be removed when attacking? Why can't I see anyone trying to steal the monster? Is there a cheat in this game? Someone is cheating, report it now. If you want to report it, you have to know who is cheating, otherwise who is going to report it? They attacked randomly in a panic, trying to find the person who stole the monster, but found nothing. Seeing this, Hanabi Kanbu flew into a rage and slapped a guild member in the face. What a bunch of idiots! This game can't possibly be cheated. That person must have used some special means. These people were all employees of her family business, and now they became the targets of her anger. This little girl is really annoying. She must be taught a lesson. In invisible state, Zhou Ming originally planned to leave immediately. But seeing Jianwu's arrogant behavior, he changed his mind and quietly came behind him. Jianwu is a swordsman. He was inevitably injured in the previous battle with the tree spirit. At this moment, his health is less than 1/3. Zhou Ming didn't bother to be polite with her. He aimed at her back and stabbed her hard. I'm so sad, sister. Ah! Jianwu, who was venting his temper, was suddenly attacked. He felt a pain in his heart and his whole body turned into white light and disappeared. A-hole, that guy didn't leave, he killed Miss Jianwu. Attack quickly, don't let him get away. What skill did you use on me? Are you crazy? The remaining members didn't expect the attacker was still there, and they hurriedly released their skills, causing chaos on the scene. Zhou Ming succeeded in his first strike and fled the scene without stopping. After making sure it was safe, he opened his backpack to check his gains. The drops from this small elite monster are naturally far less than those from the boss. There are only 15 silver coins, 1 piece of equipment, and 3 bottles of basic mana potions. The equipment is a belt, which requires level 5, and Zhou Ming cannot use it for the time being. By the way, I think it's quite interesting to snatch monsters like this. Zhou Ming became a little addicted to snatching monsters from others twice in a row. At this time, a semi-transparent area information emerges. Hanabi sword dance, who attacked me? Stand up if you dare. Don't be a coward. As soon as this information came out, it immediately attracted the attention of players. What's going on? Someone got attacked again. People from the Fireworks Guild? This is a big guild. Who is so bold? At this time, the domineering little silver spear, who originally didn't want to continue to fight against Qing Shan, also noticed this announcement. He immediately felt an inexplicable sense of identification with Fireworks Sword Dance, and followed suit by issuing an announcement. Beidao little silver spear, see? I told you there was something fishy about this game, but you didn't believe me. No way? Is it true that someone can kill someone without anyone noticing? This is too scary. Oh my god, it turns out that little silver spear didn't lie. The boss is awesome. The overbearing guild is courting death. Even the boss can't stand it. It turns out that people shouldn't be too arrogant. Who the hell are you? Come out and say something, I'm here to pay my respects to you. For a time, the players were extremely curious about the mysterious man whom they had never met before. They discussed him heatedly in the chat channel and even felt offer him. Before anyone knew it, the topic of the mysterious invisible man spread throughout Maple Leaf Town. Of course, no matter how these people guessed, Zhou Ming would not speak out, so let them guess blindly. Just after what happened just now, he came up with a bold idea and continued walking around to see if he could pick up a bargain again. The area near the maple forest is home to level 3 to 4 monsters. As long as players reach level 2 or above, they can level up by forming a team. If you encounter an elite monster, you can kill it even if you have more people. But if it is a boss, I am afraid only the guild group has the strength to kill it. Therefore, there are many people leveling up nearby. Zhou Ming explored the surroundings carefully. When he saw a team leveling up, he would take a quick glance and then pretend to pass by and leave. After some walking around and spying on the chat channel of Maple Leaf Town, Zhou Ming gradually figured out the distribution of power in the town. Currently in Maple Leaf Town, there are 3 well-known guilds, Feishan, Huahuo, and Beidao. These 3 guilds were all famous in past online games. In addition, what remains are individual groups headed by Qing Shan Yuzhou and other small groups. Judging from the tone of the players' chats, the 3 guilds entrenched in Maple Leaf Town are not good birds. In order to develop, it is common for large guilds to bully individual players and occupy leveling sites. Zhou Ming has encountered this many times when he was playing games before. He didn't have a good impression of guild groups, and among the players leveling up nearby, there were quite a few from these 3 guilds, so Zhou Ming planned to target them. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Ming found the target. A group of players with their names prefixed with flying are besieging a sturdy snake elite monster. Business is coming. Zhou Ming smiled evilly, started stealth in the dark, and ran over with a swagger. Then, FK, where's my monster? Someone is stealing monsters. It must be that mysterious invisible man. Damn it, find him out. A familiar scene was played out again. Zhou Ming succeeded in his attack and became invisible again, taking cover from nearby bushes and lush trees, and left in style. Brothers, something happened again. The mysterious boss has made another move, and this time he is targeting the Feishan Guild. Damn mysterious man, are you crazy? Did I provoke you? F***CKU. Soon, the chat channel became lively again. Zhou Ming's actions are still going on. Report, the elite team of the Fireworks Guild was robbed of a level 5 mini-boss in the Wild Boar Forest. A member of the Tyrant Guild was robbed of a mutant bamboo leaf green elite by a mysterious person in the Snake Bamboo Forest. Mysterious man, you are courting death. Brothers, there are ghosts in the wild area, be careful when you go out. Following Zhou Ming's actions, the leaders of several major guilds learned of the news and were furious. They issued threatening announcements one after another. Chapter 8. Beiki Wushuan, I don't know who you are, but I advise you to come out and apologize, and then join the Beidao Guild. For my sake, other guilds will not make things difficult for you. Blood Rose, how shameless are you to be so domineering? This person must die. Show up within 10 minutes. Otherwise, I will lead people to search for him near the maple forest. You can't escape. Flying little prince, how dare you mess with the gods? I'll give you a chance. Contact me immediately and hand over all the things you have robbed as compensation. I will let you join the Flying Guild. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the Shenqi game. Damn, the presidents of the 3 major guilds have all spoken out. This mysterious guy is so proud. Isn't this man too arrogant? Is there still justice? Is there still law? Let's unite to resist him, and we will definitely find his trace. Are you sick? Mysterious brother has been targeting guild groups so far. What's wrong with that? I'll support him. He will be my idol from now on. Mysterious brother, I love you, you are my idol. The 3 major guilds issued threats one after another, but the man did not respond. Instead, the players almost unanimously supported the party being threatened, and some even called that person mysterious brother, with a hint of admiration for him. Ridiculous. Somewhere in the wild area, Zhou Ming looked at the area announcement information in the chat screen that flashed in front of him and smiled coldly. He didn't take the threats from the 3 major guilds seriously at all. As for the so-called worship of those spectators in the chat channel, he just laughed it off and didn't take it seriously. Zhou Ming robbed the monster for his own sake, not to vent their anger, nor for the purpose of helping the weak and punishing the strong. He didn't understand what these people were worshipping. The reason why he didn't take action against individual players was simply because the benefits were not enough. If the benefits are great, Zhou Ming will not hesitate to take action no matter who he is. Doing whatever he wants is his future life goal. At this moment, Zhou Ming had just robbed an elite monster and escaped, and there was no one around. After some crazy picking up bargains, he has reached level 5. In the backpack, there were nearly 2 sets of basic potions, 20 bottles in each set, all of which were looted. A small bottle of mana potion can restore 50 mana points at a time, which is very important for Zhou Ming's subsequent hard practice. In addition, there are more than 20 pieces of equipment and some materials dropped by monsters. Most of the equipment is junk white, and a few are of black iron level. Most players now only have 1 or 2 pieces of junk equipment, but his backpack contains a lot of looted black iron equipment, and he even holds a bronze level weapon in his hand. It turns out that plunder is the fastest way to get rich. The capitalists are not lying to me. It will be dangerous if we continue, so let's stop now. Zhou Ming took stock and was quite satisfied with the result, so he decided to stop. Those guild members were made a little neurotic by him, and had begun to work together as a team to level up, so that more people could gather together. When there are too many people, Zhou Ming's actions will be risky. If you are not careful, you might be hit by a randomly released skill and your identity would be exposed. At the moment, Zhou Ming picked out a few pieces of equipment suitable for his own use. Hardwood waist guard. Grade, black iron. Attribute, health plus 200. Required level, LV5. Beast bone head and shoulders. Grade, black iron. Attributes, physical defense plus 60, spell defense plus 30. Required level, LV5. Brocade trousers. Grade, black iron. Attributes, physical defense plus 80, spell defense plus 40. Required level, LV5. The equipment grades in the game Divine Revelation are divided into ordinary, blank, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, legendary, epic, and mythical. The equipment parts include weapons, shields, helmets, tops, shoulder pads, bottoms, belts, shoes, necklaces, rings, and bracelets, wristbands. Of course, it is not ruled out that there will be some special equipment left for players to develop. Including the top equipment stolen from Tyrannical Little Silver Spear and the shadow boots dropped when killing the Shadow Leopard boss, Zhou Ming has now completed the defensive equipment. After putting on the equipment, he added all the upgrade points to agility. Property. Player, I will never work for someone like Zhou. Occupation, thief. Level, 5. HP, 950. Mana, 650. Attack power 159. Spell power, 15. Physical defense, 155. Spell defense 85. Movement speed, 67. Hits 21. Dodge 8. Physical fitness, 15. Strength, 15. Intelligence, 15. Stamina, 15. Agility, 42. Spirit, 15. The attributes are not good enough yet, I need to find a way to develop them. After putting away the panel, Zhou Ming started stealth and headed towards Maple Leaf Town. He still had a lot of unused equipment in his backpack that needed to be dealt with. And he is already level 5, so he can go to the career hall in Maple Leaf Town to buy thief skills. Under a peak hundreds of meters high, there is an endless jungle with lush vegetation, and the roars of unknown beasts can be heard from the mountains from time to time. Boom! A violent vibration was heard, and a beast shadow fell in a pool of blood under the attack of many players. This is actually a level 7 black iron grade boss. Pick up everything. If there's any soldier equipment, show it to me. A burly young man with a square face walked out of the crowd and gave orders indifferently. This young man is the president of the Tyrannical Guild. He is extremely powerful and his level has reached level 7. Brother Wushuan, the brothers have sent news that many teams have been robbed by a mysterious person. Judging from the places where that person appears, his level should not be high. Do you want me to take a group of people to catch that guy? Beside Baki Wushuan, a player with the ID Beidao Zhengtu asked. I'm quite curious about how that guy could remain invisible after the attack, but right now Lonely Wind Mountain is more important, so let him jump around for a while. As he spoke, Baki Wushuan raised his head and glanced at the high peak in the distance. There is the Lonely Wind Mountain mentioned in the task bar. At this moment, a dazzling light flashed across the cliff. Baki Wushuan has seen this kind of situation many times. No one knew what was on that mountain, but strange lights would flash from time to time. Not only Baki Wushuan was curious, but also blood rose from the Fireworks Guild and the little Prince Feishan from the Feishan Guild wanted to know. Unfortunately, no one knows it yet. When they first went up the mountain, they found that the monsters there were all of very high levels. Even just a little bit higher up from the foot of the mountain, there were monsters of level 7 or 8 everywhere. Finally, the three groups united and blocked the foot of the mountain. They chose to level up nearby and rush forward when the time was right. Are there any moves from Fei Tian and Hanabi? The domineering Wushuan asked. Beidao Zhengtu shook his head. No, I just received news that they are also working hard to level up, but they are obviously faster than us. Hearing this, a hint of pride flashed across his cold and indifferent eyes. Very good, inform everyone that I will form an elite team of 100 people. Have the others share their equipment, and try to equip these 100 people with all the necessary equipment. Then follow me and fight our way up Lone Wind Mountain. Yes. Baki Wushuan looked towards the direction of Gufeng Mountain, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Excuse me, everyone, I have to be one step ahead. Half an hour later, Maple Leaf Town's chat channel suddenly exploded. Good news! Good news! Brothers! 100-member elite team from the Tyrant Guild rushed to the mountainside of Lonely Wind Mountain, but were blocked by a bronze-level boss and were completely wiped out. Chapter 9. Maple Leaf Town, Zhou Ming returns to the outskirts of town. The plain outside the town gate was still bustling. The player's birthplace is called a town, but it is actually much larger than a real town. Zhou Ming estimated that there were at least 30,000 players in Maple Leaf Town, and the number was still increasing. The official website mentions that players can leave the town and go to the main city when they reach level 15. A main city can accommodate at least 1 million players. There is a many-to-one correspondence between small towns and the main city, with multiple small towns corresponding to one main city. In reality, when players from the same area enter the game, there is a high probability that they will be assigned to a small town under the same main city. As for the specific situation of the main city and what game content it contains, the official website does not specify, and players will need to explore it on their own. According to Zhou Ming's previous gaming ideas, he would choose to level up as quickly as possible and try to reach the main city. But now, his mind has changed, and he plans to practice his stealing skill to an astonishing level. Otherwise, I will never leave the mountain. In the previous actions and along the way, Zhou Ming never stopped practicing the two skills. When he sees a monster by the way, he will definitely use stealing to increase his proficiency. When a monster is enraged, it will turn on stealth to make it lose its target, and then actively cancel stealth, so that the stealth skill will enter cooldown earlier and the proficiency can be increased to the greatest extent. So now stealth and stealth have been upgraded. Stealth is currently at level 5, and since it is used the most times, stealth has reached level 9. Of course, this is still far from Zhou Ming's goal. After entering the town, Zhou Ming first went to the weapons shop and sold the unused weapons in his backpack. Next is the tailor shop, which sells non-weapon equipment. Then there is the pharmacy, which sells materials such as fur, bones, special blood, and organs dropped by monsters. These NPCs are even more evil-minded than real capitalists. In the small town pharmacy, Zhou Ming looked at the purchase interface in silence. I originally thought that with so many things in the backpack, I could sell them for at least dozens of gold coins. As a result, after he dealt with all the things, he only got a total of 12 gold coins and more than 20 silver coins. What made him speechless the most was that when he was selling equipment in a weapons shop, he saw an apprentice skillfully take out a rusty broadsword from the equipment he was selling, polish it, and then hang it directly on the shelf. Zhou Ming curiously went over to take a look, and was almost furious. The selling price was 5 times the purchase price. It's bloody black. Haha, so it seems that you are all very rich. Zhou Ming sneered in his heart, but remained calm and chatted with an old man in front of him. The name above the old man's head is in green letters, representing a friendly NPC Urenji, the owner of the pharmacy. He was wearing a long gown, had a white beard, had kind eyes, and spoke in the kindest tone. Adventurers, our store is offering a big discount. Basic potions are only 50 copper coins a bottle, and all other potions are 20% off. Limited to 3 days, first come first served, hurry up if you want to buy. All the products in our store are ancestral magical medicines. They should not be sold. However, considering that adventurers are in urgent need of medicines, I thought about it again and made a decision that goes against our ancestors and fully supports the adventurers. After hearing this, Zhou Ming resisted the urge to cut him into pieces. After all, he had seen it before in the weapon shop and was mentally prepared. He had observed other people leveling up, and the drop rate of basic potions wasn't very high, but he could always get one by killing 4 or 5 monsters. You sell this thing for 50 copper coins a bottle. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Or are you like me, with no conscience? Despite all the complaints, Zhou Ming still paid. He wouldn't fight with the NPC just for such a small amount of money. Zhou Ming spent 12 gold coins and some scattered silver coins to buy more than 800 bottles of basic mana potions and 250 bottles of basic poisons. Poison is prepared for the thief skill poison. The basic mana potion is for practicing skills, and its cooldown time is 1 minute. However, he has the unlimited potential talent effect which can reduce the consumption of skills. These mana potions should be able to greatly reduce the time spent on restoring mana, allowing him to spend more time on leveling up his skills. Adventurer, your potion is here. Welcome to visit us next time. The drugstore owner Wu Renji took the money, his eyes narrowed into slits, and smiled as he packed the medicine for Zhou Ming. Don't worry, I will come again. Zhou Ming put the potion into his backpack and gave the old man a meaningful smile. He silently memorized the locations in his mind, the weapon shop, the tailor shop, the pharmacy. After leaving the pharmacy, Zhou Ming's next destination was the career hall. He opened the map and walked slowly on the road. The career hall is near the center of the town, not far from the main square. However, the pharmacy is located on the west side, and Zhou Ming has to cross many streets to reach the career hall. On the way, he saw a special building. This is a tall church with neat and clean white walls. The whole building is surrounded by iron railings. In front of the church door inside the wall, there are monks praying and singing. Their singing is holy and ethereal, making people feel their souls are purified, and many players stop to watch. Of course, most people think it sounds nice, but Zhou is not an ordinary person, so he just thinks it is noisy. What kind of nonsense is this? It's so noisy. Just as Zhou Ming was about to leave, the church door opened and a middle-aged NPC and a man who looked like a priest walked out. This immediately caught Zhou Ming's attention, and the eyes of the surrounding players also lit up. It's Mr. Slater, the mayor. I finally meet the mayor in person. Dear mayor, I am ready to go through fire and water for the town and slay the dragon. Please give me a task. A group of low-level players' eyes sparkled. In their eyes, the mayor was no longer a living person, but a tool that had to meet their needs, and they all rushed over. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Because when the mayor appeared, the guards who had been waiting outside the church for a long time took action and frightened the players who tried to rush over. NPC guards are not to be easily provoked no matter which game they are in. At least, it's not something that current players can mess with. Therefore, these players could only watch helplessly, hoping that they were the one in a million genius who could attract the mayor's attention. Then, like the protagonists in most novels, you can receive the only hidden mission, get unparalleled rewards, marry a beautiful, rich woman, and reach the peak of your life. Unfortunately, neither they nor Zhou Ming had this luck. But Zhou Ming was luckier than them. He happened to be at the side of the church gate. The guards were in front of him intimidating the players and did not notice Zhou Ming's presence. Of course, he didn't dare to get too close, but this distance was just right for him to hear the conversation between the mayor and the priest. Father Martin, I really want to see the sacred objects that have traces of God. I am willing to follow God's guidance. You can test my piety as much as you want. Mr. Slater, it is my duty to look after the sacred object. Its function is not yet clear, so I must treat it with caution. Please don't make it difficult for me. All right. Mayor Slater's voice was clearly filled with regret. What a pity. I wanted to experience the greatness of the gods in advance. After saying this, he left under the protection of the guards. There are still many players who are unwilling to fail and chase after the mayor. A divine object. Zhou Ming felt as if he had received some extraordinary information, and he made another note in his mental notebook, Scout Location +1, Church. Chapter 10. Maple Leaf Town Career Hall. Not long after leaving the church, Zhou Ming entered a magnificent hall. The area is divided into several areas according to occupations, and each area has a professional mentor. Zhou Ming went straight to the thieves area and saw a beautiful woman wearing leather armor and having a devilish figure. She is the thief mentor. Hello, I want to learn advanced thief skills. Zhou Ming stepped forward and said. The thief mentor sat on the chair, looking lazy. He glanced at Zhou Ming and said. I have the 5-level poison spray and backstab skills for you to learn. They are 5 gold coins each. I don't cheat anyone. I won't bargain or buy on credit. Zhou Ming took a deep breath. He discovered a fact, all the NPCs in this game are profiteers. Oh my goodness, I only have 10 gold coins left. If it weren't for some robbery, I really don't know how I would have been able to get enough money to buy a skill book. Zhou Ming couldn't help but think. If this is the case for him, other players may not be able to learn the skills immediately even if they reach level 5. Of course, wealthy players and guild groups are not included in this list. The rich can buy gold coins from others, and guild groups can not only buy gold coins but also pool resources, so these problems are not difficult for them. Sure enough, it's not easy for ordinary people to survive in the game. Zhou Ming paid silently, and at the same time added a spot to check out in his mind. After getting the skill book, he started learning it immediately. You learned the skill poisoning. You learned the skill backstab. Backstab. Type: active skill. Grade: first level LV1, 0/100. Effect: use flexible movement to quickly get behind the target and launch a sneak attack, causing 100 plus 100% attack damage, with a 30% chance of a critical hit, requires that the distance from the target cannot exceed 1 meter. Cost: 50 mana. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. Poison. Type: active skill. Grade: first level LV1, 0/100. Effect: use superb techniques to apply poison to weapons, fully unleashing the power of the poison for 1 minute. You can also professionally wipe the poison off the weapon. Consumption: poison materials. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. In an instant, the skill book in his hand disappeared, and Zhou Ming mastered 2 professional skills. Among them, he values poison application the most, and he believes that this skill has a lot of room for growth. In the game of Divine Revelation, not everyone can attach poison to weapons at will. Professional techniques are required, otherwise the toxicity cannot be fully exerted and is difficult to maintain. And thieves are good at this. Thank you, Master. I will come again. After learning the skills, Zhou Ming gave the beautiful instructor a harmless smile and left. He returned to the outskirts of town, hit his ID and level, and quietly came to the bouncing rabbit area. This time, he entered the grove. There are also bunny rabbits here, and with the trees blocking the view, it is more hidden, and basically no one will notice him. Even if we see him, we will probably just think he is a rookie practicing his skills. Then, Zhou Ming began to practice his skills. He first took out the base poison. Basic poison. Type: pharmacy. Effect: when applying poison to a weapon, an additional 10 poison damage will be incurred, with a 10% chance of poisoning the target, causing the target to lose 8 HP per second for 15 seconds. Poison. Consume part of the poison dose. Your weapon Shadow Blade now has the corresponding toxicity, which lasts for 1 minute. Under the effect of the talent, the poison skill that originally lasted every 30 seconds was reduced to 15 seconds. Moreover, the effect of reducing skill consumption by talent also applies to the poison skill. The original poison is used once and is finished, but he can use it 5 times, and only 1/5 of the dose is needed each time, and the effect remains the same. Once the poison is consumed, the poison application skill should undergo significant changes. Keep practicing your skills. Sneak. Zhou Ming entered stealth, but immediately released it, causing the skill to cool down quickly. Theft. Backstab. Kill the jumping rabbit in seconds. 4 skills, use them repeatedly to continuously improve your proficiency. Doing the same thing over and over again is not pleasant for most people. But after what happened before, Zhou Ming now has a strong interest in the profession of thief, and he wants to try some new tricks. Therefore, he is now full of motivation and keeps persisting even though it is boring. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Gradually, the mana potions and poisons in the backpack were consumed bit by bit. The stealing skill proficiency has reached LV10. Stealth skill proficiency has reached level 6, triggering skill mutation. Poisoning skill proficiency has reached maximum. Zhou Ming was immersed in it. At first, he was a little concerned about the changes in skills after the upgrade. Later, I just didn't bother to look at it anymore. I just used the skill as soon as it was done cooling down. I didn't care about anything else. Time passes little by little, and skills are upgraded from time to time. Finally, Zhou Ming couldn't bear it anymore and his movements began to slow down. However, he soon found a way to relieve boredom, which was to slow down and open the chat channel to see what the players were doing. Good news! Good news! The three major guilds joined forces to attack Lone Wind Mountain. They were attacked by the bronze-level boss Silver Scale Python King and Forest Explosive Ape King and their guards on the mountainside, causing heavy casualties. Boss Qing Shan Yuju has discovered a swamp west of Gufeng Mountain. The monster drop rate there is obviously much higher. Everyone, quickly occupy it. If you encounter guild players dominating the area, contact Boss Qing Shan directly. Let's unite and fight against the big guild together. The chat channel is still lively, with all kinds of messages and topics never stopping. Among them, the topic of Lone Wind Mountain is the most popular, and no one has figured out what is going on there until now. After watching for a while, Zhou Ming turned off the chat screen and simply connected to the live broadcast platform. He practiced his skills while distracting himself by reading various messages. The chat channel of Maple Leaf Town can only show news from this town. Zhou Ming is now very curious about the situation in other towns. Now the game Shenqi is popular all over the world, and all major live broadcast platforms are almost dominated by the live broadcast room of this game. Zhou Ming looked around in various live broadcast rooms and found that the level progress of other towns was similar to that of Maple Leaf Town. Moreover, the layout of each town is basically the same, and other towns also have bulletin boards. However, not every town has the same mission. So far, the quest The Anomaly at Lonely Cliff is only available in Maple Leaf Town. This shows that although the various adventurer towns have many similarities, they also have differences. After watching for a while, Zhou Ming closed the live broadcast platform and began to concentrate on practicing his skills. Stealing reaches LV11, LV12. Stealth reaches LV7, LV8. At first, when Zhou Ming heard the prompt about skill upgrade, he would get inexplicably excited, but now he has gotten used to it. After you get used to it, you will gradually become numb to it. No matter what the prompts are, you will be done with the practice. In this way, he kept repeating the process, practicing skills, feeling bored, watching live broadcasts, and practicing skills again, an endless cycle. Until a deep feeling of fatigue came over me. Before I knew it, a day had passed. Zhou Ming went offline and quickly made some instant noodles, then fell asleep after eating. No matter how long you sleep, you can go straight into the game when you wake up. While he was practicing his skills, the players' levels were also improving. When he entered the game for the second time, he opened the regional chat channel and looked for a while, and found that among the top group of people, some had already reached level 10. Chapter 11. Zhou Ming didn't think too much about it, nor did he envy those who reached level 10 first. Personal level is only part of strength, not the whole. His skill level is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Keep practicing your skills. A new day starts with hard practice. As time passed, the poison in Zhou Ming's backpack was used up first. Mana potions continued to be consumed, and there were 400 bottles left, 300 bottles. Stealing skill mutated. Backstab skill mutated. During the process, Zhou Ming heard prompts of skill mutations from time to time. Sometimes when he felt really bored, he would open the chat channel and peek at the screen. Good news, brothers! The three major guilds gathered again, and this time they were close to the top of the mountain, but they were violently slaughtered by the silver-level boss Flame-Winged Tiger on the mountain, and were tragically wiped out. Gufeng Mountain, 800 meters, I'll kill you, brother Shenqi. What drives people to flock to that mountain? What secrets are hidden there? The large-scale documentary The Temptation of the Mountain continues to be broadcast for you. Zhou Ming learned from the players that no one could conquer Lone Wind Mountain. Moreover, there was actually a silver-level boss lurking on the mountain, so the three major guilds' defeat was not unfair. However, I think those people will not give up and will definitely go there again. No matter what, keep practicing your skills until the potions are used up. Continue. Zhou Ming stays in the grove of rabbits in the area, keeping the rabbits company. Almost every rabbit has been caressed by him. As the stealing skill level increases, the success rate of stealing against the bunny increases greatly, and there is even a situation where the bunny is made poor. Even if the stealing is successful, not even a single rabbit hair can be stolen. But it doesn't matter, he is after the skill level, not the stolen things. Just like that, Zhou Ming seemed to be possessed by a demon, transforming into a ruthless skill training machine, mercilessly torturing the cute bouncing rabbit. I don't know how much time passed. Damn, that wolf ran into the woods, don't run. A player ran into the woods while chasing a wounded wolf. What the hell? The player saw an astonishing scene. On the ground, there were some corpses of bunny rabbits that had not yet been refreshed. In front of the corpse, there was a person with an evil look on his face, as if he was possessed by a demon. He was reaching out to touch the bunny that was eating grass, as if he was petting a dog. The next second, the bunny seemed to be frightened and stood up to fight back, but the word miss just appeared above the man's head. Then the man seemed to be angry and took a wrong step. He moved behind the rabbit and stabbed it with a knife, killing it instantly. Oh my god, what kind of perversion is this? If you can't pet the rabbit, you kill it. How scary! The player was so scared that he turned and ran away. Brothers, there's a pervert in the woods west of town. That guy is addicted to petting rabbits. He kills them if they resist. This is the first time I've seen such a horrible pervert in all my years. After the player escaped, he immediately opened the chat screen and told what happened. Again? What happened to Maple Leaf Town? It feels like there are more weird things happening here than in other small towns. Suddenly, the players who liked to gossip in the chat channel appeared again. Pet the rabbit? Isn't that Pet the Rabbit brother? Oh my god, it's already the second day of the game, and he's still playing with the rabbit. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Strange. I give up. How could I be born in the same town as such a big shot? Brother Lutu, Brother Mysterious, and the lonely wind cliff that still hides some secrets. Maple Leaf Town is truly a place of great feng shui and a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. At this time, Zhou Ming no longer wanted to pay attention to any chat channels or platform live broadcasts. He seemed to have entered the realm of the Supreme Grandmaster and was completely immersed in it. He seemed to be unable to hear even the skill upgrade and mutation prompts. There was no fluctuation in his heart, he just repeated the boring process over and over again. Until an unusual sound sounded, which piqued his nerves. Successful theft, gaining skill proficiency, 10. You get rabbit fur x1. Why does a successful theft only give 10 skill proficiency points? Shouldn't it be 20 points? This strange reminder broke Zhou Ming's mood. He suddenly came to his senses and asked himself how long he had been practicing. He opened his backpack and found that there were only a few mana potions left. I was so absorbed in it before that I didn't pay much attention to it. Now that I've come to my senses, a feeling of tiredness suddenly comes over me. It's not tiring. The gameplay of Divine Revelation is similar to a dream, which is more comfortable than previous games. Ordinary people will not feel tired even if they play for 10 hours at a time. Zhou Ming's fatigue is a mental boredom with something. Anyone would feel sick and want to vomit if they repeat something for a long time. It must be because my stealing skill level is too high, so the proficiency gained by stealing low-level monsters like rabbits is greatly reduced. Thinking of this, his heart moved and he excitedly called out the skill bar to check. theft. Type, active skill. Grade, first level, LV42, 220/4200. Effect 1, launch on the target, with a 70% chance to steal 1 to 2 random items from the target, and cannot steal bound items. Effect 2, skill activation distance plus 4 meters. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Sneak. Type, active skill. Floor, first floor, LV35, 820/3500. Effect 1, enter stealth mode with extremely advanced means, hiding your own shape, smell, sound, energy fluctuations, movement speed plus 80%, lasting 120 seconds, stealth will be released after being attacked or causing an attack. Effect 2, breaking invisibility with one strike causes 1800 plus 150% of attack damage. Effect 3, in stealth mode, dodge plus 300. Cost, 40 mana. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Backstab. Type, active skill. Grade, level 1, LV30, 210/3000. Effect 1, use flexible body movements to teleport behind the target and stab, causing 1500 plus 150% attack damage. The distance to the target must not exceed 2 meters. Effect 2, backstab attack plus 100% chance of critical hit. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Poison. Type, active skill. Grade, first level, LV15, 500/1500. Effect 1, use superb techniques to apply poison to weapons. The poison lasts for 10 minutes. You can also use professional techniques to wipe off the poison on weapons. Effect 2, the damage of poison applied to weapons in this way is increased by 30%. Consumption, poison materials. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. That's awesome. All my practice has paid off. Awesome class. After seeing all the skills, Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief, feeling genuinely satisfied. All skills have undergone an indefinite number of mutations, and the effects can be described as qualitative changes. Chapter 12. What made Zhou Ming most satisfied was the stealing skill. Not only did the chance of stealing increase to 70%, but the distance for stealing was also increased. This means that he can steal without touching the target, which is extremely convenient. Other skills enhance Zhou Ming's ability to survive and fight. The most powerful skill is the backstab skill, which has a 100% chance of critical hit and can deal powerful single target damage. The only drawback is that the poisoning skill is only level 15 due to insufficient poison materials. This is the limit of the amount of poison, not the limit for Zhou. If I say this is the effect of a first level skill, I'll probably be considered a lunatic. Zhou Ming closed the skill bar with satisfaction. Next, it's time to go get things done. He narrowed his eyes, with an evil smile on his lips, and walked slowly out of the woods. When he walked out of the woods, his figure disappeared. At this moment, Zhou Ming truly felt the change in the stealth skill. The skill's concealment effect became even more powerful, and Zhou Ming walked lightly and silently, as if he was walking on the clouds. There were many players leveling up ahead, and Zhou Ming walked past everyone silently, and no one noticed his presence. It seems that he exists independently from the world. Go to Lone Wind Mountain. Zhou Ming hurried on at full speed. In stealth mode, the movement speed increases by 80%, making it more convenient for Zhou Ming to move. He crossed wild areas such as maple woodlands and wild boar forests. About half an hour later, Zhou Ming passed through the dense jungle and suddenly saw a high mountain in front of him. The mountain is lush and green, full of vitality, and at the top of the mountain there is a steep cliff rising towards the sky, which is the solitary wind cliff. There are various leveling points of around level 7 scattered around Lone Wind Mountain. It is conceivable that the monsters on that mountain must be very powerful. Zhou Ming stood and observed for a while and found that individual players did not dare to get too close to the bottom of the mountain. The place is dominated by members of the 3 major guilds, and they will expel anyone else if they find them. When Zhou Ming arrived, he checked the chat channel and it seemed that the people from the 3 major guilds had already regarded Lone Wind Mountain as a treasure land for leveling up. They planned to wait until they were strong enough, then organize people to rush forward again, try to kill the flame-winged tiger, and get the first kill of the silver-level boss. Of course, the area below Lone Wind Mountain is vast, and it is impossible for this group of people to have someone guarding every corner. However, if you venture too close, you will be killed if you are discovered. After all, there are other leveling points nearby, so almost no individual players would dare to force their way in. But I, Zhou, am not an ordinary person. Zhou Ming observed for a while, walked out of the jungle, and began to stroll around Gufeng Mountain. Soon, he found a direction with fewer people, and took cover in the bushes and grass as he approached quietly. Be smart, don't let any of the unsuspecting people get in. The resources here are not for those who are just casual players to enjoy. Ahead, a guild team was keeping watch while leveling up. Sneak. Zhou Ming started stealth. He walked out from the bushes where he was hiding, and with his speed increased dramatically, he easily passed the group of people. The stealth time was increased to 120 seconds, which was really convenient for him. While sneaking in, he carefully observed the movements around him. Once he had 10 seconds left to sneak, he would stop immediately and look for bushes or thick grass to hide. When the stealth time is restored, he will go out again. With the talent effect, the cooldown time of stealth is only 20 seconds. The guild members were leveling up and keeping watch, and because they were distracted, they didn't notice that a thief had sneaked in. In this way, Zhou Ming successfully passed the blockade of the outer guild team and entered Lonely Wind Mountain. Below the mountainside, people from the 3 major guilds are scattered around. Above the mountainside, a small number of elite members are leveling up. As long as you reach the mountainside, you will basically not be discovered. Zhou Ming carefully paid attention to the movements around him and tried his best to travel by stealth. Breaking through the level limit and reaching stealth level 35 can no longer be measured by common sense. Zhou Ming walked past a level 8 elite forest anaconda that was hunting, and the other party didn't notice anything. Stealth now is not just about hiding your figure, it can also cover up your smell and sound perfectly. Soon, Zhou Ming was near the mountainside. A cave appeared ahead and he saw a team entering it. Spider's Lair. Zhou Ming opened the map and found that this was a leveling point in Lonely Wind Mountain, which was mainly inhabited by spider monsters. Then there should be monsters like poisonous spiders in here, right? In Zhou Ming's impression, spider monsters are basically poisonous. His basic poison has been used up. Without poison, his poison applying skill cannot be used. Perhaps the monster inside can explode with poison. Let's go in and take a look. There was no one around the entrance of the nest at this time, so Zhou Ming immediately ran towards the entrance. The only upgrade he made increased his agility. Although he was only at level 5, his movement speed was already 67 points. Even without stealth, his movement speed was not slow, and he quickly entered the place. The cave is very large, dark, and damp, with a strange smell that makes people feel uncomfortable. After walking a few steps, Zhou Ming heard the sound of fighting in front of him. He turned on stealth and walked over quickly. On the way, he saw many guild teams working together to kill various spider-shaped monsters. The level of each monster has reached 8. Even if it is not an elite monster, it still requires the cooperation of players to kill it. Therefore, there are fewer people who have the ability to come here to level up. These people were spread out in the cave, quite far apart from each other, otherwise it would be difficult for Zhou Ming to hide. After the stealth skill ended, Zhou Ming hid for a while, then turned on stealth again, passed the people who were leveling up, and went deeper into the interior. There should be a boss deep in this leveling point. Since Zhou Ming is here, he naturally wants to take a look. After a few minutes, several forks in the road appeared ahead, and Zhou Ming just picked one and walked down it. As we went deeper, we could hardly see anyone. Not long after walking, Zhou Ming heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the front. He turned on stealth and rushed forward until he reached the end. I saw that the space here was even larger, with skeletons of unknown beasts piled everywhere on the ground, entangled by spider silk. In the field, a giant spider with an ugly and ferocious face and spotted patterns all over its body was waving its bladed legs and fighting fiercely with a dozen players. Poisonous Spider LV10. Type: Iron Level Boss. HP 65754/80,000. Attack Power: 500. Skills: Poisonous Attack, Blade Strangulation, Spider Silk Entanglement, Venom Attack, and Dragnet. Zhou Ming quickly read the monster's information, then looked at the players. His eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? The person who took the lead in the fierce battle with the monster was none other than the tyrannical little silver spear of the tyrannical guild. This time, I have to take action, dear. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Thank you for attracting firepower for me. I will accept it. Zhou Ming chuckled and went around from the side before the stealth was over. When he was 4 meters away from the boss, he stopped decisively and reached out. Theft. Chapter 13. Successful Theft, Skill Proficiency plus 20. You get Spider Venom Gland X1. You get 1 Black Iron Equipment. You got 2 items in 1 strike, awesome. The transformed stealing skill did not disappoint Zhou Ming. At this moment, the poisonous spotted spider was suddenly startled. It felt like it was missing a venom gland in its body. You know, for a creature like it, every venom gland is very important. Hiss. The poisonous spotted spider let out an angry hiss and even quickened its attack rhythm. I saw a white spider silk flying out of its mouth, tying up a shield guard and pulling him in front of it, and then using its mouth and feet to quickly kill him. Why does this monster seem angry? We want to kill him, how can he not be angry? The domineering little silver spear glared at his subordinate as if he were an idiot. Everyone, cheer up. After the monster uses its skills, it's a good opportunity for us to attack. Go. It has to be said that the people from the tyrannical guild were still quite capable, and they slowly stabilized their position, but it seemed a bit risky to take down the boss. Zhou Ming took the opportunity to retreat, and before his stealth was over, he hid in the pile of beast skeletons at the side and rear. He would not move again until his stealth was restored, and he immediately opened his backpack to check his gains. Spider Venom Gland. Type: Medicinal Materials. Grade: Basic. Effect 1, can be used as material for making medicines. Effect 2, take the venom from the venom gland and apply it to the weapon, causing the weapon to have an additional 50 points of poison damage, with a 20% chance of poisoning the target, causing the target to lose 20 points of health per second for 20 seconds. Venom Fang Necklace. Grade: Black Iron. Attributes: Strength plus 50, Hit plus 50. Additional effect: the attack deals 50 points of poison damage. Required level: LV10. Sure enough, there were poison materials. I stole them directly. Haha. Zhou Ming was secretly happy. If there is poison, the poison applying skill can come into play and can increase his combat power significantly. Soon, footsteps were heard outside, and another dozen players rushed in. It turned out to be the support called for by the domineering little silver spear. With the addition of this group of people, the situation changed immediately and the boss's health began to steadily decrease. Zhou Ming didn't care. In his eyes, this boss has become his mobile property. Even if this group of people kill it in the end, it is not certain how much spoils they can get. Because Zhou Ming doesn't plan to steal once and then leave. After 20 seconds, the stealth skill was restored and Zhou Ming went out again. Everyone was staring at the boss nervously, and no one noticed the existence of another person. Relying on his superb stealth skills, Zhou Ming quickly got behind the boss. He was using the boss's body as a shield, so that basically no attack could hit him. Then, the little hand stretched out. Theft. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get spider venom gland x1. You get 1 black iron equipment. Haha, I stole 2 items at once again. Screw the struggle, I just take shortcuts, I just don't follow the usual path, cool. At this moment, Zhou Ming laughed wildly in his heart. Especially when he thought about how Xiao Yunqiang and his gang had worked so hard to defeat the boss, but he didn't realize that he had already taken the lead and easily stole their spoils. After succeeding this time, Zhou Ming did not hide immediately. After previous attempts, he understood that the boss would not notice his presence even if provoked, so he hid behind with confidence. Anyway, the stealth skill lasts for 120 seconds, during which time he can use steal multiple times. Because the cooldown time for stealing is only 10 seconds. Soon, Zhou Ming attacked again. Theft. Success. Success. Failure. Success. Hiss. After losing important things one after another, the poisonous spotted spider almost went crazy, and its attributes began to decline. But with its intelligence, it had no idea what was happening and could only vent its anger on the people who attacked it. People often die in Tyrant, but the boss's health is getting lower and lower. In this way, Zhou Ming began to repeat the same trick, stealing in secret, then hiding and happily counting his gains, and then continuing to steal. He stole poison glands one by one, as well as equipment, primary potions, and even gold coins. That poor boss truly became his mobile property. Zhou Ming estimated that even if someone really killed it, there wouldn't be much profit to be made. I don't know how much time passed. Okay, brother is here to withdraw money again. With his stealth skill restored, Zhou Ming walked out from the pile of bones. He put his hands in his pockets and strolled leisurely. He didn't look like a thief, but more like he was coming to the bank to withdraw money. That poor boss has become a mobile ATM machine. The same scene happened again. Zhou Ming came behind the boss in stealth mode, smiled brightly and stretched out his little hand. Get rich. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get spotted venom gland x1. Hey, I think you stole something interesting. Zhou Ming's heart moved, and he was about to open the backpack to check. Hiss. Suddenly, the poisonous spotted spider in front of him let out a shrill roar. The voice was sharp and the sound waves were vibrating, as if it contained endless resentment and grievance. What the hell? What's going on? Not only Zhou Ming was frightened, but Beidao Xiaoyunqiang and others were also startled. They all stopped their movements and became alert. Zhou Ming also became alert and quickly took a few steps back to observe the boss. I saw that part of the bright spots on the boss's abdomen disappeared, and its ferocious aura increased greatly, but it gave people a feeling of dying struggle. Looks like it was hit hard. Could it be? Zhou Ming immediately opened his backpack to check the special venom gland. Spotted venom gland. Type: medicinal materials. Grade: primary. Effect 1: can be used as material for making medicines. Effect 2: take the venom from the venom gland and apply it to the weapon, causing the weapon to have an additional 300 points of poison damage, with a 50% chance of poisoning the target, causing the target to lose 100 points of health per second for 60 seconds. Oh my god, I stole its lifeblood. Zhou Ming finally understood why the boss went crazy. It's like a man's kidney was stolen, who wouldn't be angry? Warning: the highly toxic spider is in a state of intense grief and anger. It has lost its mind and is more aggressive. Please be careful. At this moment, a quick game prompt sound reached everyone's ears. Don't panic, it's struggling to survive. Stay calm. Warriors and shield guards, all rush to the front. Priests, focus all your energy on the front row. Don't worry about the others. The experienced little silver spear thought he could control the situation and shouted orders. To be on the safe side, Zhou Ming didn't dare to steal again. He hurriedly went back and prepared to hide in the corner of the pile of bones to observe. Just as he was about to take action, the boss showed its power. Its head was raised high, and white liquid continued to gather in its mouth and suddenly spurted out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. White threads flew out of its mouth, rapidly interweaving in the field and transforming into a huge spider web that enveloped the area. The boss used the skill, Dragnet. Chapter 14. Call out. A spider silk flew towards Zhou Ming. The boss didn't notice him and just attacked him unintentionally. Zhou Ming's face changed and he dodged sideways. Fortunately, he was in stealth mode, which greatly increased his speed. He narrowly avoided the attack and then quickly hid in the pile of bones in the corner. Then he peeked through the cracks in the bones. I saw that the huge spider web had covered everyone and they were unable to move. What an amazing skill! Zhou Ming secretly congratulated himself that he dodged quickly. At this time, the poisonous spider had used up its skills and most of the spots on its body disappeared. Its aura seemed weak, as if the skill of Heavenly Net consumed a lot of its energy. Then, it attacked the trapped people with hatred. The bound members of the tyrannical guild had no way of evading. Not only that, this spider silk is actually highly poisonous. When they are hit by it, their energy and blood will continue to be lost, and they will also suffer negative conditions. The massacre begins. The angry and poisonous spotted spider used its sharp-bladed feet to kill all the members one by one, including the domineering little silver spear. FK, if you have this skill, why didn't you use it earlier? Before dying, Xiao Yinqiang cursed angrily. If he had known that this boss was so powerful, he would definitely not be careless and would definitely wait for more people to arrive before starting the fight. Good opportunity. Zhou Ming was the only one left on the field. This boss seems to have consumed a lot of energy after using the heavenly dragnet. His breath is quite weak, and his health is only a few thousand. Poison. Zhou Ming immediately took out a spider venom gland, cut it open, and smeared the venom on the blade. At this time, the boss had no time to get rid of the combat state and did not recover much blood. Great! The advantage is mine. Zhou Ming rushed out directly and quickly approached behind him. The poisonous spotted spider was obviously stunned for a moment, it didn't expect there was someone else around. Zhou Ming took the opportunity to step into the theft area. Before you start, of course you have to get rich as usual. Theft. You get the hidden equipment Spider Silk Ring X1. Hey, you actually have something hidden. Zhou Ming was shocked, he thought that the boss had been made poor by him. Hiss. The boss seemed to understand something, flew into a rage, and pounced on Zhou Ming. The sharp blade is coming. How dare you? As my cash machine, how can you hide your secrets? You must be taught a lesson. Zhou Ming smiled evilly. He was not in a hurry. When the opponent attacked, his figure flashed and came behind the boss. Backstab. The shadow blade was coated with poison, the blade was black with blue, and full of deadly aura. There was a flash of knife. Phew. -2476, critical hit. -5, poison damage. A big critical hit number popped up above the boss's head. Backstab attack, 100% critical hit. In comparison, the poison damage reduced by the boss's poison resistance seems extremely eye-catching. As expected of a poison user, the poison resistance is maxed out. Zhou Ming joked. The dying boss turned around angrily and a spider silk shot towards him. Sneak. Zhou Ming's figure disappeared. The boss immediately lost its target, and fear was evident in its eyes. The invisible enemy is often the most terrifying. It took a few steps back and suddenly ran outside. Can you leave? Zhou Ming followed closely in stealth mode. After 15 seconds, the backstab skill ended and Zhou Ming attacked again. Break the invisibility with one strike. -1398. -5. This blow immediately exposed his figure. The boss suddenly turned around and shot spider silk at him. But the same scene happened again. Zhou Ming mysteriously flashed behind it and stabbed it in the back. -2476. A killer kill. Boom. With a shaking sound, the boss's body fell to the ground powerlessly. You killed the iron level boss Toxic Spider LV10, experience plus 35,000, reputation plus 300. You complete a boss first kill and get a special reward, free attribute points plus 3. In an instant, several upgrade lights flashed across Zhou Ming's body. Because all the people who had previously participated in the attack on the boss had died, the system determined that Zhou Ming had killed the boss alone. He alone enjoyed all the experience points, and because he killed the enemy at a higher level, his experience points increased dramatically, allowing him to reach level 10 in one go. It feels so good, ha ha ha. Zhou Ming suddenly felt refreshed. Upgrading is so simple. He picked up the items dropped by the boss, quickly found a dark corner, and hid behind the rocks in the cave. Sure enough, after a while, footsteps were heard in the cave. There was some noise here just now, what's going on? A group of players from the Flying Guild ran over. When they saw the scene before them, they were stunned. A boss! What a pity! He was killed. The group walked around the boss's body and confirmed that there was nothing good to gain, so they left in disappointment. Zhou Ming did not come out immediately. He opened his backpack and counted the spoils. This time, I harvested more than a dozen spider venom glands and one strong venom gland. In addition, there are some level 10 equipment, several of which are of black iron level, as well as 15 gold coins, silver coins, and some primary potions. Big profit. It just so happens that he has reached level 10 and can change his equipment. Zhou Ming counted the equipment and picked out the appropriate ones to replace, including Shadow Robe. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, HP plus 500, Physical Defense plus 100. Additional effect, when attacking from a position that the target cannot see, the damage is increased by 20%. Required level, LV10. Shadow Bracers. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, Strength plus 50, Hit plus 50. Additional effect, when attacking from a position that the target cannot see, ignore defense plus 50. Required level, LV10. Spider Silk Ring. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, Strength plus 30, Hit plus 30. Additional skills, Spider Silk, shoots out a 20-meter long tough spider silk with strong viscosity. It can be freely controlled to shrink or stretch, and will stick to the target firmly. The spider silk lasts for a maximum of 120 seconds, with a cooling time of 60 seconds. Required level, LV10. These three pieces of equipment are very suitable for thieves. Among them, the spider silk ring is the most peculiar. Zhou Ming put on all his equipment. Of course, he did not forget the fang necklace he had stolen before, which was also a good piece of equipment. Current properties. Player, I will never work for someone like Zhou. Occupation, thief. Level, 10. HP 1900. Mana, 1200. Attack power 297. Spell power, 20. Physical defense, 260. Spell defense 90. Movement speed, 100. Hits 168. Dodge 15. Constitution, 20. Strength, 150. Intelligence, 20. Stamina, 20. Agility, 75. Spirit, 20. He tried to use his spider silk skills. Call out! A spider silk flew out from the ring and stuck to the cave wall above his head. Receive! With a thought, the spider silk contracted and pulled him upwards. As expected, it's the boss's hidden equipment. It's really useful. Zhou Ming was looking down from a high place. If someone passed by at this moment, they probably would not have thought that there was someone hiding above their heads. Now I am a real thief who can climb walls and fly over rooftops, haha. Elongation. Zhou Ming controlled the extension of the spider silk and slowly descended, which was quite convenient. He looked around and saw a figure swaying not far away, but this should be the deepest part of the cave, and there probably weren't any other bosses there. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming went into stealth mode and left quietly. On the way, Zhou Ming met a group of people running back in a hurry, and they were the domineering people. Soon, a heart-wrenching scream rang out from the cave, "Damn it, who stole my boss while I was away? To be honest, it is me." Zhou Ming smiled evilly while sneaking away and left gracefully. Chapter 15. After leaving the cave, Zhou Ming quickly rushed into the forest and hid. Now, he is in the mountainside area. Why can't those guilds get in? This area is so big, they can't go in openly, can't they sneak in secretly? Zhou Ming was a little confused about this problem. Can't we send someone in secretly? For example, if you let a thief sneak into the mountaintop area, no matter how densely packed the monsters are, it is impossible to guard every corner tightly. Of course, the stealth level of other thieves is not as high as his, so they may not be able to hide from monsters of a higher level than themselves. Could it be that this is the reason why these people still haven't figured out the situation? Maybe it's not as simple as I thought. Let's go up and take a look at the situation first. He turned on stealth and went up. Along the way, even the common monsters encountered were around level 10. As he went deeper, he could clearly sense that the number of people in the guild group was gradually decreasing. Those who can come here to level up are all the top players in Maple Leaf Town, so naturally there are not many of them. Zhou Ming sneaked along the way while carefully hiding. He deliberately avoided being discovered by no team and he did not have any conflict with wild monsters. Just sneak in quietly. Before I knew it, I couldn't see anyone else anymore. As he approached the summit, he slowed down his pace. I heard that there is a powerful silver boss entrenched here. The Feishan, Beidao, and Huahuo guilds had all been wiped out by this boss, so he didn't dare to underestimate it. Tip: you are about to enter the top of Lonely Wind Mountain. The silver-level boss flame-winged tiger sitting here does not allow humans to approach. Once discovered, other monsters will come to attack, and will also alarm the flame-winged tiger. Please be careful. The reminder in his ear made Zhou Ming suddenly realize, no wonder no one can rush to the bottom of the Lone Wind Cliff. It turns out that the flame-winged tiger is so difficult to deal with, and it doesn't give players any chance at all. After all, the stealth of ordinary thieves cannot be hidden from the monsters here, even the stealth of level 3 cannot work. What's more, apart from Zhou Ming, it is still a question whether there is any thief who can practice stealth to level 3. Interesting, I'd like to see what's going on here. Zhou Ming hid his figure and began to act. Other thieves couldn't hide it, but he was no ordinary thief. He was very confident that even the flaming winged tiger would not be able to detect any clues before he made a move. When he officially stepped into the mountain top area, Zhou Ming couldn't help but be surprised. The monsters here display a different kind of discipline than those below. They move around and patrol their respective territories, and will not fight each other even if they meet at the edge. There are even goblin patrols that are responsible for patrolling between the wild areas, and all of them are led by level 13 elite goblins. The tiger is still the king of the mountains. Zhou Ming was secretly amazed. It is obvious that the discipline shown by the monsters is related to the existence of the flame-winged tiger. Faced with this kind of warning, Zhou Ming must be extremely careful. Once the stealth was over, he didn't dare to hide under bushes or trees because the risk of being discovered was very high. He had another way, which was the spider silk ring he had just obtained. Call out! A spider silk shot out, stuck to the big tree, and pulled Zhou Ming onto the tree. Using the tree as cover, he avoided the monster below. Then, he just needed to hide in the tree and move again when his stealth skill was restored. According to his observations along the way, there are very few flying monsters on this mountain, and hiding in the trees is more concealed than hiding under the trees. In this way, Zhou Ming used the two skills of stealth and spider silk to carefully approach the top of the mountain. Finally, a steep cliff came into view. That is Lone Wind Cliff. Zhou Ming hid in a big green tree, carefully shrinking his body and using the branches and leaves to cover himself. Through the branches and leaves, he saw from afar a terrifying figure lurking at the foot of the Lone Wind Cliff. It was a tiger about 10 feet tall, with 2 wings on its back, golden hair, and a faint red flame aura flowing all over its body, looking very majestic. It was lazily lying at the foot of the cliff, and was guarded by several ferocious-looking tiger guards. It looked like it was not something to be trifled with. It's not unfair that those people lost. Because of the distance, Zhou Ming could not see the information of the boss, but he could feel the other party's strength. That is definitely not something I can deal with now. What's more, there are guards on guard around the flame-winged tiger, and Zhou Ming doesn't want to fall into the danger of being surrounded by big men. After observing for a while, he hid his figure, quickly climbed down the tree, and ran towards the side of Lonely Wind Cliff, so as to avoid the flame-winged tiger to the greatest extent. With the map to guide him, his direction of travel will not deviate. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming arrived at the side of Lonely Wind Cliff safely. This place is close to the back of Gufeng Mountain, which is very steep. If you fall down accidentally, you will definitely die. Even here, there might still be monsters patrolling by, so he had to hurry. Call out! Zhou Ming shot out a spider silk, which stuck to the protruding rock on the cliff. Receive! The spider silk shrinks. Suddenly, Zhou Ming's body rose rapidly. Suddenly, a stupid goblin came over from not far away and looked at Zhou Ming in confusion from where he was. Why does it seem like there is a breath of life? So it walked back and forth to check. Zhou Ming's heart beat rapidly. At this moment, he was clinging to the cliff, relying on the stickiness of the spider silk, and his whole body was suspended in the air. The goblin didn't notice the intruder and looked up at the cliff in confusion. Sneak! Fortunately, stealth was restored at this moment and Zhou Ming disappeared completely. The goblin looked up and saw a spider silk floating in the wind. He immediately lost interest and went to patrol somewhere else. Exciting, I like it. Zhou Ming was suspended in the air, with the biting cold wind blowing on his face. If you are not careful at this moment, you will be smashed to pieces once you fall down. The thrill is really extreme. However, he was not afraid. On the contrary, this extremely real sense of crisis made him extremely excited, and he revealed an evil smile in the cold wind. Sure enough, the game has to be exciting to be fun. After a while, the spider silk skill cooled down. Zhou Ming held the spider silk tightly in his left hand, controlled the ring to break the spider silk, then raised his right hand upwards and shot out a new spider silk. This time, it connects directly to the top of the cliff. The previous operation was repeated, and Zhou Ming's body continued to move closer to the top of the cliff. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. Drink! As he got closer, Zhou Ming grabbed the spider silk with both hands, pushed hard on the protruding rocks on the cliff, and climbed up the Lonely Wind Cliff. Chapter 16. This is. There was a small open space on the Lonely Wind Cliff. When Zhou Ming saw the scene, his eyes lit up. About 7 or 8 meters ahead, there was a ray of light suspended in the air. Faint energy fluctuations emanated from it, and from time to time, it flashed a strange light that shone into the distance. This should be the reason why the strange light flashed from Lone Wind Cliff. In addition, there was a treasure chest quietly lying under the light gate. It was golden in color. It was a golden treasure chest. Congratulations! You are the first to arrive at Lone Wind Cliff. Please explore it and hand in the abnormality of Lone Wind Cliff mission to Mayor Slater to receive the mission reward. Comfortable. Zhou Ming felt very happy. This time, not only can you complete the mission and get a silver suit, but you can also get a gold treasure chest with an unknown reward. It's so cool. Zhou Ming observed carefully and made sure there were no monsters here before trotting over. The golden treasure chest exudes a noble luster and is extremely tempting. Zhou Ming did not open the box immediately, but looked at the light gate floating behind the treasure chest. Suddenly, prompt information appeared around the light gate. The door of good and evil. Type, copy. Required level, none. Required number of people, 1 person/1 team. Admission ticket, crystal of good and evil, can be obtained from monsters in Maple Leaf Town. The higher the level and grade of the monster, the greater the chance of dropping. Rewards, level 10 to 20 equipment, generous experience points, money, and treasure chests for clearing levels. Description: inside the gate of good and evil, every decision you make is a contest between good and evil, and will also affect the final result. It turned out to be a wild copy. Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At least it means there is no danger here, so he can open the box with confidence. Just as he was about to take action, the game prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have discovered the wild dungeon on Lonely Wind Cliff. This is the first dungeon in the game. You get a special reward, free attribute points plus 10. Not bad, I earned 10 free attribute points. Zhou Ming was delighted and suddenly thought of a question. Up to now, although I have heard about the announcement of the first kill of the Iron level boss and the Bronze level boss, there seems to be no announcement about the first pass of the dungeon so far. Now he knew the reason. The copy was located in this place. Who could find it? There is no news about other adventurer towns so far. It should be necessary to meet certain triggering conditions for the dungeon to appear. At the moment, Zhou Ming didn't care what this strange copy was like and focused his attention on the treasure chest. Lucky treasure box. Grade, Gold. Effect, open the treasure chest and get 1 to 2 treasures at random. There is a 98% chance of getting an item of the same grade as the treasure chest, and a 2% chance of getting an item of a higher grade than the treasure chest. Description: if you encounter a lucky treasure chest, it means you are a lucky person. It is indeed a gold-level treasure chest. Zhou Ming put his hand on it with joy. Unboxing. As the treasure chest slowly opened, a stream of light shone through it. You open a gold-level treasure chest and receive, Skill Book, Level 5, ×1, Skill Book, Level 4, ×1. Level 5 Skill Book. Haha, I got the 2% chance, so cool. The reason for this is that the gold level should correspond to the 4th order skills. Obtaining a 5th level skill means that you have obtained an item that exceeds the quality of the treasure chest. Zhou Ming happily opened his backpack and saw 2 glowing skill books lying inside. Skill Book, Eye of True Vision. Skill Preview. Type, Passive Skill. Grade, 4th grade. Effect 1, both eyes have the power of true vision, can see invisible targets and units, can see objects at night, and have doubled field of vision. Effect 2, the hidden information of some things will be revealed before your eyes. Learning requirements, none. Skill Book, Clone Technique. Skill Preview. Type, Active Skill. Grade, Level 5, LV1, 0/500. Effect 1, use magic power to condense into an avatar that is exactly the same as yourself, which lasts for 180 seconds. You can actively make the avatar disappear. Effect 2, the clone has 50% of the original body's attributes, shares vision with the original body, and can use equipment skills and other skills independently. Effect 3. All controllable skills released by the clone can be controlled by the main body. Effect 4. The clone cannot use the clone technique. Cost: 800 mana. Cooling time: 10 minutes, starting from the disappearance of the clone. Learning requirements: none. Zhou Ming felt no emotion when he saw the skill introduction of Eye of True Vision. But when he saw the art of clone, Zhou Ming couldn't help but be overwhelmed. This skill is a magical skill to me. He realized this immediately. For others, using the clone technique is nothing more than adding an output unit during the duration. Its effect is not even as good as 1 + 1 = 2, because the clone has only 50% of the attributes of the original body. But he is different. Because he has stealing skills. Now that I have a clone, I can just let the clone steal while I hide in the dark. There is no danger at all. Isn't it crazy cool? At the same time, the clone can use other skills, which means that the clone can help him practice skill proficiency. Isn't that amazing? Moreover, he can also make the clone technique gain infinite growth. If the number of clones increases in the future, he can directly create a large number of clones to surround an enemy. If one person steals again, this person will probably be robbed of everything. Obviously, for Zhou Ming, the art of clones has great value to be explored. Study. Zhou Ming excitedly learned both skills. The clone technique. He tried to condense a clone. I saw a magical power separated from the body, quickly forming a human figure, and in the blink of an eye it turned into Zhou Ming's appearance. It's like having a twin brother. Zhou Ming looked around and tried to control the clone. This feeling is strange. He can see the situation in front of him, switch to the perspective of his clone, and manage his own perspective and that of his clone at the same time. It's like a double thread. At first, Zhou Ming felt a little uncomfortable, which caused his clone to act strangely and not very smart. Fortunately, he adapted quickly. The clone has a simple autonomous action mode. If you deliberately command and control it, it will become more flexible and just like a real person. As long as you master some skills, it is not difficult to operate. Disappear. With a thought, the clone immediately turned into a ball of magic power and dissipated. I'm going to the mayor to hand in the quest. A silver suit is something I'm looking forward to. Zhou Ming was satisfied and prepared to leave. As for the Gate of Good and Evil copy, although I wanted to go in and explore it, I had no copy key, so I had to give up. Anyway, he has figured out what the strange light on the cliff is, so he just needs to find the mayor and tell him the truth. I guess the mayor is worried that something strange might happen on the mountain, so he issued such a task. Hey, this is... Just as he turned around, Zhou Ming discovered that among the weeds under his feet, there was a slightly different weed that actually showed special information. You know, there are a lot of bushes and weeds in this game, but I have never seen any special information appear. Could it be that? By the way, I now have the passive effect of the Eye of True Vision, and can see some hidden information. It turned out that his True Vision skill was working. Chapter 17. Zhou Ming bent down and took a closer look. Snake saliva grass. Type: Elixir. Grade: Primary. Effect 1, can be used as material for making medicines. Effect 2, it is highly toxic and its juice can be extracted using professional techniques and used as poison. It turns out to be a poisonous weed. Pick it first. It may be useful. After all, I have a skill in applying poison, so when I see this kind of thing, of course I will pick it first. It seems that I have to pay attention to my surroundings in the future. With the Eye of True Vision skill, I may be able to discover more rare herbs. Zhou Ming walked around the cliff a few more times and actually found a few more snake saliva grasses, which he packed up and took away. Then, with the help of the spider silk ring, he quietly returned to the bottom of the cliff. As soon as he came down, Zhou Ming immediately went into stealth and escaped into the forest. Now, he was going to return to Maple Leaf Town to collect the mission reward from the mayor. When he approached the foot of the mountain, he heard waves of sound coming from the bottom of the mountain. What's going on? Zhou Ming flew onto a big tree and looked down. At some point, a large crowd of people gathered at the foot of the mountain, engaging in a fierce melee that was going on like a raging firefight. Why did these people start fighting? Out of curiosity, Zhou Ming quickly opened the chat screen. Brothers, Boss Qing Shan is in a bad situation, everyone go and support him. I've been annoyed with guilds like Tyranny and Fireworks for a long time. Today I'm going to fight them to the end. I'm also going to support Boss Qing Shan. FK it. Yesterday, the bastards from Feishan occupied the wild boar forest and drove us away. I'm going to take it back today. Brothers, take me with you. Zhou Ming flipped through the records and understood the reason. It turned out that Qing Shan was still leading a large number of individual players to develop safely in the swamp in the west while the Beidao Guild and other guilds were planning in Lonely Wind Mountain. He was probably unhappy with those guilds, or he might want to get a piece of the pie. So he called on the individual members to join him in dealing with the three major guilds, demanding that they must have a share of the wild resources in Lone Wind Mountain and that they must participate in hunting the fiery winged tiger. However, the three well-known guilds in Maple Leaf Town were not so easy to deal with, and a melee broke out among the four parties. Zhou Ming figured out the situation and suddenly felt bored. Let them do whatever they want. He won't get involved in anything that has no benefit. At that moment, he chose a direction with fewer people, avoiding the chaos and sneaking all the way. After returning to Maple Leaf Town, he went straight to the mayor's house. Hello, I'm here to deliver a mission to the mayor. Zhou Ming explained to the guards at the mayor's mansion, and was then led into the reception room to meet Mayor Slater. Hello, adventurer. When Slater saw Zhou Ming, he asked indifferently, have you found out the abnormal situation of Lone Wind Cliff? Yes, there is actually. Zhou Ming explained the situation. Of course, I won't tell anyone about the golden treasure chest I encountered. It turns out to be just an entrance to a wild dungeon. Slater was visibly relieved. A copy entrance will not pose a threat to the safety of the town. He expressed his gratitude to Zhou Ming, adventurer, thank you for your hard work. This is what you deserve. You have completed the mission Abnormality at Lonely Wind Cliff, and received, experience plus 10,000, gold x 100, silver level defense set x1. In an instant, Zhou Ming's backpack had 100 gold coins and 2 more pieces of equipment. The experience bar reaches halfway directly. That's right, just half of it. After reaching level 10, the upgrade experience changes qualitatively. It takes 20,000 experience points to upgrade from level 10 to level 11. Completing this mission won't even allow Zhou Ming to level up. He opened his backpack and checked his equipment. Maple Leaf Guardian Helmet. Type, 1 of the Maple Leaf Guardian set. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Double Defense plus 200, Dodge plus 50. Additional effect, after being attacked, defense is increased by 2%, which can be stacked up to 10 times. Required level, LV10. Maple Leaf Guardian Pants. Type, 1 of the Maple Leaf Guardian set. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Physical Defense plus 240, Magic Defense plus 180, Constitution plus 30. Additional effect, when attacked, there is a 5% chance to recover 500 HP. Required level, LV10. Maple Leaf Guardian Set, 2-piece set. Attribute, Health plus 1000. Additional skills, Guardian Power, releases a 2-meter defensive barrier that can resist 5000 points of total damage, with a cooldown of 4 minutes. Overall, both pieces of equipment are pretty good. But why only 2? Mayor, is there only 2 pieces of this set? Zhou Ming was a little speechless. He thought it was at least a 5-piece set. Even if it's a little bit short, you have to have the 3-piece set. The result was just 2 parts, which was far from his expectations. This is silver-level equipment. It's great to have 2 of them. Slater gave a sly smile. Mayor, it took me a lot of effort to get to Lonely Wind Mountain. Adventurer, I am busy with official duties. If you have nothing else to do, please help yourself. Okay, this is how we play it, right? Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes and laughed in his heart. Let's wait and see. He turned and left. Originally, he planned to come to the small town to do something big after completing the mission in Lonely Wind Mountain. But he didn't expect that he would acquire the skill of clone jutsu. With the ability to clone himself, the efficiency of practicing skills would be greatly improved, so he decided to be safe and postpone his action for some time. Now, he was going to go to the pharmacy again to buy some primary mana potion. In addition, you also need to go to the career hall. Now that you have reached level 10, you can learn level 10 career skills. Zhou Ming shuddered at the thought of dealing with the thief old man in the drugstore. This old man was too evil. But it doesn't matter, I will get it back from him sooner or later. At the foot of Lone Wind Mountain, the melee gradually subsided. As casualties continued on all 4 sides, the 3 major guilds finally realized that they had underestimated Qingshan Yuzhui and the hatred of those individual players towards the guild group. Originally, Baki Wushuan and others thought that the battle would end quickly and this farce would end with their absolute suppression of individual players. After all, they have done this kind of thing too many times in past games. But not long after the war began, individuals or small groups continued to rush over to join Qingshan's camp. Among these people, there are those who hate the Grand Guild to the core, and there are also those who are simply hot-blooded and wish for chaos in the world. There are also many people who truly believe that Qingshan is still there and want to hang out with him. In short, things went beyond our expectations, and continuing the fight would only result in mutual consumption. Stop it! There's no point in fighting any further. Before long, the leaders of the 4 camps almost unanimously proposed negotiations. Blood Rose, the domineering and unparalleled, as well as the little Prince Fei Tian and his sister Little Princess Fei Tian from the Fei Tian Guild and others came out and were still negotiating with Qingshan. Tell me, what do you want? The Flying Prince spoke first. He is a wizard, wearing a white robe and has a handsome appearance. The younger sister next to him is even more of a beautiful girl. The 2 of them can be described as a perfect match. You can tell at a glance that they must have extraordinary backgrounds in real life. Simple. Qingshan still answered in a hoarse voice, we, the Independent Alliance, can freely level up in Lonely Wind Mountain and its surroundings from now on. You are not allowed to interfere. Also, we will be part of the siege of the Flame-Winged Tiger, and we will share the spoils equally. You're dreaming. Baki Wushuan looked at the people in front of him with disdain. He was always domineering and didn't want to accept such conditions at all. They have been planning on Lonely Wind Mountain for so long, countless people have died in the process of finding out the truth, and now they are about to reap the fruits of their labor. Why should they give up a single share? If you don't agree, I'll beat you until you surrender. Just as the 2 sides of the negotiation were on the verge of a fight, Blood Rose, who had been silent all this time, noticed something and her expression changed drastically. Strange, why did the task about Lonely Wind Mountain disappear from my task bar? Sister, you are not kidding, are you? On the side, Blood Rose's sister, Hanabi Jianwu, said in surprise. Because Blood Rose's words contained so much information that everyone put aside the negotiations and clicked on the taskbar to check. My mission has also disappeared. It's the abnormality of Lonely Wind Mountain mission that anyone can take. My mission disappeared too. What's going on? The leaders of several factions who were originally bargaining were all shocked at this moment. The mission suddenly disappeared. There was only one possibility. Someone rushed to Lonely Wind Cliff while they were still fighting and completed the mission first. This is incredible. Chapter 18. This is impossible. The little Prince Fei Tian was full of resentment. The flaming tiger on the top of the mountain will not allow anyone to approach Lonely Wind Cliff. It is impossible for someone to kill the boss alone at this stage. How did that person complete the task? But the mission really disappeared. The little flying princess couldn't hide her surprise. Could it be that the boss has been killed? Won't. Blood Rose shook her head. That's a silver-level boss. No one in this game has ever triggered the first kill announcement for a silver-level boss. It must still be alive. Who is it? We can't get up there. How did he do it? Beiki Wushuan had a gloomy face and looked very irritable. Being overtaken by someone else made him, who always thought highly of himself, extremely depressed. He thought Lonely Wind Mountain was in his pocket, but someone else got there first. What was he and Blood Rose and the others busying around for until now? At this moment, Beiki Wushuan felt like a clown. It must be that guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Hanabi Kanbu suddenly thought of someone. The mysterious guy who attacked her. You mean mysterious brother? The domineering little silver spear behind Beiki Wushuan suddenly thought, it's really possible. I don't know how that guy's invisibility is different from stealth. It's very strange. Could it be that he relied on invisibility to get up there? He had dealt with the mysterious guy before, and the other party's invisibility method was indeed very strange. But there are so many monsters in Lonely Wind Mountain, and their levels are high. Won't that guy's invisibility be discovered? The flying little prince still couldn't figure it out. Even if we can sneak in, we still have to climb the Lonely Wind Cliff after reaching the top of the mountain. The flame-winged tiger and its many minions will not allow us to do that. Forget it. The Lonely Wind Mountain quest has disappeared. There's no point in worrying about it. But the silver boss is still there. We can't lose the first kill reward for the boss. At this time, Blood Rose showed the temperament of a strong woman. She looked at Qing Shan Yuju and was the first to express her opinion. I agree to your joining. We will split the spoils of the flame-winged tiger equally. As for who gets the first kill, it all depends on your ability. Hey, are you serious? Seeing that Blood Rose agreed, Beiki Wushuan refused to do it. He was used to being arrogant, so how could he tolerate the threat from a single player? But then, the little prince also expressed his opinion. I agree with Blood Rose. Other towns may have already started attacking the silver boss. If we hesitate any longer, we will only suffer greater losses. Seeing Bloody Rose and the little prince express their agreement one after another, Beiki Wushuan immediately lost his temper and accepted it silently. Because there really is no time. The levels of Beiki Wushuan and others have reached level 12, and they each have a few top players who have reached level 10, and the levels of the middle level personnel are around level 7 or 8. The three parties combined are now qualified to challenge the flame-winged tiger again. In fact, if Qing Shan had not suddenly attacked, Beiki Wushuan and others would have taken action long ago. Therefore, the four parties reached a consensus and began to rest, assemble, and prepare to attack the boss. Maple Leaf Town. Zhou Ming walked out of the career hall with a dark face. Just now, he went in and bought a level 10 thief skill book, Phantom Flash. It ended up costing 20 gold coins. Evil-hearted is not enough to describe these NPCs. Zhou Ming complained in his heart, took out the skill book and started studying. You learned the skill Phantom Flash. Flash of Phantom. Type, Active Skill. Grade, Level 2, LV1. Effect 1, sprint 10 meters in any direction at a phantom speed and cut targets along the way, causing 600 plus 140% attack damage. The higher the speed, the faster the sprint. Effect 2, 10% chance of causing the target's wound to tear, causing 100 points of health to be lost per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. This is a displacement and attack skill, which is very useful for thieves. Zhou Ming immediately bound this skill to his talent, allowing it to grow infinitely, and then went to the pharmacy again. Adventurers, take care and remember to come back often. When he walked out with a gloomy face, the pharmacy owner Wu Renji even saw him off to the door personally. Because Zhou Ming bought a lot of primary mana potions and a lot of poison, including the cost of purchasing the skill book, he had less than 10 gold coins. This black-hearted drugstore profiteer could sell a bottle of primary mana potion for 2 silver coins. Zhou Ming really felt inferior to him. Haha, I'm afraid that you will collapse when I come next time. Zhou Ming smiled coldly and left. Next time I come back to this small town, if I don't turn it upside down, I won't be called Zhou. Suddenly, a light screen with a regional announcement appeared. Qingshan Yuzhe, dear brothers, I have reached a consensus with the Tyrant, Fireworks, and Feishan guilds to jointly attack the Flame-Winged Tiger. Brothers who are interested can come and participate. The benefits depend entirely on your ability. Big event, Boss Qingshan has intervened strongly and is working with the 3 major guilds to capture the Flame-Winged Tiger. Brothers, go and support them. Suddenly, players wandering around the town took action upon hearing the news. Did those people really agree to Qingshan Yizhe's request and fight together on Gufeng Mountain? Zhou Ming was somewhat surprised. I thought that group of people would fight to the death, but I didn't expect them to reach a consensus so quickly. Yes, I completed the mission at Lone Wind Mountain. They should have noticed it. But Zhou Ming quickly figured out the key. It was probably because I completed the task that those people felt a sense of crisis. No, I have to hurry over. That tiger is my movable property. No one is allowed to get their hands on it. Zhou Ming had originally planned to practice his skills, but at this moment he immediately changed his mind, turned on stealth, and headed for Lone Wind Mountain. On the way, he took the time to connect to the live broadcast platform to see the situation in other towns. Sure enough, other towns have also started to attack the silver-level boss. After watching for a while, Zhou Ming turned off the live broadcast. If his guess is correct, after defeating the silver boss, copies will start to appear in the game, and there will be another wave of competition to be the first to clear the copy. When Zhou Ming passed through the jungle in front of the mountain, he saw a crowd of people surging down the mountain in the distance, and more people ran out from various parts of the jungle and rushed over there. And at the top of the mountain, the sound of killing was boiling. Qingshan was still leading a group of independent players, and the people from the Beidao, Huahuo, and Feishan guilds were divided into 4 groups, fighting fiercely with the monsters on the mountain. Among them, the elite team led by Qingshan Yizhe, Beiki Wushuan, Swamigi and Feishan Little Prince advanced the fastest, while the others were a little slower and were killing their way towards Lonely Wind Cliff little by little. No one is allowed to touch my property. Zhou Ming chose a direction where there were relatively fewer people and went up the mountain from the side. He started sneaking, and soon he passed countless people and reached the mountainside. There were too many monsters on the mountain, and the huge noise especially alarmed countless monsters. Many people who wanted to join in the fun were stopped. Even some of the elites from the 4 major groups that were the main fighting force were obstructed by monsters and temporarily left the team. It's not that Beiki Wushuan and others don't want to clean up along the way, but the closer they get to the top of the mountain, the denser the monsters are. Once they stop, more monsters will attack and harass them endlessly. This situation is more obvious when entering the mountaintop area, especially near Lone Wind Cliff. After reaching the top of the mountain, Zhou Ming used the old method, combining stealth and spider silk skills, to escape unhindered towards the Lone Wind Cliff. Finally, Zhou Ming stopped about 200 meters away from Solitary Wind Cliff. Ahead, the roars of beasts and the shouts of players merged into one. Chapter 19. Call out. Zhou Ming shot out a spider silk while in stealth mode, and jumped lightly onto a nearby big tree. Pushing aside the branches that blocked his view, he saw the battle scene ahead. quite intense. The flame-winged tiger, its 8 bronze-level tiger guards, and many goblins, silver-scaled serpents, forest apes and other types of monsters all went out. Zhou Ming saw a tall blue-skinned goblin, his body wrapped in frost and cold air. With a wave of his hand, he shot out ice cones, freezing the warriors and shield guards in front of him into ice sculptures or putting them into a frost-slowed state. That's the bronze-level boss Frost Goblin. There were also giant snakes with waists thicker than buckets. They raised their heads high and silver poisonous needles flew out of their mouths. Anyone who was hit by them would fall into a state of poisoning and die one after another. That's the bronze-level boss Silver-Scaled Snake King. One by one, the bosses, following the call of the flame-winged tiger, frantically attacked the players together with the 8 tiger guards. The players were divided into 4 groups, with the largest number of individual players still led by Qing Shan, about 500 people. The total number of people in the 3 guilds of Beidao, Huahuo, and Feishan is only about 1,000. Of course, the 3 guilds would not have just this few people, they only selected high-level people to come and attack the boss. They commanded in different levels, and the coordination between the teams was in good order. Although the monsters attacked fiercely, they were blocked again and again, and there was constant fire support from the rear. On the other hand, Qing Shan is still here, and there are many people who are here temporarily, which leads to unskilled coordination and the frequency of casualties is obviously higher. But overall, monsters die more often. Because in these groups, many people have already learned level 5 or even level 10 skills, and their strength has been qualitatively improved. Especially for priests, the 5th and 10th level skills include small group health recovery, shields, enhanced defense and other functions, allowing priests to play a much greater role than before. In terms of output, the mages have become more ferocious after learning new skills. Therefore, although the monsters are ferocious, the players are not afraid at all. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from behind the monster, full of majesty and terrifying. I saw a figure spreading its wings and coming, the flame-winged tiger attacked. It flew into the air, flames all over its body, like a ball of fire cloud. Immediately, a pillar of blazing fire fell from the sky, sweeping across the crowd in front. Pastor, please pay attention! Beiki Wushuan and others shouted in unison. Oink oink! One by one, blood recovery skills and defensive light shields fall on the shield guard in front. At the same time, the shield guards raised their shields, used their defensive skills, and resisted desperately. Boom! The flames exploded. The monsters underground took the opportunity to attack, and some of the front row players fell down immediately. Attack! Instantly, red fireballs, green wind blades, and azure energy arrows rushed into the air, dazzling. -17. -15. -16. Boom boom boom. The flame-winged tiger was attacked intensively and was forced to land on the ground. Zhou Ming also saw the attributes of the flame-winged tiger at this time. Flame-winged tiger LV-15. Rank, Silver Boss. HP 280000. Attack power 1540. Spell power, 1510. Skills, Fire Element Attack, Flame Pillar, Fireball Burst, Wind and Fire Blade, Low Altitude Flight, Flame Tail Whip, Wind and Fire Blast, Rage. Description: the King of Lonely Wind Mountain hates strangers entering his territory. As soon as the flame-winged tiger enters the battlefield, it releases wind and fire blades and fireballs. I saw red flames combined with strong winds, cutting through the battlefield, and fireballs exploding. Boom! Players are forced to retreat. Elite meat shields, step out. Entangle the flaming winged tiger. Following a few shouts, well-equipped shield guards and warriors rushed out from the 4 camps. These people were assembled before Tyranny Wushuan and his men attacked. They were excellent human shields in each camp, and they had only one mission, to entangle the flame-winged tiger. Otherwise, if the fiery winged tiger is allowed to run rampant, no matter how many people there are, they will not be able to withstand it. The elite meat shield team attacked, and together with the priest team that took special care of them, they managed to stop the flame-winged tiger. The rest of the people took the opportunity to attack bronze-level bosses such as the 8 tiger guards and the frost goblin. It is useless to deal with the monsters. As long as the flame-winged tiger is not dead, other monsters will continue to emerge from everywhere to support. However, after the bronze-level boss dies, it cannot be refreshed for a short period of time, so players can concentrate on killing the flame-winged tiger. Sure enough, as the movements of the flame-winged tiger were restricted, the situation began to stabilize. Well, I should act now. At this point, Zhou Ming was finally sure it was safe. Now that monsters like the flame-winged tiger are being besieged, there's no need for him to hide so far away. It would be more convenient for him to get closer and cause trouble. Zhou Ming climbed down the tree and sneaked away. Finally, he stopped 20 meters away from the players' camp, still choosing to hide in a tree with his spider silk to ensure that he would not be attacked by passing monsters. Then, a burst of energy burst out from his body, twisting it into a human form, the clone technique. You, go to work. Zhou Ming controlled his clone to perform stealth. The clone shot out a spider silk that swung far away. As soon as it landed, it hurriedly ran towards the camp where Qing Shan was still, and successfully blended in. Because King Shan's camp is still full of individual players and does not reject outsiders at all. From time to time during the battle, people rushed up from the mountainside to join in, so no one suspected Zhou Ming at all. Just like that, Zhou Ming's clone mixed in with the crowd and rushed to the front row. The clone can only exist for 3 minutes. Zhou Ming's goal is to use this time to get close to the flame-winged tiger and steal its things. Why not go in person? Needless to say, it's too dangerous. Now on the battlefield, players can start cooperation mode with each other. In this mode, players' attacks will only be effective on monsters, and there will be no accidental injuries. But there are a large number of monsters, and attacks from various monsters are flying around in the field. Once Zhou Ming is hit, his stealth will be exposed, and death will probably be waiting for him. However, there is no such concern when using clones to implement the plan. The clone can die at will, and he doesn't feel bad at all. Moreover, the stealing skill is not an attack skill, unlike other skills whose effects are related to its own attributes. Even if the clone has only half the attributes of the original body, it will not affect the success rate of stealing. In this situation, using a clone to steal the boss is absolutely the most appropriate. Qing Shan is still there. Baqi Wushuan and others never dreamed that, unknowingly, an existence beyond imagination had infiltrated the player's base camp. When the clone reaches the front row, half of the duration is left. Sneak. The clone starts stealth. Because there were many thieves in the field, no one was suspicious of his stealth. Then, Zhou Ming saw circles of light emitting strange light on the ground in front of him. That was a trap set by the hunters to help the meat shield resist the impact of monsters. In addition, there were many thief players of the same profession as Zhou Ming who went into stealth mode, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Under the effect of Zhou Ming's eye of true vision, the invisible thieves and traps on the ground were all visible to him. So Zhou Ming easily passed the front row and brushed past many invisible thieves without alarming anyone. On the battlefield, melee professions such as swordsmen, warriors, shield guards, and thieves fight fiercely with monsters. Zhou Ming ignored it all. He carefully avoided places with lots of monsters and players and ran towards a golden red flame figure. That is exactly where the flame-winged tiger is. At this time, there are still 10 seconds of stealth time. Chapter 20. Finally, with only a few seconds left in stealth, Zhou Ming broke through and got behind the flame-winged tiger. He stood still 4 meters away, and while the opponent was entangled in many close combats, he stretched out his little hand. Who says you can't touch a tiger's butt? I love to touch it. Theft. Fail. It failed. Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment. To be honest, ever since his stealing level broke through the 40th level, Zhou Ming rarely encountered situations where he could not steal anything. It is indeed a silver level boss, the grade bonus is not to be underestimated. At the moment when the theft failed, the body of the flaming winged tiger trembled suddenly and turned back. When Zhou Ming met the golden pupils, he felt his hair stand on end. Can it see me? No, it should be based on intuition. Swish! While Zhou Ming was thinking, he saw the tiger's tail flick, turning into a flaming whip that lashed towards him with incredible swiftness. Disappear! Zhou Ming made a prompt decision and removed the clone. Anyway, the clone's duration is running out, so there's no need to keep it. Bang! The flaming whip did not hit Zhou Ming, but hit an unlucky swordsman nearby, killing him instantly. Call! In the distance, Zhou Ming himself was hiding in a tree and let out a sigh of relief. The silver level boss really cannot be underestimated. But, I'm in the dark and you're in the light. How many times can you withstand my theft? With an evil smile, Zhou Ming quietly waited for the next opportunity to attack. There is no way, the cooldown time of the clone technique is very long, up to 10 minutes. Of course, due to his talent effect, the cooldown time of the clone skill is shortened to 5 minutes, but it is still a bit long. But Zhou Ming has plenty of time. At this time, the players have not yet concentrated their fire on the flame-winged tiger and are still in the stage of killing the bronze-level boss. At this rate, it will take at least half an hour to finish the cleaning. Even if all the bronze-level bosses are dead, the flame-winged tiger is still not easy to kill. The professions that can effectively and stably cause output in the field are mainly archers and mages. There are only about 700 people in these two professions, and some of them have to be assigned to attack monsters to relieve the pressure on others. After a round of concentrated fire, it is estimated that only 2,000 to 3,000 of the boss's health can be reduced. After that, both the mage and the archer will have to enter skill cooldown. Professions such as warriors and shield guards mainly play a restraining role, and their output is almost negligible. Swordsmen and thieves need to choose the right time to attack, otherwise they will basically die if they are hit by the boss, which greatly limits their attack capabilities. Even if things go smoothly, after defeating the bronze-level boss, it will take at least another hour to kill the flame-winged tiger. So Zhou Ming was not in a hurry at all. He even connected to the live broadcast platform to check the situation in other towns while waiting for his clone skill to recover. In Wushan town, the Stingy guild is leading the attack on the poisonous corpse lich boss in the Wushan underground palace. Come and watch. In Qingchuan town, the Minjiao Pavilion Guild is leading the siege of the silver-level boss Green-Winged Wolf. Come and watch. As soon as he entered the Douyu platform, Zhou Ming saw the live broadcast titles related to strategies for conquering boss. He chose a live broadcast room to enter. This is the live broadcast room under the name of Stingy Guild, and it is currently broadcasting the scene of the President Stingy Mingzhu joining forces with other small guilds to attack the boss. There is also a commentator in the live broadcast room, with the game screen played in the front, and a man and a woman discussing game-related content on the side. The man is one of the leaders of the Starry Night Guild, Starry Night Liu Guang. The woman is a contracted anchor of the Douyu platform and is very beautiful. Because the game Shenqi is so popular, Douyu has specially trained a number of anchors. When the major guilds are attacking the boss, these anchors will be airborne into the live broadcast rooms of each guild to cooperate and increase popularity. When Zhou Ming came in, the female anchor was just asking Stingy Liu Huo. For this strategy, Stingy Guild seems to have made sufficient preparations. They should be full of confidence, right? Starry Night, yes, we must take down the poison lich this time, because it is related to the first pass of the dungeon. Female anchor, instances? There are no instances in the game yet. Does Stingy already know the clues to the instances? Stingy Liu Huo, that's right. If our analysis is correct, defeating the corpse poison lich will give you the key to enter the dungeon deep in the Wushan underground palace. Welcome all friends to come to the live broadcast room to watch and witness Stingy win the first pass of the dungeon. Female anchor, it's really exciting. As a veteran guild, Stingy will surely show its prowess in divine revelation this time. Zhou Ming watched for a while, exited the live broadcast room, and entered another live broadcast room to watch. The content of other live broadcast rooms is similar, either playing or broadcasting the scenes of boss strategies, or discussions related to this. It is now the third day since the game was released. All the towns discovered traces of the copy at the same time, and began a fierce race. Whoever kills the silver level boss first will not only get the first silver level kill, but also be able to enter the dungeon first, and even get the first pass through the dungeon. Since no one has been able to clear the dungeon yet, this dungeon must be the first in the world, and its value can be imagined. Soon, Zhou Ming disconnected from the platform and his eyes became serious. The clone technique. The magic power surged and turned into a clone. Go ahead. The same scene happened again. The clone sneaked and blended into the crowd. With the experience from last time, Zhou Ming was able to control his clone more flexibly. This time, it only took him 2 minutes to get his clone over the numerous obstacles and reach the vicinity of the flame-winged tiger. Just in time, the cooldown of stealth was over. Zhou Ming mixed in with the players, turned on stealth, and quickly got behind the boss. Ah, this sexy tiger's butt, if you don't touch it a few times, it would be a waste of God's gift. Brother Hu, I'm here to see you again. Zhou Ming stretched out his little hand and started stealing. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get hidden equipment flame blade, gold level, x1. Stolen it. That's right, my stealing success rate is 70%. Zhou Ming was very excited. This time I got a gold level equipment. It's so cool. Roar. The fiery winged tiger that was fighting suddenly roared, its eyes filled with intense anger. It was stolen. A damn thief stole its things during the chaos. Boom. The flaming winged tiger's wings flashed, and flaming wind blades raged, forcing the people in front to retreat. Its tail was raised high, and then it was yanked down suddenly, turning into a 20-meter-long flaming whip that swept backwards. Brother Tiger, calm down. The torture has just begun. It won't be fun if you collapse now. Zhou Ming had anticipated this and immediately lay down on the ground, just in time to avoid the attack, thinking it was really fun. Bang bang bang. The flaming whip didn't hit him, but several meat shields at the back were unlucky. They were all hit in the chest and screamed in pain. The powerful attack had a flaming effect. If it weren't for the shield cast by the priest, they would have been in danger. Fortunately, there were more than one group of meat shields responsible for entanglement with the flame-winged tiger. People from all 4 camps were sent to participate, and another team was immediately sent to replace them. Chapter 21. After the fiery winged tiger attacked, it turned around and spit out fireballs from its mouth. The anger in its eyes did not disappear. Although it couldn't see the person who attacked from behind, as a powerful silver boss, its intuition told it that the guy was not dead yet. Damn it! The flame-winged tiger could only vent its anger indiscriminately. Zhou Ming huddled on the ground and dodged carefully. When his stealing skill was restored, he rushed forward desperately. Theft. Fail. It doesn't matter, we'll have next time. As he attacked again, the flame-winged tiger immediately noticed it and became so angry that flames burst out all over his body. That damn thief is still there. Unfortunately, he was being entangled by someone and couldn't see the thief at all, so he had no way to deal with him. Do you think this boss seems very angry? Some players vaguely felt that something was wrong. Nonsense, a bunch of robbers came to your house, would you be angry? But soon, his doubts were dispelled by his companions. Yes, if I were besieged, I would definitely be furious. In this way, except for the flame-winged tiger, no one noticed Zhou Ming's existence. 10 seconds later, he attacked again. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get equipment x1. You get 1 gold coin. Ha 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 ha, success, success again. And I did steal 2 items, but it's a pity that the other one was gold coins, otherwise it would have been a huge profit. 3 minutes were about to pass, and Zhou Ming chose to make his clone disappear. It's comfortable. On the other side, Zhou Ming's real body was grinning slyly. I was just a little lazy and just wanted to make a little money to support my family. Who knew I would get gold level equipment? You say, this is so embarrassing. Count the harvest. Zhou Ming happily opened his backpack and checked it. The first thing that caught my eye was a glittering short sword with a golden flame luster. Flame blade. Type, short knife, weapon. Grade, gold. Attributes, attack power plus 500, attack speed plus 30%. Additional effect, the attack deals 300 points of fire damage. Additional skills, flame slash, concentrate the power of flames and cut out an 80-meter-long flaming blade, causing 3000 plus 180% of the attack power in fire damage to the target, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Required level, LV15. What the hell? NB. NB plus. 500 attack power, with fire damage and a range attack skill. Ha 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 ha, who else? At this moment, Lao Zhou was so happy that he was flying. Unfortunately, this weapon cannot be used until you reach level 15. He looked at another piece of equipment. Lone Wind King Waist Guard. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Health plus 1300, Agility plus 30. Additional effect, when fighting alone, deal plus 10% damage. Required level, LV15. That's right. When you reach level 15, I'll replace the original belt and weapon. Zhou Ming was very satisfied. Next, just wait for the clone technique to recover. Time passes by. The situation on the battlefield has changed a bit. The Frost Goblin boss, which had been casting spells, was finally the first to fall under the attacks of the players. The players' pressure was immediately reduced a lot. At this time, Zhou Ming's clone technique had cooled down again. The clone technique. The clone goes out again and continues stealing. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get 1 primary life potion. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get the item Flame Tiger Fur times 1. Roar. The flaming winged tiger leaps into a rage. Brother Tiger, calm down. I'll dare you next time. Zhou Ming dodged the attacks while grinning slyly. Stealing failed, skill proficiency plus 10. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get equipment times 1, gold coin times 1. Brother Tiger, hold on. We still rely on you to make a fortune. You can't fall down. In this way, Zhou Ming relied on his clones and many players as distractions and aids, and he happily carried out wave after wave of thefts. Because he always made his clone disappear in stealth mode, no one noticed that there was a thief who often appeared around the boss and stole. Finally, with a wail, the last bronze-level tiger guard fell. Players are ready to launch a killing operation against the flame-winged tiger. At this time, one of Zhou Ming's clones also reached out to the flame-winged tiger again in stealth mode. Hey, brother Hu, I'm sorry to bother you again. Theft starts. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get hidden equipment, flying fire meteor boots, gold level, x1. Another hidden item? 2 pieces. This is a good thing specially prepared for the first kill of boss. It's awesome. Zhou Ming was so happy that he went crazy. The body of the flame-winged tiger that was fighting suddenly trembled. Roar. The next second, an extremely angry roar filled the forest. Tip: the flame wing tiger is strongly stimulated, stimulating its hidden potential and becoming more aggressive. Please be careful. FK, what's going on? The players were all a little confused when they heard this prompt. But then I saw the flaming winged tiger flying into the air, with flames all over its body bursting out like a small sun. The next second, wind and fire converged and transformed into a thicker pillar of fire that swept across the field. Get out of the way! At this moment, the commanders of each team shouted frantically. Obviously, the boss's attack this time is more ferocious than before. Withdraw! The elite meat shields are well trained and take action immediately. But the pillar of fire was faster. Boom! -2332. -2291. Wherever the fire pillar passes, no matter if it is a tank or a squishy, they will all be killed instantly. This also includes Zhou Ming's clone. The players were in a panic and countless people were killed or injured in a short period of time. But after the fire pillar raged, under the command of Qingshan Yizhao and the three guild leaders, the players reorganized their offensive and killed them. This time, without the obstruction of many bronze-level bosses, the flame-winged tiger was hit repeatedly. Countless arrow rains and spells intertwined in the air to form a dazzling net, covering and bombarding continuously. -13. -16. -18. Although the damage of each attack is not high, the ants bite the elephant to death, and after a round of bombardment, you can see that the boss's health is significantly reduced. Come on, brothers! This tiger is nothing to be afraid of. Seeing this, the players' confidence surged and they worked even harder. The flame-winged tiger rushed through the crowd, but was unable to escape the entanglement of many shield guards, warriors, swordsmen, and thieves. In addition, there are many hunters who are waiting for opportunities to set traps around. As long as the flame-winged tiger steps on them, they will be slowed down, imprisoned, and controlled. Even though the control time was short, it caused it a lot of trouble. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before players kill it, the only difference is that more people will be sacrificed. Chapter 22. There is indeed strength in numbers. Even such a powerful boss can do nothing about it. In the distance, Zhou Ming, who was hiding behind the crowd, couldn't help but sigh. Then he withdrew his gaze and opened the backpack. A pair of sparkling boots came into view, with sparks flashing from time to time, which looked great. Fire Meteor Boots. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Movement Speed plus 200, Dodge plus 150, Agility plus 40. Additional effect, Fire Resistance plus 300, reduces 300 fire element damage. Additional skills, Flying Fire Meteor, fly like a flaming meteor to any position within 100 meters, with a cooling time of 3 minutes. Required level, LV15. Woohoo, take off! This equipment actually comes with a super powerful displacement skill. As a thief, he really likes it. Brother Tiger is awesome, Brother Tiger is mighty, Brother Tiger is magnanimous. Zhou Ming was so excited. Next, he continued to lurk, constantly sending out clones to steal. Maybe it was because of the abnormal state of the boss, but Zhou Ming's subsequent stealing success rate was significantly lower. Moreover, as a silver-level boss, Zhou Ming actually began to steal bronze-level items from it, or just potions, gold coins and the like. Could it be that this guy has been made poor by his own tricks? Zhou Ming couldn't help but think. But overall, he was very satisfied. Didn't you see that the people in front of you worked so hard but got nothing so far? You have already made a huge profit. So, Zhou Ming took a leisurely attitude and slowly sent out his clones to act. As time goes by, the flame-winged tiger's health is getting lower and lower. I don't know how much time passed. Zhou Ming suddenly heard a hint. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get the special item Flame Core X1. Zhou Ming suddenly perked up. Suddenly, flames surged in front of them, and the flaming winged tiger roared to the sky. What the hell? Zhou Ming vaguely felt that it was related to him. Hurry up and open the backpack to check. Flame core. Type, intermediate material. Effect, contains rich fire element energy and has many uses such as medicine, chain metal, power energy, etc. I understand. This thing must be very important to it, so it must be very angry. Zhou Ming suddenly understood. Then, a prompt sounded, confirming his guess. Tip, the flame-winged tiger loses its mind due to extreme anger and activates its rage skill. Its attributes will skyrocket in the next 3 minutes, and it will fall into a weak state afterwards. Please be careful. FK, the boss is going berserk. Hold on, brothers. Once we get through this wave, victory will be ours. Seeing the boss going berserk, the players were both scared and excited. After all, that was a silver-level boss, and the first kill was likely to reveal higher-level equipment, that is, gold equipment. But the flame-winged tiger proved with its actions that it was a little too early for the players to be happy. It flew into the air, flapping its wings, and blades of wind and fire swept in all directions. This time, the boss's attack is more powerful, and the attack range and strength have increased dramatically. Boom! The flame wind blades cut through, and even though the priests tried their best to protect them, dozens of tanks were still killed instantly. Then, 5 pillars of fire, a long whip of fire, and many fireballs fell from the sky. Withdraw! Avoid its sharp edge first. It's so fierce. Suddenly, fire flashed in the players' camp, heat waves surged, and the light of death flashed one after another. It's scary. Zhou Ming hid behind and ate melons, gloating over other people's misfortune. However, although the boss is powerful, the time interval between its skills is very long. After a round of violent bombardment, the total number of players was reduced by almost 1/3. Next is the players' counter-attack round. The wizard holds up his staff, chants incantations, and casts spells. Archers all drew their bows, and armor-piercing arrows, shock arrows, and chain arrows came one after another. Boom! Boom! The charging figure of the fiery winged tiger was immediately blocked. And in the berserk state, its defense decreases, and the player's output becomes higher. Brothers, go! The players' eyes sparkled and they were all excited. Swordsmen, thieves, and even hunters rushed forward recklessly to replace some of the sacrificed meat shields and contain the boss. For a moment, the sound of killing shook the sky. 3 minutes are about to pass. The flame-winged tiger's skills were partially restored, and it immediately launched a counterattack again. This time, the number of players was reduced by nearly a quarter. But the boss has entered a weakened state. Its breath was weak, its movement speed was greatly reduced, and it could no longer fly. And the blood volume is less than 50,000. Players feel victory is just around the corner. Brothers, charge! The first kill is mine. Whoever has the ability can take it. I'm going first. Suddenly, the players' morale was high. The flaming winged tiger roared and fought back, and every time its flaming claws fell, someone would die. But everyone could see that it was just the boss's dying struggle. No matter how powerful you were before, you will soon become a fish on the chopping board. At this moment, Zhou Ming, who had been keeping his hands to himself, suddenly looked stern. He no longer released his clones, but instead focused all his attention, ready to strike at any time. He also had his eyes on this first kill of the boss. Soon, the boss's health dropped to around 20,000. Action! Zhou Ming quickly appeared and rushed to the back of the crowd. The clone technique. 1 original body and 1 clone rushed towards the guild members of Beidao and Feishan respectively. According to Zhou Ming's observation, these 2 guilds have the most surviving priests and mages, so they should be targeted first. Dude, you've gone the wrong way. Seeing Zhou Ming running towards him quickly, a player from the tyrannical guild asked in confusion. He thought Zhou Ming was the one who stayed in Qingshan and had taken the wrong road. Guilds are not individual groups, their members' names are not hidden and have specific prefixes. Faced with the man's question, Zhou Ming said nothing and answered directly with action. A flash of knife light passed by. Laugh. The player died instantly. First blood. Zhou Ming rushed towards the enemy with a knife in hand. FK. This BD attacked us. Someone is making trouble, stop him. A scream suddenly rang out from behind the tyrannical guild. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming turned into a phantom and rushed out 10 meters in an instant. Along the way, a black blade light was left behind. Chi chi chi. The blade passed through the place where the phantom rushed, slashing those fragile mages and priests. -987. -440, poison damage. -991. -440. In an instant, a series of damage occurred, and the players who were attacked died one after another. The blade of Zhou Ming's knife has been coated with the deadly poison of the spotted venom gland, which will last for 10 minutes. Combined with skills and your own attack power, killing squishy enemies is not too easy. At this time, there was also a commotion coming from the Feishan Guild. It was obvious that the clone was starting to cause trouble for them. Chapter 23. What's going on? Beiki Wushuan was in front of the guild crowd. He noticed the movement behind him and asked in a deep voice. Boss, someone attacked us, they must be planning to steal the boss. The domineering little silver spear shouted beside him, it's that damn mysterious brother. Take your men and kill him immediately. This is a critical moment, and we must not let him disturb us. Yes. The domineering little silver spear hurriedly led his men to the rear. At this moment, Zhou Ming killed more than a dozen squishy heroes in one strike. The surrounding players were all frightened and dodged in panic. A hole. A meat shield player arrived first, holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, and launched a shield guard's punishment at Zhou Ming. This is a control and damaging skill of the shield guard. Once hit, there is a chance of being stunned. But as soon as the shield guard's hammer struck down, Zhou Ming dodged mysteriously. Backstab. Zhou Ming appeared behind him and stabbed him in the back. -4120, backstab critical hit. -440, poison damage. Backstab attack, 100% critical hit. Coupled with the effect of Zhou Ming's equipment, this attack caused extremely terrifying damage, instantly killing the shield guard. Oh my god! There were cries of surprise from the crowd, apparently frightened by Zhou Ming's injury. Who are you and why are you attacking us? No, he is the mysterious guy, there is no doubt about it, this guy finally showed up. Mysterious brother. At this time, Beidao Xiaoqiang and his men rushed over in a hurry. So you are that hateful and sinister villain. The domineering little silver spear glared at Zhou Ming, surround him. Zhou Ming smiled coldly upon hearing this, and suddenly disappeared. Be careful, he's invisible. Don't panic. The domineering little silver spear shouted, Mage, open your magic eye, archers, shoot your scout arrows. Demon Eye and Reconnaissance Arrow are both first-level appearance skills, which can be learned by mages and archers when they reach level 10. Suddenly, arrows of light and strange demon eyes composed of magic power appeared in the sky. I see you, et. Just when Xiao Yunqiang and the others thought that mysterious brother would be exposed under the illumination of his revealing skill, reality slapped them hard in the face. The other party did not show up. Zhou Ming's stealth has been upgraded many times and has long gone beyond the scope of first-level skills. The magic eye and reconnaissance arrows can't deal with him at all. This is unscientific. The domineering little silver spear was stunned. Those ranged players who were about to release control skills and who were recovering from the panic and preparing to release spells and shoot arrows were also confused. Ah! Suddenly, a scream broke out from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a priest turned into white light and died. They only had time to see a flash of black blade light, but did not see the person who made the move. But Zhou Ming took advantage of the confusion of the group of people and went around to the group of priests and slaughtered them. Each of his sword strikes can trigger a stealth-breaking attack, causing massive damage. Not only priests, mages, and archers, but also some thieves who were smart enough to sneak in and wait for an opportunity were spotted by Zhou Ming's true vision and killed one after another. Every time he killed a squishy target instantly, the shadow kill effect took effect. Zhou Ming remained invisible and these people had no way to deal with him. Everyone, pay attention. Once the mysterious brother makes a move, attack in that direction. We have a cooperative mode with each other, so there will be no accidental injuries. At the critical moment, the domineering little silver spear gave orders loudly. Immediately, spells and arrows flew towards the place where the teammates died. But Zhou Ming had anticipated this, and every time he killed someone he would immediately change his position while remaining invisible. He has all the points added to his agility, and when he's stealthed, his speed is unmatched, and those people's random attacks can't touch him at all. At this time, Fei Tian's clone also went into stealth, harassing the ranged players like a guerrilla fighter. In addition to Zhou Ming's disruption, Tyranny's rear suffered heavy casualties and fell into chaos, resulting in a lack of firepower to attack the boss. The flaming winged tigers in front took the opportunity to retaliate and launched a massive counterattack. The situation suddenly became a little unpredictable. Beiki Wushuan, what are you doing? Feishan and Beidao, what are you guys up to right now? Noticing the anomaly, Swamigi and Qing Shan continued to question through friend messages. Beiki Wushuan, it's that mysterious guy, he's harassing us. Flying little prince, that guy is so disgusting, he is always invisible, I don't know how he does it. It's him. Blood Rose's face turned cold, and she said decisively, don't worry about him, let's concentrate our forces to kill the boss. It's easy for you to say, but that guy is like a devil. He can kill even human shields in seconds. People on my side keep dying. Suddenly, the whole situation began to get out of control. Especially on the Beidao side, there were constant riots and it was impossible to stabilize the situation through command. In the chaos, the domineering little silver spear was killed by Zhou Ming. The rear of the tyrant is in complete chaos, and everyone is in danger. Zhou Ming was also gradually approaching the front while killing people. Catch the leader first, kill the domineering Wushuan first, the group of dragons is leaderless, let's see how you play. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming fled forward in stealth mode. In this chaotic situation, another benefit of the shadow kill skill is revealed. The duration of the stealth skill has long passed, but the effect of shadow kill has given more extra stealth time. Even if an accident happened now and Zhou Ming was exposed, he could immediately sneak into invisibility without fear of being exposed. For the thief profession, shadow kill is simply a magical skill. Seeing the chaos in the rear, Beiki Wushuanjian was completely unable to organize an effective attack. He could only give up the boss in frustration and turn back with a group of elite backbones. As a result, I happened to meet Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming immediately went behind him and backstabbed him. Beiki Wushuan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Die. Zhou Ming was like the god of death making his judgment. -3988. -440. Backstab plus 100% critical hit, even the domineering Wushuan with all the top-grade equipment can only fall down with hatred. Zhou Ming disappeared again. The boss is dead. Mysterious brother, this perennial loser is so disgusting. Who's going to take charge? When everyone was in panic, there were changes ahead. Due to the lack of the tyrannical's firepower, the flame-winged tiger found an opportunity, and with a wind and fire impact it broke through the front row and rushed into the tyrannical crowd. Suddenly, flames burst out, waves of flames surged, and countless people were killed and injured. This is so lively. Zhou Ming laughed heartily and quickly retreated to the periphery. He continued to hunt down the squishy players, killing them one by one, enjoying the killing. Catch up with the boss. During the chaos of the tyrannical guild, Blood Rose and Qing Shan were still holding on and attacking the boss. Seeing that the boss only had more than 10,000 health points left, they hurriedly led people to chase after him. On the Feishan Guild's side, because the duration of Zhou Ming's clone had ended, they also reorganized their offensive and rushed over. Well done! When Zhou Ming saw this scene, he gave up on the bully and joined the Feishan Guild. In the crowd, the Flying Prince and his sister, the Flying Princess, were completely unaware of the approaching danger. The Flying Prince held up an exquisite silver staff, preparing to cast a spell. Beside him, his sister, the Flying Princess, was shooting an arrow. Suddenly, a black blade flashed. Laugh! The Flying Prince's health bar disappeared instantly, and his entire body turned into white light. Ah! The Flying Princess and the people around her were startled. They immediately realized that the devil had attacked again. Run! Damn it, boss is gone, mysterious brother is really not a human, he is a devil. A large group of people fell into chaos. Zhou Ming came behind the Flying Princess in the chaos. Haha, my sister's neck is so white and tender, it must be cut. With an evil smile, Zhou Ming's blade slashed across the little beauty's throat. Die! The flying little princess also turned into white light and disappeared. Without a leader, the Feishan Guild fell into chaos. Chapter 24. The flame-winged tiger suddenly noticed that the enemy's offensive was greatly reduced. It fought back desperately, the player camp gradually lost control, and the light of death kept shining in the field. Seeing this, Zhou Ming changed direction again and went around to Qing Shan, where he was still with the fireworks guild. Sister, the flying little prince and his sister are dead too. In the fireworks camp, Fireworks Sword Dance said anxiously. She is a good friend of the flying princess and has already heard the news. Mysterious brother is such a jerk. He wants to throw us into chaos and fish in troubled waters. Blood Rose frowned at this moment, looking at the flame-winged tiger that was still killing in the field, her eyes full of unwillingness. Now without the firepower of Tyrant and Feishan, the boss's remaining health is still not reduced. Elder sister. When Blood Rose was hesitating, her sister suddenly screamed and was killed by a surprise attack. Brother Mysterious, you are going too far. Our three guilds will never let you go. Blood Rose has always been steady, but at this moment her defense was broken. After playing games for so long, this was the first time she felt so disgusted by someone. She couldn't bear it. But what answered her was still the silent light of a knife, which sent her directly back to Maple Leaf Town. The Fireworks Guild also fell into chaos. All efforts have been in vain. Noticing the movements of the Fireworks Guild, Qing Shan immediately understood the reason. He sighed deeply and said to the people around him, "We can't kill this boss today, let's leave quickly." "Boss, you are kidding, right?" A player who was very convinced by him said in surprise. "Mysterious brother is too troublesome. He killed tyrannical Wushuan and others. The next target will definitely be me. If I don't leave, I will die." After saying that, he left decisively. Seeing this, those who followed him hesitated for a few seconds, and quite a number of them made the same choice. Qing Shan is still here, not only leaving, but also issuing a regional announcement. "Qing Shan Yuzhe, mysterious brother, you have great skills. I admire you. I don't want the boss anymore. Please let me go. Thank you so much." This announcement immediately caused a chain reaction. Many people who still had illusions about the boss became discouraged and turned around to run for their lives. Even Qing Shan still has given up on such people, so why are they still struggling? This guy is really decisive. He is worthy of being able to compete with the three guilds. He has something. Zhou Ming, who was about to assassinate Qing Shan, showed an appreciative look. He changed his mind and turned to assassinate those players who were still stubborn and tried to snatch the boss from him. Because there was no leader, players were either killed or escaped. There were still more than 300 people left on the field who were unwilling to leave and were still foolishly harassing the boss. None of the remaining survivors dared to approach and stayed far away, fearing that they would be stabbed to death by the mysterious brother. Zhou Ming continued to move, like the god of death wandering around the battlefield, and every time he drew his sword, he would take away one person. "FK, I'm scared. Mysterious brother, you're awesome, I don't want to play anymore. I give in, retreat." After a while, some people were frightened, gave up their unrealistic fantasies, and ran for their lives. Roar! Perhaps it was the sudden change in the situation that gave the flame-winged tiger hope. It had rarely used any skills since it fell into a weakened state, but now it flapped its wings with all its might, releasing 3 pillars of flame. In an instant, flames surged and white light shone. Zhou Ming got too close to the player in order to hunt him. A pillar of fire came at him. He was pulled by a gust of wind, and his speed was greatly reduced. The flames rushed towards him. The power of protection. A brilliant light suddenly burst out from Zhou Ming's body, turning into a barrier that protected his entire body. This is the additional skill of the Maple Leaf Guardian set, the power of protection, which can withstand 5,000 points of damage. What the hell? The players who were far away were fighting against the monsters roaming around while looking down at the lone wind cliff. They were shocked to see 3 pillars of fire engulfing many people. Is that mysterious guy dead too? Soon, the flames dissipated. In the field, the fiery winged tiger had lost all its momentum, and the flames flowing on its body turned into sparks, as if it was exhausted. And within 100 meters around him, there was not a single living person. Just a weird light shield. That was the light of the power of protection. Zhou Ming was not dead. It has to be said that the spell damage of the boss was indeed terrifying, but it only knocked down 4,000 plus shield values, and the barrier of protective power was not broken. However, due to the collision of the attack, Zhou Ming's invisibility has disappeared at this moment. He is the mysterious brother. Good old 6, you hit it so well. Players who were far away turned on the recording function and took the opportunity to record the mysterious brother's figure. Are there only these few people left? What the hell, I'm leaving. Run away, run away. At this time, the players who were lucky enough not to be swept by the pillar of flames were completely frightened and ran away. There was no other way. The boss's counterattack just now killed more than 100 people. The remaining people were not enough for mysterious brother to kill. He still expected to kill the boss. If he didn't escape at this time, he would be a fool. Good opportunity. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed. At this moment, everyone was forced to leave and out of combat. The surrounding monsters were also killed in the previous battle. Now, as long as he kills the boss, he can take all the experience points for himself. Zhou Ming couldn't help but get excited and charged towards the flaming winged tiger. The flame-winged tiger's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and it raised its tiger paw to slap Zhou Ming who was rushing towards it. Call. A gust of wind pressure is coming. Even in a weakened state, this boss's attack power is still very strong. A flash of phantom. As Zhou Ming rushed forward, his body turned into a phantom and flashed out, not only avoiding the attack, but also cutting along the side of the boss. -558. -390, toxin damage, reduced by boss resistance. In the first blow of the fight, Zhou Ming's attack seemed insignificant. After all, the boss still has about 10,000 HP left. But he didn't care, because the blade had just cut into the body and had already poisoned the boss. Even if the damage is reduced by resistance, the poison of the spotted venom gland can make the boss lose 50 points of health per second. Lasts for 60 seconds, which is 3,000 points of damage. And Zhou Ming has other means of attack. Then, the boss turned around in pain and pounced directly at him. Backstab. Zhou Ming dodged and jumped behind the flaming winged tiger, then stabbed it with his backhanded knife. -3774. -390. The defense of the boss was greatly reduced in a weakened state, and Zhou Ming's attack, combined with a 100% critical hit rate, caused horrific damage. Then, he jumped lightly and went into stealth in the air. The boss can only be attacked randomly, but you can't hit him. This mysterious guy is so awesome. He alone has firmly grasped the flame-winged tiger. It's so unfair. We fought so hard, but are we going to let him take away the fruits of victory in the end? In the distance, the players who turned on the video recording smiled bitterly. They didn't expect that the mysterious brother would be so strong. At this time, Zhou Ming followed the boss closely in stealth to ensure that the other party would not attack him. Now, he just needs to wait for the backstab to cool down, and then use the combo of breaking the invisibility attack and backstab, and the boss will die. Suddenly, regional notices appeared one after another in front of me. Unparalleled domination, I will never work for Zhou. If you dare to touch the flame-winged tiger, I will definitely destroy you, whether in reality or in the game. Blood rose, no matter how strong you are only one person. Our 3 guilds will join forces to make sure you don't get into trouble. Be smart and hold back the flame-winged tiger. When we arrive, there is still room for maneuver. The little flying prince, name your price, leave the boss to me, and we'll wipe out all grudges. However, Baki Wushuan and others learned about the situation through their own people who stayed at the scene, and they were so anxious that they issued a threatening announcement. As for how they knew Zhou Ming's ID? That's because when Zhou Ming first killed people, he did it openly, and the people he killed naturally knew his ID. How ridiculous! Zhou Ming didn't take their threats seriously at all. Soon, the backstab cooldown was completed. Zhou Ming walked around to the boss and stabbed it in the eye. Break the invisibility with one strike. Without waiting for the boss to react, he leaped onto its back. Backstab. A killer kill. Boom. At this moment, the boss fell heavily, and a series of prompts followed. Chapter 25. You killed the silver-level boss Flame-Wing Tiger LV-15, experience value plus 200,000, reputation plus 1,000. You are the first to kill a silver-level boss, and receive special rewards, free attribute points plus 20, primary mysterious treasure chest times 1. You are the first to reach level 15, ranking first in the server level ranking list. The moment the boss fell, an upgraded light appeared on Zhou Ming's body, flashing continuously. He swallowed up all the experience points by himself, and he was able to level up 5 times, becoming the number 1 player in the server. It's comfortable. He laughed heartily. What he didn't expect was that the flame-winged tiger had not been robbed of all its spoils by him, leaving a small pile of spoils on the ground, which he immediately picked up. You are the first to kill a silver-level boss, triggering a server-wide announcement. Do you want to hide your name? No hiding. Zhou Ming made the decision in a casual manner. After this incident, his appearance and ID must have been discovered, so there was no point in hiding them. Besides, with his current strength, does he need to hide? Dead, the boss is really dead. I am almost bursting with laughter. We all worked so hard and finally became his dowry. Ha 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 ha. Boss Qing Shan and those guild leaders will probably be mad. Someone come and give me a couple of slaps. Is this true? As the boss fell and announcements came out one after another, players had different reactions. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were curious. After all, this Zhou appeared too suddenly, and I had never heard of this person in previous games. At this moment, the players who had recorded the video all connected to the forum and posted. Explosion! Maple Leaf Town's top forces gathered to besiege the Flame-Wing Tiger, and finally a thief took the first kill, and the 3 major guilds became clowns. Who is Zhou, the man who never works for others? The strongest dark horse in Maple Leaf Town. Wushan Town, Wushan Underground Palace. The president of the Zhou Guild, Zhou Ming, leads more than 1,000 players to besiege the silver-level boss Corpse Poison Lich. The battle started from white-hot to the end, and the boss's health entered a dangerous period. In Qingchuan Town, the Minjiao Pavilion Guild is joining forces with other small guilds to besiege the Green-Winged Wolf, and the siege is about to come to an end. Similar scenes were played out in other small towns, and it all depended on who could succeed first. Suddenly, the game announcement resounded throughout the server. Announcement: congratulations to Maple Leaf Town player Never Work for Zhou for being the first to complete the first kill of the silver-level boss and receive a special reward. Announcement: congratulations to the player Never Work for Zhou for being the first to reach level 15 and ranking first. Announcement: level list is now open, and chat channels for all servers are open. These three announcements came like a bolt from the blue, shocking all the players in the town. What? In the Wushan Underground Palace, Starry Night Pearl's beautiful face was filled with surprise. Someone actually got ahead of me? She made so many preparations and spent so much energy, but she still failed. Furthermore, the announcement mentioned an individual, not a team. Could it be that one person killed the boss first? How is this possible? Impossible, there is definitely something wrong here. At this moment, Zhou Ming's mentality exploded. At the same time, the newly opened server-wide chat channel also exploded. Who is Zhou? Can one person kill the first silver boss? Damn it, I have more than 1,000 people on my side and it's hard to fight them. Why does he do that? Won't the authorities come out and explain it? Cheating, absolutely cheating. It's shameful. I strongly demand that the authorities ban Mr. Zhou's account. People from Maple Leaf Town, come out and give us an explanation. Under the lonely wind cliff. Ha ha ha, these people are so excited, it's so cool to watch. When Zhou Ming heard the game announcement, he curiously opened the chat channel for all servers and saw the expected scene. Of course, he had no interest in coming out and explaining anything. Moreover, it is estimated that soon some players in Maple Leaf Town will post the details of the situation on a forum or online platform. There is no need for him to come forward, and he does not bother to explain. At that moment, Zhou Ming opened his backpack and counted his gains. This tiger is indeed wealthy, and even has some good stuff. Seeing what was in the backpack, Zhou Ming was delighted again. In addition to the gold and silver equipment he had stolen before, 2 silver equipment and 2 skill books were dropped when the boss died, as well as a lot of gold coins and potions. Zhou Ming did some statistics. The Flame Wing Tiger contributed a total of 2 gold equipment, 6 silver equipment, and 8 bronze equipment to him. He was extremely rich. Unfortunately, the 2 skill books are the Flame Winged Tiger's Wind and Fire Blade, level 3, and Fireball Burst, level 2, both of which are mage skills and he cannot use them. In addition, there is an extremely gorgeous colorful treasure chest and a black and white crystal in the backpack. Crystal of Good and Evil. Type: Instance Ticket. Effect: after activation, you can enter the copy gate of Good and Evil to accept the test. Number of uses: 2 halves. The treasure chest is a special reward for killing the boss first. As expected, the strange crystal is the key to enter the Gate of Good and Evil dungeon. It's so hard to kill the Flame-Winged Tiger. It will be difficult for me to clear the dungeon by myself. Maybe I can use this key to do something. Zhou Ming came up with an idea and decided not to touch the key for the time being, but to choose suitable equipment. He is already level 15, and can use the equipment he got from the Flame-Winged Tiger. Finally, in addition to the Fiery Blade, the Flying Star Boots, and the Lone Wind King Waist Guard, silver level, Zhou Ming picked out 3 more pieces of equipment. Fire Shoulder Guards. Grade: Silver. Attributes: Defense plus 250, stamina plus 55. Additional effect, fire resistance plus 100. Required level, LV15. Fire bracelet. Grade, silver. Attributes, strength plus 80, hit plus 80. Additional effect, fire resistance plus 100. Required level, LV15. Fire ring. Grade, silver. Attributes, strength plus 75, hit plus 70. Additional effect, when attacking, there is a 20% chance of causing fire burns, causing 500 points of fire damage. Required level, LV15. The rest of the equipment is not suitable for thieves, so Zhou Ming plans to dispose of it. Of course, he would definitely not sell the spider silk ring and shadow blade, and keep them as backup. He put on all the equipment, and now the attributes are: Player, I will never work for someone like Zhou. Occupation, Thief. Level, 15. HP 4850. Mana, 1750. Attack power, 750. Spell power, 25. Physical defense, 870. Spell defense 440. Movement speed, 405. Hits 303. Dodge 241. Attack speed bonus, 30%. Physical fitness, 55. Strength, 230. Intelligence, 25. Stamina, 80. Agility, 205. Spirit, 25. Talent, unlimited potential, SSS-level. Skill. The secret of strength and speed, rogue class feature, short blade mastery. Pickpocketing, level 1 LV42, stealth, level 1 LV35, backstab, level 1 LV30, poison, level 1 LV15, flash of apparition, level 2 LV1, true vision, level 4, clone, level 5 LV1. Equipment skills, spider silk, flame slash, fire meteor, guardian power, suit skills. At this moment, there was a commotion among the players in the distance. They seemed extremely curious about Zhou Ming. Of course, it could also be that he was jealous of Zhou Ming's gains. However, the strength Zhou Ming had just displayed was too astonishing, and none of these people dared to approach him rashly. Zhou Ming ignored it, opened his backpack and selected the primary mysterious treasure box. Mysterious treasure box. Grade, primary. Effect, an extremely mysterious treasure chest. The corresponding treasure pool is unimaginable, but you can only get one item. The higher the grade of the treasure chest, the greater the chance of getting precious items. Description: I am the definition of mystery. Unboxing. In an instant, a burst of colorful light flashed by. Congratulations! You got one wisdom fountain from the primary mysterious treasure box. The treasure chest disappeared, and in its place appeared a transparent crystal bottle filled with light blue water. Wisdom fountain. Grade, epic. Effect, drinking the spring water can enhance a random characteristic, passive skill of this profession. Valid times, 1/1. Chapter 26. Epic item. Zhou Ming looked at the item interface in front of him, a little surprised. The treasure pool of this mysterious treasure chest is really amazing, there are even epic items. It's a pity that it wasn't equipment, otherwise he would have made a lot of money. Zhou Ming drank the spring water. Suddenly, an extremely cool and comfortable feeling came over me. He felt refreshed all over, and soon heard a prompt tone in his ears. You take the fountain of wisdom, and your professional characteristic, the secret of strength and speed, is enhanced. The secret of strength and speed. Type, rogue occupational features. Effect, for every 2 points of agility, attack power +1. This is good. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. Instantly, he felt his attributes changing rapidly, and his attack power increased slightly. It is indeed an epic item, the effect is really nice, but it's a pity that it can only be used once. But this really helped Zhou Ming a lot. He originally wanted to play a full agility rogue, but was afraid that the damage would not be enough. Now that the characteristics of the profession have been strengthened, even if you add all points to agility in the future, with better equipment, the damage will definitely not fall behind. At this moment, Zhou Ming looked around. There were still many players in the distance who were reluctant to leave. As the turmoil ended, monsters began to wander under the lone wind cliff. Seeing this, Zhou Ming started to sneak down the mountain. At the same time, he opened the regional chat channel and spent gold coins to post an announcement. Zhou, the Never Worker, there will be an auction at the foot of Lonely Wind Mountain. If you want to know what goodies the Flame Wing Tiger has dropped, come and see them. After saying this, Zhou Ming curled the corners of his mouth, as if he saw large sums of gold coins and banknotes flying towards him. FK, he's actually going to auction it down the mountain. Awesome! This is stomping the faces of the three major guilds. Too arrogant. I want to see how he dies. I'm going to. So people rushed down the mountain. Even other players who were leveling nearby gave up their training after hearing the news and rushed over to join in the fun. This BD is so arrogant. In the wild area outside Gufeng Mountain, Baqi Wushuan was hurrying on his way and was almost furious when he saw this announcement. That thing originally belonged to him, how dare this BD put it up for auction? This was the first time in his life that he was looked down upon by others. Did they really treat him as nothing? Notify everyone to gather at the foot of Lonely Wind Mountain. Do not let Zhou go. The domineering and unparalleled man gave the order in a deep voice. On the other side, Blood Rose also led the resurrected guild members to Lonely Wind Mountain. When she heard the announcement, her face turned cold. Elder sister. I know. Blood Rose said coldly, that guy is really bold. In order to get up the mountain quickly, we only brought elite members with us. Now I have asked everyone to gather there. Tyrant Wushuan and the others must have done the same. I want to see how he responds. Human wave tactics are terrible in any game. Just as Shui Megui said, Fei Tian and his sister also made the same arrangement. Lone Wind Mountain has become the focus of Maple Leaf Town players. Yamashita. When Zhou Ming showed up, nearly 1,000 people had gathered here. Many of them are the people who came here with Qing Shan to attack the boss before. Because Zhou Ming didn't attack them, most of them are still alive, except for some people who heard the noise nearby and ran over to join in the fun. Mysterious brother is here. When a strange figure suddenly appeared, everyone perked up. Don't act rashly. Qing Shan still said something to the people around him, and then walked towards Zhou Ming with a few people. Mysterious brother, I admire you. I've really broadened my horizons. I never thought that after all the trouble we've been going through, we'd end up just being your foil. He spoke first, saying that he had no ill intentions. Oh my god, he is the mysterious guy, so cool. He just suppressed the flame-winged tiger by himself. I still can't figure out why. Aren't we playing the same game? At this time, the people who came to watch looked at Zhou Ming. Yet, he's not much more handsome than me, so why am I not as good as him? A spirited young man touched his head with blind confidence, feeling very dissatisfied. Suddenly, someone screamed, oh my god, he is the guy who strokes the rabbit. It's him. It's definitely him. I won't make a mistake. I didn't recognize him because he was far away before, but now I can see clearly, he is the rabbit brother. What? The rabbit man and the mysterious man are the same person. This news caused another commotion. So they are the same person. Could it be that the mysterious guy's prowess is related to petting rabbits? But I can't figure it out. Isn't this behavior pure perversion? You don't understand. This is a game, not reality. Maybe petting rabbits can increase your combat power. Shocking. Brother Lutu trained hard with rabbits and finally became a powerful man named Mysterious Brother. There were many smart people in the crowd, and someone immediately came up with some inexplicable associations. Notify everyone to quickly reserve the area of Bengbentu. We must seize this opportunity. Whether we can play with young models every day in the future depends on this opportunity. Someone immediately posted the message to the chat channel. Whatever, I'm going to find some rabbits to eat to when I get back. Others left in a hurry, ready to take action. The mysterious guy and the rabbit stroking guy are the same person. This news is too exciting for most people. Ahem. Zhou Ming coughed twice and interrupted everyone. What about rabbit brother, mysterious brother? Don't define me without authorization. I am who I am, a different firework. He smiled confidently. It's no use to torture the rabbit. You can't learn my tricks. As expected of you, you are the mysterious brother. You are indeed unfathomable. Qing Shan still praised Zhou Ming at the right time and got to the point. Since you are going to hold an auction, can you show us the auction items? No problem. Zhou Ming made the extra items exploded by the fiery winged tiger and his previous gains into information graphics and shared them. Among these, quite a few things exploded from Baqi Wushuan and others when they were killed. Zhou Ming just sells it directly. He is so economical and never wastes anything. Wow! There were exclamations from the crowd. How much did he get from the boss? A third-level skill book. There is actually a third-level skill book. If I buy it, my combat power will increase greatly. Instantly, the players revealed eager eyes. Mysterious brother, don't you have any gold-level equipment? Although Qing Shan still felt that the silver equipment Zhou Ming Liang showed was very tempting, it was obviously not enough to shock him. Unlucky, no gold-level equipment was found. Zhou Ming shrugged and lied with his eyes open. He has no interest in letting anyone know his cards. But something interesting did come out. As he spoke, Zhou Ming continued to share the information about the crystallization of good and evil with Qing Shan. Duplicate key. Qing Shan still had a stern look in his eyes, and immediately said seriously, "Boss, please take me with you." Before Zhou Ming could respond, there was a sudden violent vibration in the distance. 3 streams of people rushed out of the jungle and headed down the mountain. People from the 3 major guilds gathered together. I want to see who dares to buy my stuff. The spoils of the fiery winged tiger belong to the 3 major guilds. Anyone who dares to touch them will die. Before the people arrived, the voices of Blood Rose and tyrannical Wushuan were heard. Oh no! The people from the big guild are coming back to kill us. So many people? They have assembled all of them. The onlookers were startled and moved aside. Zhou Ming squinted his eyes and looked at him. Wow, there are at least 2,000 people here. However, he was not panicked at all. When the crowd approached, Baeksawa waved his hands, and the members of the 3 public households split into 3 groups and occupied the outer area at the foot of the mountain. Then, a group of people walked over with cold expressions. Welcome to my auction. Newly released boss equipment, discounted price, fair competition, 20% off for a limited time. Facing the cold looks, Zhou Ming asked slowly, everyone, do you have money? Chapter 27. MMP, that's mine, and you dare to sell it. When Baqi Wushuan saw Zhou Ming's calm and composed attitude, he instantly lost his mind. This person is so hateful. He rushed out suddenly and slashed with a knife. There was a biting cold wind on the blade, and it cut down swiftly. This is the warrior skill, Wind Chaser. The sharp blade came at him, but Zhou Ming dodged it easily with a flick of his wrist. He himself was a little surprised. The movement speed of 405 points was indeed not a lie. Only then did he realize how fast he was and that Baqi Wushuan couldn't touch him at all. So fast. The flying prince had been silent until now, but he couldn't help being surprised. I remember you said you wanted to destroy me before, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ming rushed towards Baqi Wushuan with a sneer. "Boss, be careful! Attack!" The domineering little silver spear gave the order anxiously. Immediately, dozens of long-range attacks were launched towards Zhou Ming. "You arrogant dogs, are you sick?" Some players who were close by started cursing and hurriedly retreated upon seeing this. Zhou Ming rushed forward quickly, and when the opponent's attack came, he had already rushed to the front of Baqi Wushuan. Backstab! Swish! Zhou Ming instantly flashed behind the other person, leaving Baqi Wushuan staring ahead in confusion. Why did that guy disappear? Phew! The next moment, the flaming blade pierced into the back of the domineering man. Instant seconds. IFG horse. Baqi Wushuan didn't even know how he died. Such high damage. Qing Shan was still gasping for air. How do you have such a high output? Blood Rose couldn't believe it. Although surprised, her determination did not waver. You are indeed strong. If you had come to me at the beginning with your strength, I would welcome you to join. The annual salary starts at 1 million. What a pity. You are too arrogant. Pay the price for your actions. As they spoke, Blood Rose and the others retreated in tacit understanding. In an instant, the army in the rear took action together. The wizard raised his staff high, and the archers gathered energy to form arrows. Rubbish! Our boss said he's going to kill you and return you to level 0. The domineering person is the first to lose his temper. Long before Baqi Wushuan took action, Beidao Xiaoqiang had already brought people to prepare for support. But Zhou Ming was so domineering in an instant that he couldn't save him, so he could only attack first. Seeing this, Zhou Ming used all his skills and ran towards them. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming turned into a residual shadow. This skill is related to one's own movement speed. The higher the movement speed, the faster the instantaneous burst speed. Call out. -1722. -300, fire damage. -1721. -300. Ah! The onlookers only saw a blurry shadow that passed by Xiao Yunqiang and the others, and a series of injuries exploded in an instant, and Xiao Yunqiang and the others turned into white light and disappeared. So strong, my mysterious brother! This attack instantly killed several opponents and immediately conquered the players watching the game. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the energy in the sky fluctuated violently, and the guild army's attack was about to fall. Flying fire meteor. Flames were billowing above Zhou Ming's feet. He rode the fire cloud, flew 100 meters in an instant, and rushed to the front of the enemy. What? This incredible scene made Xue Meigui and the others look drastically different. Fly 100 meters in an instant, are you still human? Attack quickly! The shield guards and warriors in the front row reacted and aimed their shields and swords at Zhou Ming. But Zhou Ming is faster than them. He held the knife backwards, and the flames on the blade burned fiercely, dazzling and eye-catching. Flame slash! A sword slashed out, and golden flames shone. In an instant, flames appeared in everyone's eyes. Boom! An 80-meter-long flame swept through the crowd as Zhou Ming swung his sword. Wherever the flame passes, it devours all life. White lights flashed in the crowd, and enemies died one after another. Including Blood Rose, Little Prince Feishan and other guild leaders, nearly 200 people were turned into ashes by Zhou Ming's attack. A large charred area was left on the ground, with flames still burning. At this moment, the area below Lonely Wind Mountain fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath and stood still. The other guild members who were originally planning to outflank them seemed to be frozen in place, with fear in their eyes. The scene was silent for a while. Until Zhou Ming pointed the knife forward and said coldly, "If anyone still refuses to accept, stand up." The news spread far and wide. No one dared to answer. Finally, Qing Shan was still waiting for people to come back to their senses. Hiss! They all gasped. Shocking! Incredible! Cremating 200 people with one knife? It's so scary. Oh my god, what kind of skill is this? It's so cool, so cool. I'm jealous. Why don't I have such a powerful and dazzling skill? If I were so handsome, there would be so many girls that I could pick up. He didn't have this kind of fighting power when he fought the flame-winged tiger before. He must have benefited from the boss. Boss Zhou, you are my idol from now on. Even Jesus can't persuade you. I say this. After the shock, there followed a chorus of exclamations and various voices of envy and jealousy. At this moment, the figure holding the flaming sword looked like a god descending from heaven to earth in their eyes. What the hell, I don't want to fight this kind of monster, I don't want to lose a level. Retreat! Retreat! We can't afford to offend you. Everyone, I'll take a walk first. The remaining guild members who were still alive were frightened out of their wits by Zhou Ming's sword strike. No one wants to be demoted for nothing. If there is real hope of defeating the other side, they will obey orders and take action. But the opponent is so strong that it is despairing. If you go ahead knowing that you will die, that is not reckless, that is stupid. Zhou Ming's flaming slash left a psychological trauma on these people. They were in a mess and tried desperately to escape. Why are you running? I'm not a devil. Zhou Ming did not chase after him. He had important things to do and had no time to pay attention to little Karami. He put away his weapon and issued another regional announcement. Mr. Zhou, who never works for others, I'm sorry, there was an unexpected situation just now. The auction will continue now, and the copy key will appear in this auction. Friendly reminder, the first copy of Maple Leaf Town, The Gate of Good and Evil, is on Lonely Wind Cliff. You can enter after getting the key. First come, first served. By the way, Tyrant Wushuan, Blood Rose, and the little kid who wants to go to heaven, you can also come and join me. I am not a demon, I am not that stingy. It turns out that the copy has appeared, and the copy key has been obtained by the mysterious brother. I'm convinced. How much more has Boss Zhou hidden? It's simply unfathomable. When the announcement was released, players were shocked again and kept discussing it. Boss, that's the dungeon key, are you sure you want to sell it? King Shen's tone of voice became more polite as he continued speaking, fearing that Zhou Ming would kill him instantly with a shake of his hand. Yes, take advantage of the current situation and make some money from him. Zhou Ming responded casually. Qing Shan was still a little disappointed. He is a veteran gamer with his own team. He has accumulated a lot of savings after years of operation, but he is definitely no match for the big guilds. Therefore, he probably won't get this copy of the key. Maple Leaf Town. Shuemegui and others met in the town square, and none of them spoke. In the contest with Mr. Zhou, they were defeated miserably. Not only did he lose all face, but he also dropped to level 10 due to dying twice. At this moment, everyone looked grim. Chapter 28. Suddenly, the announcement sounded. That guy has a duplicate key and is auctioning it off. The Flying Prince was surprised when he saw the announcement. Immediately, he realized, this is an opportunity. You shameless bastards, you stole our things and now you are asking us to buy them back. Baqi Wushuan's face turned green with anger. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. We underestimated his strength. Shuemegui was different from him and admitted the fact generously. There was even a hint of jealousy in her tone. I really can't understand how a casual person like him could have such strength. These words really speak for what everyone is thinking. Don't be fooled by the glory of Baqi Wushuan and others. In fact, they each know their own true level. It's not that they are weak, but compared to their strength, external help plays an important role. As soon as they enter the game, there will be someone dedicated to help them level up. They can also let their subordinates pool resources to get a full set of equipment as quickly as possible, and they can also level up comfortably in the arena. These are things that ordinary players cannot do. But, what right does Zhou have? Even though Baqi Wushuan was shouting, he still felt scared in his heart. As long as he closed his eyes, he seemed to still see a terrifying ray of fire coming towards him. So are we going to his auction or not? The flying little princess asked depressedly. She thought she had never offended that Zhou, but he killed her twice. Do you know how much damage 2 demotions, no, 2 demotions would cause to a 17-year-old beautiful girl? All the boys she met before were obedient to her. How could she have been bullied like this? This Zhou is simply not a human being. I'll go to this auction. Blood Rose was about to leave after saying this. Hey, are you really going? The domineering and unparalleled man is almost numb. Don't tell me you haven't heard of the secrets of this game. Why bother pretending? Blood Rose left without looking back and took her people away. Sure enough, you also know it. The tyrant and the little flying prince looked at each other and knew the answer from each other's eyes. I'm leaving now. You can decide for yourself. The little flying prince simply admitted defeat. In fact, they don't even know the so-called game secrets. But as second-generation rich people in Longwo's top wealthy circle, they all learned a piece of news from their respective families. That is, the Divine Revelation game, which is said to be jointly developed by various countries, has incredible effects and is very likely to affect the future of Dragon Country and even the world. In fact, their entry into the game was also supported by their respective family businesses. At the moment, although he was unhappy, he had to admit defeat. Because the first copy of the game is crucial. If the family behind him knew that he had messed up, he would not have a good life. I'll remember you. Don't let me find you in reality. He took a deep breath, left with a domineering and eyeless look, and headed for Lonely Wind Mountain. At the foot of Lone Wind Mountain, the auction has begun. Zhou Ming displayed the information of a lot of equipment, and others bid for it, and the highest bidder won. What Zhou Ming didn't expect was that he greatly underestimated everyone's desire for equipment. After all the black iron and bronze equipment were sold, he actually earned nearly 1,000 gold coins. Of course, no player has so much money at this stage. These gold coins were auctioned by groups of people who pooled their money and then fell into Zhou Ming's hands. The game has not yet opened the RMB and game currency exchange function, so the current gold price is very expensive, even reaching 1 to 300. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In fact, his choice to play a thief before was somewhat sloppy and cynical. Who knew that things in the world are unpredictable? Now he found that if he wanted to make money, it didn't seem difficult. If he wanted, he could now exchange the gold coins in his hand for cash, enough for him to lie down for several years. Of course, he wouldn't do that. Because, unknowingly, his mentality has changed. When he had no money before, he always lived frugally and longed to get rich. Now that he has the ability to make money, he suddenly realizes that money doesn't seem to have that much appeal to him. It seems that deep down, I long for something else. Compared to money, he is more looking forward to the next gaming life. Boss, we are running out of gold coins. At this time, King Shen's words still here interrupted Zhou Ming's thoughts. There is no way, there is not enough gold coins at this stage. Then bid in RMB. Zhou Ming said without thinking. Although the game does not have the function of exchanging RMB for game coins, players can still trade with each other using RMB. It is also very convenient. Players only need to recharge the corresponding game account and transfer the money directly through the game account during transactions. There is no need to provide each other with bank cards, and there is no need to worry about others finding out your real information. Thinking about the upcoming income, Zhou Ming felt calm. Sure enough, for him, the most important thing is to live casually, freely, and happily. Of course, you still have to make money. No one will complain about having too much money. After all, both life and games cost money. But that is no longer the main purpose. Zhou Ming's next goal is to explore the game to his heart's content. The auction continues. Zhou Ming pushed an equipment label in front of him and showed it to everyone. Level 15 silver equipment, Scarlet Flame armor, with very strong defense and health. Starting price, 10,000. He said lightly. No one questioned it. At this stage, level 15 silver equipment is definitely worth the price. I'll give you 20,000. Qing Shan is still raising the price immediately. I'll give you 25,000. 28,000. As the silver equipment came on stage, the scene became heated. The first piece of silver equipment was sold for 32,000. The second piece sold for 30,000. Then the third one, the fourth one. When all the silver equipment was sold, Zhou Ming found that he had more than 200,000 yuan in his account. At this time, a regional announcement emerged, interrupting the auction. Blood rose. Zhou, I admit defeat. All grudges are forgiven. I want the key to the dungeon. Please discuss the price. The little flying prince, you are awesome. Leave the key to the dungeon. I will be there soon. Beiki Wushuan, I am not short of money, I will definitely get the copy key. Announcements emerged one after another, and everyone was a little surprised. No way? The three guilds gave in so quickly. Feishan is fine, but Tyrant Warriors and Blood Rose are well-known figures in the gaming world. I can't believe it. This is an eye-opener. I've been playing games for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen an individual player bully a guild, and even bully three guilds at once. Just when the players were feeling surprised, hurried footsteps were heard in the distance. It turned out that Beiki Wushuan and the others had returned again. But this time, they brought very few people. Moreover, there is no longer that aggressive and overbearing attitude. On the contrary, it even gives people a sense of deliberate low-keyness. Boss Zhou is so awesome. Seeing this scene, Qing Shan still laughed at someone behind him. Qing Shan was still nodding, agreeing deeply, this is no longer a slap in the face, this is a direct right on the head. Seeing several people approaching with trepidation, Zhou Ming did not make any sarcastic remarks, but only smiled wickedly. Welcome. Did you bring money this time? Chapter 29. I brought it, I brought it. Faced with the same question, Beiki Wushuan's answer this time was completely different. He forced a smile, but it was uglier than a ghost. This scene almost made Qing Shan and others laugh to death. Wouldn't it be over if you did this earlier? Why do you have to pretend? Do you really have the key to the replica? Can you show it to me? The flying little prince asked. Realizing that he might be a little anxious, he quickly added, Boss, it was a misunderstanding before. As long as you sell the copy key to me, Feishan Guild will be your friend forever. Beiki Wushuan's mouth twitched beside him, thinking that this boy is really shameless. But he could only tell himself that a real man can bend and stretch, and he also said, the previous misunderstanding is over. As long as you sell the duplicate key to me, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. No hurry, I still have 2 skill books that have not been auctioned yet. As he spoke, Zhou Ming Liang showed the information label of the skill book. Level 3 skill. The little prince's eyes lit up, it's still a magician's skill. I'll pay 100,000. I'll give you 150,000. Blood Rose followed suit and made a bid. You're not a mage, why do you need this thing? The little prince said unhappily. Blood Rose smiled sweetly, I can't use it, but my subordinates can use it. Thus, the fierce bidding began. It has to be said that the size of a large guild cannot be compared to that of a small group. When Beiki Wushuan and others arrived to participate, there was basically no role for anyone else. In the end, the third-level skill Wind and Fire Blade was bought by the little prince for 250,000. The second-level skill Fireball Burst was acquired by Blood Rose at a price of 160,000. This is because the three guilds gave each other face, otherwise, the competition would continue and the price would probably be even higher. Therefore, Zhou Ming earned a huge sum of 410,000 yuan in one go. At this moment, his inner thoughts are, "These damn rich people." That's right, Zhou Ming felt unhappy when he saw these people who were so rich and inhumane and acted as if they didn't care about money. "Haha, I'm going to kill you guys." Seeing this, Zhou Ming struck while the iron was hot and shared the information about the crystallization of good and evil. The crystal of good and evil can enter the gate of good and evil? It really is the key to the dungeon. This time, Shuemegui and the others were finally sure. Bidding starts now, starting at 200,000. Zhou Ming didn't give them a chance to think carefully, and urged, "I'm busy, buy it quickly." Hiss, the starting price is 200,000. I'm so confused. Is it so easy to make money? I don't understand the boss's methods, but I am deeply shocked. The players watching were filled with envy. You have to know that the crystal of good and evil is just an entry ticket. What exactly is going on inside the dungeon, and whether you can even pass it, is still a question. But Blood Rose and others raised the price without hesitation. 250,000, 270,000, 300,000. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the price of this thing soared at an incredible speed. FK, it looks like I have no chance at all. Qing Shan still felt a little regretful when he saw this scene. With his financial resources, how could he possibly compete with these extremely wealthy second generations? The first copy was destined to be out of his reach. Soon, the bidding price reached 600,000. Hey, we can't let him kill us like this. Fortunately, Beiki Wushuan reacted and secretly opened a friend communication channel to discuss the matter with Shuemegui and the little prince. That's right. I was so excited that I almost got fooled by him. The dungeon can be entered by forming a team. We don't need to compete. We can just form a team and enter together. This guy is an outlier. We need to act like one and not let him see that we have discussed this. Otherwise, there will be trouble again. Then let the little prince take the photo. The three of them quickly reached an agreement. I'll pay 700,000, can you two give me some face? Said the little prince suddenly. Beiki Wushuan and Shuemegui pretended to be hesitant. Zhou Ming looked at the three people, pretending not to know, and said with a smile, in that case, the price is set. Okay, boss. The little prince smiled happily and directly applied for a transfer, transferring 700,000 yuan to Zhou Ming's game account without any further explanation. Then, he asked in a low voice, "Boss, is it time to give me the key to the copy?" Give you the key? Why? Zhou Ming blinked at him, as if he didn't quite understand what he meant. Suddenly, the onlookers became excited. What's going on? Is Mr. Zhou going to go back on his word? No way. If this is true, Boss Zhou's reputation in the game will be completely ruined. He will be no different from a street rat. Nobody. The little prince was furious at this. We are all important people. Are you going to break your promise? How come? Zhou Ming smiled and said, since I'm charging you money, I'll let you into the dungeon. 700,000 per spot. Come join my team. As he spoke, Zhou Ming threw over an invitation to form a team. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Tyrannical, Blood Rose, the little prince and the members behind them all froze in expression, their brains even seemed to be shutting down. What? In the end, it was Beiki Wushuan who spoke first. Are you FG kidding me? 700,000, just to buy you a spot on the team. Do you think we are fools? Cokes. The onlookers understood what was going on and started shouting. Oh my god, Boss Zhou is too dark. 700,000 yuan to buy a spot is really a scam. In my opinion, he is just daydreaming. The other party will never agree to it. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Zhou Ming looked at Baqi Wushuan and the others with an innocent face. Who told you that I was selling the dungeon key? I never said that. I was just planning to sell the team member quota. Otherwise, how can I enter by myself? Hiss. Looking at Zhou Ming's serious expression, blood rose and the little prince couldn't help but gasp. A team member spot is sold for 700,000. Even these wealthy second generations who have plenty of money find this unacceptable. They are definitely being treated like pigs to be slaughtered. I originally thought you were an outlier, but it turns out you are not, you are actually a devil. I, a second-generation rich man who has been deeply influenced by capitalists, have to learn from you. At this moment, blood rose and the little prince both had similar thoughts. FK your ancestors, how dare you play tricks on us? Baqi Wushuan felt a rush of blood to his forehead and his eyes were burning with fire. Who played a trick on you? You just didn't understand it clearly, so you blame me. Zhou Ming's eyes turned cold, and the fire in his hand turned, the blade was already in his hand, and he said coldly. 700,000 for one spot, buy if you want, if not, get out, I won't serve you. For a moment, the scene was a little cold. Zhou Ming sneered in his heart, he was not in a hurry at all. To be honest, if he can make money, then he will make it. If he can't, then it doesn't matter much. It's not important. However, torturing these people is very important. Especially torturing Baqi Wushuan, it was so cool. Let's take a step back and say, what if these people don't agree? Anyway, the copy key can be used twice, so he can go in and take a look at the situation himself. If he can't defeat the boss, he can steal. It's no problem if he doesn't get anything after the first clear of the dungeon. He is happy anyway. But the three domineering and unparalleled ones are different. If they don't hurry up now, they will probably fall behind the guilds in other towns. This is obviously hard to accept for them who always think they are superior. This person is so evil. The little flying princess hid behind her brother and glanced at Zhou Ming with a little fear. Hua Huojianwu stood behind Xue Meigui, feeling extremely angry but there was nothing she could do. Chapter 30. In the end, it was Blood Rose who hardened her heart first and quickly communicated with the other two through the friend communication. Promise him. Although it's unpleasant, 700,000 is nothing compared to the first clear of the dungeon. Are you so willing to be controlled by him? He was so domineering that he almost roared. What else? The little prince said unhappily, you two should also give an explanation to the family, right? If you don't make achievements, you will suffer. Anyway, I have already paid you, you two can do whatever you want. Damn it! I will definitely find him out and torture him to death. The domineering and fierce words also mean compromise. So, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, Blood Rose took the lead in agreeing, as you said, 700,000 per place, I want 3. What the hell? Really? Can you agree to this? The players were stunned. Then the little prince said, I'll add another 700,000 and give my sister a place. Woji. The players are already numb. Then there was the domineering Wushuan, who said with a dark face, I want 3 places too. Boss. Tyrannical Little Silver Spear and another high-ranking member of the Tyrannical Guild were completely dumbfounded. The players were totally clueless. In just this short period of time, that person earned 5.6 million by selling copy quotas. 5.6 million. It is impossible for many people to earn so much money in their lifetime. Just now, right in front of their eyes, this person made money easily while standing. It's outrageous. I won't live any longer. It's not fair. Why is he so lucky? I won't accept it and I won't resign myself to it. Wow, I feel like my life has lost its meaning. At this moment, strong envy and jealousy permeated the entire area, almost turning into reality. Awesome, awesome, I'm convinced, I'm convinced. Qing Shan still witnessed the whole process. He was full of admiration and gave Zhou Ming a thumbs up repeatedly. Compared with the man in front of him, this so-called veteran gamer was like a joke. All those years of playing games were in vain. Thank you. Zhou Ming appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually secretly happy. Blood Rose transfers 2.1 million RMB to you. The Little Prince transfers 700,000 RMB to you. Soon, he heard the reminder that the profit had been credited. Thank you for your patronage. Now, join the queue. Zhou Ming grouped these people into the team one by one. Then he discovered one thing: there was still one person missing. In the game, a team can consist of up to 10 people. There are currently 9 people, with one spot left. Zhou Ming didn't think twice, looked at Qing Shan still there, and said casually, there is still one spot missing, I'll give it to you, come in. Qing Shan was still shocked and pointed at himself, boss, I don't have that much money. In fact, he has the money, but he feels it is not worth it. After all, he is not a rich second generation. I like you, you're free. Zhou Ming sent out an invitation to form a team. Ah! Thank you, big boss. After the shock, Qing Shan was still overjoyed and hurried to express his gratitude. He had almost given up, but unexpectedly, there was light at the end of the tunnel. When luck came, it was unstoppable. When the 3 domineering people saw this scene, they instantly felt unbalanced. We all pay, why is it free? Baqi Wushuan really couldn't help it, he would feel unhappy if he didn't say it out loud. Zhou Ming immediately retorted, I am happy with it, do you have any objection? Thus, a team of 10 was formed. In addition to the Blood Rose sisters, the Flying Prince brother and sister, tyrannical Wushuan, Zhou Ming and Qing Shan are still there. There is also a high-ranking member of the Fireworks Guild, Fireworks King Yu, as well as Beidao Xiaoanqiang and another high-ranking member of the Beidao Guild, Beidao Zhengtu. The Gate of Good and Evil is on Lonely Wind Cliff. Come and meet me as soon as possible. After saying that, Zhou Ming temporarily left the team, turned on stealth, and his speed soared to 700 plus, and he fled towards the mountain. He had no interest in traveling with this group of people, so he left first. Fortunately, he has become invisible, otherwise people would be scared to death if they saw his current movement speed. Zhou Ming climbed the mountain 3 times and his strength increased greatly. He was familiar with the route and had no obstacles. He was the first to reach the top of the mountain and return to Lonely Wind Cliff. The members of the Human Life Guild, including Baqi Wushuan, were leveling up and on standby nearby, and then the 9 of them set off together. On the Lonely Wind Cliff. Your current game account has a total of 624,8000 RMB. Do you want to withdraw it to the bound bank card? After thinking about it, Zhou Ming simply withdrew 300,000 yuan into the bank card that had been empty and lonely for years. He planned to use the money to buy a gaming pod so that he could play more comfortably, and he would not spend the rest of the money for now. It's not that he wants to be a miser, but he is afraid that withdrawing too much cash at one time will attract attention. God knows whether the Baqi Wushuan gang will use bank statements to track him down, so it's better to be careful. Comfortable. He sat on the edge of the cliff, looking at the mountain and the distant scenery, feeling happy. After an unknown amount of time, Blood Rose and the others arrived at the foot of the cliff and began to climb. Why did this damn copy have to be located in this location? It's really hard to climb up. Baqi Wushuan complained as he climbed. Ever since he met Zhou Ming, he has suffered losses one after another, and now he is unhappy with everything. It's probably randomly generated, so hurry up and get on it. Echoed the little prince. After a while, Zhou Ming stood up and put on the spider silk ring. Call out! A spider silk flew by and landed accurately on Qing Shan, who was climbing the fastest. What's going on? Come over! Zhou Ming exerted force, and the spider silk was collected rapidly. Wow! Qing Shan still experiences the feeling of flying into the sky in an instant. When he was pulled up, he lay on the ground in shock. But he quickly came to his senses. Wow, that feels good, big guy. No wonder you knew the copy was located here first. It turns out you had this magical skill to help you. I admire you. At this time, Blood Rose also noticed this and shouted, "Give me a hand, thank you." Girls are not good at climbing, and they climbed very slowly. Zhou Ming replied calmly, 60 seconds. A minute passed. Call out. Spider silk flew out and pulled the Blood Rose up. She was very calm. She looked around as soon as she came up and was soon attracted by the light gate of the copy. Then, Zhou Ming pulled people up one by one. Finally, the only ones left were from the tyrannical guild. Hey, why don't you pull us along? Beiki Wushuan waited for a while, but didn't see any spider silk flying down, so he said a little unhappy. Zhou Ming looked down coldly and replied, 50,000 per person. Ah! The Beiki Wushuan people were confused. Why are they free, but I charge? Because you're ugly. Zhou Ming answered without hesitation. FK your ancestors. Beiki Wushuan cursed wildly in his heart. But in fact, his answer was, you are awesome, I will give you money. 3 minutes later, the crowd gathered. Zhou Ming stood in front of the light door, took out the crystal of good and evil, and chose to use it. I saw a ray of light from the crystal shooting into the light gate. You open the door of good and evil, do you want to enter? Enter. In an instant, everyone was inhaled into it. When you enter the gate of good and evil, you will face a choice, and your justice value or sin value will change according to the choice. The scene changed and everyone heard a prompt. Then they saw a big river in front of them with a bridge connecting the other side. Hint, please carry an axe across the river to trigger the plot. Including Zhou Ming, everyone found themselves with a rusty axe in their hands. What the hell is this dungeon? Why is there no monster in sight? Beiki Wushuan looked around for a few times, then looked at the axe in his hand, very confused. It's a little weird. Xuemegui nodded and looked at Zhou Ming, what do you think? Cross the river. Zhou Ming didn't have any ideas at the moment and could only follow the instructions. The others had no choice but to follow. When he reached the middle, the axe in Zhou Ming's hand suddenly flew out uncontrollably and fell into the river. Not only him, but everyone's axes flew up automatically and fell into the water with a flutter. The people are temporarily calm. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a column of water rose from the river. Hint, please answer the river god's question within 10 minutes. I saw a kind old man standing on the water column holding 2 axes, 1 gold and 1 silver, and asked with a smile. Young man, was it this golden axe or this silver axe that you dropped just now? Chapter 31. Wang Defa. Seeing this scene, everyone's brains almost crashed. To be honest, this is the first time they have seen such a speechless copy in all the years they have been playing games. Could it be that all copies of this game are so weird? I know, I know. The flying princess jumped excitedly and waved her hands to attract everyone's attention. This is a story I heard when I was a child. A woodcutter accidentally dropped his axe into the river while crossing it. The river god appeared and asked him to choose between a golden axe and a silver axe. The woodcutter was so honest that he only wanted his original axe, so the river god appreciated him and gave him both the golden axe and the silver axe. The flying princess concluded seriously, this is a story about honesty, teaching people to be honest and not to lie because of greed. Come on, we've certainly heard this old story before. Hanabi Jianwu rolled her eyes at the little princess and said, the key is who would use such a familiar story to test people? It's too simple, I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. I see. The flying princess felt that what she said made sense. Shenqi couldn't help but frown. She didn't say anything, but secretly observed Zhou Ming on the side. At this time, Zhou Ming said nothing, staring at the kind-looking river god. The golden and silver axes in his hands. He felt something was odd. Everyone knows that this is the time to answer honestly, but should we? Zhou Ming was born rebellious, and he always felt that the old man had bad intentions. Everyone. When everyone was hesitating, Baqi Wushuan's social prowess came into play and he said confidently, "Have you remembered that this instance is called the Gate of Good and Evil? The situation before us is clearly a test of our honesty, which fits in with the theme of good and evil. I don't think there's any need to be suspicious. Just show your human virtues. I think this is also the core test of the dungeon." Before the others could react, tyrannical little Silver Spear immediately chimed in, "As expected of you, the boss. Your analysis is spot on. The boss is awesome, the boss is strong, and what the boss says makes sense." Another member of the Beidao Guild, Beidao Zhengtu, also gave a thumbs up. "What you said makes some sense." The flying little prince stroked his chin, thinking. "Young man, did you drop the golden axe or the silver axe?" At this time, the river god asked everyone again. His voice was ethereal and distant, echoing in the area, as if it had some strange magical power that made people feel at ease. "Old man, what I dropped was neither a golden axe nor a silver axe." Baqi Wushuan answered first, "That's a rusty axe. Have you seen it?" "Okay, okay." The river god showed a satisfied smile, and looked at the domineering man with eyes full of appreciation, "You are an honest person." After saying that, a shadow flew out from his sleeve and landed in front of Baqi Wushuan. It was the rusty axe that had been lost before. Boom! A beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky and injected into Baqi Wushuan's body. Tip: the player's domineering and unparalleled status is recognized by the river god, and the justice value is plus 100. He also receives the blessing of justice, damage and defense plus 10%, which lasts until the end of the dungeon. Ha ha ha! I just told you that's what happened, and you still don't believe it. I laughed heartily with unparalleled dominance, feeling quite satisfied as if I was the only one sober while everyone else was drunk. He was right indeed. Hanabi Kanbu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, it seems we have overcomplicated things. It seems so. Seeing this, Blood Rose relaxed her guard a little. Everyone, I'm afraid this is how the dungeon works. If we maintain qualities like kindness and justice, we will receive corresponding rewards. This seems to be a way to increase the clearance rate, or even clear the dungeon quickly. Baqi Wushuan was complacent about his own insights. That makes sense. Perhaps using the mechanism to quickly clear the dungeon will result in a decrease in the final reward, but we can use this to win the first place in the global dungeon, so the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Blood Rose analyzed. When everyone heard this, they were all moved. To be fair, how can people like Baqi Wushuan be considered kind and honest? But as long as there is enough benefit, they might as well pretend to be good people. So, these people stepped forward one by one, answered the river god's questions obediently, and all received the blessing of justice. "Boss, what do you mean?" Qing Shan still wanted to answer, but he still asked Zhou Ming's opinion. After all, it was Zhou Ming who brought him in, and Qing Shan still felt that he owed him a favor. Zhou Ming still had confusion in his eyes and ignored anyone. There was no way out, Qing Shan had to make his own decision. He went up to answer the river god's questions and received the blessing of justice. In the end, Zhou Ming was the only one who did not answer. "Hey, why are you so hesitant?" Everyone was waiting for Zhou Ming, as if he was very important, which made Baqi Wushuan very unhappy. If he hadn't made a decisive choice just now, maybe everyone would have made a wrong judgment, leading to problems. Young man, did you drop the golden axe or the silver axe? The river god looked at Zhou Ming, the only one who had not answered, and asked again. Zhou Ming was also looking at him with a playful look in his eyes. Mr. Zhou, why don't you answer the question? Hanabi Jianwu started to feel unhappy. Just understand, we have no obligation to accommodate you, don't waste everyone's time. Stop fussing, can you be more straightforward like a man? The domineering little silver spear urged dissatisfiedly. I was a little worried before, but from what I can see now, the dungeon mechanism should be as Baki Wushuan said, so don't hesitate. Blood Rose advised. Well, it's time to make a decision. Zhou Ming suddenly smiled, with an inexplicable evil look in his eyes. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he shouted to the river god, Old man, what I dropped was the golden axe and the silver axe, right? You're asking me this even though you already know the answer. Do you want to swallow my treasure? Why don't you give it back to me now? In an instant, Shuemegui and the others were startled and speechless. Hint, player I will never work for Mr. Zhou gave a sinful answer, sin value plus 100. A team reminder sounded. You are FG sick. The domineering and unparalleled one can't stand it. It's none of Zhou Ming's business whether he wants to be a good guy or a bad guy, but don't let the problem stop him from getting the first pass of the dungeon. Zhou Ming laughed when he heard this, can you cure it? You're looking for death. Baki Wushuan couldn't control his anger, he rushed forward and punched Zhou Ming with all his might. But his attack penetrated Zhou Ming's body. Zhou Ming said disdainfully, Stupid, you want to ignore the rules and attack your teammates? Are you crazy? You are the crazy one. Hanabi Kanbu asked angrily, have you ever considered the consequences of doing this? Mr. Zhou, you are such a nuisance. Do you want to kill us? The Feishan siblings were equally angry. Why? Blood Rose looked at Zhou Ming in confusion and was speechless. Zhou Ming ignored these people and looked at the river god. At this time, the originally kind-looking river god had a solemn expression, his body trembling constantly, and he said angrily. Sin, Sin. You are an evil man. Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the two axes, one gold and one silver, flew towards Zhou Ming uncontrollably and entered his body. Zhou Ming immediately noticed that there were two more items in his backpack. Hint, you have triggered the hidden condition and obtained the special props for the Gate of Good and Evil, Gold Axe ×1, Silver Axe ×1. Golden Axe. Type, Special Item for Dungeon. Effect, causes damage plus 100%, only valid in dungeons. Silver Axe. Type, Special Item for Dungeon. Effect, defense plus 100%, only valid in dungeons. It's a good thing, but it can only be used here. Zhou Ming was delighted, but he saw the river god roaring. Ah! His face was distorted, and streams of black evil energy emerged from his body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a tall, blue-skinned humanoid monster. The name on its head is Blackened River God, and it is in red font, which represents danger. Chapter 32. Tip: the river god has been stimulated by evil and turned evil. Please defeat him within 10 minutes to get the highest reward, otherwise you will only get the basic reward. I'll go. Seeing this monster, Qing Shan was still so scared that he instinctively took a few steps back. Damn it, the river god has turned evil. Baki Wushuan looked unhappy, pointed at the river god and asked Zhou Ming, UBD, are you satisfied now? Zhou Ming glanced at the props in his backpack and replied, I'm very satisfied, is that not okay? This guy is a black sheep. The domineering little silver spear and the domineering journey started cursing. No time for quarrels. Blood Rose suddenly shouted. Boom! The river god begins to attack. He struck out with one palm, and streams of water condensed into a giant palm and smashed down. Everyone dodged in a hurry. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming was prepared and used his skills, but not to attack, but to dodge to the other side. He ignored the loud noise behind him and rushed to the shore first. After a while, everyone fled to the shore desperately. The river god seemed to have lost his mind and continued to attack the bridge even when no one was around. Zhou Ming set his gaze on the river god. Blackened River God LV-15. Type: Special Monster. HP 250000. Attack Power: 1400. Spell Power: 1420. Skill? My goodness, I can't even see my skills. The shield guard of the Fireworks Guild, Fireworks Aoba, couldn't help but be amazed when he saw the attributes of the river god. He looked at Zhou Ming, quite dissatisfied. If he had been slower, he would have fallen into the water. Are you deliberately disgusting us? He asked angrily. It's so funny. Everyone should make their own judgment based on their own ability. What qualifications do you have to ask me to answer according to your preferences? You. Hua Huoqing was speechless for a moment. You are quibbling. It turns out that it is best to do what I say. He stared at Zhou Ming with unparalleled dominance. What makes you think you're right, you idiot? How much do you know about this copy that you dare to make such a judgment? Zhou Ming sneered, in my opinion, my approach is right. A dungeon should have difficulty and monsters. It would be abnormal if it didn't, right? Doesn't the current situation confirm my guess? This. Everyone just felt that he was making a crooked argument, but for a moment, it seemed like there was really no way to refute it. Tyrant Wushuan was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, putting aside the copy, can't you be a little kinder? Can't you be a little more moral? In the situation just now, any normal person should answer honestly. Hee. Hearing this, Zhou Ming almost died of laughter. Kindness? Morality? What did you rich people do after entering the game? Don't you have any idea? You did all kinds of bad things, but you want me to be kind. FKU, I choose to enjoy a wicked life. You deserve to die. Baki Wushuan was enraged and slashed at Zhou Ming with his sword, but his attack missed again. Boss, we are on the same team. We can't hurt him. Little Silver Gun reminded. Boom. At this time, there was a noise coming from the river, interrupting everyone's quarrel. The bridge collapsed and the river god destroyed it, then walked towards them with a murderous look on his face. Wherever it passes, there is always surging water flowing around it. Oh my god, the river god is coming to kill us. Run! Everyone rushed forward. But they didn't run far before they encountered an invisible obstacle. The rules of this instance don't allow them to go too far from the river bank. Evil man! Boom! A stream of water roared under the feet of the river god. He rushed out in one fell swoop, leaped across the river, and rushed towards Zhou Ming. Very fast. Then, it punched Zhou Ming, and water gathered in front of its fist, and the attack range increased dramatically. Zhou Ming leaped to the side. Although the river god is fast, his speed is not slow either. Boom! The river god's attack fell, and a wave of water spread out. Zhou Ming somersaulted in the air, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and landed steadily. The sword appeared in his hand and he slashed forward. Bang! The blade collides with the water waves. His whole body trembled, and his palms trembled slightly. What a strong force! Zhou Ming took a step forward to steady himself, and the blade in his hand was flaming. Flame slash! Boom! The flaming blade slashed down from the air. The river god roared, and a curtain of water suddenly appeared in front of him. I saw the blazing blade colliding with the water curtain, and the water was instantly misty. Water and fire are incompatible and restrain each other. As the flame evaporates the water, its power also weakens. But the flaming blade still broke through the water curtain, and the remaining power slashed down. -2448. -600, weapons have additional fire damage, doubled for golden axes. -100, toxin damage. Boom! The river god was hit by the sword and retreated several steps. I have a golden axe that increases my damage by 100%, but I can only deal this much damage. I'm afraid I can't kill it. Zhou Ming was a little surprised. Even though the damage from the flame slash just now was partially blocked by the defensive skill, the result was still not what he expected. Haha, look, the river god only hit him. You deserve it, this is retribution. Seeing this scene, Beiki Wushuan and others felt relieved. Hanabi Jianwu suddenly thought, let the river god kill him, so we can get rid of this BD. That makes sense. The little prince and his sister agreed. They enter the dungeon as a team, and no one can leave the team, because if they voluntarily leave the team, they will be sent out of the dungeon. But if you are killed by a monster and there is no priest to revive you, you will naturally be sent out. Boss, you are confused this time. Qing Shan still couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. The power displayed by the river god was too strong, and no one thought that Zhou Ming could escape. It stabilized its body and chased after Zhou Ming with a roar. Zhou Ming decisively fled along the river bank. The river god suddenly pointed his finger, and magical patterns appeared. Zhou Ming found that a magic circle pattern appeared where he was, and a strong energy fluctuation suddenly hit him. Flying fire meteor. In an instant, Zhou Ming leapt 100 meters. And the direction is the other side, just cross the river and reach the other side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost at the moment he left, countless water arrows flew out from the ground where he was standing, with a terrifying sound. What a pity, I didn't hit him. Don't worry, the river god won't let him go. Sure enough, the river god did not give up the pursuit even though he missed the first attack. It rushed into the river, stepped on the waves, quickly reached the other side, and rushed towards Zhou Ming. At the same time, a vortex gathered above his head and turned into a column of water that attacked Zhou Ming. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming used his skills to dodge, and moved closer to the river god, using a backstab skill to get behind him. Backstab. -6246. -600. -100. Seeing the damage, Zhou Ming decisively jumped back to avoid the river god's counterattack and went into stealth at the same time. He gave up on killing this guy. A backstab attack with plus 100% increased damage cannot reach an output of over 10,000, and it is definitely not going to kill the enemy within 10 minutes. After all, he was not like the river god, with strong health and defense, and he had no idea of the opponent's skills. The river god can make many mistakes, but if he makes one mistake he will be in danger. The most annoying thing is that this river god recovers health very quickly, perhaps because it controls the power of water. It can recover more than 100 points per second. It would be difficult for Zhou Ming to kill it alone, not to mention there was a time limit. At that moment, he entered stealth mode, and the river god lost his target and could only release water waves to attack randomly. Zhou Ming took the opportunity to hide behind him and started stealing. Theft failed. It's okay, come again. Theft successful. You get primary mana potion, silver coin x1. No way. You call yourself the river god, but you are so poor. Zhou Ming was unwilling to give up and continued stealing. Theft successful. You get 1 silver coin. I don't believe it. Continue. Theft successful. The other party has nothing on him, and you don't get anything. Wang Defa. Zhou Ming was shocked and said, what kind of river god are you? Why don't you change your name to God of Poverty? Chapter 33. Damn it! This guy is sneaking away and the river god can't find him. On the other side of the river, seeing that the river god failed to kill Zhou Ming, Beiki Wushuan felt disappointed. Isn't stealth a first level skill? The little prince was speechless and said, logically speaking, even a bronze-level boss of the same level might be able to discover the clues, but a monster of the river god's level can't see through it. This is unscientific. Everyone agreed with this. Previously, when they were besieging and killing the flame-winged tiger, they were harassed by Zhou Ming and failed because the other party relied on his invisibility to appear and disappear at will, making them lose their temper. But this time, they were surprised to find that Zhou Ming's figure reappeared after only 2 minutes. Hey, he showed up. Strange, couldn't he have been invisible before? The river god must have used some tricks. The domineering little silver spear laughed and said, let him be arrogant, but this time he hit a wall, right? As he was speaking, the river god discovered Zhou Ming's whereabouts and punched him. Suddenly, countless streams of water surged and turned into dense water arrows that covered the area. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming rushed backwards, running wildly along the river bank without stopping. He has all the points added to his agility, and he also has gold-level shoes, so his speed is slightly better than that of the river god. But this time the attack was too intense. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhou Ming only dodged a portion of the water arrows, and the remaining attacks surrounded him. Ha ha ha, he's dead. Just when others thought Zhou Ming was going to die, a silver-white light emerged from Zhou Ming's body and protected him. Equipment set skill, Guardian Power. Bang bang bang. Water arrows bombarded, and cracks appeared on the silver-white light screen. The shield that could withstand 5,000 points of damage was shattered so quickly. However, this amount of time was enough for Zhou Ming, and he took the opportunity to rush out of the attack range. You seem to want me to die. While running, Zhou Ming glanced at the other side of the river, with a wicked smile on his face. Soon, the river god came after them again. Zhou Ming dodged left and right, relying on his high speed to deal with it and try his best to avoid head-on confrontation. After a while, Zhou Ming emerged from stealth again, and the river god immediately used that super large range skill. A water pattern appeared where Zhou Ming was. Flying fire meteor. The same scene happened again. Zhou Ming flew 100 meters in an instant, crossed the river, and avoided the terrifying group of water arrows. But this time, he rushed right towards where Baqi Wushuan and the others were. In fact, this was what Zhou Ming had planned. Don't you want me to die? Let's see who dies first. He wants to divert the trouble away. Scatter. The river god wants to kill him, let's not confront him head-on. Suddenly, the whole group separated and tried not to walk together. Why do you run away when you see me? It's so sad. Zhou Ming smiled evilly and ran towards Baqi Wushuan quickly. Little Gemini, you kept talking about me before, it seems that you missed me very much. Don't come over here. Baqi Wushuan was so scared that he was sweating profusely. At this time, the river god came roaring and walking on the waves, following closely behind Zhou Ming. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ming had already run to Baqi Wushuan's side. FK, stay away from me. Baqi Wushuan is a warrior. Even if he is well equipped, he can't compete with a full agility thief like Zhou Ming in speed, and he can't get rid of him at all. Zhou Ming's response to his anger was, hee hee. At this moment, Baqi Wushuan wanted to eat him alive. As he was speaking, the river god came after him, raised his hand, and a huge water ball appeared in the air and smashed down below. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming dodged decisively. Boom! The water ball smashed a big hole in the ground, and at the same time, water arrows surged and shot in all directions. Zhou Ming dodged quickly and was hardly hurt. But Baqi Wushuan was not so lucky. When the water ball fell, he used a warrior's small displacement skill Fearless Charge to avoid it and was not hit directly. But with his speed and agility, it was difficult for him to dodge the dense splashing water arrows. Buzz! At the critical moment, a holy light descended to provide protection. It was Blood Rose who took action. She is the only priest in the team and has good equipment. shield, defense enhancement, blood supplement, and a series of skills were used to barely save Baqi Wushuan's life. Zhou Ming wanted to continue to harm him, but the river god chased him, so he had no choice but to sneak away. Thus, the river god lost his target. Seeing this, others fled in a hurry. In this way, Zhou Ming used stealth and displacement skills to avoid the pursuit of the river god, while looking for opportunities to divert the trouble. Finally, as time passed, a scream was heard. An unlucky guy was unfortunately involved in the battle between the river god and Zhou Ming and was the first to sacrifice. That is the shield guard of the Fireworks Guild, Hanabi Aoba. You are such a scourge. Hanabi Kanbyo gritted her teeth in anger. You little girl, you need no education. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately ran towards her. Help! Fireworks Sword Dance was frightened out of her wits. Suddenly, the river god's body stopped. Zhou Ming was startled and stopped immediately, observing carefully. The evil aura on the river god gradually disappeared and he returned to his original appearance. Evil man, don't let me see you again. After saying this, the old man dodged into the river, leaving everyone in bewilderment. Hint: the river god regains his sanity, and this level ends. Tip: if you fail to defeat the blackened river god, you will get the basic reward for this level. Tip: the entrance to the next level has appeared. Boom! Behind the crowd, a gate of light appeared out of thin air. It's over. Finally I'm safe. I was almost killed by this guy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, rays of light automatically appeared in front of everyone, and they turned out to be floating treasure chests. Clearance treasure box. Type: Dungeon Stage Treasure Chest. Effect: you will get corresponding rewards based on your performance in clearing levels. The better your performance, the greater the chance of getting precious items. Wow, it's a treasure chest. Open it quickly. Tip: player Firework Sword Dance gets 10,000 experience points of black iron equipment from the treasure chest. Tip: player Qingshan Yuzhe gets a first level skill book X1, 10,000 experience points from the treasure chest. Ha ha ha, I got a level 10 silver equipment. Baqi Wushuan suddenly laughed and showed a silver spear to everyone. This piece of equipment is much better than the bronze level long sword he is using now. Speechless, what I prescribed is so rubbish, just a few bottles of potion. Me too, only my experience points are passable. Except for Baqi Wushuan, no one else got anything good. At this time, Zhou Ming opened the treasure chest. Tip: player Never Work for Zhou gets the second level skill book X1, 10,000 experience points from the treasure chest. What? After hearing this team reminder, except for Qingshan Yizhe, everyone else had a subtle mentality. Why? It's unjust that this evildoer could actually obtain a second level skill book. Faced with doubts, Zhou Ming answered with a clear conscience, is it strange? The treasure chest determines the reward based on the level clearing performance, which means that my performance is better than yours. When Blood Rose heard this, she thought about it and realized that it was true. Zhou Ming dealt with the river god for a full 10 minutes, and his performance was indeed much better than theirs. Don't be fooled by him. Tyrant Wushuan said angrily, the mode of this level does not require the use of force. We just need to answer the questions of the river god according to the mechanism. We don't need to use force and waste time. The fact that I was able to obtain the silver equipment must be related to my being the first to answer the river god's question. This is the best proof. He pointed at Zhou Ming and cursed, this guy messed up the game mode and even created a blackened river god. He almost wiped us out. After hearing this, Shuemegui and the others felt that it made sense. Not necessarily. Qingshan continued to whisper, I think Mr. Zhou's analysis is not impossible. He brought you here, so of course you speak for him. Hanabi Kanbyo glared at Qingshan Yujun fiercely. At this time, they were all deeply dissatisfied with Zhou Ming. It was not only because of the previous grudges, but also because they believed that Zhou Ming's behavior was obstructing the team from winning the first pass of the dungeon. I thought you were just an idiot, but I didn't expect you to be so naive. Zhou Ming ignored the anger of these people and said to Baqi Wushuan. Think with your pig brain. Answering a question honestly can bring you huge benefits. Is there such a thing as pie in the sky? Believe it or not, I just make my own judgment based on my intuition. If you have the guts, kill me. If you don't, just shut up. After that, Zhou Ming walked towards the entrance of the next level, the main point of which was to do what he wanted. Chapter 34. This man is an absolute nuisance. Hua Huojianwu snorted coldly at Zhou Ming's back. It's really unlucky to meet this guy. Blood Rose shook her head and no longer wanted to try to understand Zhou Ming. Facts have proved that this person is too different. To put it bluntly, he is a black sheep. But right now, everyone can't do anything about him, so they can only follow him, hoping that this guy can accumulate some good karma in the next level. Zhou Ming took advantage of the break before going to the next level to open his backpack to check the skill book he got from the treasure chest. Skill book, Flowing Wind. Skill preview. Type, active skill. Grade, level 2, LV1, 0/200. Effect, the force of the wind flows through the whole body, increasing the third speed by 20% for 120 seconds. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Learning requirements, melee professions such as warrior, swordsman, thief, etc. Description, I am a very fast man, abbreviated as fast man. Oh, that's good. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. This skill seems very ordinary just looking at the description, only increasing the speed by 20%. But Zhou Ming saw its potential. As long as you allow it to achieve infinite growth, it will definitely be of great help to you. Because this speed skill not only increases movement speed, but triple speed, movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed all increase at the same time. Very cool. Zhou Ming clicked to learn and allowed this skill to gain infinite growth. As soon as they finished, everyone arrived at the entrance to the next level. I'll go first. Because he was afraid that Zhou Ming would go in and cause trouble first, Baqi Wushuan shouted loudly and rushed in. Yes, we go in first and you go in last. As they spoke, several people rushed forward and entered first. Alas, I kindly reminded you that people are treacherous and you should not be careless, but you let me down. This world is really not worth it. Zhou Ming was deeply saddened and felt very disappointed with his friend. He was not in a hurry and just watched these people go in first. Boss, do you have any key information that is why you are doing the opposite? Qing Shan still took the opportunity to ask. Zhou Ming shook his head, no, I just trust my intuition. Well, you're awesome. Qing Shan was still at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He thought Zhou Ming had some strategy, but it turned out to be complete chaos. The two finally entered together. There was a flash of light in front of my eyes, and my vision suddenly became clear. At this moment, everyone was on the main road of a small village. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing unusual in the village. The houses were scattered around and it was very peaceful. But the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Look! Blood Rose walked to a house and pointed inside the gate with a pale face. When everyone looked over, they saw that there were corpses inside. They checked along the streets and found that there were dead bodies in almost every house in the village. It seemed that there had been a bloody massacre here before they came. It's so scary. The flying princess couldn't help feeling scared. Hint, in the second level, you get the dungeon-specific item Life Guardian Potion X1. Tip, please go to the well at the back. A copy reminder sounded in the team. Everyone found a bottle of potion in their backpack. Life Guardian Potion. Type, special item for dungeon. Effect 1, abnormal resistance plus 1000, only valid in the copy. Effect 2, health limit plus 2000, health recovery speed plus 100%, only valid in the dungeon. Wow, this potion is so strong! The flying little princess exclaimed. They give me potions right after I come in. This is the first time I've seen such a weird dungeon. The domineering little silver spear touched his head, a little confused. Help! Help! There was a cry for help in the distance. Are there any survivors? Go check. Shenqi and others hurriedly followed the sound. Again? Is this the end? Seeing this scene and reading the copy prompt just now, Zhou Ming had a vague guess. Now, he was almost certain that this copy was full of evil fun. Boss, let's go and take a look too. The Green Mountains are still there, but we must move on. Whatever, I'm not in a hurry. Compared to others, Zhou Ming was not in a hurry at all. He walked at the back, looking left and right, as if thinking about something. Shenqi and others followed the sound and came to the well behind the village. Compared with the front, the back of the village was in a mess, as if there were signs of a fight. The cry for help came from the well. They pulled up the bucket from the well and found a wounded girl curled up inside with blood-stained clothes. Thank you guys, wow! As soon as the girl came up, she burst into tears, her cries filled with sadness and fear. She began to tell the story while crying. Just now, a demon came into the village and started killing crazily. Her parents were killed by the devil in an attempt to protect her, and she herself was injured and fled to a well in the village to take shelter. She thought she would be killed, but it seemed that a brave man came, and the devil fought with the brave man in fear. Later, the sound of fighting gradually disappeared, and the brave man and the devil disappeared. I was so scared that I didn't make any sound from beginning to end, but then the wound hurt so much that I couldn't bear it anymore. How pitiful! After hearing this, the little flying princess' eyes began to turn red. Don't be afraid, sister. I will protect you. The domineering tiger's body shook, and he supported the girl very naturally. His eyes fell on the girl's pure face with tears in her eyes, and he felt a little dishonest. Zhou Ming watched quietly without saying anything. At this time, the copy prompt sounded again. Hint: the girl's injured body still has some demonic power left in it, and it needs Life Guardian potion to suppress it. Ah! At this moment, the girl's face showed pain, and she couldn't help but fall into the arms of Baqi Wushuan, looking extremely weak and pitiful. No, we have to save her. Baqi Wushuan was the first to take out the potion and feed it to the girl. Tip: the player's justice value is plus 300, and he gets the blessing of justice, damage and defense plus 30%. After hearing this tip, Baqi Wushuan was even more certain that his guess was correct. As long as he showed his righteous and kind qualities, he could gain benefits and reduce the difficulty of the dungeon in disguise. Thank you, you are a good man. The girl had tears in her eyes and was extremely grateful, but I still feel very uncomfortable. It must be an insufficient dose. Tyrant Wushuan looked at everyone and said proudly, everyone, it is obvious that this level is testing our kindness. Everyone, take out the potions and save people. We will definitely pass the level. That makes sense. With the prompt of the triggering of the domineering and unparalleled power as evidence, the little flying prince couldn't help but believe it and agreed. Zhou Ming suddenly interrupted, do you believe what this idiot said? What do you mean? Baqi Wushuan was quite dissatisfied when he heard this. My meaning is very simple. So far, this dungeon has not tested good and evil, but IQ. Zhou Ming pointed at the domineering head and said with a smile, obviously, your IQ is seriously insufficient. You farted. Of course, Baqi Wushuan would never admit that his IQ was low. This is the second level. Obviously, there is nothing wrong with my analysis. It's you who has been obstructing us. Don't reason with this cold-blooded beast, save people first. Yes, as long as you contribute the potion, you can get a 30% damage and defense bonus. Combined with the blessing of justice from the previous level, it's 40%. I'll definitely be able to use it in the last level. The Feishan siblings, Hua Huo Sword Dance, Beidao Xiaoan Qiang and Beidao Zhengtu took out potions one after another and gave them to the girl to drink, while not forgetting to belittle Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming said, haha. Is he cold-blooded? Maybe, but at least after he entered the game, he was not as domineering as these people, bullying the individual players. These guys are actually not much better than him. Bad guys are always like this, strict with others but lenient with themselves. Even though they are not that good, it does not prevent them from using moral justice to criticize others at certain times. Anyway, for bad guys, moral justice is to restrain others and has nothing to do with themselves. When doing bad things, they put it aside and pick it up as a weapon when needed. This is the logic of the bad guys, and it is also consistent with the behavior of this group of people at the moment. Qing Shan still looked at Zhou Ming, hesitated for a while, and decided to follow the crowd. Even the more cautious Blood Rose firmly agreed with Tyrant's approach this time without any hesitation. Thank you, I feel much better. The girl looked grateful. But, that evil power still seems to be out of control. I'm so scared. Her eyes looked at Zhou Ming intentionally or unintentionally. It seems the medicine is still a little bit away from taking effect. Hey, Mr. Zhou, can you be a good person for once? The domineering little silver spear urged. It is obvious that this level only needs your bottle of potion, so contribute it to save people and let everyone pass, don't disgust us anymore. Save people? Zhou Ming was unmoved. Such a powerful potion, why didn't I keep it for myself, but used it to save a stranger? Are you a cold-blooded person? Hanabi can be condemned, look how pitiful she is. Even if it's just a game, you should at least have some compassion, right? How heartless! The flying little princess glared at Zhou Ming angrily. Yes, I don't have love, but you do. Zhou Ming shrugged and sneered, so the reason you're leveling up in the arena is definitely not because you're greedy or bullying the weak, but because you're worried that ordinary players will get addicted to games and hurt themselves, so you want to help them quit their internet addiction, right? He gave a thumbs up to the group of people. Shocking, a big guild is dominating the leveling field. The reason behind it is heartwarming. Chapter 35. You should stop now. Blood Rose finally couldn't stand it anymore, putting aside our actions, just looking at the current situation, don't we have to save people to pass the level? That's right, the situation is so obvious, but you, ABD, insist on holding us back. Beiki Wushuan took the opportunity to step hard on Zhou Ming. Is it obvious? Zhou Ming looked at him as if he was a mentally retarded person. He didn't want to explain anymore, so he turned to the girl and said, I have 2 questions. If you can answer them, I can give you some medicine to save your life. First, almost all the people here died in the house or near the door. There are no signs of fighting at the place of death. I dare to speculate that some evil force has put them into a state similar to sleep, and killed them while they were dreaming. You said that you were lucky enough to escape because of your parents' protection, but logically speaking, your parents and you should not be able to resist. How do you explain this? Second, you said you escaped to the bottom of the well after being injured. Looking at your injuries, there should be a lot of blood nearby, right? But there is no blood even near the well. How do you explain this? After Zhou Ming finished speaking, there was silence for a moment. I have no idea. The girl curled up in the arms of Tyrant Wushuan, sobbing softly, I heard my family screaming in my sleep, so I woke up and ran here. Hey, don't you feel ashamed to embarrass a girl like this? It was not known whether Beiki Wushuan was really led astray by the girl in his arms, or he was simply displeased with Zhou Ming, and he was acting more and more like a good guy. Zhou Ming retorted, compared to gentlemanly manners, it is shameful to be low on IQ, right? Your mother. Ever since he met Zhou Ming, Baqi Wushuan's words have a strong hint of motherhood. Blood Rose interrupted, the child said that a brave man came and drove away the demon. Perhaps the traces of battle destroyed her dripping blood. To be honest, Blood Rose didn't really care whether the girl lived or died, but if helping the girl could avoid fighting, she naturally wanted to pass this level quickly. It's also possible that her injuries got worse because she hid in the well. She didn't bleed much before. The flying princess added. What you said is possible. Zhou Ming nodded, but my suspicion is also reasonable. So, I don't save people. At this moment, the pain on the girl's face suddenly intensified. She begged Zhou Ming, adventurer, please save me. I want to avenge my family. I can't die yet. Are you still a human being? It's just a bottle of medicine. Why are you so stingy? Hanabi can be accursed. She also felt that Baqi Wushuan was right. Since saving people could help her pass the level, there was no need to go through all the trouble. The girl begged again, I don't want to die, save me, I will repay you. Zhou Ming still shook his head. The girl's eyes suddenly showed resentment, if you don't save me, I will turn into a ghost after I die and will never let you go. I can't stand it anymore. Baqi Wushuan was so angry that he asked, Mr. Zhou, are you a human being? Even Qing Shan Yushan advised, Boss, are you too suspicious? Zhou Ming said in an extremely firm tone. It doesn't make sense to leave a living person among a pile of dead bodies. If she can't answer my questions, I will never save anyone. The girl heard this, and her eyes turned bloodshot, whether it was due to the so-called demonic power or stimulation. Does it make sense that just because they're all dead and I'm still alive, I should die? Zhou Ming replied calmly, from an objective and rigorous perspective, yes. Hint, player never work for Zhou Ming or refuses to save the girl, sin value plus 300. Ah! The girl suddenly cried out in pain, blood flowing from her eyes, it was extremely horrifying. Ghost! The domineering man was so scared that he pushed her away without caring about being a gentleman. Boom! A resentful aura emerged from the girl's body, twisting and rolling, and transformed into a ghostly figure. Hateful Evil Spirit LV-15. Type: Special Monster. HP 280000. Attack Power 1640. Spell Power. Skill? Oh my god, she's dead and has really become an evil spirit. Mr. Zhou, you did a great job. If you save her life, it will be over for us to pass the level, right? Everyone was frightened and scattered. Zhou Ming acted the fastest. He took the bottle of life-protecting potion as soon as the girl showed signs of abnormality. He did not forget to refute, how do you know that saving people can pass the level? I think she is possessed by an evil spirit. After she cheats us of the potion, she will kill us. How dare you quibble? The dungeon mechanism allows us to freely choose whether to fight or not. The previous level of the river god has already proved that we can pass it without fighting. You, a scoundrel, insist on arguing with me. It's really infuriating. Blood Rose and others were furious. Needless to say, this level enters combat mode again, gross. Go to hell, all of you go to hell. The resentful evil spirit vaguely resembled the girl, but her face was pale and her expression was ferocious. Her mouth suddenly opened wide, with an extremely exaggerated amplitude. Ah! Then, a heart-wrenching and miserable wail was heard. At the same time, a sound wave quickly spread out. Boom! -888. -996. -942. Everyone is invited. Even Zhou Ming couldn't escape. But his health points were only reduced, and several others fell into a state of dizziness. This is a skill that can attack a group of people and control the area. Fortunately, Zhou Ming took the life protection potion, which increased his abnormal resistance and prevented him from falling into a negative state. Shut up! At the critical moment, Zhou Ming used Phantom Flash and rushed forward like a flying star. The knife flashed and cut the evil spirit's throat, interrupting her attack on the spot. The evil spirit was angry, and two pale arms wrapped in black air turned into phantoms and attacked him repeatedly. Zhou Ming, however, hid directly behind her. Backstab. -6840. -600. -100. After a successful attack, Zhou Ming retreated immediately without any hesitation. The evil spirit flew over with a roar. Flowing wind. Zhou Ming felt a gust of wind flowing through his body, his speed increasing again. He kept moving and blocking with the blade. On the other side, the blood rose staff was propped on the ground, and a wave of holy light swept through everyone, clearing away the abnormal state. Then he used blood increase, defense enhancement and damage enhancement one by one. Blade of wind and fire. Call. A flaming wind blade broke through the air and hit the resentful evil spirit. -2075. The Flying Prince, a powerful wizard, took action. Not only him, but others also attacked. Beidao Zhengtu acted as the shield guard and rushed forward together with the warrior Baqi Wushuan. It's not that these people are kind-hearted, but the last time Zhou Ming brought the evil river god to their side caused them psychological trauma. To prevent that situation from happening again, they were forced to fight back together. After all, the team is now one less person dead, and if more people die, it will be difficult to pass the last level. These guys have some brains. Seeing this, Zhou Ming also cooperated, using his speed advantage to constantly move around the evil spirit, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The evil spirit's attack methods are flexible and varied, and it has strange skill combinations and high attack power. But it was weak and alone, and with the joint efforts of everyone, the situation gradually stabilized. Suddenly, the evil spirit turned around and turned into a black mist and flew out of the village. Hint: the resentful evil spirit chooses to escape. Please vote to decide whether to chase it or let it go. Tip: there are risks in choosing to chase, but success can increase the reward. If you choose to let it go, you will get the reward for this level and enter the next level. Hearing this tip, everyone was delighted. Haha, we made it through, the evil spirit ran away. Let it go. Let it go. None of them wanted to get tangled with this strange monster anymore. Hint: player never work for Zhou Ming chooses to pursue. Mr. Zhou. A group of people gnashed their teeth at the same time. Fortunately, Zhou Ming was the only one who chose to pursue, so the minority obeyed the majority and the team passed the level. After the voting was over, a copy treasure chest appeared in front of everyone, and the evil spirit disappeared completely. What good will it do you to deliberately increase the difficulty of the dungeon? Baqi Wushuan didn't even look at the treasure chest at first, and angrily asked Zhou Ming, if we can't pass the level, can you? It really doesn't do me any good. Zhou Ming showed a harmless smile, but as the saying goes, it's more painful to see you make money than to see me lose money. When I think about you being able to pass the level smoothly, I feel uncomfortable all over, dear. FK your ancestors. Zhou Ming, hee. Chapter 36. Stop. Blood Rose interrupted the two of them. There's no point in arguing. The guilds in other towns should also be working hard to clear the dungeon. We must hurry up. Upon hearing this, Baqi Wushuan took a deep breath, tried his best to suppress his anger, and went to open the treasure chest in a depressed mood. It is unwise for you to make enemies like this. Blood Rose said to Zhou Ming with a sullen face. Haha, you said it as if you would let me go in the future. You. Blood Rose was speechless. She snorted coldly and turned to open her own treasure chest. I got a level 15 silver equipment and 20,000 experience points. Baqi Wushuan was the first to open the box, and he was very satisfied with the result. Although I have been disgusted by that guy since entering the dungeon, my luck seems to be pretty good. I only have experience points, so dark. I got a first level skill book. I've been promoted to a higher level, it doesn't matter anymore. Except Zhou Ming, everyone else was promoted to a higher level. Of course, Beiki Wushuan and others had died at Zhou Ming's hands, so they were only level 11 at this time. Only Zhou Ming did not upgrade because he had reached level 15 and the experience required for upgrading was as high as 50,000. Zhou Ming's luck was not good this time and he didn't get anything good. So everyone gathered and prepared to enter the third level. Humph, I hope some people will do me some good deeds. Before entering, Beiki Wushuan said sarcastically. I also sincerely hope that some people can recharge their IQ. It turns out that verbal attacks on Zhou Ming are meaningless. Beiki Wushuan realized this, and with a gloomy face, he was the first to enter. The others followed. There was a flash of light before my eyes. When things returned to normal, everyone found themselves in a huge underground palace. The underground palace is vast, dark, and eerie, and is inlaid with gems that emit light from above to provide lighting. Below, there are huge black stone pillars, each one is far apart, and there are many relief carvings of hideous ghosts on them. A spooky and terrifying atmosphere looms. Devil, die! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. At the end of the underground palace, there was flickering light and strong energy fluctuations, as if someone was fighting. Hint, the last level, the brave man fights the devil. Hero? Devil. The little flying princess was stunned and looked at Zhou Ming unconsciously. Could it be the brave man and the devil that the girl mentioned before? Of course it is. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Beiki Wushuan echoed, staring at Zhou Ming with unfriendly eyes. Others' eyes also fell on Zhou Ming. Mr. Zhou, look at what you have done. The facts prove that you are crazy. What the girl said is true. You almost wiped us out twice. Except Qing Shan who was still there, everyone in the group complained about Zhou Ming. After being tortured by Zhou Ming along the way, now that it has been proven that they were right, he can finally vent his anger. Facing their accusations, Zhou Ming was not angry. He just smiled and said sweetly, "Damn, you idiot. Forget it. There's no point in reasoning with a man like him." Blood Rose waved her hands, signaling everyone to calm down. This is the last level, let's go over and see how to pass it. The group immediately took action and headed towards the end of the underground palace. Zhou Ming followed behind calmly. Interesting. He found it very interesting. What else can this copy do next? After a while, everyone arrived at the battlefield. I saw a tall young man fighting with a humanoid demon. The young man was handsome, with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing armor. He wielded a huge sword and slashed repeatedly with a swift attack, releasing sword energy from time to time. The demon he fought was extremely ugly, with a single red horn on its head and a body covered with black hair, looking scary. It's the hero and the devil. This demon must be the same one that wreaked havoc on the village before. Beiki Wushuan and others looked righteous and awe-inspiring. Only Zhou Ming had an indifferent look, unmoved. Did you know that this demon has wreaked havoc on the village? At this time, the brave man noticed their arrival and immediately stepped back, very surprised. Great, it's adventurers. You must be here to hunt down this evil demon who does all kinds of evil, right? Exactly. Beiki Wushuan and others responded hurriedly. Now, they are increasingly certain that their previous judgment was correct. It has nothing to do with me. Needless to say, this was Zhou Ming's answer. The others instantly became angry. Blood Rose hurriedly blocked the line of sight between the hero and Zhou Ming, and said sincerely, "Sir, do you need our assistance?" "Of course, I was worried that I couldn't defeat this demon, thank you." Hint, the hero invites you to lend him a helping hand, do you agree? I agree. I agree. Zhou Ming, get away from me. Everyone. Boom. Boom. Rays of light emerged from everyone. Tip, player Baki Wushuan chooses to join the brave camp, justice value plus 600, and obtains justice blessing, damage, defense plus 60%, which lasts until the end of the dungeon. Tip: player Huahuo Jianwu chooses to join the brave camp. The reminder sounds continued. Haha, that's cool. Baki Wushuan was suddenly excited. With the blessing of justice from before, my damage and defense are now doubled. Me too. They all felt that their strength had been greatly enhanced. At this moment, something strange happened. Tip: when your justice value reaches 1000, sacrifice your life for justice is triggered. You will automatically contribute 90% of your attributes to the hero and enter a weakened state that cannot be recovered. This state lasts until the end of the dungeon. What? This reminder rang in the ears of each of them, making them shudder with fear. Then, rays of light flew out from their bodies and automatically entered the bodies of the heroes. What a powerful force, adventurers, thank you so much. The brave man's body was suddenly filled with a powerful force. Everyone, I will not let your dedication go to waste. He roared and rushed towards the demon. What the hell, what's going on? Everyone who had felt happy just now was now dumbfounded. All of their attributes, including health, mana, etc., are only 10% of the original, and cannot be restored. This weird setting of sacrificing one's life for justice is so disgusting. The flying little prince was in tears. Ha ha ha, your dad will laugh to death. At this moment, there was a burst of laughter among the crowd. When Shui Meigui and the others heard this harsh laughter, their expressions became extremely ugly. Zhou Ming was laughing so hard that his whole body was shaking, but he seemed to be trying his best to control himself. I'm sorry, this is just too funny, ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, hee hee, FK, I'm not going to pretend anymore. You idiots are making me laugh. Zhou Ming realized that he couldn't pretend anymore, so he gloated, I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't laugh, but I just can't help it. I told you to be careful, but you didn't listen. Now you feel great. He laughed so happily. You really deserve a beating. Hanabi Kanbyo glared at him in disgust. Don't panic, everyone. We have given our strength to the hero. He will definitely defeat the devil. Blood Rose hurriedly calmed everyone down. Boom! As he was speaking, a loud roar was heard. But the brave man was so powerful that he knocked the demon to the ground. The demon screamed, jumped up, and a pair of flesh wings grew on its back. It no longer fought with the brave man, but tried its best to avoid and swim away. Then, as he dodged, he glanced at the crowd behind him with a meaningful look. Hint: the devil invites you to fight the hero together, do you accept? Hint: the devil invites the player never work for Zhou to fight the hero together. Two reminders suddenly sounded. The first one is Zhou Ming's personal reminder, and the second one is the team reminder. After hearing this, everyone was instantly terrified and pale. Chapter 37. Interesting. Amid the horrified gazes of the crowd, Zhou Mingzi smiled and made a decision, I'll join. Tip: player never work for Zhou joins the devil camp, sin value plus 600. Tip: players from different camps can attack each other, please be careful. FK, run. The domineering Wushuan was so scared that he ran away for his life. The others also quickly dispersed. Now they are all in a weak state, how can they possibly be a match for that guy? What a bummer, this is a damn dungeon. At this moment, everyone felt deeply speechless. It's too late to regret now. A flash of phantom. Call out. Zhou Ming transformed into a phantom and rushed towards Baki Wushuan and his two guild members. Fearless charge. Baki Wushuan used his skills, but he did not attack Zhou Ming, but tried to avoid it. Tisk. 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 The knife flashed, blood splattered, and three figures fell down. Triple kill. Zhou Ming's phantom flashed and combined with his own movement speed, the speed was so fast that the three tyrants could not dodge it at all. Then, Zhou Ming ran towards the fireworks sisters who were closest to him. With fireworks sword dance and Blood Rose's current state, it only took him a few seconds to catch up. You are a rubbish, despicable villain, you will definitely get your comeuppance. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Hanabi sword dance could only vent all her anger by turning it into vicious words. If there really is retribution, it would be reasonable for you to die first. Zhou Ming smiled coldly, raised his sword and slashed, killing the fireworks sword dance in seconds. Sir Brave, please save us. Blood Rose was so anxious that her face turned pale. Dear adventurers, please give me a little more time. I will not let you down. The hero was having a great time fighting the devil over there and paid no attention to Blood Rose's words. As a result, Blood Rose was also killed. Next up are the Feitian siblings. In the end, only the Green Mountains remain. Awesome, I really kneel down to you. Qing Shan still didn't run from beginning to end. He watched Zhou Ming slaughtering people quietly and said with a wry smile. If I had known this, I would have made the same choice as you. Alas, I was led astray by them. His tone was regretful. In that case, you can go with peace of mind. Zhou Ming came over with a knife. Qing Shan still said calmly, it's free anyway, I won't lose anything, I wish you good luck, boss. The knife flashed. As a result, Zhou Ming was the only player left on the field. Adventurer, please come and help me kill this brave man who is hated by the devil. The devil was overjoyed to see the other adventurers dead, and hoped that Zhou Ming would help him. Sorry, I sprained my waist due to the intense movement just now. I need to rest for a while. You guys continue. Zhou Ming refused outright. He found a nearby stone pillar and leaned against it, acting as if he was watching a good show. Demon. Hero. Adventurer, if you help me kill him, I will never treat you unfairly. Please come over. The devil continued to tempt. Zhou Ming remained unmoved. After a while, the fight between the man and the demon suddenly stopped. The movements seem quite coordinated. Hint, you have to kill all the players in the justice camp, and your own sin value reaches 1000, meet the hidden conditions, and enter the ultimate mode of the dungeon, True Sin. Hey, you're not pretending anymore. Zhou Ming felt a little regretful, what a pity, I still want to wear down your strength. At this moment, the demons and heroes all looked at Zhou Ming with cold eyes. You are such an anomaly. The devil whispered, his tone was chilling. It's a pity that I couldn't trick you, but you're the only one left, what can I change? Said the brave man. Both the man and the demon had evil smiles on their faces, as if they were sure to defeat Zhou Ming. The next second, their faces froze. The humans on the other side were not panicked at all. Even, still laughing. That's right, Zhou Ming was not only laughing, but his laugh was even more evil than theirs. You two are indeed in the same group. Zhou Ming stared at the man and the demon, I was just guessing, but I didn't expect it to be the truth. No, it's not just you two. The river god and the vengeful spirit are also in the same group with you, right? From the expressions of the man and the demon opposite him, Zhou Ming got a positive answer. Wonderful. Very wonderful. First, let the river god use boring questions to make those idiots bound by the moral principles of good and evil, and then use the tragedy in the village to strengthen their so-called kindness. Finally, the hero and the devil appeared together, making them believe in their own judgment and join the hero's camp. Their justice value naturally reached the condition of sacrifice their lives for justice. You guys played that bunch of idiots to death. Zhou Ming couldn't help but applaud, I admire you so much. You are wrong about one thing. The demon suddenly spoke. Which point? It's not we, it's I. Boom. A dark aura emanated from the demon. Then, the brave man turned into a beam of light and escaped into the demon's body. At the same time, a teleportation array appeared behind the demon, and two figures walked out of it. It is the river god and the resentful evil spirit. Like brave warriors, they transformed into streams of light and escaped into the demon's body. In the blink of an eye, black energy surged from the demon's body, and his appearance changed drastically. Soon, he revealed his true form, a human in a black robe. Source of Sin Dark Mage LV20. Type, the Gate of Good and Evil, the ultimate boss. HP, 650,000. Attack power. Spell power. Skill. Description, an evil being in the Gate of Good and Evil who likes to deceive and play with people's hearts. Tip, the Gate of Good and Evil has entered the final mode, and the final boss Source of Sin, Dark Master has appeared. Tip, if you don't defeat the Dark Master, the Gate of Good and Evil will remain in the ultimate mode until you clear the level. Interesting. Zhou Ming looked at the final boss with a playful look in his eyes. You're an interesting person. The dark mage was skinny, holding a skull staff, and had a creepy smile. If possible, we can be friends and you can leave. Zhou Ming said disdainfully, UBD, are you worthy enough to be my friend? Court death. The great wizard pointed his staff, and thunder roared above the underground palace. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming didn't hesitate at all. As soon as the great wizard made a move, he fled forward. Boom! A strange dark purple lightning fell, creating a big hole at Zhou Ming's original position. Flowing wind. Zhou Ming accelerated himself and approached quickly. At the same time, the blade in his hand was emitting flames. Flame slash! Boom! A flaming blade suddenly appeared, dazzling in the dark underground palace, like a rainbow across the sky. Dark barrier. Dark energy surged throughout the archmage's body, and his robes moved without wind. He raised his hand, and strands of black air danced, transforming into a translucent black barrier. Boom! Zhou Ming's flames fell on it, and the black barrier showed traces of cracks, but it did not break. It's useless, you are no match for me. The flames dissipated, and the great wizard was shocked. Where did that person go? 1 gold coin and 1 bronze equipment were stolen from you. What? The dark wizard instantly became furious. How could that person steal his things? He turned around immediately and saw that the other party had sneaked around behind him while taking advantage of the flaming sword attack. Hand of Darkness. The great wizard reached out to grab Zhou Ming, and black air condensed in the air and turned into a giant hand that grabbed him down. Zhou Ming suddenly disappeared. Backstab. Bang. He came behind the opponent again and stabbed him from behind. The barrier shook but still did not break. The archmage immediately turned around, and a purple magic fire burned on the skeleton staff, and a beam of flame shot towards Zhou Ming. Flames appeared under Zhou Ming's feet. Flying fire meteor. Call out. He flew away immediately. However, he controlled the distance and only dodged the opponent's attack, without rushing out 100 meters at once. Then he moved around a few times and started stealing again. Theft failed. Well, you have something. Zhou Ming had to admit that the other party was powerful. Now, there are very few monsters that can make his stealing fail. This great wizard is worthy of being the ultimate boss of the dungeon. Chapter 38. Outside the Gate of Good and Evil, on the lonely wind cliff. We were screwed by that BD. Blood Rose, Tyrannical Wushuan and others were all eliminated and gathered at the entrance of the dungeon, each with a gloomy look on their face. Luckily this is a dungeon, so they won't lose levels if they die, otherwise they would lose a lot. Humph, he's the only one left. I don't think he can make it through the dungeon. I hope so. Blood Rose looked unhappy, and suddenly remembered something. Go to the forum and live broadcast platform quickly to see the strategies of other towns. Yes, I hope they don't have a smooth life either. I really don't want to give the first clear reward of the dungeon to others. At that moment, several people quickly connected to the forum and live broadcast platform to check the situation in other towns. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The Minjiao Pavilion Guild was tragically wiped out in the Earth Dragon's Lair dungeon. The Starry Night Guild's raid on the Witch Corp's underground palace is extremely difficult and there is no hope of clearing it. The Yulong Guild has announced that it will suspend its dungeon raiding operations and focus on upgrading. The divine revelation is inhuman. The difficulty of the initial dungeon is too high, and no dungeon has been cleared yet. The news emerged one after another, surprising and delighting the group. They originally thought that they lost in the copy because of that Zhou's misbehavior. Now it seems that it is not that simple. Although the modes of the starting dungeons of all towns are different, the difficulty is surprisingly high, which is quite consistent. They still have a chance. Fortunately, the situation in other towns is not optimistic either. Beiki Wushuan breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly laughed. So that guy definitely can't make it alone, right? He deserves it. He screwed us over. Thinking of this, the dominant unparalleled somewhat relieved. He was really disgusted by Zhou Ming. Blood Rose said, someone on the forum analyzed that at least all team members must reach level 15, and the main attacking member must be equipped with at least 3 silver equipment including weapons to have a chance of passing the level. And it's just a possibility. The difficulty of the starting dungeon of this game is simply abnormal. Thinking of his previous experience, the Flying Prince couldn't help complaining. Blood Rose consoled him, in the final analysis, it's because our guild is too impatient. Don't worry about other things now, just focus on leveling up, and challenge again when you are strong enough. What about the copy key? Try to kill the boss when leveling up, you will always get something. Right. At this moment, the group reached a consensus. They no longer dwelled on their previous failures and left quickly. The boss hasn't come out yet. Qing Shan still did not continue to cooperate with Beiki Wushuan and others. He waited for a while, but when Zhou Ming didn't come out, he left alone. Inside the gate of good and evil. Damn you little thief! From the vast and dark underground palace, the curses of the great dark wizard were heard. He was a distinguished great wizard, but he actually let a petty thief steal from him multiple times? Why can a low-level skill like stealing work on me? This is unscientific. Corrosive rain. The dark mage was no longer as calm as before, and used a powerful skill with hatred. Zhou Ming immediately saw a large black cloud covering the surrounding area, and black water arrows shot down from above. The power of protection. The flying fire meteor skill was still on cooldown, and the opponent's attack range was too large, so he couldn't avoid it and could only resist. The black rain of arrows hit the protective barrier, and immediately there were bursts of corrosion sounds. The barrier is about to break. A chill flashed across the dark wizard's eyes, as if he had seen Zhou Ming's corpse. Come out, my clone! A wave of energy appeared around Zhou Ming, transforming into a clone. Immediately, the clone raised his right hand, and a protective barrier reappeared. That's right, the clone used the suit skills. Although Zhou Ming has used it once, the clone can use equipment skills independently, does not conflict with the main body, and does not share cooldown, so the clone can be used again. Clone skills. The Dark Master was shocked. The clone skill is a relatively rare type of spell among many spells. It's not to say that clones are necessarily very powerful, but they are indeed rare. Among them, there are even fewer clones that can use skills independently. The Archmage even showed jealousy in his eyes. Although he can create clones, they are based on the special rules of the Gate of Good and Evil. They are not his ability at all, and he cannot control them freely. At this time, Zhou Ming stood within the protective barrier of his clone and moved with it, quickly rushing out of the attack range of the Rain of Corrosion. One person and one clone attacked each other at the same time. Flame Slash. The clone uses another equipment skill. Shadow Flash. The dark mage turned into a black shadow and quickly dodged when the flames came down. As soon as he stopped, his clone rushed in front of him like a meteor, using the backstab skill. Bang! The dark barrier shook violently, and at the same time, the clone stretched out his small hand. Theft. Success. You get bronze equipment X1. You little thief, you are so hateful. The Dark Master was about to lose his mind. Did this person treat him as a mobile treasure trove? He would steal his things at any time? He had never suffered such an insult. He swung the skull staff wrapped in black fire and smashed it at the clone angrily. A flash of phantom. The clone dodged with incredible agility. Zhou Ming's real body took this opportunity to go behind the archmage and use a backstab skill. Crash! Finally, the solid dark barrier shattered into pieces. Theft. Fail. It doesn't matter, attack first. Although he failed to steal it, Zhou Ming was not slow at all, and stabbed the opponent's neck with the flaming sword. Roll. Boom. An extremely strong dark force suddenly burst out from the archmage's body, like a shaking water wave. Zhou Ming's real body and his clone who was about to attack from the flank were all shaken away. -1800. -2600. Zhou Ming and his clone were thrown nearly 20 meters away and suffered heavy damage. Sneak. Seeing this, Zhou Ming and his clone started stealth at the same time. Evil Eye. Seeing that the opponent was invisible, the dark mage quickly used the skill of reappearance. A demonic eye larger than a millstone appeared in the void, constantly watching. The magic eye aura released by the great wizard was more powerful than anything Zhou Ming had ever seen, and it was obviously at the maximum level. But Zhou Ming was not exposed. What? The archmage was confused. Who is this human thief? His stealing skills can steal his own things through the dark barrier, but now even the magic eye skill can't make him visible? The archmage, as the ultimate boss of the Gate of Good and Evil, although he had a certain level of intelligence, was also deeply confused at this moment. While he was distracted, Zhou Ming and his clone approached secretly. You are the first person to enjoy the double theft from me and my clone. I hope you can bear it. Zhou Ming smiled evilly, and started stealing at the same time as his clone. You get 1 intermediate mana potion. You get 1 gold coin. Tisk, you're lucky. The two of them went on a pilfering spree and only stole junk, which was disappointing. At the same time, the great wizard only felt 2 invisible hands in the void gently caressing him. He was stolen again. No power to resist, no way out, no dignity. You've completely p'd me off. The archmage roared, and a black aura floated out from his robes. Death lullaby. Suddenly, a weird evil shadow appeared behind him, opened its mouth and uttered a strange song. The sound waves instantly swept in all directions. Boom! Zhou Ming and his clone were swept by the sound waves. Miss. -3400. Zhou Ming was in stealth mode, with a dodge bonus of +300, and combined with his own dodge ability, he luckily avoided the attack. But the clone was not so lucky. Not only was he exposed by the sound wave, but he was also killed instantly. Zhou Ming kept his troops in place. 10 seconds passed quickly. He sneaked up to the Great Wizard again and tried to steal again. Success! You get the hidden item skill book Mark of Death ×1. Chapter 39. Skill book, Death Mark. Skill preview. Type, active skill. Grade, level 5, LV1, 0/500. Effect 1, add a layer of Mark of Death during the attack, which lasts for 120 seconds. After the attack, the mark will be transferred to the target. Only one target can be affected during a group attack. Effect 2, any damage caused to the target will be recorded by the mark. When it is actively detonated or the time is up, the mark will burst out the total recorded damage at once. Cost, 1000 mana. Cooling time, 150 seconds, starting from the disappearance of the mark. Learning requirements, level 15. This skill is a magical single-target attack skill. Zhou Ming was overjoyed, he finally stole the treasure. He immediately learned the skill and made it gain infinite growth. My skill book. At the same time, the archmage wailed loudly. At this moment, he was about to collapse. In front of that little thief, he had no human rights at all. Destroy it all. The archmage went completely crazy, waving his staff and using skills recklessly. Erosion rain. The devil's thunder surges. Black fire invasion. One after another, large-scale skills were thrown at the surroundings, and the range of each skill was dozens of meters. But Zhou Ming is too cunning. As soon as the stealing enters cooldown, he will leave immediately and never stay within the attack range. While sneaking, his speed increased by 80%. With the help of the invisibility effect, no matter how crazy the wizard was, he couldn't touch him. During this period, Zhou Ming stole as much as he could. Theft. Success. Fail. Success. The stealth time is 120 seconds, and the stealth cooldown is only 10 seconds. Therefore, during the stealth period, Zhou Ming can theoretically steal 12 times. Of course, this is just theory. In order to avoid attacks, Zhou Ming's actual number of attacks is not enough. And unfortunately, I didn't steal anything good during that time. For the last time. Seeing that the stealth time was about to expire, Zhou Ming carefully went behind the archmage. He stood 4 meters away and stretched out his hand in another classic gesture. Theft successful. You get the hidden item skill book Life Devouring X1. Oh! Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. Stolen again. It's so cool. Skill book, Life Devouring. Skill preview. Type, active skill. Grade, level 5, LV1, 0/500. Effect 1, the attack has a life-eating effect, causing an additional damage equal to 10% of the player's own health. In group attacks, this damage is halved. Effect 2, if this attack kills the target, it will devour 1% of the target's health and permanently increase its own health limit by the corresponding amount, up to a maximum of plus 50,000 health limit. Cost, 800 mana. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Learning requirements, level 15. Limited professions, melee. Oh my god, this is fierce. After reading the skill description, Zhou Ming was overjoyed. As long as he learns this skill, not only can his damage be increased, but his ability to survive will also increase dramatically. Human, you deserve to die. At this time, the Dark Master had completely lost his mind. His skill Death Lullaby is finally back on cooldown. In an instant, the evil shadow reappeared, and the irresistible sound waves attacked again. Boom! Zhou Ming was hit and revealed his true form, and fell into a sleeping state. It turns out that this is a skill with control. Shadow Flash. As a long-range professional, the Great Wizard flashed in front of Zhou Ming, who appeared. I wish I could eat you alive. He swung the staff burning with black flames like a madman and smashed it towards Zhou Ming's head. Bang bang bang! In an instant, Zhou Ming's health dropped rapidly. Good fellow, he turned an old mage into a melee maniac. This guy can brag about it for a year. Before he died, Zhou Ming didn't feel bad at all. Instead, he felt a little sorry for the old wizard who had lost his mind. You were killed by the source of evil, the dark mage, and the dungeon clearance failed. You are about to leave the gate of good and evil. The dungeon items Golden Axe and Silver Axe still exist until the dungeon is cleared and disappear. 2 game prompts came to my ears. Zhou Ming's body turned into white light and disappeared. When he came to his senses, he had returned to Lone Wind Cliff. In front of him, the entrance to the gate of good and evil was suspended. Comfortable. Seeing the scenery outside Maple Leaf Town again, Zhou Ming did not feel unhappy about failing to clear the copy. On the contrary, he stretched himself and looked very happy. This trip is a bloody profit. He sold a copy key for a whopping price. Now he has truly achieved financial freedom, and the gains in the game are equally huge. Cool. After a moment of happiness, Zhou Ming felt tired. Now, it is the end of the third day of the game and approaching the fourth day. He hasn't had a day off. According to the original plan, he was going to use his clone to practice some skills and then go to the town to cause trouble. I didn't expect to get the copy key in the middle of the process and it has been delayed until now. At the moment, Zhou Ming was not in a hurry. He chose to log off and fell asleep directly. This sleep was so sweet. When he woke up, 7 or 8 hours had passed. The game Divine Revelation will not make players feel too tired. The reason why Zhou Ming slept for so long was purely because he was too lazy. He ordered a takeaway, put the food on the table and ate it leisurely, then turned on his old junk computer to check what was happening on the forum. This is amazing to see. Become a celebrity yourself. On the forum, there are sections for various novice towns. He clicked into the exclusive section of Maple Leaf Town, and almost all the posts pinned to the top were about him. I will never work for Mr. Zhou. He can fool 3 guilds by himself. The top group in Maple Leaf Town gathered to attack the silver boss, but a thief stole the fruits of victory. What mysterious brother, bunny brother? He is the cheating brother. He defeated the flaming wing tiger alone. Selling a dungeon spot for 700,000? Mr. Zhou is simply not a human being. Who exactly is Zhou? Could he be a spy sent by the government? There are many posts related to Zhou Ming, which can almost be compared with various guilds and other popular game content. Of course, Zhou Ming didn't care. He browsed around casually and found that there were fewer topics about the copy, and there was no first copy clearance yet. Players seem to have understood that the starting copy of each town should be a test for the players and it is not so easy to pass it. Of course, once you clear the level and trigger the first pass, the rewards are definitely not enough. Therefore, all the major guilds are now working hard to upgrade, just to win the first pass of the dungeon. It turns out that the dungeons in other towns are also so difficult. It seems that no one will try to challenge them in the short term. Zhou Ming looked at it for a while and then exited the Maple Leaf Town communication section. Then he clicked on the international section. To be honest, it was the first time that Zhou Ming saw an international section on a game forum. It seemed to be specially launched by various countries to enable smooth communication among players around the world. This is also the reason why the game Shenqi can be popular all over the world, not only because of the high degree of game simulation, but also because of the official support of various countries. Zhou Ming clicked in mainly because he was curious about the progress of other countries. Chapter 40. The international section is equally lively, with players from all over the world posting and communicating freely. Is the game Shenqi really just a game? Why do countries take it so seriously? Zhou Ming was browsing casually while eating takeout when he suddenly noticed a unique post. Other posts are discussing game content just by looking at the title, but this post is discussing the game itself? However, Zhou Ming had an idea. He thought about it carefully and felt that the game Divine Revelation was indeed a bit unusual. This game is a little too real. When Zhou Ming dealt with those NPCs before, he even thought that he was communicating with a real person playing the GM. Seeing this post, Zhou Ming couldn't help but feel curious and clicked on it. The poster is a player from the Northern Bear country. He shared some of his experiences. Long before Shenqi was officially released, he had heard about this game through special channels and thought it was unusual. The evidence is that after the game was released, this player used his intelligence channels to learn that various countries had sent people into the game to develop. As for the Northern Bear country, he knew that the government not only strongly supported several old guilds, but even selected elites from the army to join the guilds, and spared no expense just to allow these guilds to be one step ahead of other countries. In addition to the Northern Bear Country, Mika Country, Sakurajima Country, Asan Country, Kimchi Country, and the British Empire, there are such signs in other countries. The most exaggerated is the Mika Kingdom. They sent a special forces team directly in and established a new guild. In addition, the old guild Heaven Guild in Mika Country is said to have received a lot of financial assistance from Mika Country, and has developed rapidly. Even the guild headquarters has been moved to the Five Corners building. The most exciting thing is that the chief of Mika Country, T-Bukop, also entered the game in person. In the post, the player also shared the game footage of Taiko taken by passers-by. He was a foreign uncle with a smiling face, his ID was, and he was too lazy to even pretend. All signs indicate that the game Shenqi is not as simple as it seems. Below the post, players also expressed their opinions. Some people say that the OP is too neurotic and is making groundless accusations. Some people think that his analysis makes sense, but it is nothing more than that this game may have an economic impact, so countries will pay attention to it. As for other aspects, it is obvious that the OP overinterpreted them. What's so weird about this game? After reading the post, Zhou Ming couldn't help but think about it. He had a hunch that the player's suspicion was probably correct. He always trusts his instincts. However, the information we have now is too little to draw any conclusions for the time being. This made Zhou Ming even more excited. Now, the rest of my gaming career should be more interesting. After a while, Zhou Ming turned off the computer, washed up, and went out after a long absence. A few hours later, Zhou Ming watched people move an exquisite game cabin into the new residence. That's right, he went out and rented a slightly larger house to live in. The environment was better than the small shabby house he lived in before, and he also bought a beautiful game cabin. In addition, a large amount of bread, instant noodles, canned food, and other spare foods were also purchased. The refrigerator is also filled with food, ensuring that I can play the game with peace of mind without having to go out frequently. Everything is done. Zhou Ming lies down in the game room and logs into the world of Shenqi. With a flash of light, the person appeared on the lonely wind cliff. Hey, the world over here is more interesting. Zhou Ming felt so comfortable as he felt the mountain breeze. He walked to the edge of the cliff and found players in many places on Lonely Wind Mountain. Now that players' strength has improved, more and more people are forming teams to go up the mountain, and those guild groups can't stop them anymore. After all, they are now focused on leveling up and have no time to cause trouble. Of course, most players can only level up below the mountainside, and only a few can enter the mountaintop area. By the way, has my current level been surpassed? Zhou Ming remembered that he had previously ranked first on the ranking list. He clicked on the ranking list and saw a virtual light screen appear before his eyes. Longguo District Ranking. First place, Zhou, who never works for others, LV15. Second place, Iron Horse Ice River, LV14. Third place, Starry Night Pearl, LV13. Fourth place, My Heart Will Go On, LV13. These people are really hard-working. Could they have been playing since yesterday? Zhou Ming sighed, we have to work harder. He closed the leaderboard, turned on stealth, put on the spider silk ring, and easily descended from the lone wind cliff. Afterwards, he walked around the mountaintop area and found a deserted place to level up. To be precise, it is to practice skills. The common monsters in the mountaintop area are at least level 13, and their health is basically over 10,000. Of course, this doesn't matter to Zhou Ming. He randomly picked up a wandering goblin that was shaking its head. Clone technique. Zhou Ming condensed his clone immediately. A flash of phantom. Backstab and death mark. Zhou Ming and his clone used attack skills at the same time. Before the goblin could see what was going on, his health had already reached a critical level. At the same time, 2 layers of black marks filled with the breath of death appeared on its body, in the shape of a black skull symbolizing death. As the goblin angrily swung the iron rod to fight back, Zhou Ming and his clone sneaked away at the same time. While in stealth, Zhou Ming was not in a hurry to attack, but used poison, flowing wind and stealing skills with his clone at the same time. In this way, skill proficiency increases at double the rate. At this time, as long as Zhou Ming detonates 2 layers of Mark of Death, the monster will be blown to death. But Zhou Ming only detonated 1 layer, and the monster was instantly left with little health. He immediately launched a stealth-breaking attack, and added the extra damage of life devouring. Phew! -1802, break the invisibility strike. -300, weapon with fire damage. -100, poison damage. -485, life devour comes with extra damage. There was only a wailing sound, and the patrolling goblin died in unclear circumstances. You killed the LV-13 patrolling goblin, experience points +80. Life devour takes effect, devouring 1% of the target's health, your health limit permanently +120. Comfortable. Zhou Ming felt so happy. He is now level 15, and he doesn't get much experience points from killing monsters here, unless he attacks elite monsters or bosses. But experience points were not his purpose. It was just right to practice his skills here, and he was too lazy to look for other places. Oh right, life devour can be added to any attack, I should do this. Soon, a figure was seen moving quickly through the forest. Zhou Ming used his skills to stab every monster he encountered, and then he immediately ran away. The attacked monster could only scream and chase after it. After a while, he attracted dozens of monsters. Then, he condensed his clone again. 1 person and 1 clone release flaming slash at the same time. 2 flaming sword lights swept across the entire venue. Boom! Boom! The monsters that were attracted were all severely damaged. Zhou Ming and his clone roamed around, beating the monsters one by one until they were almost all in a state of low health. After 120 seconds, the duration of the clone has not yet ended, but the flame slash has already cooled down. Flame slash. Life devourer. 2 more flaming sword beams swept across, this time with the damage of devouring life. Boom! The monster that was attracted fell down, and Zhou Ming's health value soared. Chapter 41. You killed the LV-13 patrolling goblin, experience points +80. Life devour takes effect, devouring 1% of the target's health, your health limit permanently +120. You killed the green-scaled python LV-13, experience points +85. Life devour takes effect, devouring 1% of the target's health, your health limit permanently +125. A series of prompts came. Cool. Zhou Ming felt extremely comfortable. At this rate, it would be easy to reach 50,000 health points. By then, the additional damage of life devouring will reach at least 10,000. If it is added to a group attack, it can also output 5,000, which is not bad. Keep practicing. Just as Zhou Ming expected, with the help of the clone skills, the upgrade speed of each skill was much faster than before. The only drawback is that the progress of the clone technique itself is very slow. There was no other way. Zhou Ming had to use his clone to practice other skills. He couldn't cancel the skill right after it was cast like he did with stealth, which would put the skill on cooldown so that he could cast it again as soon as possible. Moreover, the proficiency required for each upgrade of high-level skills is much higher than that of first-level skills. The proficiency required to upgrade a first-level skill to LV1 is 100. For each level up, the proficiency required to upgrade increases by 100. When the second-level skill is LV1, the proficiency required to upgrade is 200. For each level up, the proficiency required to upgrade increases by 200. And so on. Therefore, the 5th level skill of clone technique has the slowest progress among all skills. In this way, Zhou Ming started the hard training mode alone in the remote area on the top of the mountain, immersed in the pleasure of practicing skills. Moonlight Town, Dark Canyon. This is a leveling place around level 15, and there are not many players who can level up here at present. Even for guild groups, only elite teams with top-grade equipment can come. At this time, in the middle area of the canyon, which was sparsely populated, a team of 10 people was besieging a level 15 bronze boss. There are both men and women in the team, all of whom are above level 12. The professions are reasonably equipped, including shield guards, warriors, mages, archers, priests, etc. This team is the core members of the new and famous guild in Moonlight Town, the Yulong Guild. Each of them moved quickly and efficiently, with focused expressions and seamless cooperation. Without any delay, only 10 people were able to suppress the boss. Soon, the boss fell down. See if there are any silver equipment dropped. First kill, hope for better luck. Seeing this, a middle-aged man said. His ID is Iron Horse Ice River and he is the president of the Yulong Guild. Boss, a huge silver sword has appeared. Real. Shenqi Binghe was overjoyed, and hurried over to check, and held the giant sword in his hand. It's really a level 15 weapon. Now I'm more confident of clearing the Dark Forest dungeon. Shenqi Binghe looked excited. Boss, that copy is too difficult. The players next to him couldn't help but complain. If it's not difficult, why hasn't anyone cleared the starting dungeon yet? Ma Binghe said seriously, come on, everyone, cheer up. We are soldiers. Yes. Hearing this, everyone responded in unison. That's right, these people are all former soldiers of the Dragon Country. They were ordered to enter the game and develop actively. As for why the higher UPS ordered them to do this, even Shenqi Binghe didn't know. He only knew that countries around the world had made similar arrangements and were competing with all their might for the game's progress. In addition to these official people, there are also many chaebol groups that cultivate game teams or cooperate with major guilds and invest a lot of money in this game. Now, the forces that these forces have planted in the game have all set their sights on the first pass of the first instance and are actively preparing. Before I knew it, it was the next day. Zhou Ming was cultivating tirelessly in Gufeng Mountain. Compared to last time, his patience has increased greatly. With the game cabin, it is indeed much more comfortable to play. And this time, with the help of the clone, I can practice skills faster. In addition, from time to time, you can open the area or the server-wide chat channel to peek at the screen, or connect to the live broadcast platform or forum to watch melons, which greatly reduces the boredom. Hey, no more poison! At a certain moment, Zhou Ming habitually took out poison from his backpack, only to find that the poison had been used up. He exhaled lightly, feeling a little mentally tired. See how your skills change. If you can, do something. If not, practice again. Zhou Ming opened the skill column and checked them one by one. Theft. Type, active skill. Grade, first level, LV54, 40/5400. Effect 1, launch on the target, with 85% chance to steal 1 to 3 random items from the target, and can steal bound items. Effect 2, skill activation distance plus 10 meters. Effect 3, if the stolen items are stackable, such as gold coins, potions, etc., the stolen quantity will be randomly increased and regarded as one item. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Sneak. Type, active skill. Grade, first level, LV44, 130/4400. Effect 1, enter stealth mode with extremely advanced means, hiding your own shape, smell, sound, energy fluctuations, movement speed plus 110%, lasting 180 seconds, stealth will be released after being attacked or causing an attack. Effect 2, breaking invisibility with one strike causes 3000 plus 160% of attack damage. Effect 3, in stealth mode, dodge plus 1000. Cost, 40 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Backstab. Type, active skill. Grade, level 1, LV40, 30/4000. Effect 1, use flexible body movements to flash behind the target and stab, causing 3500 plus 180% attack damage. The distance to the target must not exceed 5 meters. Effect 2, backstab attack plus 120% critical hit rate. Effect 3, backstab critical damage plus 30%. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Poison. Type, active skill. Grade, first level, LV33, 150/3300. Effect 1, use superb techniques to apply poison to weapons. The poison lasts for 28 minutes. You can also use professional techniques to wipe off the poison on weapons. Effect 2, toxin damage plus 48%. Effect 3, poison has a 30% reduction in healing effect. Consumption, poison materials. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Flowing wind. Type, active skill. Grade, level 2, LV12, 30/2400. Effect 1, use the force of flowing wind to penetrate the whole body, increasing the third speed by 42% and lasting for 120 seconds. Effect, dodge plus 500. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Flash of Phantom. Type, active skill. Grade, level 2, LV15, 10/3000. Effect 1, sprint 40 meters in any direction at a phantom speed and cut targets along the way, causing 1500 plus 150% attack damage. The higher the speed, the faster the sprint. Effect 2, 30% chance of causing target's wound to tear, causing 200 HP loss per second, lasting for 30 seconds. Effect 3, when sprinting, you can choose to generate another phantom in addition to the main body. The damage caused by the phantom is 80% of the main body. The phantom disappears when the sprint ends. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Mark of Death. Type, active skill. Grade, level 5, LV8, 70/4000. Effect 1, add a layer of Mark of Death during the attack, which lasts for 160 seconds. After the attack, the mark will be transferred to the target, only one target can be affected during a group attack. Effect 2, any damage caused to the target will be recorded by the mark. When it is actively detonated or the time is up, the mark will burst out the total recorded damage at once. Cost, 800 mana. Cooling time, 150 seconds, starting from the disappearance of the mark. Life Devouring. Type, active skill. Grade, level 5, LV7, 80/3500. Effect 1, the attack has a life-eating effect, causing an additional damage equal to 15% of the player's own health. In group attacks, this damage is halved. Effect 2, if this attack kills the target, it will devour 5% of the target's health and permanently stack the corresponding upper limit of health for itself, up to a maximum of plus 55,000 upper limit of health, already stacked. Cost, 800 mana. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Clone Technique. Type, active skill. Grade, level 5, LV3, 20/1500. Effect 1, use mana to condense into an avatar that is exactly the same as yourself, which lasts for 200 seconds. You can actively make the avatar disappear. Effect 2, the clone has 60% of the original body's attributes, shares vision with the original body, and can independently use equipment skills and other skills of the original body. Effect 3, all controllable skills released by the clone can be controlled by the main body. Effect 4, the clone cannot use the clone technique. Cost, 800 mana. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Woohoo! Take off. Zhou Ming was quite satisfied. Overall, the skill improvement is pretty good. Especially the stealing skill. Perhaps it's because the stealing chance has reached a certain level, and the increase in the stealing chance has begun to slow down. But now you can steal stacked items and treat them as one item, which is very convenient. Most importantly, the effect Zhou Ming wanted the most finally appeared. His stealing could now steal bound items. I think these are all additional effects caused by skill mutations. The infinite growth brought by infinite potential is really YYDS. In addition, the upper limit of health points that can be stacked by life devouring also increases as the skill is upgraded, which is another surprise. Zhou Ming also leveled up while practicing his skills. Although he was delayed a bit due to practicing his skills, he still reached level 16. During this process, the life-eating effect had already been fully stacked, and his health points had increased by tens of thousands. Now he had a total of 59,960 health points. This is actually turning yourself into a blood cow thief. Chapter 42. Hey, is there anyone here? Suddenly, the branches shook, and a player came over and saw Zhou Ming's back. The next moment, Zhou Ming disappeared. Where are the people? You must have seen it wrong. There are not many people who can come here to level up now. A companion followed behind him and urged, while those guilds don't have time to take care of it, hurry up and level up. The monster drop rate here is much higher than down there. I clearly saw someone. That player was a mage, and he immediately used a magic eye skill, but he could not see anything. While Zhou Ming was in stealth mode, he activated flowing wind at the same time, and his movement speed increased by 152%, directly exceeding 1000. He shuttled through the forest like a gust of wind, but because of the stealth effect, he did not alarm any monsters. Heading towards Maple Leaf Town. Of course, he was not going to the main city through the small town, he was not in a hurry. Get some things done first, then try to challenge the Dark Wizard. Consider going to the main city later. After all, no one has been able to complete the first pass of the copy so far, so it is impossible for Zhou Ming to not be tempted. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw many players leveling up. Look, that's Boss Zhou. It's really him, the idol. Boss Zhou, do you want a younger brother? I will never let you down. Zhou Ming couldn't maintain his stealth mode forever, and just when he finished stealth, he was recognized by a player who was leveling up at the foot of the mountain. He didn't give these people a chance to get close to him, and left quickly as soon as the wind of flow started. Wow, you are so fast! Isn't he a full sensitivity thief? With full agility, the attack power is still so strong. Am I playing the same game as the boss? A bunch of noob players were extremely envious. Without wasting too much time, Zhou Ming returned to Maple Leaf Town and went straight to the pharmacy. In front of the pharmacy, the unique smell of medicinal herbs wafts as usual. At the same time, there was noisy sound. No? Are you crazy about money, old man? You're selling a bottle of basic mana potion for 50 copper coins? Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Buy if you want, get lost if you don't. Zhou Ming saw several individual players walking out cursing. It's so cruel. I spent all the game coins I saved with great difficulty. I'm speechless. How can I, a mage, play without potions in the early stages? The potions in this game are too expensive. Several players walked past Zhou Ming with tears in their eyes. Zhou Ming smiled evilly and did not enter the pharmacy. He turned onto the street and sat down in a shadowy corner under a house, pretending to rest. There were very few players walking around here. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhou Ming immediately condensed his clone. Sneak. The clone used stealth to disappear and rushed to the drugstore at the fastest speed. After entering, Zhou Ming saw through his clone's perspective that the pharmacy owner Wu Renji was happily drinking tea in front of the counter. Since the arrival of the adventurers, business has been getting better and better. The potions are in short supply. Perhaps I can raise the price appropriately. The old man talked to himself, his eyes shining, and he seemed very interested. My goodness, you are more ruthless than me, how can I do that? Zhou Ming showed an evil smile, walked past the front desk and came to the rows of medicine cabinets. These medicine cabinets are not something that anyone can open. There are magical patterns on them, and no one else can open them except the pharmacy owner Wu Renji. But Zhou Ming didn't need to open it. He just needs to stretch out his little hand. Theft. Success. You get 1 resurrection potion. Resurrection potion. Grade, rare. Effect, automatically resurrect once within 30 minutes of death, restoring 50% health and mana. Only effective for targets below level 40, with a cooldown of 1 hour. It turns out to be a potion that can revive you. How cool! Zhou Ming laughed wildly and got off to a good start. Old Man Wu was completely unaware of the fire at the back and was still happily drinking tea waiting for customers to come. You get green scale snake gallbladder X8. You get 12 7-leaf lotus rhizomes. As time passed, Zhou Ming had a lot of fun stealing, and his backpack contained many potions and elixir materials. Whenever the stealth was about to end, Zhou Ming would make his clone disappear. After his skills were restored, he continued to send his clones in and tried his best to fleece Wu Renji. At a certain moment, Wu Renji, who was enjoying his tea, checked the medicine as usual. As a pharmacy manager, he has a virtual list of medicines that he can review at any time. Suddenly, his body trembled and his eyes widened. Strangeness. He found that a lot of medicinal materials were missing. Am I blinded by old age? Wu Renji thought he was hallucinating. But after a while, he was shocked. Why did my things suddenly decrease? This time, he saw it clearly. He clearly didn't sell anything, but the quantity of medicines inexplicably decreased, which was extremely strange. However, Zhou Ming's actions continued. Theft. You get 5 intermediate speed potions. A-hole. Wu Renji was so angry that he jumped up and down and ran to the medicine cabinet in a hurry. Zhou Ming watched with a smile. The old man opened the medicine cabinets that Zhou Ming had visited one by one and was immediately shocked. Oh, my life! He looked around and shouted, who is against me? Get out! Zhou Ming Gli ignored him, he just wanted to stretch out his hand. I steal. I'll steal again. I'll steal again. Ah! Damn you little thief! Wu Renji seemed crazy. He took out a staff and immediately used the magic eye skill. Hey, you are not only a pharmacist, but also a magician. That's something. Zhou Ming was not in a hurry. After Wu Renji released a skill, he stared intently, but unfortunately there was nothing in front of him. No apparition. He couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw the drugs disappear inexplicably, the first thing he thought of was that someone was stealing them in stealth. But the revealing skill didn't work. Did I make a mistake? While he was wondering, Zhou Ming's stealing skills were restored again. This old man is very shrewd. I'm afraid the good things won't be put out in the open. They should be on him. Let me try. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming gently extended his hand towards Wu Renji. You get a powerful toughness potion X1. What? Wu Renji suddenly trembled and roared, my baby! Damn it, who stole my things? Get out! Whoosh! Whoosh! The old man had obviously lost his mind. He waved his staff and released icicles, attacking randomly. Zhou Ming dodged it easily. Wu Renji's attack flew past, destroying many medicine cabinets, but he himself didn't care. This guy reacted so strongly, could it be? Zhou Ming immediately opened his backpack to check. Strong toughness potion. Type: multiple use medicine. Grade: special. Effect 1: immune to abnormal states such as sleep, hallucination, confinement, dizziness, etc. within 60 seconds. Effect 2: abnormal resistance plus 1000, toughness plus 1000 within 60 seconds. Number of charges: 5/5. 1 charge is restored every hour. What a good thing! Zhou Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Not only is this potion powerful, but it's also a rechargeable type that can be used repeatedly. No wonder the old man went crazy, he stole all the old man's ancestral treasures. You are such a good old man, how dare you hide anything from me? If you have any other good stuff, hand it over to me. After 10 seconds, Zhou Ming reached out again. You get 100-year-old ginseng x12. You get 7 fragrance orchid x11. I can't stand it anymore. Wu Renji finally broke down. He gave up the idea of finding the other person and ran out the door. Want to leave? No way. Zhou Ming saw this scene through his clone and immediately made the clone disappear because the stealth time was about to end. Outside, he immediately went into stealth mode. It's haunted. There's a ghost in Maple Leaf Town, someone come and save me. As soon as he got outside, Wu Renji started shouting and running non-stop. Zhou Ming chased after him with a sly smile. Chapter 43. Why is old man Wu so crazy? He's been doing the best business since the adventurers arrived. He was smiling yesterday, why is he like this today? Wu Renji's crazy appearance attracted the attention of NPCs on the street. Hey, there are ghosts in this town, there really are ghosts. When Wu Renji saw other people, he felt like he had found a lifeline. He grabbed anyone and started crying. I don't know which damned thing is stealing my things all the time, and I can't find him. Ah! The people around were shocked. Is there a thief in your house? That's not a thief. The old man was furious, that's a robber, damn it. At this time, Zhou Ming had already followed behind Wu Renji. There were several people between him and Wu Renji, but it didn't matter, he could steal from a distance. I stretched out my little hand. You obtain Skill Book, Pharmacology Mastery X1. You obtain the Skill Book Pharmacy. Steal 2 skill books. Wu Renji, who was complaining to someone, trembled all over. The next second, he howled like a pig being slaughtered, damn robbers. He's still here. It's definitely a ghost, it's definitely not a human. The old man went completely crazy, looking left and right, his beard shaking with anger. Old Wu, calm down. The other NPCs were confused and continued to persuade. I can't calm down. He just stole my things again. Ah! This time, everyone was shocked. How could that person be so bold in broad daylight? Tell me, are you the thief? Wu Renji, who had lost his mind, looked at everyone as a suspect and picked out a young man to question. I'm your father, what's wrong with you, you money-hungry old man? Stop! Suddenly there was a loud shout. Zhou Ming's heart trembled, and he quickly moved to the side of the street. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was a small town patrol guard passing by. Zhou Ming also looked over. There were a total of 20 patrol guards, and the leader had the words Patrol Captain Cohen written on his head. Captain Cohen, you came just in time. As soon as Wu Renji saw the person coming, he rushed over with a sad face and told him what had happened to him. Is there such a thing? Cohen was shocked, anger appeared in his eyes. Humph, there won't be such daring residents in this town. They must be those adventurers who have just arrived and are so bold and reckless, relying on the protection of the power of heaven and earth. Cohen immediately took out a talisman, injected magic power into it, and the talisman glowed and flew into the air. Appear! In an instant, the light of the talisman spread and turned into a halo, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. This is a one-time item called the Revealing Talisman, which is specifically designed to counter the invisibility skill. Its effect is stronger than the magic eye and reconnaissance arrow. At that moment, Koan and his men spread out and stared at their surroundings. Since Wu Renji said that someone had just attacked him, the other party should not have had time to leave. But they saw nothing. There were only these guards and a dozen people nearby, and no one was seen moving around. What's going on? Koan was stunned. Could it be that the revealing charm has lost its effect? This shouldn't be the case. The scene suddenly became a little awkward. Seeing this, Zhou Ming felt relieved, sneaked over and started another theft. You get 12 intermediate life potions. Ah! He's doing it again. Wu Renji seemed to collapse, and he shouted, "It's haunted, Maple Leaf Town is haunted. Bold lunatic!" Captain Koan's face turned pale, and he quickly ordered, "Hurry up and protect Old Man Wu." The guards immediately took action and surrounded Wu Renji. Although Koan was angry, he was helpless at the moment and could only say to Wu Renji, "I will take you to see the captain and ask him to help." "Go! Go!" Wu Renji urged again and again, wishing he could grow wings and fly away. The group left in a hurry. Time to find the next victim. Zhou Ming chuckled and did not chase after him. He left quickly before the stealth mission was over. Soon, he appeared near the weapons shop. There are many NPCs and players walking around. He stopped in a shadowy corner more than 20 meters away from the weapons shop. Look around, and when you are sure no one is paying attention to you, release your clone immediately. The clone went into stealth and rushed towards the weapons shop. Soon, Zhou Ming heard the game prompt. You get bronze equipment X1. At the same time, roars were heard from the weapons shop. "Boss, there's a thief." "What?" A loud voice rang out, "Damn it, which blind thief dares to come to my store to cause trouble? Close the door and beat the dog." Bang! The door of the weapons shop was immediately closed. "Nobody? I haven't left yet." Several players who were selecting equipment inside were stunned. What's going on? NPCs imprisoned players? Is Shenqi an unorthodox game? Thinking of this, several players were startled and felt their anus tighten. Zhou Ming didn't care about them. He took action and used his stealing skill on the weapon display cabinet. "Damn little thief, use your revealing skill now." There was a flurry of activity in the store. However, it was of no use, they couldn't find Zhou Ming's clone. Soon, Zhou Ming targeted the owner of the weapons store and stole something from him. You get the gold level equipment Execution Greatsword X1. You evil thief, you are looking for death. The owner of the weapons shop was so angry that he pulled out a sharp sword and swung it. But Zhou Ming didn't need to walk up to him to start stealing, so the boss attacked alone. Steal again. You get the silver level equipment Patrol Guard Shield X1. You get the gold level equipment Crystal Staff X1. Damn it! Help me, you good for nothings. The boss got angry. But we can't see that person. The guys in the store were so anxious that they didn't know what to do. Don't worry about it, just attack. That person must be here. I don't believe he can remain invisible forever. Yes, everyone attack. As a result, there was chaos in the store. The unlucky players who were locked inside were mistaken for thieves, and the boss hacked them to death without giving any explanation. Zhou Ming's clone was safe and sound. He was in the dark and these people were in the light, so it was not easy for him to dodge their attacks. 3 minutes are about to pass. Zhou Ming released his clone somewhat reluctantly. Now that the weapon shop was closed, he couldn't let his clone in. This is also the reason why he did not hide and act with his clone, for fear of being trapped and beaten. But the harvest was still very good. He stole more than a dozen weapons from the owner of the weapons shop, 5 of which were gold grade. Next destination, the tailor shop. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming arrived near the tailor shop. Soon, screams were heard in the store. "Oh my god, there's a thief. Close the door quickly, don't let him run away. The same scene happened again. You get bronze level equipment platinum copper shoulder armor x1. You get silver level equipment alligator leather belt ×1. One hint after another came into Zhou Ming's ears. He hid outside, feeling secretly happy. You get the functional equipment samurai backpack x1. Suddenly, a different reminder sounded. Hey! Zhou Ming was shocked. Functional equipment? It was the first time he heard the word. Click on the backpack to view it now. Samurai backpack. Type, functional equipment. Grade, diamond. Effect 1, the interior forms a 1000 cubic meter space for storing items. Effect 2, bound, cannot be traded, and will not drop upon death. Required level, none. At the same time, the owner's heart-wrenching screams were heard from the tailor's shop. Chapter 44. This is a real treasure. Zhou Ming looked at the samurai backpack with ecstasy. Players' personal backpacks have limited space, only 100 slots. He was worried about not having enough space, and now the problem has been solved. Needless to say, this thing must have been stolen from the owner of the tailor's shop. At that moment, Zhou Ming put all his things into the sumi backpack. Next stop, go to the career hall. On the way, Zhou Ming passed by a church. This time, he did not hear any annoying chanting, but saw many NPCs gathered outside the church, and even many people walking around inside the fence. There are also some players who are just watching the fun. What's going on? Zhou Ming went over and asked a lively young man. Hello, may I ask why you are all gathered here? The NPC replied, Adventurer, I heard that under the strong request of the mayor Mr. Slater and the townspeople, Father Martin decided to hold an exhibition and take out an item excavated from the ruins for everyone to see. Remains. Zhou Ming felt as if he had heard some extraordinary information. The energetic young man was obviously a chatterbox. Seeing that Zhou Ming was interested, he kept talking on the spot. Zhou Ming understood what was going on from him. Outside of Maple Leaf Town, across the many wild areas such as Lone Wind Mountain, there are many dangerous areas that have not yet been explored. Among them is an area that is suspected to be an ancient battlefield. It is said that it was probably the place where gods and demons fought in the past, and many ancient traces remain. Not long ago, Father Martin led people to explore the ruins and eventually brought back something that looked like a divine object. I heard that the thing was deeply contaminated and its function was still unclear, so the priest did not report it and is trying to find out its origin. Today, under the strong request of the mayor and others, Father Martin finally agreed to display the sacred object. Preparations are being made in the church now, and soon the priest will take out the items for everyone to see. The mayor and other important figures will then be present. Hearing this, Zhou Ming suddenly became excited. He is planning to attack the mayor. The mayor is a person who can easily give out silver-level suits as mission rewards, so he must have something good on him. And then there was Father Martin. Oh, and there's also that unknown magical object. Don't let go of any of them. God is helping me. Zhou Ming took note of this and left quickly. Now, he had to visit the profession hall. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming arrived outside the career hall. As usual, he found an empty corner outside to hide and released his clone. The clone sneaked and quickly rushed into the hall. Inside the hall, the hot and lazy female thief instructor was dealing with the boring teasing from other instructors. Zhou Ming walked over and stole something. You get the silver level equipment Plum Blossom Dart x1. You get skill book, Flying Flowers and Picking Leaves x1. Yes, it's very informative. Zhou Ming was overjoyed. In an instant, the female tutor who was chatting and laughing with others trembled. Who dares to take advantage of me? She turned around suddenly and slapped the warrior instructor sitting behind her. Bang! With a crisp sound, the warrior instructor was slapped hard in the face. He looked confused and said, Sister, what are you doing? I haven't offended you. No, it's not you. The thief mentor reacted. She realized that she was not being taken advantage of, but that something had been stolen from her. And that person also stole her treasured high-level skill book. That's a skill she herself hasn't even learned yet. There's a thief. A thief just stole my things. The female thief mentor was almost mad with rage. She looked around but didn't see any enemy. At this point, everyone looked at each other and finally laughed. Sister thief, you are kidding me. You are the thief mentor. Which blind thief dares to steal from you? That's right. And if you dare to cause trouble in the profession hall, don't you think you are too lucky to live? The group of mentors just felt that the thief sister was joking with them. I'm serious. The female thief instructor stamped her feet anxiously. You who are a magician, cast the magic eye. At this time, Zhou Ming took action again. You get the silver level equipment battle instructor leather armor top X1. You get the silver level equipment battle instructor leather pants X1. You get the silver level equipment battle instructor leather belt X1. Oh, something seems to be wrong. Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh when he heard the prompt. This time, I stole 3 pieces of equipment, and they were all the equipment originally worn by the female thief instructor. Instantly, the female thief mentor who was talking to someone felt her body cool down. She was only wearing the modesty clothing that the system left for female players, revealing her hot body. Ah! The female tutor screamed. Oh my god, what are you doing? The whole crowd was shocked. Thief sister, so this is what you mean. The warrior instructor was stunned. So that hit just now was to remind me. I was confused. Let's go find a room now, he. That's enough. The female teacher was filled with shame and anger. There really is a thief, I'm not kidding. No, there's a problem. The priest mentor felt something was wrong and urged, use the revealing skill quickly. Although they were joking, the others also felt something was wrong and became serious. Evil eye. Scouting arrow. The mage mentor and archer mentor took action. Reconnaissance arrows illuminate the hall, and the magic eye is in the sky. However, there was no one to be seen in the entire hall except them. No one. The elegant-looking wizard mentor asked in confusion. Impossible, there must be someone. The thief mentor put on other equipment, drew out the sharp blade, and went into stealth as soon as possible. As long as that person shows up, she will definitely make him look bad. Seeing this, the others also became nervous and drew their weapons. Want to attack me? Dream on. Zhou Ming smiled evilly and turned to stare at the pastor mentor. Theft. Ah! Another extremely misleading scream rang out in the hall. The priest girl also suffered a tragic fate and followed in the footsteps of the thief mentor. Ah, Reverend Sister, you too. Everyone was shocked, except for the warrior instructor, whose eyes lit up. Go to hell. The pastor's sister was ashamed and angry. Something's wrong, a master is here to cause trouble for us. The hunter mentor said in a deep voice, and quickly set up several traps around. Hunter's traps are a great way to target rogues. After the trap is set, it will enter a state similar to invisibility, and if a thief steps on it, he will become visible. But this was useless to Zhou Ming, because under the eye of true vision, the hunter's trap was useless to Zhou Ming. Close the door, I want to see how long he can hide. So the door closed. But angry curses could still be heard from inside from time to time. When Zhou Ming was invisible, as soon as his skills were ready, he randomly picked a lucky mentor and stretched out his hand. Of course, his focus is still on stealing the thief mentor. After all, the other person is in the same profession as him, so the things he stole are more likely to be suitable for him. When the stealth operation was about to end, Zhou Ming released his clone and let these people go. Comfortable. He came out from his hiding place and stretched. Next, let's go to the church and see what the so-called sacred object is. Zhou Ming went into stealth and headed towards the church in the town. Chapter 45. Small Town Church. When Zhou Ming came back, there were obviously more people here. At this time, the church door opened, and the open space within the wall was crowded with many NPC residents who came to join in the fun. Zhou Ming stood outside the fence railing and saw that a booth had been set up 10 meters away from the church door, probably to display sacred objects. What is that? Zhou Ming saw that in front of the crowd, several distinctive figures had already taken their seats, and they seemed full of anticipation. The leader is Mayor Slater. There was another person sitting next to the mayor, and the name above his head was Captain Charles of the Guards. Zhou Ming had heard Cohen, who was protecting the drugstore owner Wu Renji, mention this person before. He should be a very powerful character and should not be underestimated. Seeing this, he did not act rashly. Now, the magical object has not appeared yet. If he attacks the mayor and others, it is very likely to cause riots, which will not be worth the loss. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming decided to leave first and wait until the magical object appeared before taking action. As soon as he turned around, he saw a group of people running towards him in a hurry. It was none other than the owner of the drugstore he had robbed before, as well as the owner of the tailor shop and the owner of the weapons shop. Even the career mentors ran towards the church angrily. Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. These people definitely don't know that they are the culprits, so there's no need to panic, just pass them by. He quickly found an empty corner, hid in a building, and sent out his clone to find out what was going on. The clone went into stealth, activated the flowing wind, and its speed increased dramatically. It quickly rushed over and came to the vicinity of the mayor and others to investigate. What? You said there are thieves rampant. The mayor had just finished listening to the crying complaints of Wu Renji and others. Mayor, that's not rampant. Wu Renji cried and said, that is simply lawless and deceiving God. Yes, that person is too arrogant. A group of people followed suit. The mayor's face was uncertain, and he immediately thought of something, the thief will eventually show up after hiding. Didn't you close the door? Could he have escaped in the end? That man is so strange, he has never shown up. I don't know what tricks he used, we can't find him at all, so we came to find you. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Charles, the captain of the guard beside the mayor, was surprised. You know, the instructors in the professional hall are quite powerful, and the mage instructor and archer instructor both have the skill of revealing, so can this also allow the opponent to escape? It seems that person is not simple. Yes, this is the first time we have encountered such a bizarre thing. The tailor shop owner had a painful look on his face. That guy even stole my bound equipment Tsumura backpack. That's bound equipment. I don't know how he stole it. What a beast. Mayor, you must make the decision for us. That's right, that person is too weird. I asked the mayor to use his authority to find him. Mayor Slater was quite surprised to hear this. He hesitated for a moment and said, don't worry, I will never sit idly by. But now is not the right time. Once Father Martin has finished displaying the sacred object, I will return to the mansion and use my authority. That thief won't be able to escape. The group of people were very unhappy after hearing what the mayor said and wanted to urge him to do so, but the mayor remained unmoved. They had no choice but to wait and take a look at the so-called divine object. On the other side, Zhou Ming released his clone and seemed to be thinking about something. From their tone, it seems that the mayor has special authority and can trace the case to me. Is this true? I have never let anyone see my true face from the beginning to the end. Can this still be used to identify me? Zhou Ming felt a little unbelievable. However, whether what they said was true or false, he could not escape. Are you kidding? If a thief leaves just when the treasure is about to appear, what's the point of playing the thief? Better delete the account. As the magical object had not yet appeared, Zhou Ming took the opportunity to count his gains. He knew he had stolen a lot of good things, but because he was in a hurry, he never stopped to take a closer look. Now, it's time for the exciting checkout phase. Zhou Ming put his consciousness into the space of the Sumura backpack. This feeling is very wonderful, as if you have entered a strange space where you can walk around and look around at will. The first thing that caught my eye was a large pile of potions and elixir materials. Zhou Ming separated the things and counted them one by one. Seeing this, he almost couldn't help laughing. I never expected that old man Wu actually hid so many good things. 100-year-old blood ginseng. Type, elixir. Grade, special. Effect 1, used as pharmaceutical material. Effect 2, eat directly, upper limit of health permanently increased by plus 500, limited to 10/10 times. 7 fragrant orchid. Type, elixir. Grade, special. Effect 1, used as pharmaceutical material. Effect 2, eat directly, upper limit of mana permanently increased by 500, limited to 10/10 uses. Wind chaser. Type, elixir. Grade, special. Effect 1, used as pharmaceutical material. Effect 2, eat directly, agility attribute permanently plus 10, limited number of uses, 10/10. Blood sunflower. Type, elixir. Grade, special. Effect 1, used as pharmaceutical material. Effect 2, eat directly, strength attribute permanently plus 10, limited number of uses, 10/10. Skill book, pharmacology mastery. Skill preview. Type, passive skill. Grade, 7th grade. Effect 1, master the characteristics of most of the magical medicines and herbs in the world, and be familiar with many medicine formulas. Effect 2, after mastering this skill, you can learn pharmacology without changing your job to pharmacist. Learning requirements, none. Skill book, pharmacy. Skill preview. Type, active skill. Grade, level 5, LV1, 0/500. Effect 1, you can make medicine according to the medicine formula. Effect 2, when making a potion of the same skill grade, the success rate is increased by 30%. Consumption, elixir materials. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Learning requirements, pharmacist occupation. If you have mastered pharmacology mastery, you do not need to change your occupation to pharmacist. I never thought that this old man actually had a collection of skill books of this level, as well as elixirs that directly increase attributes. At this moment, Zhou Ming was happily studying 2 skill books. You have learned the skill pharmacology mastery. You have learned the skill pharmacy. Then, he took out those spiritual medicines that could permanently increase attributes, took the upper limit of the available quantity, and ate them all. You have consumed 100-year-old ginseng x10, and your health limit is plus 5000. You have consumed 7 fragrant orchids, and your mana limit is plus 5000. You have eaten 10 wind-chasing grasses, agility plus 100. You eat 10 blood sunflowers, strength attribute plus 100. Zhou Ming only felt his body warm, as if there was energy surging continuously, and his attributes were rising. It feels so good. He felt extremely happy. Chapter 46. This was not the end. He also took stock of what he had gained in the profession hall, which was mainly skill books and some equipment. The equipment levels of those people were higher than his, so he couldn't use them, but he was very interested in the skill books. Especially the 2 skill books contributed by the female thief mentor, picking flowers and leaves and breaking weaknesses. Weakness breaking. Type, passive skill. Grade, 4th grade. Effect, when attacking the target's weak points such as the throat, heart, eyes, etc., the damage is increased by 50%. Learning requirements, level 20. Limited profession, thief. Description: as a thief, you must be good at finding the enemy's weakness and making a fatal blow. Flying flowers and picking leaves. Type: active skill. Grade: 6th grade LV1, 0/600. Effect 1, master the master level hidden weapon skills. Everything in the world, as long as it can be thrown from your hand, can be used as a hidden weapon. Effect 2, launch up to 5 hidden weapons at a time, with a range of 1000 meters. Effect 3, when the hidden weapon is thrown, it has 3000 hit points and causes 20,000 plus 250% attack damage. Cost: 800 mana. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Learning requirements: LV30, 1000 agility attribute. Limited profession, thief. Description: this is a master level hidden weapon technique. Once you learn it, you can even hurt people by picking flowers and leaves. The 6th order active skill picking leaves and flying flowers not only requires level 30, but also requires 1000 points of agility as a basis for learning. This was the first time Zhou Ming had seen such a situation. He even suspected that the female thief instructor had not mastered this skill. Of course, he couldn't learn it at the moment, so he could only throw the skill book into the sumi backpack and learn it later. The next step is to take inventory of the equipment stolen from the weapon shop and tailor shop. There were a lot of equipment piled up in the space, shining with different lusters, which was quite pleasing to the eyes. Zhou Ming only looked at those above silver level, and had no interest in those below silver. Finally, he picked out some gold equipment to wear. They are: Lone Walker Robe. Grade: Gold. Property: HP plus 1800, Defense plus 500, Strength plus 80. Additional effect: when fighting alone, damage plus 20%. Required level: LV15. Cruel Bloodthirsty Shoulder Pads. Grade: Gold. Property: Physical Defense plus 420, Magical Defense plus 400, Stamina plus 75. Additional effect: when attacking, there is a 20% chance to absorb 800 points of health. Required level: LV15. Lone Walker Belt. Grade: Gold. Attributes: HP plus 2100, Agility plus 88. Additional effect: when fighting alone, the damage received is minus 20%. Required level: LV15. Ethereal Stone Pendant. Type: necklace. Grade: Gold. Attributes: Strength plus 150, Spirit plus 120, Hit plus 300. Additional effect: the chance of falling into abnormal mental states such as sleep, dizziness, hallucination, etc. is minus 40%. Required level: LV15. Although there were a lot of equipment, Zhou Ming had to consider whether they were suitable for him, and finally he only chose these 4. The ethereal stone pendant satisfied him the most. It not only reduced the chance of entering an abnormal mental state, but also increased his spirit by 120 points. Spirit is the most special attribute. It can increase mana recovery speed and also have a bonus effect on some professional skills, such as priest skills. In addition, the higher the spirit, the stronger the resistance to negative mental effects. Most importantly, it can enhance mental reaction awareness, allowing players to keep their brains running at high speed when faced with more complex situations. For example, after Zhou Ming activated Stealth and Flowing Wind, his speed increased dramatically. When he sprinted at full speed, it was really challenging for his brain to deal with the changes in the surrounding environment. However, his leveling up did not increase his spirit, so his spirit points were not high. Now he can make up for that shortcoming. At that moment, Zhou Ming put on all 4 pieces of equipment. Properties panel. Player: I will never work for someone like Zhou. Reputation: 1500. Occupation: thief. Level: 16. HP, 67,060. Mana, 6,860. Attack power 1526. Spell power, 26. Physical defense, 1461. Spell defense 1111. Movement speed, 569. Hits 634. Dodge 273. Attack speed bonus, 30%. Physical fitness, 56. Strength, 511. Intelligence, 26. Endurance, 101. Agility, 369. Spirit, 146. All done. Next, Zhou Ming would occasionally send out his clones to observe the movements over there in stealth, waiting for the opportunity. Soon, there was a commotion at the church door. Father Martin! It's finally here! Is that the thing that looks like a divine object? Zhou Ming heard people talking about it. The clone technique. Sneak. Flowing wind. He was well prepared and took action immediately. The clone sneaked up to the large iron gate connected to the church wall at a rapid speed and rushed in. The crowd gathered near the church entrance, densely packed with at least 200 or 300 people. Zhou Ming avoided the crowd and went around the wall to the church entrance. Soon, he walked to the side of the church, along the elegant white wall, and moved towards the main entrance. 7 or 8 meters away from the entrance, something wrapped in gold cloth was placed on a booth in front of the crowd. Zhou Ming couldn't see clearly, he just saw a light shining from inside. On the stand, there were 4 church servants standing guard on all 4 sides, and below was Father Martin, who was dressed in monk's clothes. Everyone, what is about to be presented to you is the mysterious object discovered from the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Father Martin said to everyone with great pride, raising his hand slightly. The person on the stage immediately uncovered the golden cloth. At this moment, everyone, including Zhou Ming, Mayor Slater, and others, held their breath. What caught everyone's eyes was a pale golden barrier shield, within which stood a pair of strange wings. The wings were almost as tall as an adult, completely black and stained with dark brown blood, exuding an ominous aura that was frightening to the eye. Wow! Is this the legendary angel wings? Impossible! Angel wings should be full of sacredness. These are clearly the wings of a demon. So scary! When the strange pair of wings were shown to people, they were extremely surprised and stared at them intently. The players who were among the NPCs were even more excited. Such a thing suddenly appeared. Could it be that there would be some hidden mission for them to encounter? It is indeed not an ordinary thing. A glimmer of greed flashed across Mayor Slater's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. No need to guess. Father Martin motioned for everyone to be quiet. This thing is contaminated by evil spirits, and its true identity is still unknown. However, based on the ancient books and materials I read, this is most likely the legendary angel's wings. Really? People were a little excited. Father Martin smiled and said, I'm not 100% sure, but the possibility is not low. We just need to remove the pollution and confirm that it is a divine object before handing it over to the Holy Order. The Holy Order will never treat us unfairly. Then, the whole town will undergo tremendous changes because of the favor of the cult. When he got excited, Father Martin couldn't help but open his arms with a look of longing. Chapter 47. Marvelous! Come on, Father! I'm counting on you! People were moved by the priest's words and became excited. Because the Holy Order mentioned by Father Martin is a well-known and legendary powerful force on the continent. Its founders claimed to have received revelations from the ancient gods and spread the faith of the gods in the mortal world, making them extremely powerful. Even the Tianyu Empire to which Maple Leaf Town belongs is weaker than the Holy Church. If Father Martin could really get the church to favor the town, one could imagine how much benefit it would bring to everyone. Humph! A bunch of ignorant fools. In the crowd, Mayor Slater appeared calm on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. Hand it over to the Holy Order? He doesn't believe this kind of nonsense. Slater was very interested in this thing and wanted to possess it for himself. He believed that the same was true of Father Martin. However, the value of this thing has not yet been determined, so the priest dare not act rashly. In fact, the two of them had already competed secretly. Father Martin was forced to display the sacred object today, which was the work of the mayor. He instigated the townspeople and aroused everyone's curiosity. In order not to offend the public, the priest had no choice but to display the mysterious wings. The current situation is that neither side can do anything to the other. Father Martin deliberately suppressed the matter and did not report it to his religious organization. He was not sure about the value of the item and hesitated whether to embezzle it. Because once the action is taken, Slater will definitely report it to the main city, and he will definitely be wanted by the cult. Likewise, the mayor will not report to the main city at this time. Once the report is made, he doesn't know whether the main city's forces can defeat the cult's forces and take the sacred object for themselves, but he will definitely not have the chance. In the crowd, the priest and the mayor looked at each other for a moment, sneered in their hearts, and understood each other tacitly. So this thing has such a big origin. From people's discussions, Zhou Ming roughly knew something. So, I have to steal today. At this moment, Zhou Ming walked carefully through the church door and went around to the back of the booth. The priest was flipping through ancient books and explaining to people the legendary angel wings that he believed might correspond to the divine objects. Others had never expected that a thief would dare to come and cause trouble in public. Soon, Zhou Ming came to the back of the booth and gently extended his hand from a distance. Theft. Fail. It failed. He was a little surprised. His stealing success rate has reached 85%. Even if he uses it on a target of a higher level or grade than himself, it should not be too bad. Is it possible? Zhou Ming looked at the pale golden barrier covering the wings and had a bad feeling. At this moment, he focused his eyes, and information appeared next to the barrier under the eye of true vision. Guardian of Light. Type: Defensive Barrier. Effect: Resist damage and weaken some special attack effects. Can the effects of certain special methods be weakened? Is my stealing also included? Zhou Ming thought about it and realized it was possible. Otherwise, Father Martin would not dare to display this thing so openly. Try again. 10 seconds later, Zhou Ming reached out again. Still failed. Not good. His heart sank. Hey! At this time, in front of the crowd, Mayor Slater stared at the black wings and thought with a puzzled look. Is it his illusion? He seemed to have seen the barrier covering the mysterious wings fluctuate. It was a very faint fluctuation, and it would be difficult to detect if he hadn't been staring at it. As the mayor, Slater knows a lot. The barrier in front of him was called Guardian of Light. It was a method passed down from the lineage of the God of Light in the cult. It possessed powerful defensive capabilities and could also significantly weaken some special attacks. Martin, who only has the status of a lower-level Holy Prayer Master in the cult, could not have performed it at all. He should have used the enchantment scroll. Logically speaking, with this barrier protecting it, the barrier shouldn't tremble even if it's hit by a strong force, let alone the wind. Am I dazzled? Slater felt confused. At this time, Martin took the opportunity to brag and try his best to paint a rosy picture for the townspeople, without paying any attention to the situation behind. No one else noticed either. After a while, Slater saw the barrier fluctuate slightly again. It was so subtle that he couldn't even be sure whether he was hallucinating or not. FK, is it that difficult? Behind the booth, Zhou Ming looked at the guardian barrier of light and felt very depressed. Since I came out of retirement, have I ever suffered such a setback? It is a great shame and humiliation. If I can't steal from you, I'll just take someone else's. So Zhou Ming stared fiercely at Father Martin, the mayor, and others. But he did not act immediately, because the 3 minutes were about to expire and he could only release the clone first. The clone technique needs 5 minutes to cool down, and Zhou Ming waits patiently. On the other side, the mayor was not sure what was going on. He stared at the pair of wings with wide eyes. I am really old. As a result, there was no movement for a long time, and he was sure that he was overthinking. How could he know that the silence was only because the thief had temporarily stopped? Father, how can we purify the filth and make this sacred object reveal its true appearance? Finally, someone asked the core question. It's not clear at this point. Father Martin's tone was a little regretful. But since this item was obtained from the ruins, perhaps we can start from this aspect. I plan to go to the ruins again in the near future and focus on investigating the place where the sacred object was found. Maybe there will be clues. In the crowd, Wu Renji suddenly stood up and said, Father Martin, I know a medicine that may be able to remove the pollution. Really? This time, Wu Renji immediately became the focus of everyone. He was quite proud, and instantly straightened his back, with the somewhat masterly demeanor of an old divine doctor, and said with a smile. Everyone, there is a medicine called Jade Dew Pure Spirit Liquid, which is specially designed to eliminate pollutants and evil things. Use it to clean this pair of wings, it will definitely eliminate the pollution. When everyone heard this, they became excited. Jade Dew Spiritual Liquid. Father Martin was a little excited and asked, Do you have any? No. Wu Renji shook his head, I only know the formula. It's a legendary potion. With my 5th level pharmaceutical skills, the success rate of refining it is not high. I can only give it a try. He added, the premise is that you can collect enough materials, and if you want me to do it, you have to pay more. No problem. Before Martin could answer, Mayor Slater said, make a list later and I'll send people to collect the materials. You can also issue tasks to adventurers to collect materials. Very good. With the help of the mayor and the adventurers, I believe we can succeed. That's right. Adventurers can be resurrected after death. They will definitely be able to go deep into the wild area and find the right materials. People seem to see hope. The few players who happened to pass by in the crowd and were attracted by it couldn't help but get excited. There really is a mission here. At this time, Zhou Ming's clone went out again. With the experience from last time, this time he skillfully went around to the front and walked to the side of the booth. Haha, you're all pretty happy, right? Come on, help with the fun. With a wicked smile, Zhou Ming gently extended his hand towards Mayor Slater from 10 meters away. Theft. You get Lucky Dice X3. You get the Dark Gold Equipment Peak Skill Bracelet X1. Mayor Slater, who was pretending to be friendly with Father Martin in front of the crowd, suddenly trembled. The next second, he roared almost instinctively, You bold lunatic, you dare to steal my things. Chapter 48. As the mayor's voice rang out, the scene fell silent for a moment. Zhou Ming didn't care about them. He was there as a clone, so he was not afraid of being caught. He opened his backpack to check his gains on the spot. Lucky dice. Type, special props. Grade, legendary. Effect 1, use the dice to get points from 1 to 6, and gain a lucky chance bonus of points x 10%, which lasts for 10 minutes. Effect 2, the lucky chance will be superimposed on the original chance in any chance-related activity, and will only take effect once during the duration. Number of uses, 1/1. Peak Craftsmanship Bracelet. Type, 1 of the Peak Skills set. Grade, Dark Gold. Attributes, none. Additional effect, when releasing a skill, the proficiency gained is +1. Required level, none. It turned out to be legendary items and dark gold equipment. But what the hell is this equipment? It was the first time that Zhou Ming saw such strange equipment. It doesn't increase any attributes, only skill proficiency. Is this worthy of dark gold level? etc. He suddenly realized. This bracelet should be equipment specially used for training skills. Once you have trained your skills to the maximum level, you can switch to other equipment, because the bracelet does not add any attributes. This piece of equipment is quite useful for him. His skills can be upgraded infinitely, and he can always use this bracelet. As long as he takes it out when practicing skills, his efficiency will be doubled. Don't underestimate it as it only increases skill proficiency a little bit. You should know that its unlimited growth can increase skill proficiency tenfold. When he equips this bracelet and uses a skill, he will gain at least plus 20 points of proficiency. If it is stealing, once successful, it is 40 points of proficiency. What a good thing! As expected of the mayor, he is indeed wealthy. Zhou Ming was overjoyed when he figured out the key. Mayor. At this time, the guard captain Charles, Wu Renji, and the professional mentors reacted. Their faces changed drastically. Mayor, have you also been robbed? Wu Renji asked tremblingly. Slater did not respond. He looked around fiercely and said coldly, "How dare you? You don't know whether you live or die." This statement answered everyone's questions. Oh my god, that thief is coming. It's totally lawless. They even dare to take action against the mayor. Goddamn beast! Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and looked around, thinking that everyone looked suspicious. Those professional instructors even took out their weapons and would beat up anyone they found. A thief! Is this true? Use your revealing skill and find him out. People were shocked when they learned that there was a thief, and for a moment, the situation seemed to be out of control. Father Martin was shocked and hurriedly jumped onto the booth, looking around vigilantly. What a arrogant thief! How dare you do evil in front of me? Guard Captain Charles felt ashamed. No thief had ever dared to act so arrogantly in front of him, not even the thief instructor in the profession hall had the guts. Buzz! He summoned a strange token covered with runes, and it flew into the air and glowed. It's Captain Charles's order to reveal himself. This is a more powerful item than the revealing talisman. Let's see how that despicable thief hides. Hurry up and block the entrance, don't let him escape. Seeing Charles taking action, people spontaneously ran to the big iron gate, stood there and looked around vigilantly. Zhou Ming also looked at the token in the air with curiosity. Could this thing break his stealth? Now that his stealth has reached level 44, he thinks it can at least match the 4th tier skill, or even the 5th tier skill. But he doesn't know what tier the effect of this apparition order is. Soon, the answer was revealed. No invisible units revealed. What? Everyone thought they could catch the thief, but the result surprised them. What's going on? Why didn't I see that person? Charles couldn't believe it. Not even the apparition command. Slater was also surprised. The most common means of stealth for thieves is sneaking, but that is only a 1st level skill. The effect of the apparition order is slightly better than the 3rd level apparition skill, so why is it ineffective? Charles couldn't figure it out. Wait, I've been invisible all this time, and my revealing skill is ineffective. Why do I feel like I've seen? At this time, some players in the field were muttering to themselves. Now most players are working hard to level up and are not in the town, but some players are attracted here. The scene before them felt like déjà vu to them. Hey, you can't blame me for that. Seeing this, Zhou Ming was completely relieved. He opened his backpack and quickly chose to use the lucky dice. This thing can increase the success rate, which will definitely improve the success rate of the stealing skill. Maybe you can steal the mysterious pair of wings. As soon as he chose to use it, a picture of a dice spinning non-stop appeared above his head, which only he could see. Not good. The mayor suddenly thought of something and shouted angrily, that man might want to take action against the sacred object. Send the object to my mansion quickly. I hope he won't dare to do anything rash. Don't even think about it. We can activate a stronger defensive barrier inside the church. There's no need to send it to you. Hurry and move the things back. Father Martin realized the seriousness of the problem and rejected the mayor's proposal. The sacred object was protected by a barrier and could not be stored in a space like a backpack. The priest was afraid that the thief would steal, so he didn't dare to remove the barrier. He could only order several servants to hold the light barrier gas shield, lift it up, and run quickly towards the church door. Not good. Zhou Ming became very anxious when he saw this. You use the lucky dice and roll a6, gaining a 60% lucky chance bonus. God help me! Zhou Ming was ecstatic. The 60% success rate bonus, plus the 85% success rate of stealing itself, has reached 145%. Even if it is weakened, it will not fail, right? Superior. Zhou Ming rushed over. Those people were about to rush to the church door with the sacred objects. Zhou Ming stretched out his hand and started stealing. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get contaminated mysterious wings x1. Nice. Zhou Ming was very excited. Run away. He immediately released his clone. On the other side, Zhou Ming's real body quickly ran towards the town square. There is a teleportation array there. Now that he has reached the required level and has completely offended these people, he might as well run away to the main city first. As he set out, he heard a roar from the direction of the church. Impossible! My angel wings! Father Martin's heart-wrenching roar echoed around him. His voice was filled with anger. Oh no! The sacred object has been stolen. Oh my God, how did that guy do that? At this moment, outside the church, the whole place was in an uproar and the situation was almost out of control. Everyone felt incredible and full of anger. That was a treasure belonging to their town, and it was stolen just like that. He can even ignore the protective barrier? What kind of method is this? The mayor was frightened when he saw the sacred object being stolen. What kind of person has this ability? Logically speaking, a being of this level shouldn't suddenly appear in a small town. If he was an outsider, as the mayor, it was impossible for him to not have received any information. Could it be those adventurers? But the adventurers have only been here for a few days. Who has such powerful means? At this moment, the mayor felt that his brain was not enough. Slater, use your authority quickly. Father Martin rushed to the mayor, roaring with red eyes. Seal off the teleportation array. As long as that person doesn't use the teleportation array to leave, we will definitely be able to find him. Good. Slater also knew that the matter was urgent, so he immediately used his authority as mayor. A virtual light screen appeared in front of him that only he could see, and he quickly started to operate it. Soon, an announcement resounded throughout Maple Leaf Town. Regional announcement: the mayor of Maple Leaf Town has closed the teleportation array. No one can leave through the teleportation array without permission. When this news came out, the players inside and outside the town were stunned. Chapter 49. Watford? What's going on? Is this mayor crazy? Why is he blocking the teleportation array? Do I have to walk to the main city after I reach level 15? These NPCs are really taking advantage of us. Not only are they selling things at high prices, but now they're shutting down the teleportation array to trap us. Brothers, there's something wrong with this game. I was buying something at a weapons store before, and the NPCs closed the door for no reason and stabbed me. Now my anus is still hurting. The official of Shenqi should come out and give an explanation. Damn, this is too disrespectful to the players. For a moment, the players reacted violently. After all, after playing games for many years, who has ever encountered such an outrageous situation? Someone immediately posted the matter to the chat channel of the entire server and even posted it on the forum to express their protest. The teleportation array is blocked. Zhou Ming was already approaching the town square when he heard the news and stopped immediately. Miscalculated. He thought for a moment, the teleportation array has been shut down. They will definitely try to find me next. Although I don't know if they have this method, but for safety reasons, I must leave the town. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming went into stealth, turned on the flowing wind, and rushed towards the gate of Maple Leaf Town like a gust of wind. He also took the time to check out the mysterious pair of wings. Looking closely, Zhou Ming saw more details. The wings were completely black, covered with an unknown black viscous liquid mixed with blood, and emitted a disgusting fishy smell that was almost impossible to look at. The contaminated mysterious wings. Type? Grade? Property? Description: a pair of wings that have been severely polluted. If you remove the dirt, you may be able to see its original appearance. As expected of something named mystery, with so many question marks, it's really mysterious. Despite all his complaints, Zhou Ming has no regrets. Although the function of this thing is unclear, it is obvious that it is not an ordinary thing, so he cannot let it go. On the other side, the mayor used his authority to block the teleportation array and gave another order. Charles, you must quickly organize guards to patrol the town day and night. If you find any suspicious people, arrest them immediately. Yes. Charles took the order and left. Slater, you must use the monitor to find that person as quickly as possible. Father Martin said with an unwilling look on his face. The surveillance device he mentioned is a treasure that only exists in the adventurer town. It is a unique tool created by the power of heaven and earth because of the arrival of adventurers. This item is only effective in adventurer towns and is managed by the mayor of each town. Yes. We must not let this evil thief go. I want to go too. I want to see what that little thief looks like. Shop owners and career mentors have all made requests. Slater was a little unhappy when he heard this. He originally wanted to do this by himself. If he could catch the person, the things would naturally become his. But seeing that everyone was angry, he could only agree, the surveillance camera is in my house, come with me. Soon, everyone arrived at the mayor's house and entered the study. This is Slater's special place, where there are many important equipment exclusively for the mayor, and the surveillance device is one of them. As the name suggests, this thing can record everything that happened in the town over a period of time. Soon, a crystal sphere appeared in front of everyone. Under the mayor's operation, the crystal glowed faintly, presenting a secondary picture. Slater fiddled with the camera, switching the scene to the church and going back to a recent past. Under the surveillance camera, everything is visible, even if you are invisible, you will appear on the screen. Soon, everyone's eyes turned cold. Little thief, I found you. It should be safe for now. Zhou Ming escaped from Maple Leaf Town and ran towards the wild area. It's safer there than near town. As for what to do next, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, we can't get caught now. At least, he didn't think he was strong enough to fight against all the NPCs in the town. Just as he entered the wild area near the town, unexpected regional announcements sounded one after another. Regional announcement: Maple Leaf Town Mayor Slater has issued a wanted mission for the player Zhou, the man who will never work for someone else. Task content: the player never work for Zhou has committed many evil deeds in the town. His crimes are extremely serious and are a shame for adventurers. Anyone who kills him or captures him back to the town can claim the reward from Mayor Slater: 3 dark gold equipment, a large amount of experience points, and 100,000 gold coins. Tip: the monitoring device tracking function is activated. A tracking mark appears on the target, and it is impossible to log off, and the mark cannot be hidden by stealth or other means. Every 10 minutes, the monitoring device will automatically notify all players and townspeople of the target's location for 2 hours. Tip: during the existence of the tracking mark, once someone discovers the target, the guards will be automatically notified. If the guards arrive and capture the target, the discoverer can receive a generous reward. Please actively participate in the hunt. From now on, the Maple Leaf Town teleportation array is not open to the player. Never work for Zhou, but other players can use it normally. What? This time, Zhou Ming was suddenly startled. A red tracking mark immediately appeared on his body, which could not be erased. Even if he was invisible, the mark would reveal his location. The mayor actually has the ability to issue a warrant for my arrest. At this moment, Zhou Ming seemed to see countless NPCs chasing him frantically, and many players joining forces to attack him. The scene is tragic and the outlook is worrying. When Zhou Ming thought about the possibility of being hunted down by the entire town, he really super excited. Yes, he was excited, his blood was boiling. An incomparable sense of stimulation uncontrollably flows through the body. It feels like an electric current is flowing through my body, making me feel so good. Yes, that's right. Zhou Ming fled without stopping, but an unfathomable evil smile was on his face. Whoosh whoosh. Because of the rapid sprint, the whistling wind blew in his face, which, combined with the current situation, made him feel extremely excited. So, this is what I really think in my heart. This is the exciting life I have always longed for. I absolutely love this game. After the announcement was made, none of the players in the town spoke for a while. But a few seconds later, an overwhelming amount of discussion broke out. What did I hear? Wanted mission? 100,000 gold coin reward? Am I dreaming? Someone come and slap me. Oh my god, what happened? The players are really confused. First, I suddenly heard the teleportation array being shut down. Then came the release of a wanted mission and a teleportation blockade targeting Zhou alone. Especially for wanted missions, the rewards are simply unbelievable. Dark gold equipment, unknown experience points, and 100,000 gold coins. What on earth did Zhou do that made the NPC hate him so much? Why did they want him wanted at all costs? For a time, the players were bombarded with these news and were deeply shocked. Soon, someone told what happened in the town in the chat channel. Good fellow, I'm just saying good fellow. He dared to steal the mayor's things. The key is how did he do it? Isn't the thief's stealing skill very rubbish? Not only the mayor, but also the weapons store, pharmacy, and tailor shop were all visited by him. I heard that he even stole an important item from the town. I'm convinced. I've been playing games for so long, and this is the first time I've seen someone so audacious. It's simply outrageous. The players finally figured out the whole story. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. This is true lawlessness. They knew that Zhou was extremely courageous, but they never thought he was so outrageous. If it hadn't really happened, they would never believe that someone could be so rampant. Chapter 50. Awesome. It's simply explosive. Ha ha ha, I admire you so much. I've always thought those NPCs were extremely wealthy, but I didn't have the guts to do it. I didn't expect he would dare to do it. After the players were shocked, some of them expressed their admiration for Zhou Ming. I admire him. He is definitely my idol. But I still want to ask one question, who will team up with me to kill him? Brothers, it's time to go. Hunt down Zhou. The target is worth 100,000 gold coins, and there are dark gold equipment. Whether I can maintain my health every day depends on this wave. You have done so many evil things, and this is what you deserve. Brothers, take action. The 10 years online game team is looking for partners to do the mission together. If we catch Zhou, we will share the reward equally. Although they admired it, when the players thought about the extremely generous rewards, they still chose the benefits with all their heart. For a moment, the whole town was in an uproar. Players in various wild areas stopped leveling up and started searching everywhere. Lone Wind Mountain, Blood Rose, Tyrannical Wushuan, and others are gathering together to level up. The flame-winged tigers in the mountain top area have not been refreshed yet, so the monsters are not gathered like before, making it very convenient for them to level up. Now they have reached level 13. Suddenly, announcements came one after another. It took the group several seconds to digest the contents of the announcement. This guy is absolutely crazy. Beiki Wushuan spoke first. Now, he felt that it was not unfair for him to lose to that guy. How could a normal person compete with a madman? It's simply outrageous. He actually dared to attack an NPC. Should I say he's awesome or stupid? The little flying prince was shocked. This is a good thing. The NPC is so powerful that we can definitely catch him. He dared to attack the mayor, so I'm afraid it won't be as simple as just killing him and returning him to level 0. Yes, that guy is so annoying, I'm going to make him pay this time. Upon hearing the news, Hanabi Kanbu and the little princess were delighted. I didn't expect the NPC to attack that person. It really helped them vent their anger. This is an opportunity. Blood Rose hesitated for 2 seconds and said, we shouldn't get involved, as it will delay our leveling. But we can order our subordinates to do it. This time, he must pay the price. Good idea. If everything goes well, we will reach level 15 and clear the dungeon for the first time, while the Damjo will be captured by the NPC and killed to level 0. It's perfect. Ha ha ha, well said. Another place in Lonely Wind Mountain. After learning about the announcement, Qing Shan still said to the people around him, listen, don't go looking for trouble with Boss Zhou. Are you serious? A player with the ID was clearly dissatisfied. He is indeed very capable, but he is definitely in trouble this time. The town's guards and many players are working together to hunt him down. If he is caught, his account will definitely be ruined. Qing Shan was still listening to the words, and did not refute immediately, but glanced at everyone. Including himself, there are more than 80 people here. Some of them were members of his studio, who happened to land in the same town with him. The rest are those who recognized him after entering the game. Kang Tianbaiyu is one of them. He used to be his right-hand man, but now he seems to be a little disobedient. Qing Shan still said to him seriously, if you believe me, stay. Don't ask why. I think you were frightened by that guy. Kang Tian smiled coldly without saying anything, and turned to look at the others. A coward will lose his whole life. 100,000 gold coins alone is a huge sum of money. If you want to fight, come with me. If you want to fight this coward, stay here. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. Finally, more than a dozen people stood up and left with him. Maple Woodland. Tracking tip, the wanted target Zhou, who will never work for someone else, has appeared in the maple forest at the coordinates 897,942. When Zhou Ming fled here, the first notification from the surveillance camera sounded. The next second, he vaguely heard various noisy sounds coming from the distance, as if people were running. Here I come. Zhou Ming immediately went into stealth. As expected, the red tracking mark did not disappear due to stealth and still existed. Look, that's a wanted sign. Guys, he's here. When Zhou Ming rushed out of the maple forest, he ran into a group of scattered people, and the other party immediately sent a message on the regional channel. Hold on, come right away. All those leveling nearby should go around to the front and surround him. Once the NPC guards arrive, he will be dead for sure. Players communicate with each other in chat channels. Zhou Ming didn't want to pay attention to those people, but he didn't expect them to disperse and block his way. Court death. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming rushed forward at high speed, and at the same time, another phantom flew away with him. 2 red knife lights flashed by. -3,820. -3,056. Ah! These players only felt a blurry shadow passing before their eyes, and then they were attacked by Zhou Ming's real body and phantom, and died instantly. At the same time, dense footsteps were heard from the back and front, and the ground even shook slightly. Kill! Catch Zhou and become rich! Players kept rushing out from the maple forest, shouting excitedly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people rushed out of the woods and chased after the red figure in front. In front of Zhou Ming, there were even more people surrounding him, estimated to be 700 or 800. The tyrannical guild is here to support us. The Phoenician guild is here to support us. The fireworks guild is here to support us. The main force of the players in front was led by the three major guilds, and it was obvious that they were taking the opportunity to retaliate. Of course, in addition to them, there are many other players who are driven by interests, including King Tian Buletin Yu and others who came in a hurry. Entangle him and attack. Brothers, start the cooperative mode, don't hurt your own people by mistake. Suddenly, fireballs flew across the sky, wind blades whistled, and countless energy arrows attacked Zhou Ming. Boom! Boom! -1. Miss. -8. -10. Miss. -1. After a round of bombing, the damage caused this group of people to collapse. Zhou Ming's health loss was less than 1000. What the hell? Is his body so hard? And his health bar is so thick? Damn, he must be wearing the top quality equipment stolen from the NPC. I'm jealous. I can't let him go now. The players' envy, jealousy, and hatred completely erupted at this moment. A bunch of scum. Zhou Ming sneered in his heart, and was about to confront the person in front of him. Shield guard, prepare to take control. Warriors, charge. Ranged team, attack. In the crowd, the domineering little silver spear who was ordered to stop Zhou Ming shouted orders. Zhou Ming ignored this and rushed forward quickly. When the distance was shortened, he immediately drew his sword. Flame slash! An 80-meter-long flaming blade swept across the crowd. Boom! Flames billowed, white light flashed, and anyone hit by the knife was killed instantly. Zhou Ming killed more than 300 people with this attack. This beast is so fierce. Don't be afraid, his skills are on cooldown, just stop him, the guards will be here soon. Yes, as long as the guards come and catch him, we will also have a reward. The remaining players rushed forward together, trying to stop Zhou Ming. The clone technique. Zhou Ming condensed his clone. Damn, there are two Zhous. Someone exclaimed. It should be some kind of deception method. The one with the red mark is the real one. Don't panic. But as soon as they finished speaking, they were dumbfounded. The clone also raised a blade with flames billowing from it. Instantly, another flaming slash came sweeping across. What the hell? Boom! The flames slashed through, and almost all the remaining people died. The person who was chasing from behind was startled. Not a buddy? You used such an awesome skill twice? As expected of someone who dares to attack NPCs, you are really outrageous. Chapter 51. Stop, thief! Just as Zhou Ming broke through the blockade in front of him, a roar came from behind. It's Captain Charles of the Guards! Someone exclaimed from behind. I saw a figure riding a tall canine-like beast, passing the players at an incredibly fast speed and chasing after Zhou Ming. The person who came was the captain of the guard, Charles. He had a battle pet and mount, the Red Fang spirit dog. When riding, the basic movement speed could reach 1000, and it would be even faster when using skills, so he caught up with the others first. Of course Zhou Ming would not stop foolishly. On the contrary, he stepped hard and a cloud of fire erupted. Flying fire meteor. Zhou Ming flew 100 meters away in an instant, leaving behind a clone to block Charles. Doppelganger. When Charles got closer, he was surprised to see the clone, and then he said disdainfully, just a low-level clone. Call out. The clone used phantom flash and transformed into two figures to attack him. Charles's pupils suddenly shrank. So fast. Laugh. -1185. -948. -6720. Charles was caught by surprise. This attack inflicted the additional damage of life devouring on the clone, and the lethality was explosive. How did you get hurt like this? Charles was shocked. The adventurer has only been here for a few days, how come this person has such strength? He was a level 30 swordsman with a set of gold-grade equipment. He couldn't believe that the opponent could cause such damage to him. Charles no longer dared to despise him. He immediately jumped off his horse and drew the long sword from his waist. A sharp sword energy slashed towards Zhou Ming's clone. Swish! The clone performed a backstab, and moved in a strange curve, appearing behind Charles and delivering a backstab attack. Boom! A surge of sword energy burst out from Charles. The clone's backstab attack failed to land. Star Chaser! Charles turned around, and a flash of sword light slashed out from the long sword in his hand, like a meteor across the sky. -7882. The clone was severely injured by the blow. Not dead? Charles was even more surprised. He shouted while attacking, "Who are you? How can you have such strength?" At this time, the players rushed up. They ignored the clone and Charles and continued to chase forward, vowing to catch Zhou Ming's real body. The clone rushed towards Charles again. His purpose was simple, to delay the enemy as long as possible and give the main body a chance to escape. Charles waved his sword, and sword energy surrounded his clone. The clone stretched out his hand towards him and started stealing. The sword in Charles's hand disappeared without warning. What? He was dumbfounded. How could this person steal the weapon he was using? How did he do that? What kind of monster are you? At this moment, the captain of the guards was furious. The long sword was taken away, but as an experienced swordsman, he still performed his sword moves. Boom! Boom! -3248. -2997. -2925. The sword energy slashed down, and the clone was repeatedly injured, but it also successfully restrained Charles. Not good. It's impossible for those adventurers to catch him. I have to chase him. Charles took out another weapon, but he couldn't help feeling anxious. The clone seemed to see through his thoughts and attacked desperately. 10 seconds later, the clone steals again. This time, Charles's captain's coat suddenly disappeared. Thief! The usually steady captain of the guard flew into a rage. Boom! Suddenly, a golden lightning descended from the sky and struck the clone who was caught off guard. -27,444. A high amount of damage occurred, and the clone was instantly left with little health. Charles stabbed with a sword. When he was about to die, the clone smiled coldly, "Mark of death, explode." Boom! A black mark on Charles's body suddenly burst out with powerful energy. -8853. This sudden burst of damage caught Charles off guard and almost rendered his attack ineffective. He killed the clone with one sword, but a look of horror appeared on his face. The attack delivered by the clone before death was truly bizarre. Charles? Mayor Slater, Father Martin, and the vocational instructors came on horseback. "Are you okay?" the mayor asked. "How could that man hurt you?" As he spoke, the priest among the professional mentors released a blood recovery skill towards Charles. That adventurer should not be underestimated. Charles said in a serious tone, "What we just killed was just his clone." What? The crowd was shocked. Father Martin's eyes were even colder. He had just succeeded in a sneak attack and thought the opponent was just that simple, but he didn't expect it was just a clone. This man is indeed dangerous. He must be arrested and thrown into prison, never to be released. Everyone immediately gave chase. Of course, there were a large number of guards coming behind them, but they were not as fast as them. Tracking tip: the target Zhou who will never work for someone else has appeared at the foot of Gufeng Mountain, at the coordinates 741,988. Please go and hunt him down. After chasing for a while, the reminder sounded again. Not good. If he continues to run beyond Lonely Wind Mountain, he will enter some unknown dangerous area. Slater said eagerly. Everyone looked a little ugly when they heard this. Most of the areas near the adventurer town have been explored by them, and they know exactly what monsters are in the wild areas and what levels they are. But there are still vast areas outside the town that have not been explored. Among them is an area suspected to be an ancient battlefield, from where Father Martin brought back the mysterious wings. That place is very dangerous, even they won't enter easily. On the other side, Zhou Ming was running desperately. As soon as his stealth and flowing wind skills were restored, he would use them immediately. At the same time, he also took out the agility attribute potion and intermediate speed potion stolen from the pharmacy owner and took them. Agility potion can add 100 points of agility to him, which lasts for 10 minutes. Speed potion can increase movement speed by 30% for 5 minutes. Zhou Ming didn't care, drank it all in one gulp, and ran for his life. When he passed by Lone Wind Mountain, many players heard the news and rushed to snipe him. Unfortunately, in front of his powerful attributes, these people are nothing but his younger brothers. No one can be his opponent. He can kill any god who stands in his way, and any Buddha who stands in his way. He moved too fast, and had the help of displacement skills like flying fire meteor. Although the players worked together, they were unable to stop him in the end. After leaving Gufeng Mountain, Zhou Ming ran wildly for a while and suddenly found a large dark area on the map. According to the prompts, he has left the adventurer town and entered an unknown dangerous area. The characteristic of a dangerous area is that it is unknown and the surrounding situation cannot be clearly seen from the map. Only when he personally enters certain places will he receive some relevant prompts and leave traces of the route on the map. This is equivalent to exploring and improving the map by yourself. Tip: you step into the misty swamp, which is filled with poisonous gas. Your health points will be reduced by 50 per second. Tip: you have entered the forgotten wilderness, where ghosts roam, please be careful. Reminders sounded from time to time. Zhou Ming didn't care and just ran. He couldn't remember how many wild areas he had walked through, but he just kept walking through them. Along the way, he even encountered monsters that were over level 20. Those monsters are very aggressive. Fortunately, he has a high HP, so it doesn't matter if he takes a few attacks. He can get rid of the monster as long as he keeps a little distance. With the help of stealth skills, we didn't encounter too much trouble along the way. On the contrary, Charles and his companions, because they had a large number of people and a large target, encountered monsters again and again after entering the unknown area, wasting a lot of time. If the surveillance device had not indicated Zhou Ming's location every 10 minutes, they would not even be able to grasp the tracking direction. Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. The surveillance camera can only track for 2 hours. Once the time is up, you have to wait 2 days to use the surveillance camera again. Moreover, when the monitor uses the tracking function, the target must be within a known area, otherwise the monitor cannot plant a tracking mark on it. If we can't catch that person this time, things will be a bit troublesome. Tip: you have entered Han Liwen, which was once the site of a great war between gods and demons in ancient times. There are traces of gods and demons left here, and it is full of dangers. Please be careful. When Zhou Ming entered an unknown area again, he heard obviously different prompts and stopped instinctively. Chapter 52. Han Liwen, the ancient battlefield. Zhou Ming looked around vigilantly. There is a vague atmosphere of solemnity and murder everywhere. The cold wind was howling, the ground was covered with white frost, the sky was dark, and snowflakes fell from time to time. Roar. Suddenly, a roar sounded. A vibration sound was heard from a distance. Zhou Ming immediately went into stealth and left the spot. I saw several tall figures running towards me. They were 3 hideous and ugly canine creatures, taller than humans, blood red all over, with the hair on their backs standing up, which was chilling. Blood Hell Demon Dog LV. Health. Attack Power. Skill. Description: a species mutated by the blood of ancient gods and demons, extremely ferocious. Monsters whose levels are invisible. Zhou Ming ran to a slope to observe secretly, and was surprised to see the monster. He couldn't even see the health, attack power, and skills of these monsters, which showed the opponent's strength. This place is dangerous, he thought to himself. At this time, several demon dogs sniffed the air carefully, but did not notice anything unusual, and their eyes were full of confusion. Just now, they clearly smelled the scent of a living person. Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. His stealth was indeed amazing, even these dangerous demon dogs could not track him by smell. The monsters found nothing and left shaking their heads. Zhou Ming began to walk around. He walked very slowly, not daring to be careless. Soon, he made some discoveries. First of all, the monsters in this place are of very high level, and the level is basically invisible, which feels very dangerous. Secondly, compared to this huge plain, the number of monsters is relatively small. At least so far, Zhou Ming has not seen a large number of gregarious creatures in this outer area. He explored at will and from time to time saw collapsed strange-shaped buildings that had long since turned into ruins. There were also huge deep pits scattered all over the plain. The soil inside was dark brown and had an unpleasant faint smell of blood. Zhou Ming even saw many tall incomplete skeletons. Everything is silently telling us that a war beyond imagination took place here long ago. Tip: the time is up, the tracking mark on you disappears. It finally disappeared. Zhou Ming, who was being cautious and vigilant, breathed a sigh of relief. Having a tracking mark on his body always makes him feel terrified and unable to relax. Because the mark still existed after stealth, he didn't dare approach monsters, for fear that the monsters would see the mark and pounce on him. I can't leave through the teleportation array if I go back now, so why not explore here? Thinking of this, Zhou Ming took a deep breath and walked towards the depths of the plain. On the way, he released clones from time to time, letting them use their skills at random to increase their proficiency, while he himself was responsible for vigilance. This is the benefit of having a clone, it can practice skills on your behalf. The border of Han Liwen. A group of people came here with tired looks. They were the mayor and his entourage who came to pursue them. Because there were many interruptions along the way, everyone was a little tired. The last reminder, he entered Han Liwen. This guy is really bold. Charles looked at the endless wilderness filled with a murderous atmosphere with a fearful look on his face. That BD has a very powerful stealth skill, so he dared to step into this place. The female thief instructor said with hatred, but the monsters in Han Liwen are quite powerful. His stealth may not be able to hide from the eyes and ears of high-level monsters. Should we continue to chase? The pastor mentor looked at the scenery in the distance and was a little scared. That person is an adventurer. He can be resurrected after death. We don't have this opportunity. When these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Especially those mentors, they have been following us all the way and are actually tired of it. Even though the thief is hateful, he is not to the point that they would risk their lives to hunt him down, right? Thinking of this, several instructors became timid. Everyone, please lend me a hand. I will not treat you unfairly. The mayor noticed what they were thinking and tried his best to keep them. Besides, the target has offended Old Man Wu and others. If you catch him, they will thank you. Humph, you guys can discuss this slowly here, I'll leave first. Father Martin walked towards the depths of Han Liwen without any hesitation. After some thought, several instructors finally shook their heads. Forget it, this place is too dangerous. We don't need to risk our lives. Just think of it as a dog bite. I accept it. The warrior mentor was the first to express his opinion and left immediately. The other mentors hesitated for a while and ultimately did not pursue the case. Damn little thief, don't let me meet you again. The thief mentor glanced in that direction viciously and left unwillingly. Charles, please come with me. Only the mayor and Charles were left, and the mayor could only look at him helplessly. I can only stay with you for 2 hours. After all, he is his immediate superior, so Charles has to give him some face. He first took out the summons and asked the guards to return, then he and the mayor went into Han Liwen to search. Somewhere in Han Liwen. Boom! A loud roar was heard, accompanied by splashing of earth and rocks. Zhou Ming got up from the ground in a panic, quickly released his clone, and ran away immediately. The clone pounced on an ugly humanoid creature. It was a monster called Ice Corpse Reaver and Zhou Ming couldn't see its level and skills. The only description I saw was that these were humans who had been mutated by the influence of the aura of gods and demons and who fed on rotten corpses. Zhou Ming tried to approach it and steal it. As a result, after being hit by a steel, the thing seemed to vaguely sense his presence and attacked fiercely. Unfortunately, Zhou Ming was hit by the AoE attack and his true identity was revealed. He let his clone fight with him, while he took the opportunity to use the blood bottle and escape. In fact, along the way, Zhou Ming encountered many monsters that could sense his presence. But those monsters were only aware of it. If Zhou Ming did not actively steal but chose to avoid them, there would be basically no danger. But he couldn't control himself. After all, the monsters here are all strange species like mutants. It would be a pity if you don't steal them when you see them. He has experienced situations like this many times. Unfortunately, nothing good was stolen. Although the monster is strange, it doesn't seem to have much oil on it. Hey, that's... Soon after escaping from danger, Zhou Ming saw a canyon appearing in front of him. I vaguely saw a strange figure walking at the entrance of the canyon. He waited for a while, until the clone technique cooled down, and then immediately walked over. When he arrived at the entrance of the canyon, he turned on stealth and crept in. Hint, you have discovered the magic ant canyon, please be careful. The game prompt sounded at the right time. The Han Liwen area is very large, with many small areas inside, and Zhou Ming is no longer surprised. He approached carefully and finally saw what those figures swaying near the canyon were. Those were strange ants as big as crocodiles. Self-destructive demon ant LV. Health. Attack power. Skill. Description: a relic of ancient creatures, whose bloodline has faded with the passage of time, but still has the ability to self-destruct. They have low intelligence and should not be provoked, because they will truly play with their lives. Chapter 53. A monster that explodes. Zhou Mington felt curious. It was the first time he saw such a strange monster. This place is indeed peculiar. After thinking about it, Zhou Ming walked around the canyon and found a mound covered with weeds. He hid under a mound, using the grass to cover his body, and then released his clone. You, go and fight them to your death. The clone started stealth and ran towards the canyon entrance. While sneaking, even as a clone, the movement speed is over 600, and it didn't take long to reach the entrance. At this time, several self-destructive ants near the entrance were foraging for food. They shook the black tentacles on their heads, as if to judge the situation around them. Zhou Ming walked over, but the demon ants didn't notice and continued to forage for food. Fortunately, my stealth can conceal my scent. Zhou Ming walked into the canyon with confidence. The canyon is very long vertically. He saw many demon ants spreading out inside, moving towards the end, carrying dead leaves or rotten food they found from nowhere. Seeing this, Zhou Ming moved closer and found that the demon ants were still unable to detect his presence. So he started stealing from a demon ant. Success! You get 1 piece of rotten meat. You get 17 copper coins. Isn't this too poor? Zhou Ming was speechless. But the self-destructive ants that were foraging for food suddenly went crazy. It shook the black tentacles on its head violently and pounced in the direction of the clone. Sure enough, as long as I steal, these creatures with a keen sense of smell can detect my presence. It seems that stealth needs to be upgraded. Zhou Ming understood. After all, the monsters here are so high level that he can't even see them. Under the level suppression, it's not surprising what happens. In the canyon, facing the attack of the magic ants, the clone immediately dodged. However, a surge of power was seen flowing through the body of the self-destructive demon ant, which exploded directly. Boom! It exploded. -100,000. The horrific damage directly killed the clone. Ah! Zhou Ming was stunned. Really? He exploded at the first sign of disagreement, without even trying to test the waters? And this output, 100,000 damage? Are you serious? This monster is so weird. After some testing, Zhou Ming was a little disappointed. Since entering Han Liwen, I seem to have never encountered any normal monsters. Moreover, the monsters here seemed to be very poor. He rarely stole equipment and even less gold coins. Zhou Ming felt that his passion for adventure was almost extinguished, and he wanted to leave. Anyway, the tracking mark has disappeared, so there is no need for him to stay here. As for whether we will encounter pursuers on the way back, he was not afraid of this. Without a tracking mark, as long as he was careful, those people should not be able to catch him, etc. Just as he was about to get up and leave, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Ants are social creatures, so they should have a leader, right? Like a queen ant? At least, that was his impression. It's no wonder I'm poor, the leader must have some money, right? Returning empty-handed is not my style. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming became restless again. He changed his mind and went out in his true form, running towards the canyon in stealth. This time, Zhou Ming ignored the demon ants near the entrance and walked straight through. The magic ants in the canyon are looking for food, and some are sending the food they find to somewhere at the end. Zhou Ming guessed that these foods should be sent to the nest of the magic ants. This further confirmed his idea that there must be a ruler-like existence in this group of demon ants, probably hiding in the nest. Zhou Ming moved carefully and slowly followed the trail of the magic ants that were transporting food. On the way, he kept observing the terrain, observing and noting in his mind places that could serve as cover. There was no way. The canyon was very long and he couldn't sneak for long enough. By the time the stealth was almost over, Zhou Ming had already chosen a pre-hiding location and hid under a bunker. 20 seconds later, Zhou Ming went out again. There were quite a few magic ants transporting food in the canyon, so he could easily find the target and follow it. In this way, Zhou Ming continued to move in the canyon where the magic ants roamed. After repeating this many times, he finally saw a deep cave entrance. The entrance to the cave is under the mountain on one side of the canyon, and magic ants come in and out from time to time. There is indeed a nest. After determining the destination, Zhou Ming looked around and saw that there were no magic ants a few hundred meters to the left of the cave entrance. He rushed over and hid under a huge rock covered with vegetation before the end of his stealth. There were weeds and bushes around him, so he was quite safe. The clone technique. Once he was hidden, Zhou Ming released his clone, letting it sneak and rush towards the nest of the demon ants. Not knowing what was going on there, Zhou Ming certainly wouldn't take the risk himself. Leaving it to his clone was the wisest choice. Then, he switched to the perspective of his clone. The clone rushed into the cave in stealth. The cave was quite spacious, and there were unknown crystals on the stone walls that emitted light, so it was not dark inside. Zhou Ming followed his gaze into the depths of the cave, and saw a huge figure standing more than 100 meters away. The magic ants were carrying food under that figure. Boss! Zhou Ming's heart moved and he followed closely. As he got closer, he finally saw the other person's true face. It was a tall humanoid monster. Its upper body is no different from that of a human, with red skin, but its lower body is a grey-brown ant body. The abdomen that makes up the ant body is bulging high and supported by several thick ant legs. Under its body, there are densely laid ant eggs, which are constantly sorted and separated by the magic ants. There are also magic ants that crawl onto the abdomen and deliver food into the queen's mouth. Death Ant Queen LV? Grade? Health? Attack power? Skill? Description: the ruler of the suicide ant colony, responsible for giving birth to the entire colony. Due to the heavy abdomen, she has difficulty moving, so she controls the entire colony to collect food for a living. It's the boss. Zhou Ming was delighted. Although I don't know what rank this boss is, it doesn't matter, I'll just steal it. At that moment, Zhou Ming ran over with a swagger. When he was more than 20 meters away from the other party, the queen ant who had been eating suddenly raised her head and looked forward. There was doubt in its eyes and its expression became ferocious. Can you sense my presence? But you probably can't tell where I am. Come closer. Zhou Ming was not surprised by the vigilance of this high-level creature, and he approached again. But the queen ant let out a strange angry cry, her abdomen bulged and lifted up, and suddenly she shot out ant eggs. Boom! 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 The ant eggs flew away and exploded in front of them, and red explosive energy poured out. -200,000. Zhou Ming's clone didn't even have time to react before being blown into pieces. What the hell? Outside the cave, Zhou Ming was quite surprised. This boss has a wide attack range and high alertness, so it's a bit tricky. Chapter 54. The Border of Han Liwen. Boom. There were continuous trembling sounds coming from the ground. I saw a huge flaming figure waving a flaming whip and chasing a human figure. Every time the flaming whip attacked, it would leave a long, narrow, charred crack on the ground, which was extremely terrifying. The figure fled desperately, finally rushed out of Han Liwen and ran forward. The flaming figure then gave up and stopped chasing. There's actually a fire demon in this damn place. Father Martin was in a state of disarray and had a cold look on his face. He couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction of Han Liwen, hesitating. You didn't find him either. At this time, a voice sounded. Mayor Slater appeared behind Martin holding a gorgeous staff. As for Charles, he had already left, and he was the only one who was waiting here unwillingly. No, it seems you are too. Martin said unhappily. Seeing this, Slater felt relieved. Martin didn't catch up with the man, so he still had a chance. He turned and tried to leave. Hey, why don't we work together and continue searching? Not interested. Slater refused outright. If you think about it carefully, that person can't keep hiding unless he doesn't want to develop in the main city. The town is too far away from the main city, and one must go through the town's teleportation array to get to the main city. He will come back sooner or later. As soon as Slater left, Martin left reluctantly. In Han Liwen, there is the Demon Ant Canyon. When Zhou Ming's clone technique was restored, he had already thought of a countermeasure. The same scene happened again. He released his clone and sneaked in. This time, Zhou Ming rushed a few steps, and suddenly flames were released from his feet, and he flew up, a meteor of fire. He flew 100 meters in an instant. The Death Ant Queen realized something was wrong and hurriedly launched ant eggs to attack, but it was too late. Zhou Ming had already entered the stealing distance, and before the ant eggs exploded, he gently stretched out his hand in the air towards the queen ant. Theft! Fail! Boom! An explosion roared, and the clone was killed again. I didn't steal it. Zhou Ming was not surprised. The opponent is a boss of unknown level and grade, so failure is normal. Anyway, he can continue once his clone is healed. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming performed the same operation again. There was a loud roar in the cave, and the clone was blown to death again. Still failed. It doesn't matter, I'm a patient person, let's see how many times you can bear it. Soon, the clone rushed into the cave for the third time. At this time, Zhou Ming discovered that a group of densely packed magic ants had surrounded the queen ant. However, it was useless. Zhou Ming came to steal things, not to kill the boss. There was no point for him to surround the boss. Flying fire meteor. Zhou Ming rode the fire cloud and rushed towards the queen ant. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the queen's command, the demon ants surrounding the queen jumped into the air, glowing with blood-red energy. That's a sign of self-destruction. Unfortunately, they were still a step too slow. Zhou Ming entered the stealing range first and used his stealing skills. Boom! The sound of self-explosion sounded. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You get the hidden item skill book Super Self-Destruction X1. I stole it. Zhou Ming was very excited. And it's a hidden item prepared for the first kill. Awesome! Just as he was about to check his harvest, a shrill, angry roar suddenly came from the magic ant cave. Suddenly, the whole canyon shook. What the hell? Zhou Ming was shocked. He secretly poked his head out and saw in the distance a group of magic ants rushing over as if they were summoned. Soon, the entrance to the cave was surrounded by dense swarms of magic ants. Not only that, more magic ants started from the cave entrance, waving their antennae to conduct a carpet search around. It's not good, I have to leave. Zhou Ming couldn't help but become nervous. These demon ants are not easy to deal with. They explode at any time and the damage is terrible. He can't die now. Once you die, you will be resurrected in Maple Leaf Town. It can be imagined that there must be a large number of NPC guards deployed around the resurrection point in the town. If he goes back, he will definitely be surrounded. Sneak. Flowing wind. Speed potion. Zhou Ming entered stealth mode, and with the help of flowing wind and speed potion, his movement speed increased to 1604 points. Call out. He rushed forward and was already 20 meters away. People who don't know would think he used a skill, but in fact he just rushed forward. At this speed, Zhou Ming ran towards the entrance of the canyon. Along the way, we kept seeing magic ants responding to the call and searching around. Zhou Ming was terrified. If any of them discovered him, he would have to account for it if they exploded. Fortunately, his speed is much faster than these demon ants. When his stealth was about to end, he rushed out of the encirclement of the magic ants, quickly found a shelter, and curled up to hide. Fortunately, no magic ants had time to search here. 20 seconds later, Zhou Ming sneaked again and sprinted with all his strength. The journey was safe and sound. Wow, this is exciting. As soon as he came out, Zhou Ming stayed away from the entrance. Only after he was sure there were no monsters around did he open his backpack. A colorful skill book came into view. Zhou Ming's breathing suddenly became rapid. This color means that the skill book is at least level 7. Zhou Ming had obtained a 7th level skill book before, which was Pharmacology Mastery stolen from Old Man Wu in the pharmacy. But that thing is a secondary job skill, which is dispensable for people who don't practice secondary jobs. This skill book should be an active one, right? He immediately checked. Skill book, Super Self-Destruction. Skill preview. Type, active skill. Grade, 7th grade LV1, 0/700. Effect 1, detonate your own life energy, causing an explosion with a diameter of 1000 meters, causing 100% of your own maximum health value as real damage to targets within the explosion range, and you will die. Effect 2, for every 100,000 HP limit, explosion range increases by 10%. Cost, life. Cooling? No. Learning requirements, maximum health value reaches 50,000. Description: don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree, and die together if you don't agree. Ah. No, why is it this skill? Because of the unexpected situation, no one around him noticed what he had stolen at first. Looking at it now, he really doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have to say that this skill is really awesome, both the attack range and the damage are terrifying. The problem is, this is a mutually destructive tactic. You will die every time you use it. Who can afford to be hurt? A weird skill from a weird creature. Wait. Zhou Ming suddenly realized something. No, I have the ability to clone myself. Of course, there is no need for me to self-destruct all the time, but I can do it with my clone. It doesn't matter if the clone dies. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, and he not only thought of the use of the clone technique, but also had a series of ideas. Good fellow, I just call him good fellow. Master Dark, I'll go find you right away to reminisce about the past, ha ha ha. As soon as the idea came to his mind, Zhou Ming couldn't help getting excited. Chapter 55. He first learned the super self-destruction technique. The learning condition is that the upper limit of health points reaches 50,000, so Zhou Ming is naturally no problem. After learning the skills, he activated stealth and flowing wind and ran out of Han Liwen at full speed. It's time to leave. I don't know if those NPCs are trying to stop me. If they dare, Zhou Ming will let them experience the feeling of self-destruction. Roar! As they were on their way, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the distant sky. The sound is distant, faintly filled with supreme majesty. Is this a dragon roar? Zhou Ming's heart moved and he looked in that direction. No matter which game it is, dragons are generally a powerful race and one of the synonyms of awesome. Is there a dragon over there? Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled. But after a little thought, he resisted the urge. Just now, while he was on the road, he opened the chat channel to check and then connected to the live broadcast platform to inquire. Nowadays, more and more people are reaching level 15. In fact, many people have already reached level 16. These high-level people have begun to try to conquer the dungeon. Although it still ended in failure, I believe they will understand the mechanism of the copy more and more. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete the first copy. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming gave up the idea of taking risks and ran again. Soon, he arrived at the border of Han Liwen and did not see anyone. He continued on his way, seeing no one except the monster. It seems that those guys have given up. However, there is no time limit for the mayor's wanted mission, so he still has to be careful. Otherwise, if discovered by those players, someone would probably run to inform the NPC. An hour later, Zhou Ming returned to the wild area outside the adventurer town. He sneaked all the way, and if the stealth cooldown was reached, he would try to hide and avoid contact with others. Soon, he entered Lone Wind Mountain and headed all the way to Lone Wind Cliff. There are now more players in the mountaintop area than before. With the help of stealth, Zhou Ming arrived at the foot of the Lone Wind Cliff without alerting anyone, went around to the side, put on the spider silk ring, and climbed up the Lone Wind Cliff easily. He walked quickly to the Gate of Good and Evil and chose to use the Crystal of Good and Evil. My dear Great Wizard, I'm here to see you. Zhou Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the light gate. Entering the copy, the place where he appeared was still the underground palace. Because no one has yet cleared the dungeon, the Gate of Good and Evil remains in its ultimate mode, with the Great Dark Wizard sitting in the center of the underground palace. It's you. As soon as Zhou Ming appeared, the Dark Wizard could no longer sit still. Of course he remembered this guy. Hey, did you miss me? Zhou Ming smiled evilly. He immediately opened his backpack, used strong toughness potion and resurrection potion, and coated his weapon with poison. You deserve to die. The wizard was so frightened that he quickly cast a spell. A strange evil shadow emerged behind the great wizard, releasing sound waves. Death lullaby. Sound waves are coming. Zhou Ming not only did not dodge, but instead used flying fire meteors to approach quickly. Boom. -2312. Zhou Ming endured the blow but did not fall asleep. The powerful toughness potion can make one immune to negative states within 60 seconds, and Zhou Ming's ethereal stone necklace can also reduce the chance of falling into a negative mental state. The skill of the great wizard should be of a high grade, but he could not control Zhou Ming. The clone technique. When landing, Zhou Ming condensed a clone, and flowing wind emerged from both of their bodies at the same time. Flowing wind. A flash of phantom. The original body and the clone transformed into 4 phantoms and attacked the archmage. This speed. The great wizard's eyes flashed, and he immediately turned into a black shadow and dodged to the side, but was still caught up. Phantom Flash's sprint speed is incredible. 4 figures attacked at the same time. Dark barrier. Snap. Snap. The barrier shook violently. Zhou Ming and his clone simultaneously flashed behind the archmage and launched a backstab attack. The dark barrier instantly shattered like a mirror, and 2 attacks fell on the archmage at the same time. This backstab attack left both Zhou Ming and his clone with the mark of death and life devouring. -17,004, backstab damage. -22,800, life devouring damage. -600. -888. -9,796, clones backstab damage. -13,680, life devouring damage of clone. A series of damage exploded. Ah! The great wizard suddenly felt a sharp pain and was horrified to find that there were 2 layers of death marks on his body. Under the effect of the dungeon-specific item Golden Axe, all damage caused by Zhou Ming was doubled. Dark energy burst. Boom! Black magic power burst out from the archmage like ripples, pushing Zhou Ming and his clone away. Flame slash. Zhou Ming and his clone slashed out with flaming swords at the same time. The archmage's displacement skill had not been restored, and he had no way to avoid the 2 hard blows. -6,916. -4,896. He retreated while performing his skills, and the black magic power on his staff moved like a poisonous snake. Erosion rain. Arrows rained down from the sky. Magic thunder surges. Black fire invasion. Immediately afterwards, black flames burned on the ground and thunder suddenly appeared in the void. Zhou Ming and his clone were severely injured, but at the same time they showed strange smiles. Blood-colored lines appeared on their bodies, and it seemed as if a powerful force was about to explode. I admit that your magic is exquisite and powerful, but if I simply die, how will you deal with it? He and his clone lunged forward at the same time. Boom! Boom! 2 bodies exploded at the same time. 2 strong blood-colored energies swept through the underground palace like a storm, and the great wizard had no way to escape. The surging life energy even devoured all the black fire on the ground. The archmage could only wail in the violent explosion. -134,120. -80,472. 2 high damages appeared above the archmage's head. The explosion came quickly and went away quickly. The great wizard was badly wounded. He retreated again and again, looking around in pain. Where is that guy? Is he dead? Just now, he clearly saw that person and his clone explode at the same time. What a madman! He raised his staff and cast a blood recovery skill on himself, restoring 1% of his blood per second, which could last for 50 seconds. At this time, a red light condensed not far away, revealing Zhou Ming's figure. He is resurrected. Death mark, detonate. As soon as he appeared, Zhou Ming launched the final attack. Stop! At this moment, the great wizard truly felt the shadow of death. Boom! Boom! The 2 death marks on his body glowed with black light, and the black energy symbolizing death burst out, swallowing him up in an instant. Minus 364,656. Minus 220,488. At this moment, Zhou Ming demonstrated a skill called the blood bar disappearance technique. The Archmage's health bar was emptied at an incredible speed, and he turned into a corpse in the black energy. All I can say is, keep it simple. Zhou Ming gave an evil smile. Then, a series of prompts sounded. You cleared the dungeon, the gate of good and evil independently, and received, experience plus 300,000, reputation plus 1,500, gold times 1,000, equipment times 8, clearance treasure box, gold level, times 1. This clearance is the first clearance of the Gate of Good and Evil dungeon, and you will get the first clearance reward. The clearance treasure chest is upgraded from gold level to dark gold level. This clearance is the first dungeon clearance in the world, and you will get the first clearance reward in the world, 1 intermediate mysterious treasure chest. Following the prompt, an upgraded light immediately burst out from Zhou Ming's body. This is not the end. After the personal reminder, the server-wide and world announcements followed. Chapter 56. Moonlight Town. In the Copy Dark Night Forest. At this moment, the president of the Yulong Guild, Iron Horse Ice River, is leading the guild members to attack the boss with all their strength. All members of this team have reached level 15, and Shima Binghe himself has even reached level 16. He had reached level 15 a few hours ago, but his equipment and that of his teammates were not up to standard. Therefore, they spent time equipping each member of the team with a complete set of silver equipment. Now, with the change in level and equipment, the situation has indeed improved greatly when facing the boss again. The front row of the team was finally able to withstand the damage from the boss, and with the help of the priest's defense enhancement, blood adding and other skills, they were able to hold it off steadily and ensure the safe output of the back row. Chasing Wind Slash. Minus 2,612. With a loud shout, Shima Binghe wielded his heavy sword and slashed at the boss Headless Knight, inflicting a critical hit. As a warrior, he can have this kind of output while ensuring tankiness because Shima Binghe has the A-level talent Blood Attack, the effect of which is every time the health limit is increased by 10 points, the attack power will be increased by 1. With this talent, he only increases his constitution when he levels up, and all his equipment adds constitution points. Combined with the professional characteristics of a warrior, he not only has a lot of health, but also does a lot of damage. The captain's blood attack is really well matched with the warrior profession. The teammates behind me were praising me. Brothers, keep working hard. In another hour, this boss will probably fall. Shima Binghe encouraged while attacking. Don't worry, Captain. I just checked the live broadcast platform and other towns are not as fast as us. A young team member flattered. Hearing this, everyone's hearts suddenly became hot. For this moment, they have rarely rested and continued to fight since entering the game. Now, it is finally time to harvest. At the same time, Wushan Town, Qingchuan Town, many towns in Longguo District are stepping up their pace and working hard to clear the dungeon. This phenomenon is not only in Longguo District, but also in other regions. Northern Bear Country. In a gloomy cemetery. La Puz, the leader of the famous Glory Guild in the Northern Bear Country, is commanding the entire team to attack the dungeon boss Undead General. Everyone, hurry up. All the countries are attacking now. We can't be careless. A sturdy man next to La Puz urged. Hearing this urging, La Puz, who was nominally the president, did not show any dissatisfaction, but ordered to speed up the pace of attack. Because the sturdy man next to him is from the Northern Bear Country's military. Long before the game was released, La Puz's guild secretly received support from the military, not only gaining a large amount of funds, but also attracting many soldiers to join. This made him flattered and he did not dare to neglect it at all. At the same time, he also realized that the game Divine Revelation was not as simple as he had imagined. At the same time, Mika Country. Mika's chief, Teiko, personally led the team and fought hard in the dungeon with members of Mika's old guild, the Heaven. Of course, Teiko played more of a supervisory role, and the combat command was mainly presided over by Yemod, the president of the Heaven Guild. It's just as I expected. Tibukok looked at the battle situation and nodded, then said in a confident tone. Everyone put on a full set of silver equipment, and let President Yemod, who has an S-level attack talent, equip him with a gold-level longbow. The progress of the strategy is indeed one step ahead of others. Upon hearing this, Yemod thought to himself, isn't this nonsense? But he still smiled flatteringly, everything is in your plan, master. We will definitely be able to win the first copy. Teiko showed his signature reliable smile, of course, no one knows the game Shenqi better than me. Sakurajima District, Matsushita Town. In the famous Sakurajima Game Guild, Sakuragi Chiru, the president of the Sakura Guild, is leading the elite members to attack the dungeon boss. Surprisingly, in addition to Sakuragi Chiru and the other 9 people, there was another person in the field who was a female NPC wearing monk's clothing. From time to time, the NPC would use powerful damage increasing and defensive skills, and the effects were extremely obvious. From the beginning of the attack until now, the entire team has not shown any signs of danger, which is incredible. At this time, the boss's health has dropped to about 10%, and it has truly entered a dangerous period. The president is really wise and powerful. He was able to persuade the NPC of the hidden sect in the small town church to come to the dungeon. He really helped a lot. Some team members couldn't help but flatter him. Upon hearing this, Sakuragi Chiryu revealed a smug smile. The restrictions of the starting copy were not big. He thought of this when he got in touch with the NPC. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded in his attempt. The first copy of Divine Revelation must be cleared by our Sakura Guild. No other guild can get involved. I will lead you to conquer the Dragon Kingdom and the whole world in Divine Revelation. Sakuragi Chiru made bold statements. Thinking of the secret rumors he had heard about the game, his eyes were filled with ambition and his heart was surging. The president is awesome. May the Sakura Guild prosper. A group of guild members were deeply moved and became excited. President, I just checked the forum and live streaming platform, and our guild is far ahead. A clever member quickly shared the information he had discovered. Yoshi. Sakuragi Chiryu was even more proud, work harder and clear the dungeon. I won't treat you unfairly. Sri Lanka. The Sakura Guild is the strongest, and the guild leader is the strongest. The Sakura Guild will lead Sakurajima to become the strongest in the world. A bunch of little days seemed to be at their climax. Suddenly, the world announcement sounded, shocking the whole world. World announcement, congratulations to the Dragon Country player Never Work for Joe for clearing the dungeon The Gate of Good and Evil, completing the first global dungeon clearance and receiving a special reward. At this moment, Sakuragi Chiryu and the others seemed to be under a spell, and all stopped moving, revealing expressions of disbelief. Hashido Masai, what did I hear? The dragon people cleared the customs first? This is impossible. Why did it have to be the Dragon Country? I can't accept it. Because of the strong shock, the group actually slowed down the pace of their attack. The boss took the opportunity to counterattack and the situation got out of control for a while. Baga Yalu. You bunch of rubbish actually let the dragon people get ahead. I want you to commit seppuku to atone your sins. Sakuragi Chiru, who was calm and composed just now, seemed like a different person at this moment, with his face distorted by jealousy. He was almost there. If this could be snatched away, how can I sleep in the next few days? At the same time, in Mika country, Teiko's smile disappeared instantly and he was dumbfounded. In the northern bear country, Lapuz was about to give an order. As a result, as soon as the announcement was made, his mind went blank and he opened his mouth but could not utter a word. There are also countries such as the Kimchi country and the Indian country. At this moment, the whole world was stunned by the sudden announcement. Longguo district. I can't accept that. On the lonely wind mountain, he roared to the sky with unparalleled dominance. Because they were killed by Zhou Ming twice, their levels fell behind and they had no chance to clear the dungeon for the first time. But I also wanted to take a step back and complete the dungeon before going to the main city. Just now, everyone had reached level 15 and had already obtained the entry ticket to the dungeon. Just as they were about to take action, they received news that the dungeon had been cleared. And the person who cleared the level is the one they hate the most. The domineering and unparalleled power really makes people feel numb. Shenqi and the others also had cold faces and were unable to utter a word. Moonlight Town, Dark Night Forest. This person again. Sima Binghe and his team members were deeply shocked and extremely surprised. Boss, are you sure there's nothing wrong with this game? One member was speechless. How could someone be faster than us? And he cleared the level alone? I can't accept this. Never mind, kill the boss first. Sima Binghe took a deep breath, suppressed his restless emotions, and stabilized the rhythm of the entire team. And in the small town of Wushan. It's him again. Why on earth? He is obviously alone, why is he always ahead of me? Starry Night Pearl looked at the dungeon boss, who only had 20% of his health left, and all the joy in her heart disappeared. She was even so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Chapter 57. It's him again? Who is this Zhou? It's fine that he killed a silver-level boss by himself, but now he can clear a dungeon by himself? There must be something fishy going on. I want to report that Zhou is cheating. Because of the announcement of Zhou Ming's completion of the dungeon, the chat channel of the entire server in Longguo district exploded. The regional chat channel in Maple Leaf Town was equally restless. Isn't Mr. Zhou wanted? How dare he sneak back and even clear the dungeon? Good opportunity, everyone go catch him. Forget it, that guy is not a human being at all. I don't want to die again. Whoever wants to go can go. He won't be able to run rampant for long. Now that he can't teleport to the main city, he will soon be surpassed by others. Brothers, work hard to level up, and let's go to the main city. Unlike last time, this time some people were afraid and did not follow the trend to hunt down Zhou Ming. Last time, the players had already deeply realized how amazing that guy was. Now that he has returned and completed the dungeon, one can imagine how powerful he is. Of course, not blocking him is one thing, but some people choose to run to the mayor's mansion to tip off. At the same time, the international area of the forum suddenly became lively. Players from countries such as Kimchi country, Mika country, North Bear country, Sakurajima country, and other countries flocked to the international area, posting protests, questions and expressing strong dissatisfaction. The dragon people are cheating. They don't even dare to eat cow dung, how can they win the first pass of the dungeon? The dragon country people are thieves. They steal everything from our Kimchi country, and now they even steal the first pass of the dungeon. The despicable dragon people actually used this method to steal our Sakura Empire's first copy. Oh! How did that dragon country guy clear the dungeon by himself? There is definitely something wrong. This is not democratic, this is not scientific, this is not free. We strongly demand that the Dragon Country District give a reasonable explanation. Faced with all kinds of doubts, the Dragon Country players were also confused, they didn't know what was going on. But even if they don't understand, how can Dragon Country players tolerate the shameless remarks of these foreign players? Keys here. Brothers, let's start the discussion. Suddenly, a wave of verbal battles broke out on international forums, and it was extremely hot. On the lonely wind cliff, a figure escaped from the gate of good and evil. It was Zhou Ming who was the initiator of all the sensation. As soon as he appeared, he went into stealth, put on the spider silk ring, and headed downwards. He didn't open any of the dungeon clearance treasure chests or the mysterious treasure chests. There is no way. He is now wanted, and the announcement will definitely cause a sensation. Therefore, he had to hurry up and escape, otherwise the NPCs would get the news and chase after him, and would probably harass him endlessly. Sure enough, there was a commotion on the mountain. While sneaking, Zhou Ming passed by many teams that came after hearing the news. After running for a while, he condensed a clone, let the clone escape in another direction, and then showed up on his own initiative. Here he is. Chase. Mr. Zhou, you have committed a heinous crime. Kneel down and submit to your punishment. Soon, the clone attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Ming took the opportunity to escape down the mountain. Fortunately, the NPCs did not arrive. I don't know if they were too late or they did not receive the message. Zhou Ming did not dare to delay. He used all the flowing wind and speed potions and ran towards the unknown area with all his strength. He ran all the way and finally returned to the border of Han Liwen. Only when he got here did he dare to stop and find a secluded place covered with bushes to hide. After making sure it was safe, Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief and showed a look of joy. Now, it's time to count the harvest. First of all, the level. He cleared the level by himself, pocketed all the experience, gained 300,000 experience points, and leveled up 4 times, reaching level 20. Then there are the equipments obtained when clearing the game, 5 of which are golden in color. Most importantly, there is also a dark gold level clearance treasure chest in the backpack, as well as a mid-level mysterious treasure chest filled with colorful light. Clearance treasure box. Grade, dark gold. Effect, open the treasure chest and get 1 to 2 treasures at random. There is a 98% chance of getting an item of the same grade as the treasure chest, and a 2% chance of getting an item of a higher grade than the treasure chest. Description: the dungeon clearance treasure chest, this is the reward for the clearance. Mysterious treasure box. Grade, intermediate. Effect, an extremely mysterious treasure chest, the corresponding treasure pool is unimaginable, but you can only get 1 item. The higher the grade of the treasure chest, the greater the chance of getting precious items. Description: I am the definition of mystery. There are 2 treasure chests, one is dark gold level, which is guaranteed to contain dark gold items, and the other one depends entirely on luck. Zhou Ming had previously killed the silver level boss Flame-Winged Tiger and obtained a mysterious treasure chest when he won the first silver level clearance. But that was elementary, this is intermediate. After thinking about it, Zhou Ming opened the dungeon to clear the treasure chest first. Open. The copy treasure chest slowly opened, revealing a faint light. You open the clearance treasure chest and obtain the skill book Disguise ×1. No items were found that exceeded the treasure chest grade. Zhou Ming felt a little bit sorry, it turned out that people's luck was limited. He looked at the skill book that appeared in his hand, and when he saw it clearly, he was stunned. Skill book, Disguise. Skill preview. Type, active skill. Grade, 6th grade LV1, 0/600. Effect, you can change your appearance, voice, clothing, body shape, smell, and name it will for 60 minutes. Once you add someone as a friend or communicate with them, your real name will be exposed. Cost, 1000 mana. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Learning requirements, level 20. Description: the me in your eyes may not be the real me. This skill is definitely useful. Zhou Ming held the skill book in his hand, deep in thought. Admittedly, disguise is not an offensive skill. But with this skill, I can imagine that it will be much more convenient for me to play games in the future. For example, now, if Zhou Ming met other people, would he still be afraid of being recognized if he changed his appearance? Just be careful not to friend people without changing your appearance. This skill book is simply a magical skill for a lone ranger like him. Study. Zhou Ming learned the art of disguise and designated it to gain unlimited growth. Disguise. He tried to use it. His entire figure, appearance, and clothing were distorted and transformed into the appearance of Mayor Slater. It's amazing. Zhou Ming looked down and found it very interesting. Charles, you are incompetent and have not yet brought Zhou to justice. Zhou Ming imitated the mayor's tone of voice. The voice, the look, the tone were no different from the mayor himself. This disguise technique completely turned him into another person. Not only could he himself not tell the difference, let alone other people. He even suspected that if he appeared in the town in this appearance, no one except Slater himself would be able to recognize that he was an imposter. It's amazing. Nice. Zhou Ming removed the disguise with satisfaction. He still has an intermediate mysterious treasure chest that he hasn't opened yet. The primary mysterious treasure chest last time strengthened his professional characteristics. This time, the intermediate mysterious treasure chest should not disappoint him, right? Chapter 58. Just when Zhou Ming was about to open the mysterious treasure chest with great anticipation, etc., he stopped abruptly. How could I have forgotten this? Zhou Ming was speechless. I was always on guard against being chased and killed, and I actually forgot that I had such a good thing. He opened his backpack and took something out. It was a strange dice, the lucky dice stolen from Mayor Slater. He stole 3 wings in total, and used one to increase his success rate, and successfully stole the pair of mysterious wings. Now, there are 2 left. Now it is just right to open the mysterious treasure box. Zhou Ming immediately threw the dice. The goddess of luck is smiling. An interface appeared above his head that only he could see. The dice rolled for a while and then slowly stopped, and the number obtained was 5. 5 points will give you a 50% luck bonus, which is pretty good. Zhou Ming could fully accept this result. In this way, there is only 1 lucky dice left in the backpack, which can be used again when the opportunity arises. At this moment, he chose to open the intermediate mysterious treasure chest. You are opening an intermediate mysterious treasure chest. Lucky chance bonus, your chance of getting precious items when opening a treasure chest increases. Congratulations! You got 1 original lotus from the intermediate mysterious treasure box. The treasure chest disappeared. What appeared in Zhou Ming's hand was a strange lotus. The lotus glows with a holy glow, and its petals are clear and white, opening layer by layer, wrapping the lotus pod. Waves of refreshing fragrance wafted into Zhou Ming's nose, and he felt that his whole body and mind were purified. He became very curious and looked up the information about this item. Original lotus. Type: Ancient Spirit. Grade: Mythical grade 9 stars. Effect 1, after taking it, the talent grade increases by 1. Effect 2, if the talent grade reaches the highest level, the grade cannot be upgraded and the talent effect is strengthened. Description: this rare treasure appeared in ancient times, but is now almost extinct. A rare treasure from heaven and earth. Zhou Ming looked at the green lotus in his hand and couldn't believe it. Wow, this is a jackpot. As expected of a mysterious treasure chest that claims to have a vast treasure pool, it can even reveal such a rare item. Awesome! Of course, a rich reward pool is one thing, but being able to get this thing should be attributed to the chance bonus of the lucky dice. After all, a large reward pool not only means more treasures, but also a lot of junk. Whether you can get precious items in the end depends on luck. My talent is already at the highest SSS level. Even if I take it, it won't improve my grade, but it can be used to strengthen my talent effect. With excitement, Zhou Ming chose to take the Lotus of Origin. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable power growing and flowing in his body. The whole person, from body to soul, seems to have been sublimated. You take original Lotus, and your talent unlimited potential is enhanced. The refreshing feeling came and went quickly. Zhou Ming came back to his senses and was still a little reluctant. He clicked on the talent interface to check. Unlimited potential. Type, trait talent. Grade, SSS. Effect 1, you can designate 10 active skills to gain infinite growth space. There is no upper limit to the skill level increase, and each time a skill level is increased, there is a 20% chance of causing the skill to mutate and gain additional benefits. Effect 2, for every 3 levels you increase in your own level, the number of skills you can specify to gain infinite growth will increase by 1. Effect 3, the skill cooldown time of infinite growth is reduced by 50%, the skill consumption is reduced by 80%, and the skill proficiency growth rate becomes 10 times the original. Effect 4, you can specify a skill that has already obtained infinite growth to be transformed into super infinite growth, and the proficiency growth rate of this skill becomes 100 times the original rate. Description: SSS-level talent. You can't imagine how abnormal it will be after the skill potential is maximized. It's really awesome. Zhou Ming looked at the new talent information with his eyes shining. The first is that the number of assignable skills has increased. The most important thing is that there is an additional talent effect, which allows you to specify skills to gain super unlimited growth, and the speed of proficiency improvement is 100 times the original speed. Zhou Ming immediately thought of the clone technique. Of all the skills he possesses, the potential of the clone technique is undoubtedly the greatest. And because its cooling time is too long, the improvement speed is the slowest. Zhou Ming used the clone technique without hesitation when faced with this opportunity to gain super unlimited growth. After doing all this, Zhou Ming checked the equipment he obtained by clearing the copy. He remembered that he had several golden items, so it was time to update his equipment. Opening the backpack, 8 pieces of equipment with gold and silver luster appeared before your eyes. Zhou Ming looked through them and picked out the equipment he liked. Dark Fallen Helmet. Grade, Gold. Property: Double Defense plus 700, Dodge plus 300, Strength plus 100. Additional effect: when in dark shadows or in stealth mode, gain plus 800 dodge. Required level, LV20. Dark Fallen Pants. Grade, Gold. Attributes: Physical Defense plus 800, Magic Defense plus 520, Constitution plus 120. Additional effect: when attacked by dark spells, the damage is minus 30%. Required level, LV20. Echoes of Dark Whispers. Type, Ring. Grade, Gold. Property: Strength plus 250, Intelligence plus 220, Spirit plus 280, Hit plus 200. Additional skills: Death Lullaby. Use mana to condense the Dark Whisperer to emit bewitching sound waves, causing 4000 plus 180% spell power damage to targets within a diameter of 300 meters, with a 50% chance of putting the target into a sleeping state, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Required level, LV20. Dark Energy Bracelet. Grade, Gold. Property: Strength plus 300, Intelligence plus 210, Spirit plus 300, Hit plus 240. Additional skills: Dark Barrier. Release dark power to form a defensive barrier with a range of 5 meters, resisting a total damage value of 2000 times own level, with a cooldown time of 180 seconds. Required level, LV20. Not sure if it was because the final boss was a mage, but Zhou Ming felt that the equipment he obtained by clearing the dungeon was more towards magic. Fortunately, there are still 4 pieces of equipment that are quite suitable for him. Especially the bracelet and the ring. One has group damage and probability control skills, and the other has a shield defense skill, which will definitely be very useful for killing and looting in the future. Zhou Ming put on all his equipment, and his overall attributes increased slightly. Of course, now that he is level 20, he naturally has to learn the passive skill Weak Point Break that he stole from the thief mentor before, which is also of great help to his output. Next, Zhou Ming practiced his skills in the dangerous area near Han Liwen. There was no way, he was still wanted and the teleportation array in Maple Leaf Town had blocked him. For the time being, he was stuck here. However, Zhou Ming was not in a hurry, as there were many suitable leveling points in the unknown areas of Maple Leaf Town. Moreover, the mysterious place of Han Liwen has yet to be explored. He believes that as long as he spends a little more time, he will be able to suppress that group of NPCs. Who dares to stop him then? For now, let's use the Peak Skill Bracelet and Super Infinite Growth to practice some skills. With the Peak Skill Bracelet, if Zhou Ming succeeds in stealing once, he can gain 40 points of proficiency. Release the clone technique once to gain 200 points of proficiency. Chapter 59. Zhou Ming left the border of Han Liwen and came to the Forgotten Wasteland, the closest leveling point to Han Liwen. This time when practicing skills, Zhou Ming decided to focus on the art of clones, as he really liked this skill. The sky was dark and the cold wind was howling. From afar, Zhou Ming saw a group of illusory and strange monsters wandering in the wilderness. Wild Ghost LV22. Type: Common Monster. HP 38860. Attack Power, 1020. Skills: Physical Attack Weakening, Phantom Raid, Mournful Cry, Ghost Binding. Description: The resentful spirits of the creatures who died tragically here long ago. Seeing Zhou Ming approaching, a ghost immediately flew over. As it moved, it uttered strange mutterings, which, combined with its disheveled face, was quite scary. "You're so ugly and you dare to come out and scare people, you deserve a beating." Of course, this thing can only scare ordinary people, and it is just ugly to Zhou. Clone Technique. Zhou Ming condensed his clone. Theft. The ghost hasn't arrived yet, so Zhou Ming and his clone let it enjoy a wave of double wealth massage first. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 40. You get 3 silver coins. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 40. You get 3 primary mana potions. Unfortunately, this ordinary monster is not very profitable. However, the reminder of increased proficiency is indeed pleasing to the ear. Then, one person and one clone activated the flowing wind at the same time, performing Phantom Flash, transforming into 4 phantom attacks. Tisk tisk. The ghost was knocked back 2 steps, and 2 death marks appeared on his body. It transformed into a ghostly shadow and penetrated into the ground, attacking Zhou Ming's body in the form of a black shadow. But Zhou Ming and his clone disappeared at the same time. The ghost could only reveal its true form, standing there in a daze with a confused look on its face. While in stealth mode, Zhou Ming and his clone did not take action immediately. They also cast poison to add toxicity to their weapons. After the poisoning was over, one person and one clone took out the medicinal materials and performed the medicine-making technique. Made successfully, skill proficiency plus 20, you get primary life potion x1. Made successfully, skill proficiency plus 20, you get primary mana potion x1. Where do the materials for making the potion come from? Zhou Ming said that the pharmacy owner Wu Renji has the most say. He robbed a large amount of spiritual medicine materials and various potions from Old Man Wu, and now they are all piled in the Sumi backpack. Of course there is a reason why Zhou Ming Lian makes medicine. The contaminated mysterious wings he stole needed some means to remove the contamination before they could reveal their true form. He learned the 7th level passive skill Pharmacology Mastery, which recorded a potion formula called Jade Dew Pure Spirit Liquid. According to the recipe description, this potion has the effect of purifying filth and evil spirits. That was a legendary potion, and his current pharmaceutical skills were not very successful in refining it. Moreover, the recipe materials were not fully collected. For now, Zhou Ming is practicing his pharmacy skills to prepare for the future. After the medicine was refined, Zhou Ming and his clones' faces changed at the same time. Disguise. Once the appearance changes, cancel it immediately and let the skill enter cooldown as soon as possible. Then, you can launch the attack. Backstab. Life devouring. Death mark, detonate. Boom. The ghost was immediately engulfed by the damage of 2 layers of death mark and died instantly. Go over there and blow yourself up. Zhou Ming pointed his finger, and his clone, in the state of flowing wind, pounced on several ghosts wandering nearby. Then, a blood-colored energy emerged on its body surface. Boom! The clone explodes. -41,064. -41,064. -41,064. You killed a LV22 Wilderness Ghost, experience points plus 520. You killed a LV22 Wilderness Ghost, experience points plus 520. More than 30 ghosts wandering around were all killed instantly. Next, the clone technique went into cooldown, and Zhou Ming slowly practiced it on his own, waiting for the skill to recover. This was planned from the beginning. After the clone is condensed, it will be immediately released after a wave of skills are used, instead of lasting until the duration ends like before. The purpose of doing this is to speed up the upgrade of the clone technique to the greatest extent. For several days in a row, Zhou Ming traveled alone in the wilderness. If you feel tired during this period, just log off and take a rest. The other thing is to just leisurely practice your skills in the game. I have to say, the super self-destruction technique combined with the clone technique is really a powerful weapon to kill the enemy. If the clone explodes, all monsters within a 1,000 meter radius will be affected. Even though Zhou Ming didn't level up deliberately, his leveling speed didn't slow down at all. Now he is already level 24, still number 1 on the level list, no one can shake him. Sometimes he would connect to forums and live streaming platforms to check on players' movements. Through these 2 channels, Zhou Ming knew that many players had already reached the 2nd level main city. There are even some explosive news. For example, a certain guild was the first to discover a hidden dungeon, and a certain expert obtained a special profession through a hidden mission. A lot of news is spreading. Among them, a forum post caught Zhou Ming's attention. The Holy Order sincerely invites players to join, become a follower of God, and obtain a special profession. One post caught Zhou Ming's attention. The Holy Order. Zhou Ming seemed to be thinking about something. He quickly remembered that he had heard someone mention it when he had used his clone to steal the contaminated mysterious wings. It seems that Father Martin is a member of the Holy Order. Zhou Ming recalled the conversation between the priest and the mayor that he had seen in the town before, and how the mayor later encouraged the people to ask the priest to show his mysterious wings. It seems that the priest and the mayor both have some ulterior motives. Martin is a member of the sect. Logically, he should report the discovery of something that looks like an ancient divine object. But he didn't. Perhaps he was greedy, but he was not sure of the value of the thing, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Mayor Slater must have his own plans. The 2 of them competed secretly, but unexpectedly, they were intercepted by themselves in the end. Zhou Ming felt that this was probably the case. It seems that this holy sect is not simple. Thinking of this, he clicked into the post to check. There is a lot of information in this post. First, players will reach the secondary main city through the small town. These main cities belong to the Tianyu Empire. This is the only empire in the Dragon Kingdom area and it is very powerful. But the Holy Order is stronger than the empire. Players have learned a lot of information through contact with the cult branches in various main cities. It is said that the Holy Order has a long history and was founded by ancient powerful men who received revelation from God. Throughout history, the Order had fought fierce battles against the dark forces that threatened the continent many times, and helped the Empire and humanity overcome more than one crisis. Today, they are committed to making friends with adventurers. The branch of the sect is now open to the public. Players can enter various branch temples to admire the statues of gods and pray sincerely. According to the cult, prayer can not only gain random buffs and experience points, but also has a certain chance of getting the attention of the gods, soaring to the sky. In addition, the cult often issues various tasks with extremely generous rewards. The post specifically mentioned that many members of the tyrannical guild had already joined the cult, and that the guild's president, tyrannical and unparalleled, had even been favored by the top saintly prayer masters in the cult, and his strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Seeing this, Zhou Ming realized that the poster was from the tyrannical guild, and he came here specifically to promote his own guild leader. What kind of a cult is this? It smells like a charlatan. It's a perfect match for the Blood Rose gang. Zhou Ming quickly read the post and didn't take it seriously. He had no idea how powerful this sect was, nor did he know what benefits tyrannical Wushuan and others had gained during this period. He only knows that if you stand in my way, I will steal until you collapse. Chapter 60. As time passed, the clone beside Zhou Ming was no longer 1, but 2. Because as the level of the clone technique increases, the skill mutates. Zhou Ming was secretly delighted and continued practicing. 2 more days passed. The stealing skill proficiency is full, the skill is upgraded, and the mutation is triggered. The skill proficiency of clone technique has reached the maximum, skill upgrade, trigger mutation. Stealth skill proficiency has reached maximum. A series of prompts came. Zhou Ming stopped in the wasteland. Let's stop here first. It's time to get ready for trouble. He let out a long breath, a trace of fatigue in his eyes. After practicing for several days in a row, the boredom has reached its limit and I really can't stand it anymore. At this time, he had reached level 27. The combination of self-destruction and many other skills can upgrade at an incredible speed. Of course, compared to the level, he was more looking forward to the change of skills. Click on the skill bar to view. Theft. Type, active skill. Grade, first level, LV80, 120/8000. Effect 1, launch on the target, with a 95% chance of stealing 1 to 8 random items from the target, and can steal bound items. Effect 2, skill activation distance plus 25 meters. Effect 3, if the stolen items are stackable, such as gold coins, potions, etc., the stolen quantity will be greatly increased and regarded as one item. Effect 4, 5% chance to steal unconventional items, such as attributes, skills, etc. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Sneak. Type, active skill. Grade, first level, LV65, 80/6500. Effect 1, enter stealth mode with top level means, hiding your own shape, smell, sound, energy fluctuations, movement speed plus 152%, lasting 300 seconds, stealth will be released after being attacked or causing an attack. Effect 2, breaking invisibility with one strike deals 18,000 plus 200% of attack damage, with a 50% chance of a critical hit. Effect 3, in stealth mode, dodge plus 3000. Cost, 40 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Backstab. Type, active skill. Floor, first floor, LV62, 210/6200. Effect 1, use flexible body movements to flash behind the target and attack, causing 30,000 plus 300% attack damage. The distance to the target must not exceed 8 meters. Effect 2, backstab attack plus 150% critical hit rate. Effect 3, backstab critical damage plus 60%. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Poison. Type, active skill. Grade, first level, LV50, 40/5000. Effect 1, use superb techniques to apply poison to weapons. The poison lasts for 62 minutes. You can also use professional techniques to wipe off the poison on weapons. Effect 2, toxin damage plus 82%. Effect 3, poison has a 50% reduction in healing effect. Consumption, poison materials. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Flowing wind. Type, active skill. Floor, second floor, LV35, 420/7000. Effect 1, use the force of flowing wind to penetrate the whole body, increasing the third speed by 88% and lasting for 300 seconds. Effect 2, dodge plus 1500. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Flash of Phantom. Type, active skill. Grade, level 2, LV43, 40/8600. Effect 1, sprint 300 meters in any direction at a phantom speed, cutting targets along the way, causing 4000 plus 180% attack damage. The higher the speed, the faster the sprint. Effect 2, 50% chance of causing targets wound to tear, causing 400 HP loss per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Effect 3, when sprinting, you can choose to generate 2 phantoms in addition to the main body. The damage caused by the phantoms is 100%. The phantoms disappear when the sprint ends. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Mark of Death. Type, active skill. Grade, level 5, LV28, 230/14000. Effect 1, add a layer of Mark of Death during the attack, which lasts for 280 seconds. After the attack, the mark will be transferred to the target, only one target can be affected during a group attack. Effect 2, any damage caused to the target will be recorded by the mark. When it is actively detonated or the time ends, the mark will cause 120% of the total recorded damage. Cost, 800 mana. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Life Devouring. Type, active skill. Grade, level 5, LV27, 120/13500. Effect 1, the attack has a life-eating effect, causing an additional damage equal to 35% of the player's own health. In group attacks, this damage is halved. Effect 2, if this attack kills the target, it will devour 10% of the target's health and permanently stack the corresponding upper limit of health for itself, up to a maximum of plus 80,000 upper limit of health, already stacked. Cost, 800 mana. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Super Self-Destruction. Type, active skill. Grade, level 7, LV15, 410/10500. Effect 1, detonate your own life energy, causing an explosion with a diameter of 1750 meters, causing 100% of your own maximum health value as real damage to targets within the explosion range, and you will die. Effect 2, for every 100,000 HP limit, explosion range increases by 10%. Effect 3, the explosion range can be freely controlled and must not exceed the upper limit. Cost, life. Cooling, no. Disguise. Type, active skill. Grade, 6th level, LV19, 280/11400. Effect 1, change your appearance, voice, clothing, height, name and red name status at will, lasting for 110 minutes. Effect 2, when you are in disguise, you will not reveal your real name when adding friends or doing business with others. After you remove the disguise, you will become offline in the other party's friend list. Cost, 1000 mana. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Pharmaceuticals. Type, active skill. Level, 5th floor, LV34, 90/17000. Effect 1, you can make medicine according to the medicine formula. Effect 2, when making a potion of the same skill grade, the success rate is increased by 90%. Effect 3, when making a potion that exceeds the skill level, the success rate is increased by 30%. Consumption, Elixir materials. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Clone technique. Type, active skill. Grade, level 5, LV44, 20/22,000. Effect 1, use mana to condense into 5 clones that are exactly the same as yourself, which lasts for 500 seconds. You can actively make the clones disappear. Effect 2, the clone has 100% of the original body's attributes, shares vision with the original body, and can independently use equipment skills and other skills of the original body. Effect 3, all controllable skills released by the clone can be controlled by the main body. Effect 4, the clone cannot use the clone technique. Cost, 800 mana. Cooling time, 10 minutes. 5 clones. After watching the skills, Zhou Ming's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He didn't check every time he heard of a skill mutation. After all, he had quite a few skills now, and it would be a bit annoying to check every time. But he never expected that the final mutation of stealing and clone skills would be so powerful. When a skill mutates, either the value of a certain attribute of the skill increases slightly, or a new skill effect is added. And the last mutation, the stealing skill, has a new powerful effect that allows it to steal unconventional items. Later, he could even steal attributes and skills. The last mutation of the clone technique was even more surprising, as the number of clones suddenly increased to 5. When the time comes and the clone is opened, Zhou Ming's stealing ability and combat power will increase dramatically. As expected, giving the opportunity of super infinite growth to the clone technique is the right decision. Zhou Ming closed the skill bar with satisfaction. He called out the function interface and selected the ranking list to view. In the ranking list, he is still the number 1. The second place is a man named Prince Mochizuki, who is level 25. The others' levels are not bad either. But compared with the past, the rankings below the first place have changed a lot, almost reshuffled. Zhou Ming speculated that it was because these people arrived in the main city, and the resources of the main city must be far greater than those of the small town. Due to various opportunities, and the fact that many people's talents gradually take effect as their levels increase, they have caught up. After closing the level list, Zhou Ming opened the equipment list again. This list was actually opened when he reached level 20, but because the announcement of the first pass of the dungeon was too shocking, it was temporarily ignored by players. Zhou Ming clicked on the list. The first one is a dark gold level weapon, and the owner is Master Mochizuki, who is ranked 2nd on the level list. His dark gold level peak skill bracelet ranks 2nd. The 3rd and 4th places were taken by his gold level ring Echoes of Dark Whispers and gold level Dark Energy bracelet respectively. The rest of the top 10 are all equipped with gold level equipment. Zhou Ming estimated that he must have been number 1 when the list was first opened. However, as players flocked into the main city and began to enjoy the rich resources of the main city, this first place was naturally difficult to maintain. Of course, when the list is opened, the owner's name and equipment attributes are hidden by default, and only the equipment name and grade are displayed. Only those who want to be famous will publish their information, and Zhou Ming certainly has no interest in that. I can be ranked first with dark gold equipment. It seems that the resource development progress in the main city is not fast enough. But I have to hurry up and can't be trapped here forever. With a light breath, Zhou Ming's eyes became sharp. The next moment, his figure disappeared and the flowing wind started at the same time. Call out! At this moment, his speed reached an astonishing 1800 plus, and he rushed towards Han Laiwan at a rapid speed. There aren't many good resources in the nearby wild areas, and he hasn't even seen a gold level boss yet. But Han Laiwan is different. Zhou Ming plans to enter it, improve himself, and then return to the town. As he walked, his body suddenly split into 5 streams of light and transformed into 5 human figures. Clone technique. Even when he was in a hurry, Zhou Ming did not forget to practice his skills. He could just leave it to his clone. As soon as the 5 clones appeared, they immediately used all the skills they could perform. The last 5 clones rushed in all directions and self-destructed. Boom! You killed a LV-22 Wilderness Ghost, experience points plus 400. You killed the Wilderness Ironclad Bull LV-23, experience points plus 520. 4 sound waves sounded, and all the monsters affected died, and suddenly a wave of experience came. Comfortable. Zhou Ming chuckled. You can level up while traveling, it's so cool. He rushed all the way back to Han Liwen. This time, no monster could detect Zhou Ming's stealth. He randomly picked a few monsters to try, but no matter how he stole, the monsters were just furious and could not find any trace of him at all. Zhou Ming was completely relieved. According to his previous impression, he returned to the Magic Ant Canyon first. What he never expected was that the Death Ant Queen had not yet recovered from the trauma of being stolen. There is still a group of magic ants squatting at the entrance of its nest, giving no chance for any invader to break in. Forget it. This demon ant is very poor and probably doesn't have much money left. Let's go look somewhere else. Zhou Ming left the canyon and wandered around. During this period, he saw many collapsed ruins of ancient ruins, but unfortunately he did not gain any benefit from them. As time passed, Zhou Ming couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But he hasn't given up yet. He remembered the dragon roar he heard that day and didn't want to waste any more time, so he searched based on his general impression. Dragons have always been powerful creatures. If there really is a dragon here, we will definitely gain great benefits from it. Chapter 61. Deep in Han Liwen. Zhou Ming had been searching for most of the day but found nothing. Roar. Just when he was wondering if he had gone in the wrong direction, a dragon roar was heard in the sky. Zhou Ming instinctively started stealth and disappeared without a trace. Then, he noticed a huge shadow whizzing past accompanied by strong wind pressure. Zhou Ming was surprised and looked up. I saw a black dragon shadow spread its wings and flew across the dim sky. It was huge in size, with its wingspan exceeding 200 meters. The 2 blood hell demon dogs were caught under its feet, leaving them no room for resistance. There is a dragon indeed. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed. This dragon gave him an extremely powerful feeling. But he did not hesitate and followed the direction Long Fei left. Even at full speed, he still couldn't compare with the dragon shadow in the sky. But it doesn't matter, now that the tracking direction has been determined, this fat dragon can't escape. Zhou Ming follows all the way. Along the way, they encountered some wandering monsters from time to time, and without exception, they were unable to see through Zhou Ming's stealth. When the stealth mode enters cooldown, Zhou Ming stops and tries to dodge. It only takes 20 seconds for him to sneak again. Tip: you have entered the Cataclysmic Dragon territory, which is an extremely dangerous area in Han Liwen, please be careful. An hour later, Zhou Ming heard a reminder tone in his ear. Dragon territory? It seems this is where the dragon lives. I have to be careful. Zhou Ming calmed himself down. The topography of the Cataclysm Dragon domain is a bit unusual. The ground was covered with traces of burnt fire, mixed with blood, presenting an ominous dark brown color. There were faint violent energy fluctuations in the distance, accompanied by vibrations and the sounds of beasts roaring. Soon, Zhou Ming saw a monster rushing towards him. He quickly went in to observe stealthily. It was a dinosaur-like monster, about 10 meters tall, with scales as shiny as cold iron, and flames flowing on its back. As it walked, its mouth opened and closed, revealing blade-like teeth. Flameback Earth Dragon LV. Type: Dragon Beast, Common Monster. Health. Description: one of the dragon beasts in the Cataclysm Dragon domain, with a faint dragon bloodline in his body, and a violent and bloodthirsty nature. I'm already level 27, and I still can't see the levels of these monsters. It's ridiculous. Zhou Ming complained and approached quickly. As expected, the Earth Dragon was completely unaware of his presence. When Zhou Ming was more than 20 meters away from it, he immediately reached out his hand. Theft successful. You get 2 silver coins. Are all the monsters here so poor? He was speechless. Since the last time I entered Han Lai Wandu, my biggest gain was stealing the super self-destruction technique. This was totally contrary to his expectations. I don't believe it. It doesn't matter if ordinary monsters are poor, but the dragon just now feels extraordinary. I must find it. Zhou Ming turned around and headed towards the depths of the dragon territory. Along the way, he encountered more dragon beasts with mixed dragon blood. Each one feels difficult to deal with. Zhou Ming had a clear purpose. He looked down on these dragon beasts, so he created multiple clones and split up to search. After some effort, he arrived outside a huge valley. According to his and his clones' search, the dragon should be among them. He observed secretly and vaguely saw that the valley was empty, and there were no dragon beasts moving around at the entrance or nearby. There was also a faint unsettling smell coming from inside. Zhou Ming took a deep breath. He had a hunch that the dragon was a real dragon, not the hybrid dragon beast he saw after entering the dragon realm. He couldn't be careless about such an existence. At that moment, he moved away from the valley and found a place covered with bushes and weeds 1,000 meters away to hide. The clone technique. As the magic power fluctuated, 5 clones appeared. You guys, go get to work. Zhou Ming gave the order. All 5 clones activated stealth and flowing wind, their speed increased dramatically, and they flew towards the valley. The duration of the clone technique has now reached 500 seconds, which is enough for them to go in and explore. Soon, 5 clones broke into the valley. Sure enough, there were no dragon beasts walking around inside. The clones dispersed slightly, and soon found a huge nest entrance at the end. The closer you get to the nest, the more suffocating and uneasy feeling you feel. Several clones rushed in fearlessly. From the outside, the nest seemed dark. In fact, the passage inside is extremely spacious, and the ground and stone walls are inlaid with various luminous minerals, so the visibility is extremely high. Of course, Zhou Ming has the eye of true vision, so low visibility has no effect on him. Several clones rushed all the way until they entered a vast stone hall. In the center of the hall, the ground was covered with gems, gold coins and other treasures, and a huge black dragon was lying on it. It had its eyes tightly closed, and beside it were a number of blood-stained animal skeletons. It seemed as if it had just finished eating and was sleeping soundly. Shadow Evil Dragon Mogus LV. Type: Health. Description: the ruler of the Cataclysm Dragon Realm, a descendant of the ancient dragon clan, the Shadow Evil Dragon, a terrifying existence. Sure enough, it's here. Zhou Ming remained calm and carefully controlled the 5 clones to walk over. Just as he took a few steps, the sleeping Shadow Evil Dragon suddenly opened his eyes. Zhou Ming's heart trembled, and he decisively ordered his 5 clones to perform Phantom Flash. In an instant, the 5 clones had rushed to the range where they could steal. Theft. Fail. Fail. Success. You get gold coins x210. After 4 failures in a row, he succeeded at the last attempt. Roar. The evil dragon flew into a rage and opened its mouth to release dragon flames. A sea of fire suddenly appeared in the hall. Zhou Ming's 5 clones were killed instantly, without any power to resist. No. 1,000 meters away in the valley, Zhou Ming learned everything through his clone's vision before his death, and he couldn't believe it. His stealing success rate has reached 95%, almost the same as 100%. As a result, out of 5 thefts, only 1 was successful. He couldn't imagine how high the opponent's level and grade must be to suppress him to this extent. However, Zhou Ming became even more excited. That's what makes it challenging. The stronger you are, the more likely you are to have precious treasures. What's a failure? I have plenty of patience. Zhou Ming waited quietly for his skill to cool down. At the same time, inside the lair, after the shadow evil dragon breathed out, no corpse was left on the ground. It looked around with a puzzled look, but found nothing unusual. But it did realize that something had been stolen from it just now, so why was there no body? After being alert for a while and seeing no one appearing, it went back to sleep. After all, it was just a loss of a few gold coins, so it didn't care. That little thief must have been burned to ashes by my dragon flame. 5 minutes later, Zhou Ming once again created 5 free workers. They will start the stealth and flow, and rush into the valley fearlessly. This time he was familiar with the route and soon arrived outside the nest. And then just rush forward. When they approached the hall where the evil dragon lived, the 5 clones decisively rushed in with a flash of phantom. Whoosh! Whoosh! The distance was instantly shortened to the range where the theft could be launched. The evil dragon vaguely sensed something was wrong and instinctively opened its eyes, but it was too late. 5 small hands gently stroked it through the void. Fail! Fail! A series of reminders came, and Zhou Mingzi suffered 5 consecutive defeats. Are you kidding me? Roar! 2 dissatisfied voices sounded at the same time. Zhou Ming was dissatisfied because his theft failed. He once again realized what kind of person he was provoking. The shadow evil dragon was angry. It is a powerful dragon, but it was teased repeatedly. Suddenly, the flames in the hall exploded and even extended to the passage at the entrance of the nest. But this time, it still didn't see any corpse. It stood up and checked its dragon nest inside and out, becoming even more confused. Damn it, no one's here? Was it just my illusion? Shaking his head, the evil dragon's laziness instinct took over and he lay down to sleep again. I don't believe in evil. If I don't come and snatch food from the dragon's mouth today, I won't be called Zhou Baopi. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming's temper flared up, his eyes turned cold, and the 5 loyal brothers showed up again. Chapter 62. Go ahead. At the command, the 5 most hard-working workers in history rushed towards the evil dragon's lair at a speed that even a 1,000-mile horse could not catch up with. Soon they entered again. It was still the same operation. When they were not far from the evil dragon's lair, the 5 clones rushed over with a phantom flash and started stealing in an instant. Fail. Fail. Success. You get the diamond-level equipment Breath of Cataclysm shoulder pads X1. It's finally a success. Zhou Ming was greatly encouraged. It's really not easy to steal so many times and only succeed once now. At the same time, a terrifying roar came from the direction of the dragon's nest. Zhou Ming realized that his connection with his clone had disappeared. Through the perspective of his clone before his death, he saw the blazing black flames. Needless to say, several loyal workers have lost their lives. At this moment, the flames in the dragon's nest were boiling, and the black flames even rushed out of the cave entrance, showing how angry the shadow evil dragon was. Then, a dragon shadow rushed out of the nest, flying back and forth over the valley, constantly scanning the area below. Boom! Boom! Black flames, dark purple lightning, fierce hurricanes, and other energy phenomena ravaged the entire valley. The earth cracked and the sky roared. The shadow evil dragon releases its rage crazily. It's scary. Zhou Ming chuckled, decisively turned on stealth, and fled away. Don't get me wrong, he's not giving up. However, judging from the noise caused by the evil dragon's attack, the opponent's attack range is extremely wide. To be on the safe side, it is better to stay away from it to avoid being injured by mistake. He ran all the way and didn't dare to stop until he was 4 or 5 kilometers away from Dragon Nest Valley. At this distance, the evil dragon should not be able to detect him. Only then did he feel comfortable opening his backpack to check his haul. This sight left me speechless. He already knew that the stolen equipment was diamond grade. But, this equipment actually requires level 70 to wear? What a bummer! In other words, that evil dragon is at least a level 70, diamond grade boss. Wow, he is really a fat sheep. You have to kill a few more times. Although it was a bit regrettable that he couldn't use the stolen equipment for the time being, Zhou Ming was even more excited. In addition to equipment, the opponent should have other treasures. It seems that he is at least a diamond grade boss. He must have special items, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Ming was extremely excited. In the Dragon's Nest Valley, the shadow evil dragon vented his anger by bombarding his own courtyard to pieces, and finally calmed down. It glanced down, but still found no suspicious corpse. As a high-level boss, its IQ is not low, but the current situation is completely beyond its understanding. What the hell is making me sick? Is I dead or not? After all the trouble, it felt tired. The attack just now was so swift and terrifying that the opponent would have been dead if he hadn't left. Finally, it lowered its body and returned to its nest. But it didn't know that the torture had just begun. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming returned along the same route, and when he was 2 kilometers away from the valley, his clone reappeared. This time we were far away and it took a little time to rush into the valley. But the remaining duration of the clone technique is more than enough. The same scene happened again. The 5 clones rushed into the nest. Brother Long, I'm here to visit you again. Theft. Fail. Fail. Success. You get the growth type equipment Evil Dragon's Fang X1. Steal it again. It feels so good. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ming laughed wildly. As expected, all clones were destroyed in the next moment. The angry roar came again. Sneak. Flowing wind. Zhou Ming immediately activated his status skill and tried his best to escape. He didn't care whether the shadow evil dragon's attack could reach this side or whether his trace could be discovered. He just wanted to retreat first. When he started to move, there was an earth-shattering roar behind him. Zhou Ming looked back hurriedly while running away, his eyelids twitching wildly. The shadow evil dragon flew into the sky, spread its wings and flew back and forth above the valley. Magic patterns appeared all over its body, and terrifying skills were released one after another. Boom! Dark purple thunder and flames filled with evil aura continued to fall from the sky. There were also spell patterns appearing in the sky, from which dense black light beams descended, raging back and forth on the earth. The fierce attack destroyed the entire valley, with only the evil dragon's lair spared. The earth cracked, and dense cracks spread from outside the valley to the surrounding areas. It's like doomsday disaster. Brother Long, you need to calm down. Zhou Ming acted quickly and was not affected by the attack. He ran while laughing secretly. The torture has just begun. It's too early for you to collapse. This is just the beginning. You must hold on. Ha ha ha. He ran a long way with a sly smile on his face, and stopped only when he felt safe. Just now I was told that I stole equipment that can grow. It sounds unusual just by hearing it. He opened the backpack expectantly. All I saw was a peculiarly shaped short knife. The dagger was black with red, and the red was as red as blood. The handle was shaped like an evil dragon with its mouth open, which was ferocious and terrifying. Evil Dragon's Fang. Type: Growable, Bind Equipment. Grade: Ordinary, 0/100000. Property: Attack Power plus 500, Spell Power plus 300. Attack Speed plus 30%, Critical Hit Rate plus 10%. Additional Skill: Wrath of the Evil Dragon. Effect 1, release a slash filled with the power of an evil dragon, causing 5000 plus 150% attack damage to targets within a range of 100 m times 100 m, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Required level: None. Status: Bound, cannot be traded, does not drop after death. Description: This weapon is made from the dragon fangs shed by the shadow evil dragon. It has the property of growth and is rare in the world. Tip: growth-type equipment can increase its growth value by consuming other equipment. When the growth value is full, the equipment grade will be upgraded. Tip: each time you upgrade a grade, the required growth value increases by plus 100,000. Tip: growth value acquisition rules: consume ordinary equipment and gain growth value equals equipment level. Each time you upgrade an equipment tier, you gain growth value times 2. Equipment that can continue to grow and improve. Zhou Ming stared at the weapon information with his eyes shining. It has such attributes even at the ordinary level, which means that its basic value and growth potential are extremely high. It will be amazing if it is cultivated. Brother Long is mighty and magnanimous. Compared to Brother Long, Brother Tiger is really too inferior. Zhou Ming held the weapon tightly and couldn't let it go. I have a lot of equipment in my backpack that I haven't dealt with yet, so I'll use it to feed them. He had previously stolen a lot of equipment from weapon shops, tailor shops, and professional mentor halls. Including the gains from leveling up in the past few days, there are nearly 200 unused pieces of equipment in Sumi's backpack, ranging from blank to gold. He immediately opened the backpack and selected a lot of equipment. Without considering the value of these equipment, they were all used to feed the evil dragon's teeth. Chapter 63. Hint: do you want to consume the selected equipment to increase the growth value of evil dragon's fang? Consume. Zhou Ming didn't even blink. I wonder how much money I can make if I sell all this equipment. But now money can no longer satisfy Zhou Ming. He needs stronger stimulation to make him feel pleasure. Consume a level 20 black iron equipment, and the growth value of evil dragon's fang will be increased by 40. Consume a level 20 gold equipment, the growth value of the evil dragon's tooth plus 320. While Zhou Ming was waiting for his clone technique to recover, he slowly consumed his equipment to feed the evil dragon's fang. Okay, time to get on with it. After a few minutes, he closed the backpack and returned the same way. As for fear of revenge from the evil dragon? Just kidding, let alone a small dragon, even if the creator of this game was placed in front of him, Zhou would dare to touch it. After running quickly for a few minutes, Zhou Ming saw the tragic scene. The land ravaged by the evil dragon was devastated, and the corpses of dragon beasts could be seen from time to time on the charred and cracked ground. The shadow evil dragon was furious and attacked frantically, causing these dragon beasts to die inexplicably without even knowing what was going on. How terrible! Zhou Ming was shocked by what he saw, but luckily he ran fast. Of course, no matter how surprised he was, it was impossible to ask him to stop. Today, I not only have to snatch food from the dragon's mouth, but I also have to bleed my brother Long. Hey! There's equipment. Zhou Ming unexpectedly discovered that among the dead dragon beasts, many had equipment left next to their bodies. He picked it up immediately. The monsters in Han Liwen are very strange. Some are extremely poor, while others are extremely rich. For example, the Shadow Evil Dragon and the Death Ant Queen we met last time are representatives of wealth. And right now these dragon beasts are the representatives of poverty. Zhou Ming picked up dozens of pieces of equipment along the way, but none of them exceeded the silver level. Most of them were black iron and bronze equipment. He was in urgent need of equipment to feed the evil dragon's fang, so he accepted all of them and threw them into his Sumi backpack. Not long after, he arrived at a location about 1 kilometer away from the Dragon Nest Valley. With the help of the Eye of True Vision, Zhou Ming was able to see the general situation over there. The entire valley was almost completely destroyed. It was like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, but the evil dragon's lair could be vaguely seen to be intact. Haha, it's just a lot of noise but little action. You're so awesome that you blew up your own nest and let me see. Zhou Ming smiled coldly and released 5 clones again. He turned and ran, while his clones ran towards the dragon's nest. By the time the clone rushed to the dragon's nest, he was almost in a safe place. The same scene happened again, the clone rushed in and started stealing. Fail. Fail. Another 5-game losing streak. Sure enough, this dragon is not exaggerated. Roar. As expected, a terrifying roar was heard from the direction of the dragon's nest, an evil black fire rushed out of the dragon's nest. However, this time, perhaps because the evil dragon felt overwhelmed or because it had no losses and did not want to move, it did not rush out to wreak havoc. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ming carefully returned, drove around to the side in stealth mode, and picked up the equipment left by the dragon beast on the ground. 5 minutes later, Zhou Ming created 5 more workers and continued to make his fortune. Fail. Fail. 5 consecutive losses. Are you weird? Zhou Ming was speechless. What grade and level of monster is this shadow evil dragon? After stealing for so long, Zhou Ming had only gained 2 things. It's okay, I have plenty of patience. Zhou Ming perked up. During this time, he carefully cleaned up the area that had been attacked by the evil dragon, and added hundreds of pieces of equipment to his backpack, feeling very happy. 5 minutes later, 5 workers came out again. As usual, Zhou Ming ran away first to ensure his own safety. Soon, a reminder came to my ear. Theft failed. Theft failed. Theft successful. You get Shadow Evil Dragon Summoning Scroll x1. You gain Agility Attribute Points x100. When the prompt sounded, Zhou Ming himself was surprised. Stolen it. Moreover, the 5% chance of stealing unconventional items was also triggered, and 100 Agility Attribute Points were stolen. It's awesome. Zhou Ming smiled happily and ran even harder. In the dragon's nest, when the theft started, the evil dragon immediately sensed it and instantly killed the 5 clones, and let out a strong and angry roar. That damn thief not only stole its things, but even stole some of its properties. Although that attribute was insignificant to it, it made it unbearable. It's such a shame. Roar. Zhou Ming heard a series of angry dragon roars coming from behind. Oh my god, it's gone. He ran for his life. This time, the shadow evil dragon was even crazier. It flew in the air, releasing various skills blindly, and a disaster truly befell the Cataclysm Dragon domain. Boom! Boom! There was a roar behind me. Zhou Ming ran all the way until he felt the noise became smaller, then he dared to stop. He found a place where no monsters were around, rushed into the bushes and checked his harvest. There was a scroll in the backpack, on which appeared a strange scene of a black evil dragon wandering. Shadow Evil Dragon Summoning Scroll. Type: Summoning Item, 1 time. Effect 1, summons a shadow dragon clone to provide support. The clone is only half as powerful as the original shadow dragon and lasts for 30 minutes. Effect 2, the evil dragon's clone can be integrated into the player, temporarily gaining the clone's attribute bonus. Description: what does it feel like to have a dragon as your bodyguard? You will know after using it. It turns out that it wasn't the dragon that was summoned, but a clone. I was shocked. Zhou Ming looked at the scroll and suddenly an idea came to his mind. If he returns to Maple Leaf Town and directly summons his evil dragon clone, who can stop him? I'm afraid those NPCs must be scared silly. If used well, it is possible to force them to surrender and let you go. Of course, it's not time to leave yet. He couldn't bear the thought of Brother Long being alone, huddled in his den with no one to accompany him. As a young man in the 21st century, who has been deeply influenced by the 9-year compulsory education, who has loved helping old ladies cross the road since childhood, who is honest and upright, who has lofty ideals and is determined to devote his life to building the motherland, how could I bear to leave Brother Long behind? Taking care of the lonely old dragon is everyone's responsibility, and I, Zhou, am willing to take the lead. After a while, there was no movement over there. Zhou Ming took action again, turning on stealth and running towards the dragon's nest. When you step within 5 kilometers of the dragon's nest, you will see the land in a mess. I couldn't imagine what would happen if the Shadow Evil Dragon's attacks landed on me, luckily I dodged quickly. Zhou Ming had another great experience along the way, acquiring another batch of equipment. The clone technique. When they arrived at the right place, Zhou Ming used the same trick again. 5 clones appeared and ran towards the dragon's nest, while he himself ran back. Closing down. Not long after, Zhou Ming discovered the problem through the perspective of his clone. I don't know how this evil shadow dragon did it, but it actually moved a pile of earth and rocks to block the entrance of its own cave. Moreover, Zhou Ming could sense black energy flowing among the soil and rocks, which seemed to be something unusual. He tried to attack. Flame slash. Life devouring. Ding dong. -1. -1. Miss. The huge rock wrapped in black energy stood still, revealing damage that was unbearable to look at. Chapter 64. What a strong defensive ability. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment, then let 3 of his clones leave first, while the remaining 2 clones walked to the cave entrance. Red energy patterns appeared on one of the clones, and a depressing and terrifying aura emanated from him. Boom! The clone explodes. The damage caused by the super self-destruction technique was real damage, and it really blew a big hole in the cave entrance. The remaining clone decisively drilled into the cave. Boom! There was another loud noise, and a small gap was blown out of the piled earth and rocks. But Zhou Ming's other 3 clones did not enter immediately. Sure enough, the moment the gap appeared, black flames burst out. Unfortunately, Zhou Ming had anticipated this, and the remaining 3 clones were not hit. Roar! A dragon shadow flew out of the cave, eyes full of anger as it looked around. Flying fire meteor. A flash of phantom. The 3 clones who had been waiting for a long time immediately activated their sprint skills and rushed forward from the flank of the dragon's nest fearlessly. Theft. Fail. Fail. Success. You get the growth type equipment Evil Dragon Scale Boots X1. Woohoo, 1 reservoir at a time. Zhou Ming, who was running away, was overjoyed. I stole it again, another piece of growth equipment. Brother Long, he really made me cry to death. No need to guess, there was another earth-shaking roar coming from behind. Zhou Ming has gotten used to it. He doesn't care about anything and just runs as fast as he can. He was fast to begin with, and the Shadow Evil Dragon couldn't see him and was just attacking randomly, so he still managed to escape successfully this time. After arriving at the safe area, Zhou Ming hid himself and couldn't wait to check his new equipment. Evil Dragon Scale Boots. Type: Growable, Bind Equipment. Grade: Ordinary, 0/100000. Property: Movement Speed plus 500, Dodge plus 500, Agility plus 100. Additional skills: Dragon Shadow, Effect 1, the body movements are unpredictable like a swimming dragon, increasing movement speed and dodge by 80%, lasting for 300 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Effect 2, during the duration, you can launch Shadow Dragon Flash 3 times, each time you leap 300 meters, and the chance of being controlled during the leap is -50%. Required level: None. Status: Bound, cannot be traded, does not drop after death. Description: Boots made of evil dragon scales, with endless uses. It's just as awesome as I thought. Zhou Ming gave a satisfied smile. This equipment is currently at the ordinary level and can already increase movement speed by 500 and agility by 100. It also comes with a Dragon Shadow Phantom skill for acceleration and displacement, which can instantly kill the Flying Fire Meteor Boots. Zhou Ming immediately changed his equipment and let the Flying Fire Meteor Boots retire gloriously. He immediately felt his speed and agility improved, and his body became lighter and more flexible. If you turn on Stealth and Flowing Wind, combined with Dragon Shadow, it will be so fast that no one can beat it. Next, Zhou Ming waited slowly. This time, the shadow evil dragon was clearly on the verge of losing its mind, and it vented its anger for nearly 20 minutes before it stopped. When the noise in the distance stopped, Zhou Ming dared to carefully stick his head out. Oh my god, this is terrible. Looking far away, one could see deep pits blown into the ground in the distance, and cracks that almost formed gullies, crisscrossing each other. He walked over carefully and saw that in the deep pits and cracks in the ground, black flames and evil dark purple lightning flashed from time to time. This shows how terrifying the evil dragon's rage was just now. Of course, this still doesn't scare me, Zhou. Zhou Ming was extremely determined and took a deep breath. Sneak. Flowing wind. Dragon Shadow Mystery. Once the 3 acceleration skills are activated, an indescribable feeling of lightness fills the whole body. Call out. He rushed out with all his strength, and before the sound of breaking through the air was heard, he was already 100 meters away. This is not displacement, it's just a full-speed sprint. It's awesome. Zhou Ming laughed heartily. Shadow Dragon Flash. Boom. In an instant, he transformed into a black dragon shadow, with his wings spread out, looking extremely powerful, and flew 300 meters in an instant. The dragon's leaping sound was tremendous, but the stealth effect concealed the sound and did not alarm any monsters. Of course, due to the evil dragon's random attacks, there were no more monsters nearby, and those that hadn't escaped were almost all dead. Alas, I am indeed a sinful man. During the operation, Zhou Ming saw many charred monster corpses along the way. Although he felt deeply guilty, it did not stop him from picking up the equipment left on the ground. Soon, he arrived at a location 2 kilometers away from the dragon's nest and created 5 clones. Brother Long, I'm not a brother or a person, but Brother Long is too charming. I really can't bear to leave you. The 5 clones went to take the risk, while Zhou Ming ran back with a sly smile on his face. Several clones rushed into the valley whose appearance was unrecognizable. This time, there was no huge rock blocking the entrance to the dragon's nest. Just when Zhou Ming thought that the dragon had given up on treatment, several clones rushed into the nest. Dragon's Shadow, Dark Dragon Flash. Several clones simultaneously used their newly acquired displacement skills and rushed into the evil dragon's lair in one fell swoop. Theft. As soon as he came in, he started stealing without any explanation. Fail. Fail. 5 consecutive losses. Roar. The evil dragon spewed out a mouthful of dragon flame, and the clones were completely destroyed. What? Zhou Ming was shocked. It was not because the theft failed, but because he saw an unexpected scene before his clone disappeared. The evil dragon was shrouded in a light black transparent barrier, as if it knew he would come, and waited coldly. Can that barrier stop me from stealing? Zhou Ming was quite surprised. He couldn't imagine that the other party had this trick. The evil dragon has only used this move now, so I'm afraid this move is a skill that cannot be used easily. I just don't know how long it will last. If it continues, he won't have that much time to waste. After all, he still has to go to the main city. This time, the evil dragon did not rush out to vent its anger. Obviously, it was prepared to hide in the barrier forever. Go pick up the equipment first and try again later. Seeing that the evil dragon did not come out, Zhou Ming stopped running and searched everywhere for the equipment left on the ground. A few minutes later, he released his clone to try again. Fail. Fail. Another 5-game losing streak. The clone was killed without any suspense. I don't believe it. Zhou Ming got angry. After a few minutes, I tried again, but failed. Continue. Still failed. Come again. Failed again. Fight and fail again and again. Fight and fail again and again. But it keeps failing. An hour passed. During this period, Zhou Ming's theft was never successful. In the dragon's nest, accompanied by a roar, the evil dragon once again released flames to kill the invaders. Zhou Ming saw the evil dragon's eyes through his clone's perspective. It was a look full of disdain, contempt, and complacency. "Humble reptile, can you jump again for me to see?" Zhou Ming seemed to hear the evil dragon's mockery. From the other person's eyes, he almost confirmed his guess. The duration of the barrier might be beyond imagination, so the evil dragon is now fearless. "Haha, it's a bit early for you to open the champagne at half-time, my dear brother Long." In the distance, Zhou Ming smiled evilly, and suddenly something appeared in his hand. It was a dice with a peculiar shape. Chapter 65. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming's 5 clones came to the entrance of the dragon's nest again. One of the clones took out the lucky dice and tossed it gently. "Lady Luck is smiling." The dice kept spinning, and when it stopped, the final number was 6. This means that the next time Zhou Ming's clone steals, his success rate will be plus 60%. Superior. In the distance, Zhou Ming's real body gave orders with full confidence. Boom! Boom! The 5 clones transformed into black dragon shadows while in stealth and other accelerated states, sprinting continuously and flying to the evil dragon's lair in an instant. Theft. Fail. Fail. Success. The clone that used the lucky dice succeeded in one strike. You obtain Skill Book, Evil Heart Demon Flame X1. You obtain Blood Crystal Shadow Evil Dragon X1. 2 prompts came in succession. Zhou Ming stole 2 items this time. Great! It's worth my wasting a lucky dice. He was overjoyed, and immediately activated Stealth, Flowing Wind, and Dragon Shadow to escape. As usual, the evil dragon will go crazy. Zhou Ming didn't want to be killed, so he ran as fast as he could without even checking his gains. Surprisingly, Zhou Ming did not hear the dragon's angry roar even after running a long distance. He was confused, but he didn't dare to be careless and still tried his best to escape. At this moment, the dragon's nest was eerily quiet. The shadow evil dragon lay motionless on the ground, with its head raised high, its mouth slightly open, and its 2 big eyes motionless. It's hard to imagine a dragon having this facial expression. It is similar to the expression of humans when they suddenly suffer strong mental stimulation, causing their faces to become stiff and unable to speak. The strangest thing was that its aura had obviously weakened, as if it had suffered an injury that could not be underestimated. At a certain moment, the evil dragon's eyelids twitched, and its mouth suddenly opened, its expression becoming extremely ferocious. Roar! A strong dragon roar filled with hatred, humiliation, and anger echoed throughout the world. The sound waves lasted for 10 seconds. The entire dragon's lair trembled violently, as if a devastating force was about to erupt. Crack! Inside the stone chamber, the evil dragon's eyes were filled with blood red. It suddenly stood up, shattering the barrier, and black dragon flames and light waves burst out from its body to the surroundings. Boom! The entire dragon's nest suddenly exploded. The evil dragon broke through its own nest in the midst of the sand and gravel, flew into the air, and looked down at the earth. Destroy it! Destroy it all! Buzz! A spell pattern emerged on the ground below. The next moment, the breath of destruction swept across the earth. I saw that on the ground, with the dragon's nest as the center, everything around it turned into a swamp full of evil and filth, spreading rapidly in all directions. In the swamp, dark green poisonous gas was floating, black evil fire was flowing, thunder was roaring, it was extremely terrifying. Boom! The swamp continued to swallow up, and all the dragon beasts caught along the way were trapped in it, unable to escape, and quickly turned into dry bones. Oh my god! Zhou Ming looked back hastily while running away, and his scalp went numb, so he ran as fast as he could. Behind him, the swamp area keeps swallowing him. Zhou Ming didn't dare to look back, he just urged himself to keep running. Fortunately, his acceleration skills lasted for a long time, and although the movement behind him was as powerful as the destruction of the world, it did not touch him in the end. Zhou Ming ran all the way and rushed out of the catastrophic dragon domain. At this point, his acceleration skill is about to end. The noise behind me finally began to subside. But Zhou Ming did not dare to be careless and continued to run wildly. He didn't dare to stop until he noticed that the noise behind him was gradually dying down. I almost broke my legs. He took a long breath and looked back carefully. The dragon domain in the distance could be vaguely seen turning into a swampy area, with poisonous gas spreading in it and black fire flickering from time to time. All the monsters that did not have time to escape were trapped in it, bound by the swamp, attacked by poisonous gas and black fire, bombarded by thunder, and died in despair. Above the dragon domain, the evil dragon flew back and forth, continuously releasing skills. Soon, it rushed out of the dragon territory and continued bombing. Run! Zhou Ming was so frightened that he retreated far away, hid himself and observed secretly. The evil dragon raged for a while, then suddenly descended. At this moment, its whole body was weak and it seemed that its vitality was seriously damaged. Afterwards, it flew up again, but not towards the dragon's nest, but towards other areas of Han Liwen. What's going on? Zhou Ming was shocked. No way, you're leaving? Don't you want this home anymore? No matter how much I planned, I never thought that this dragon would run away. And that was exactly the case, the shadow evil dragon really gave in. It decided to abandon its old nest and live somewhere else. This damn place, it never wants to come back in this life. Hey, don't go. Zhou Ming was very anxious. You are a powerful dragon. How can you surrender so easily? Can you please hold on a little longer? I haven't stolen enough yet. Hello. He subconsciously chased in that direction. Yanzi. No, Brother Long, you can't leave. How can I live without you? Zhou Ming watched the dragon transform from a black dot into something that disappeared from his sight, and his heart was filled with a strong sense of reluctance. How can you not feel heartbroken when you watch your mobile property fly away? It's a pity that the shadow evil dragon couldn't hear, otherwise he would definitely spit out a mouthful of dragon flame at him, and add a sentence, "Don't get close to me." Although he was reluctant, Zhou Ming chased her for a few times and then stopped decisively. The dragon was too fast, how could he catch up? He was able to track it earlier because he was certain that the other party was out looking for food and was returning to its nest, so he could find it by following the direction. Now, who knows where this dragon will go to build his lair? What's more, if the other party suddenly turns back, his life might be in danger. As the evil dragon left, Zhou Ming's tense nerves relaxed a little. He looked around, found a secluded place to hide, and checked the treasure he had just stolen. When he opened the backpack, a blood-red crystal and a colorful skill book came into view. Blood Crystal Shadow Evil Dragon. Type: Bloodline Treasure. Grade: 7 stars. Effect: by fusing blood crystals, you can gain the corresponding blood power. Bloodline Power Preview. Effect 1: each time you level up, your health will increase by 10,000, and your abnormal resistance and toughness will increase by 1,000. Effect 2: unknown, unable to preview due to insufficient level. Description: a crystal condensed from the essence of the shadow evil dragon's bloodline, its value is inestimable. Tip: bloodline effects will be enhanced and unlocked as your level increases. At this moment, Zhou Ming couldn't help but hold his breath. What the hell? He couldn't believe it, so cool. 7-star bloodline power, after fusion, can each level improve so many attributes. I'm not taking off now. He was so excited that he was dying. There is no way, the blood power of this shadow evil dragon is too awesome. According to the description of the blood crystal, once the blood is fused, Zhou Ming's health will soar by 270,000. Moreover, abnormal resistance and toughness will also skyrocket by 27,000 points. Judging from the current progress of the game, with such a high resistance bonus, no player can control him. Even those NPCs in Maple Leaf Town can't do it. No wonder the dragon went crazy. Zhou Ming only now realized that the evil dragon's reaction was not exaggerated at all. Stealing its blood is like taking a man's life. It would be strange if it didn't go crazy. No wonder the shadow evil dragon would rather give up its lair and escape. After all, it cannot afford to be hurt if someone steals its bloodline again. Of course, the dragon actually overestimated Zhou Ming. Being able to steal bloodline is probably not as simple as the effect of lucky dice, it must also be a factor of good luck. All in all, a huge profit. Chapter 66. Zhou Ming calmed down a little and checked another item he had gained, skill book, Evil Heart Demon Flame. This sight surprised him again. I never expected that this was actually a 9th level skill book. Zhou Ming originally thought that he would at most obtain a 7th or 8th level skill book, but the result was completely unexpected. It seems that the grade and level of that dragon is higher than I thought, otherwise it would not have such high level skills. Moreover, this skill is exclusive to the Shadow Evil Dragon clan. It must be supported by the bloodline power of the Shadow Evil Dragon and can only be learned when the level reaches 40. The power of blood is not a problem, Zhou Ming will be able to possess it soon. But his level had not yet reached the requirement, so he could only throw the skill book into his sumi backpack and think about it later. Then Zhou Ming chose the blood crystal. Fusion. Buzz. The blood crystal reacted immediately, becoming extremely hot and emitting a blood-red aura. Soon, it turned into a stream of blood and penetrated into Zhou Ming's body. In an instant, Zhou Ming felt his blood boiling and surging like a dragon. Roar! In its mind, an image of a black dragon flying across the sky emerged uncontrollably, and its aura rose steadily. You are fusing the bloodline of the Shadow Evil Dragon. Your health, abnormal resistance, and toughness are continuously increasing. As the reminder came to his ears, Zhou Ming could feel his attributes changing dramatically. Fusion completed, you obtain the bloodline of the Shadow Evil Dragon. Soon, everything returned to calm. Zhou Ming couldn't help but look down at himself. At this moment, his body shape and appearance have changed. Judging from the facial features, it still looks the same as before, but the details are very different. The facial lines are more distinct, outlining an extraordinary temperament, with a high nose bridge, thin lips, and deep eyes. He grew taller, his muscles became stronger, his figure became slender and very beautiful, he looked like a handsome and evil guy. Yes, with this appearance, can't he easily deceive a little girl? Zhou Ming was quite satisfied. Of course, the change in appearance is actually unimportant, the most important thing is the change in attributes. Zhou Ming is currently at level 27. After integrating his bloodline power, his health increased by 270,000, and his abnormal resistance and toughness increased by 27,000. It's simply a humanoid boss. Everyone in Maple Leaf Town, I hope you won't be too surprised when you see me again. Zhou Ming thought about the time when he was chased by Slater and others, and smiled extremely evilly. But he did not return immediately. He looked back and saw that as the evil dragon left, the terrifying swamp area was gradually disappearing. The range of the skill released by the evil dragon when it went crazy just now was extremely large, and many monsters were affected. He could go and pick up some equipment. The clone technique. At this moment, Zhou Ming created 5 clones and quickly ran towards the dragon territory. After getting close, the main body and the clone separate and pick up the equipment when you see it. After more than 20 minutes, the strange swamp completely disappeared. During this period, Zhou Ming and his clone picked up equipment crazily. Including his previous gains, he obtained more than 600 pieces of equipment of varying qualities. Of course, he did not keep any of these equipment and fed them all to the evil dragon's fang. It's been so long since it came back. It looks like the dragon has really abandoned its lair. After a while, Zhou Ming looked up in the direction where the evil dragon left, but did not see any movement. At this point, he was basically relieved. Now, he and his clone had almost picked up all the equipment left on the ground, and it was time to take the next step. To the dragon's lair. Dragons are creatures that like to collect treasures, and there might be good things in the evil dragon's lair. Zhou Ming had long wanted to go to the dragon's nest to find out what was going on, but he did not take action because he was afraid that the evil dragon would suddenly return. Then, he turned into a black shadow and ran towards the dragon's nest at high speed. Because of the rampage of the evil dragon, the dragon territory was now dead silent, and Zhou Ming came to the original valley unhindered. The valley was almost unrecognizable, and Zhou Ming was running among the cracked ground and collapsed earth and rocks. Soon, he saw the dragon's nest, which had also become ruins. There were glowing ores and sparkling gold coins left on the ground. Zhou Ming picked up the ore and gold coins and found that the ore was just material, far from what he had imagined. Of course he was unwilling to give up and slowly explored the ruins. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming found nothing and didn't find anything valuable. This is... Just when he was feeling disappointed, he saw something strange. It was a metal gate with magical runes flowing all over it, standing quietly in the ruins. The space behind the gate was grey and there seemed to be some strange power fluctuations. Zhou Ming walked over carefully. When he walked to the gate, his eyes fell on it, and information automatically appeared on the gate. Evil Dragon Treasure House. Description: a special space used by Shadow Dragon to store collectibles. It's a good show indeed. Zhou Ming was overjoyed. Just say it, what dragon doesn't like collecting treasures? The clone technique. 5 clones appeared, ready to attack the gate. Wrath of the Evil Dragon. Zhou Ming holds the Evil Dragon's fang and releases the equipment skill. On the dragon head at the hilt of the weapon, the dragon's eyes glowed black, as if they had come alive. In an instant, black gas surged above the blade and a dragon shadow emerged. A flash of knife. A black dragon shadow flew out, transformed into endless sword light, and slashed down fiercely. The 5 clones also used the wrath of the evil dragon. Boom! Boom! The violent bombardment sound echoed throughout the world. Then, a phantom flashed, and Death Mark, Backstab, and Life Devour were used one after another. It is worth mentioning that the backstab cannot be dodged behind the door, so the damage is reduced. But it doesn't matter. After finishing this fight, Zhou Ming decisively ordered his clone to perform self-destruction. The 5 clones simultaneously flashed blood-red life energy and exploded. Boom! The metal door shook violently. Zhou Ming's health points have reached over 350,000, and his self-detonation can cause more than 350,000 real damage. The 5 clones exploded at the same time, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split apart. This is not over yet. Zhou Ming immediately activated the Death Mark, and 6 layers of Death Mark erupted at the same time. The entire gate shook violently, cracks appeared all over it, and even tiny gaps appeared. Yes. Zhou Ming felt reassured. Especially through the tiny gap, he could vaguely see the colorful light flashing inside. What does this mean? Jewels, jewels. His eyes lit up, and he began to pound on the door patiently. Time passes by little by little. Boom! At a certain moment, with a roar, the door collapsed and the treasure house opened to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was extremely excited, but he restrained himself and did not rush in immediately. It is still unknown whether there is any danger inside. Although he is greedy, he will not lose his caution because of the benefits. He looked carefully and saw that inside the gate was an empty hall with golden dragon pillars standing tall, magnificent, and splendid. On the ground, there were a lot of equipment of different colors and scattered gold coins. Chapter 67. Zhou Ming observed for a while and found no danger. But he still didn't enter immediately. The clone technique. Zhou Ming didn't release his clone until the clone technique resumed cooling down, and let it go in first. Several clones entered, walked around, and jumped around in the piles of equipment and gold coins. It doesn't look dangerous. After many attempts, the clones did not trigger any traps, so Zhou Ming was sure it was safe and stepped in. My goodness, this dragon is really rich, isn't it? Only after officially entering did Zhou Ming see the full picture of the treasure house and exclaimed, "Wow!" A closer look inside revealed much more equipment piled on the ground than expected. 2,000 pieces? 3,000 pieces? Zhou Ming had an incalculable feeling. As for the gold coins, he couldn't count them accurately because there were so many of them. He and his clones spread out to investigate. A level 50 gold grade top. Level 60 dark gold leggings. And diamond level equipment. Damn it, the level of these equipment is too high, isn't it? Zhou Ming searched for a while, and his surprise turned into speechlessness. The equipment level is too high, he can't use it. Moreover, there are too many pieces of equipment, and the Sumi backpack definitely cannot hold them all. Do I have to use all of it to feed 2 pieces of growable equipment? Forget it. I am not Zhou's style to be indecisive. Since I can't use it, I'll just feed it all. Zhou Ming thought for a while and made a decision. It just so happens that upgrading 2 pieces of growth-type equipment requires a large amount of equipment. Although it was a bit of a waste, Zhou Ming believed that when he grew to a higher level, he would have more powerful equipment, so there was no need to feel sorry about it. Right now, it would be more practical to use these equipment to upgrade the evil dragon's fangs and the evil dragon's wrathful scales boots to enhance one's combat power. Do it as soon as you think of it. Zhou Ming and his clones spread out, threw the equipment they saw into their backpacks, and chose to feed them. Of course, he didn't let go of the gold coins either. Consume a level 50 gold equipment, and the growth value of evil dragon's fang will be increased by 800. Consume a level 55 dark gold equipment, and the growth value of evil dragon scale boots will be increased by 1760. Pieces of equipment disappeared one by one under Zhou Ming's operation, and the growth value of the 2 pieces of equipment soared at a terrifying speed. Although there were a lot of equipment in the treasury, it could not withstand Zhou Ming's crazy consumption. The equipment and gold coins on the ground kept disappearing like magic. Evil Dragon's Fang has reached full growth value, promoted to black iron level. Evil Dragon Scale Boots has reached full growth value and has been promoted to black iron level. Great, keep going. Zhou Ming and his clone plundered even harder. After an unknown amount of time, the last piece of equipment disappeared from Zhou Ming's sight. He specifically opened his backpack to check, and saw that the number of gold coins was 1042845. Although he was mentally prepared, this number still surprised Zhou Ming. With over 1 million gold coins, Shadow Evil Dragon is really wealthy. Now, there is no extra equipment in the backpack except the peak skill bracelet that he left behind and the spider silk ring, shadow blade, flame blade and flying fire star boots that he had used before. See what changes have occurred to the 2 pieces of equipment. Zhou Ming turned his attention to the 2 pieces of growable equipment. Evil Dragon's Fang. Type, growable, bind equipment. Grade, dark gold, 820/500000. Property. Attack power plus 12,000, spell power plus 8,000. Attack speed plus 150%, critical hit rate plus 40%, critical hit damage plus 20%. Additional effect, when attacking, absorb 20% of the damage and restore your own health. Additional skill, Wrath of the Evil Dragon. Effect 1, release a slash filled with the power of an evil dragon, causing 55,000 plus 400% attack damage to targets within a range of 1000m x 1000m, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Effect 2, you can consume your own health to increase the power of this skill, 1 health equals 1 attack power. Required level, none. Status, bound, cannot be traded, does not drop after death. Description, this weapon is made from the dragon fangs shed by the Shadow Evil Dragon. It has the property of growth and is rare in the world. Evil Dragon Scale Boots. Type: Growable, Bind Equipment. Grade: Dark Gold, 1060/500000. Property: Movement Speed plus 1000, Dodge plus 2000. Agility plus 550, Constitution plus 550. Additional skills: Dragon Shadow, Effect 1, the body movements are unpredictable like a swimming dragon, increasing movement speed and dodge by 150%, lasting for 300 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds, instant cooldown, calculated from the start of skill use. Effect 2, during the duration, you can launch Shadow Dragon Flash 3 times, each time instantly leaping 1200 meters, and the chance of being controlled during the leap is -75%. Required level: none. Status: bound, cannot be traded, does not drop after death. Description: boots made of evil dragon scales, with endless uses. Such high attributes, and Wrath of the Evil Dragon has an additional effect, consuming life and increasing attack. How exciting! I like it. Zhou Ming played with the weapon in his hand and couldn't let it go. It's worth it that I spent so much equipment to train it. After several upgrades, the two pieces of equipment, combined with the effect of Dragon Bloodline, have changed their attributes greatly. Player: I will never work for someone like Zhou. Reputation: 3000. Occupation: Thief. Level: 27. HP 359760. Mana: 8070. Attack power: 13866. Spell power: 8467. Physical defense: 2532. Spell defense: 1962. Movement speed: 2025. Hits 1248. Dodge 2508. Attack speed bonus: 150%. Critical hit rate: 40%. Critical damage bonus: 20%. Abnormal resistance: 27,000. Toughness: 27,000. Physical fitness: 707. Strength: 1017. Intelligence: 467. Stamina: 112. Agility: 1045. Spirit: 733. Who else has this attribute? Zhou Ming looked at the attribute panel and smiled evilly. He and his clones spread out and searched carefully, only to find that all the equipment and gold coins had been looted. It is somewhat surprising that such a huge treasure house only contains equipment and gold coins, without any special items. But think about it, if it was something valuable, the dragon would definitely keep it on its body. Why would it put it in the treasure house? All in all, this trip to Han Liwen was a fruitful one, far exceeding Zhou Ming's expectations. Now, it's time to go back to Maple Leaf Town and meet those guys. I hope they won't be too surprised. Dawn City. This is the secondary main city corresponding to many adventurer towns such as Maple Leaf Town. The city covers a vast area, with 4 gates in the east, south, west and north reaching up to 100 meters high. The city walls are made of precious minerals mixed with metals, supplemented by defensive spells, and are extremely strong. In the eastern part of the city, near the edge of the central area, there are magnificent and exquisite white palaces connected together, which are completely different from the surrounding buildings. In the palace complex, on the crisscrossing avenues, sacred statues of angels, goddesses, etc. can be seen from time to time for passing NPCs and players to observe or admire. Monks and nuns dressed in holy robes hold religious scriptures and preach to people or chant devoutly to the statues of gods. The sound is touching, ethereal and distant, making this area like a paradise on earth, in sharp contrast to the outside world. This is the branch of the famous Holy Order on the continent stationed in Dawn City. The main hall of the branch. Tyrannical Wushuan brought Little Silver Spear and Tyrannical Zhengtu, and the Blood Rose Sisters brought Huahuo Qingyu, as well as the Fei Tian brothers and sisters entered the hall. "Brother Jaeger, we have completed our mission and returned with honor." They spoke respectfully to an old man. The old man was wearing a plain robe, with his back to the crowd, bowing devoutly to a tall statue. That statue was exactly the image of the god of light that was circulated on the continent. Hearing the words, the old man turned around. He looked at Blood Rose and the others with admiration. The name above his head was Upper Holy Prayer Master Jaeger. "Yes, faster than I expected." Jaeger smiled lightly and settled the mission rewards with Blood Rose and others. "You have completed Jaeger's mission Propaganda of Doctrine and received mission rewards, experience plus 150,000, gold plus 500, reputation plus 1,000, contribution to the cult plus 500. You have completed Jaeger's mission Save the Believers and received mission rewards, experience plus 200,000, gold plus 2,000, reputation plus 2,000, cult contribution plus 1,000. You have completed Jaeger's mission Expand the Cult and received mission rewards, experience plus 400,000, gold plus 20,000, reputation plus 5,000, cult contribution plus 20,000. Congratulations, you have completed all of Jaeger's tasks, passed the test, and obtained the qualification to transfer to the God of War profession. The prompt sound rang in the ears of Baki Wushuan and others. "I, God, have sensed your devotion. Congratulations to you all for passing the test and becoming God drivers." A long cross appeared in Jaeger's hand, emitting a holy light. He waved it gently, and a curtain of light enveloped everyone. "It's finally here." Baki Wushuan and others showed joy. After arriving in the main city, their development went quite smoothly, and soon they were noticed by the cult. The Holy Order does not belong to the imperial forces of Dawn City. They have a subtle relationship with the Empire, but they all want to get closer to the adventurers. When Baki Wushuan and others came into contact with the cult, they were immediately noticed by Jaeger. In the development of the Holy Order, spreading the doctrine and recruiting believers are of paramount importance. Among the tasks that several people completed, the expanding the cult task was to have everyone except 10,000 adventurers to join the cult. Jaeger didn't expect them to finish it so quickly, let alone complete other tasks at the same time. Jaeger was overjoyed and bestowed the divine control profession on everyone. "Congratulations, you have passed the God of War job change trial and become a God of War warrior." "Congratulations, you have passed the God of War job change trial and become a God of War shooter." Prompts sounded one after another. The brilliance disappeared, and the image of Baki Wushuan and others changed. They were each surrounded by a faint sacred aura, and even exuded a somewhat transcendent temperament. "God Warrior, upgrade all attributes plus 3, free attribute points plus 10. My attributes are being corrected and supplemented." Baki Wushuan felt the changes in himself and was pleasantly surprised. There's also an increase in professional skills. "Wow! This is a 5th level skill. Me too. The divine control profession is so strong." Everyone opened the panel and skill bar and felt satisfied. "Haha, the rewards are not over yet." Seeing this, the Upper Holy Prayer Master Jaeger was quite pleased with himself and gently pointed forward with his right hand. Swish swish! I saw many streams of light appear in front of Blood Rose and others. Everyone looked closely and their heartbeats quickened. "What is displayed before you is a weapon that suits your profession. Mr. Jaeger, this is..." The Flying Little Prince asked excitedly as he looked at the crystal longbow in front of him that shone with diamond light. "No doubt about it, these are the weapons prepared for you, one for each of you." Jaeger showed an unfathomable smile. "These are all diamond-grade weapons." Chapter 68. Diamond Level. Upon hearing this, Baki Wushuan's eyes widened and he stared at the sword floating in front of him. "Exactly." Jaeger waved his hand, and the weapons flew into everyone's hands. "It's level 25 diamond equipment, just right." "Ha ha ha, My longbow has 4000 attack points and also increases hit rate. It's so friendly to an archer like me. Faced with the sudden diamond-level weapons in their hands, Baqi Wushuan, Shenqi, and others were overjoyed. At first, they were a little hesitant when they learned that the cult was secretly competing with the imperial forces. Now, all the hesitation has been left behind. The cult is definitely more powerful than the empire. Apart from anything else, the newly acquired diamond weapon alone was a huge surprise. At the current stage of the game, it is difficult to obtain diamond-level equipment, even dark gold-level equipment. After reaching the gold level, the chance of the boss dropping additional higher-grade equipment on the first kill is significantly reduced. So far, only Master Wanjiu of Minjiao Pavilion has successfully obtained dark gold equipment from a gold-level boss because he completed his first gold-level first kill. Others, including them, have killed different types of gold-level bosses, but none of them have triggered the drop of higher-grade items, which shows how valuable dark gold-level equipment is now. The value of the diamond-level equipment above this is simply unimaginable, not to mention that they also obtained the God Control profession. Brother Jaeger, if the order sends you any mission in the future, I will never refuse. The prosperity of the cult is closely related to our future, Mr. Jaeger, we will never let you down. With unparalleled dominance, Blood Rose bowed slightly to Jaeger. This is not hypocrisy. Through many contacts with Jaeger, Badass Wushuan, and others have confirmed that this game is a real world. As for why this world is presented in the form of a game? How did it come about? They are still unclear. But what is certain is that one day in the future, when the game merges with reality, they will also gain unparalleled power because of the integration of the attributes in the game with themselves. Therefore, we must hold on tightly to the Holy Order, this huge support. That doesn't have to be the case. Jaeger waved gently. Blood Rose and tyrannical Wushuan immediately felt a wave of magical power passing by, causing the two of them to straighten their bodies. Jaeger smiled and said, with your potential, your status in the cult will not be lower than mine in the future. There is a bright future ahead. The group exchanged pleasantries with Jaeger and gradually calmed down their excitement. Little did they know that Jaeger was secretly delighted. Since getting to know this group of people, Jaeger has gained far more benefits than he has paid. As a high-ranking holy prayer master in the cult, he was assigned to garrison in this secondary main city, and naturally he had a mission to accomplish. Apart from anything else, just the issue of expanding the number of believers was a headache for him. Unexpectedly, this problem was just a piece of cake for Baqi Wushuan and others. At their command, many guild members joined in and successfully helped Jaeger complete the expansion target. In comparison, the benefits that Jaeger bestowed on these people were actually not that valuable. For example, the diamond-level weapons just bestowed are very watery. It was not obtained from monsters, but was refined by the weapons workshop under the cult. Since it is a refining process, the quality will naturally vary due to various reasons. The items that Jaeger gave were of lower quality, and were actually only slightly better than the dark gold equipment. Of course, Jaeger could not say these things. He just pretended to be mysterious and watched these people happy. By the way, let's see if our equipment is on the list. Yes, this is diamond-level equipment. I guess we have taken the top few on the list, right? Baqi Wushuan thought proudly. Don't be too happy too soon. Wanjiu has been noticed by Lord Krull, the God's Wish Priest. He may have obtained even more powerful equipment. Blood Rose reminded. Hearing the name Wanjiu, everyone couldn't help but show envy. Master Wanjiu, the president of the Minjiao Pavilion Guild. According to Jaeger, Wanjiu possesses a light-related talent that is highly compatible with the lineage of the God of Light. He is being personally cultivated by the priest Krull, who is in charge of the branch, and has not appeared in public for some time. But on the level list, Mochizuki surpassed everyone with a level of 29. It's okay. We won't compete with Wanjiu. First place is nothing, but second and third place are not bad either. The flying princess was still very happy. Everyone happily clicked on the equipment list. Then, everyone was stunned. What's wrong with you? Jaeger didn't understand. What's going on? Beiki Wushuan looked at the list on the virtual light screen in disbelief. Damn it, why is the first place winner wearing a dark gold equipment? Evil Dragon's Fang? What the hell is this? How did he win first place? He expressed everyone's doubts. The second place winner too. Blood Rose could not hide her surprise. Evil Dragon scale boots, dark gold? We have diamond grade equipment, why did we lose to dark gold? This is too unscientific, diamond level equipment can actually lose to dark gold level equipment. Who on earth possesses these two strange pieces of equipment and has the ability to outshine them? Huge doubts filled everyone's hearts, and their originally joyful mood cooled a little. Dark gold equipment? That's impossible, Jaeger shook his head. Did you see it wrong? Jaeger felt something was wrong. Even if the diamond-grade equipment he gave away was an inferior item eliminated from above, it should not be inferior to the dark gold-grade equipment. Master Jaeger, did Master Krull give Wang Guanjiahu special equipment? Blood Rose asked. She couldn't think of anyone else who could suppress them except Guanjiahu. Jaeger hesitated for a moment. It's possible that Lord Krull has more authority in the cult than I do, so maybe he has the ability to do this. Normally, dark gold equipment cannot be better than the equipment I gave you, but my holy order has a deep foundation, so it's not too strange if this happens. After hearing this, everyone felt a little more balanced. Everyone, the divine control profession is just the beginning. Don't think that the training of the cult ends here. Jaeger laughed. Of course, we have full faith in the power of the order. Blood Rose echoed at the right time. By the way, is it really that guy Mochizuki? The little prince was still a little confused, but of course, he was more envious. Even if it wasn't him, maybe it was given to the player by a branch of the cult in another main city. The domineering and unparalleled said without hesitation. There is a reason why he thinks so. At this stage, no one can kill the diamond-level boss. It is conceivable that diamond-level equipment can only be obtained through NPCs. As for the group that has the ability to use diamond-level equipment as mission rewards, perhaps only the Holy Order is capable of doing so. As for the Imperial forces, if the City Lord's mansion missions had such generous rewards, would they still switch to the religious order? It can't be that Zhou anyway. Hanabi Kanbu suddenly mentioned someone with an unhappy tone. Don't mention that guy, his first place was taken away by Wanjiu. Haha, I want to laugh when I talk about it. I heard that guy offended the NPC of Maple Leaf Town, and the teleportation array has been blocked to him. He may never be able to reach the main city. He deserves it. Thinking of Zhou Ming, Blood Rose's eyes turned slightly cold. Humph, he's just a clown. Tyrannical Wushuan sneered, he must have been lucky enough to have acquired a talent that is quite suitable for the profession of a thief, so he was able to take the lead. But these advantages have begun to fade as he commits suicide. If he doesn't come to the main city in a while, there will be no place for him here. I will kill him until he collapses. I'm afraid that by then he'll realize he's fallen far behind and will just stay in the adventurer town for the rest of his life. Hua Huojianwu said coldly, after all, he is just a low-level thief. In real life, he is probably just a loser. Several people belittled Zhou Ming. Thinking that the guy would most likely be trapped in the adventurer town for the rest of his life, they felt extremely happy. Chapter 69. When Beiki Wushuan and others were still gloating over Zhou Ming's being trapped, they didn't know that Zhou Ming had already returned to Maple Leaf Town. Moreover, he walked in with a swagger, without alarming anyone. Because, he has changed his appearance now. Through the disguise technique, Zhou Ming has now turned into a middle-aged man with an air of wealth, dressed like a warrior player, and his name is Boss Li, with free food and accommodation. The upgraded disguise technique worked quite well, at least the heavily guarded troops stationed at the town gate did not recognize him. If I can hide it from the NPC, I wonder if I can hide it from the teleportation array. Zhou Ming suddenly became curious. At the beginning, the mayor seemed to have used his authority to block the teleportation array to him alone, making him unusable. Now that he has changed his appearance, can he deceive the teleportation array? Zhou Ming did it as he thought, and walked slowly towards the town square. On the way, I saw guards patrolling everywhere in the town, and martial law was in place. Of course, these guards, without exception, failed to recognize Zhou Ming's true face. He arrived at the town's main square without any hindrance. At the very center of the square is a teleportation array with a diameter of 100 meters. Around it, 8 resurrection points surround it with the teleportation array as the center. The square was still bustling, but only a few people were using the teleportation array. After all, only those who had reached level 15 could enter it. Zhou Ming passed the resurrection point and entered the teleportation array, where several people were preparing to leave. Hint: do you want to spend a gold coin to activate the teleportation array and go to the secondary main city Dawn City? I'll give you a gold coin. Zhou Ming paid generously. The teleportation array glowed brightly, and patterns of magic power appeared. But after 2 seconds, the transmission was not initiated. What's going on? The person in front of Zhou Ming was confused. I've spent all my gold coins, why is this teleportation array not working? As they were wondering, a wave of magical power came out from the teleportation array. Boom! The impact swept past. Zhou Ming felt an inexplicable force coming at him, and his face changed uncontrollably, returning to its original appearance. Hint: you have been detected by the surveillance device of Maple Leaf Town and are forced to restore to your original appearance. Tip: the surveillance camera has locked you and left a tracking mark. You cannot change your appearance unless you leave Maple Leaf Town. Buzz. The next second, a huge instrument image appeared in the sky above Maple Leaf Town, looking down like a surveillance camera. Regional announcement: all townspeople and players please note that the wanted target Zhou, who will never work for others, has appeared in the town's teleportation array. Please go and capture him. It turns out that this teleportation array is connected to the monitoring device. No wonder it can force me to restore my true appearance. Zhou Ming suddenly understood. Look, he's that Zhou. Strange, isn't he wanted? How did he get here? No wonder the teleportation array didn't start, it turns out he's here. Go, kill him. Several players in the teleportation array were blinded by lard and actually drew their weapons to greet Zhou Ming. Not only them, but other players in the square also came to their senses and looked over here. Then, they saw Zhou Ming transformed into 3 phantoms and rushed towards the players. Tisk! Tisk! The knife flashed, and several scums were killed instantly by Zhou Ming. This beast has killed someone again, how cruel! Stop him! The NPC will be here soon. I remember there will be rewards for doing this. Zhou Ming demonstrated great strength, but failed to scare the group of people. Mr. Zhou, you have committed many evil deeds. Wait for your death. Players who are killed instantly will be revived immediately from the surrounding resurrection points. They and other players unleashed their skills in an attempt to kill Zhou Ming. Noisy. Zhou Ming waved his hand, and the dark whispering ring burst out with a heart-pounding evil aura. Buzz. Behind Zhou Ming, a black light suddenly appeared and the space seemed to be distorted. A strange shadow emerged from it and uttered mournful sounds from its mouth. Death lullaby. Boom. The sound waves swept across a 300-meter radius. -18,844. -18,974. High amounts of damage were jumping among the crowd. With a flash of white light, everyone affected by the skill was killed instantly. For a while, the surrounding resurrection points were crowded, and people were squeezed out as soon as they were resurrected. If you don't want to die, get out. Zhou Ming stopped after one strike and ignored these rookies. Run! Oh my god, he hasn't even been to the main city, why is his strength so terrifying? He's simply abnormal. Zhou Ming reappeared, his strength even higher, scaring these whimsical players. As the players fled in panic, silver armor swayed and the sound of horse hooves rose outside the square. However, it was the town guards who arrived first and spread out to surround the square. Zhou Ming took a casual look and estimated that there were more than 500 guards on the scene, and judging from the noise, the number seemed to be increasing. Evil thief! Captain Charles led a group of guards to attack Zhou Ming. He raised his sword high, and the guards around him raised their spears. This person is vicious, don't be careless, use your combined skills. Boom! Boom! All the guards burst into dazzling golden light, and strong mana fluctuations spread across the square, making people shudder with fear. The so-called combined skills do not play the role of superimposing attacks, but can concentrate attacks to the greatest extent. The advantage of this skill is that when facing an opponent with strong defense, when a single person cannot break through the defense, you can use this skill to successfully break through the defense and cause a lot of damage in one hit. Zhou Ming suddenly appeared. Thinking of this man's audacity, Charles did not dare to be careless and attacked him heavily right away. Wow, is this the power of an NPC guard? So scary. Ha ha ha, Zhou is dead. Let's see how he runs this time. The players watching were surprised and delighted. Once Zhou is caught, the discoverers will also be rewarded. Of course, the reward is only one of the reasons why they are happy. The most important thing is that witnessing a master fall from the altar is much more interesting than witnessing the birth of a myth. Golden Spear. Soldiers draw their guns. The golden energy burst out and condensed into a dazzling and thick light spear, which was thrown down heavily. The moment the gun was fired, it was powerful and accompanied by surging wind pressure. Zhou Ming suddenly felt that the void around him was filled with pressure, and his body became inexplicably heavier. But his eyes were calm, he grasped the evil dragon's fang, a blood-red aura appeared on the blade, and he slashed it down with one blow. This attack, with the additional damage of life-devouring, has an attack power of over 100,000. Boom! The evil dragon's fangs slashed on the golden light spear. Crack! Zhou Ming took several steps back, and his health dropped by 40,000. The golden light gun shattered into pieces. What? This scene shocked Charles and others, as well as the players who were hiding in the distance and watching the show. Whoosh whoosh! At the same time, other guards attacked Zhou Ming from behind. He activated the dark barrier attached to his equipment, steadied his body, cast the flowing wind, and rushed towards Charles like an arrow. Charles immediately swung his sword, and sword energy fell like starlight, attacking Zhou Ming. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming split into three, ignoring his original body and the two phantoms, and took on the opponent's attacks head-on. Bang! Charles was hit by a huge force, knocking down the guards around him and flying out like a cannonball. Captain! The guards looked terrified. The captain who they thought was very powerful was suppressed in just one round? You! Charles stood up awkwardly and looked at the other person in disbelief. How long has it been since then, and his strength has reached this level? Is the growth potential of adventurers so terrifying? Judging from the strength and speed that the other party just showed, if he wants to leave, no one can stop him. Charles's heart sank suddenly. Chapter 70. If you don't want to die, take your people and leave. It's best to evacuate the nearby residents. Faced with Charles who stood up again, Zhou Ming did not kill him. He showed no sign of wanting to escape. Instead, he strolled back to the center of the square, as if waiting for someone. This guy is so rampant. What are you envious of? No matter how awesome he is, he can't leave this town. Someone will take care of him. The watching players felt unbalanced when they saw Zhou Ming displaying his prowess. The strength Zhou Ming displayed at this moment was so shocking that Captain Charles was hesitant for a moment. After all, the other party is an adventurer and can be resurrected if he dies. They don't have this privilege. If they die, they are really dead. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Charles was unwilling and did not want his men to die. Let's spread out and evacuate nearby residents. He thought for a while and said decisively. Captain. Cohen was surprised. Stop talking nonsense and execute. Charles ordered in a deep voice. Soon, the guards retreated. They did not leave completely. While evacuating the residents, they also appeared to be surrounding the area. Zhou Ming saw this and didn't care. They are just some ants. If he wanted to, he could just send his clones to bomb the town. Who could stop him? How many of these people would survive? But he won't do that because he has other purposes. Zhou Ming was on guard, snorted coldly, and kicked back suddenly. Bang! The attacker was caught off guard and was kicked in the abdomen by Zhou Ming. His attack was interrupted and he staggered backwards. At the same time, her figure was revealed, and it turned out to be the female thief instructor in the profession hall. Zhou Ming turned around and rushed forward. What a fast speed! The thief mentor was shocked. This person's speed was obviously more than one level faster than last time. Just as she steadied herself, Zhou Ming approached. Backstab. Zhou Ming moved in a strange curve and flashed behind her with incredible agility. Backstab. Bang. Zhou Ming did not use the weapon directly. He used his foot instead of a blade to backstab her and kicked her on the back. Ah! The thief mentor screamed in panic, his body immediately lost balance, flew forward, and rolled a long distance. Although the weapon is not used directly to attack, the added attack power of the weapon is still effective. When the thief mentor flew out, his health bar was already visible, and it was obviously reduced by a lot. UBD! You little thief, you can't escape today. The crowd parted and a group of impressive men rushed into the square. It's other career mentors. And this time, all of them were mobilized, without leaving anyone behind. Be careful, he's powerful. The thief mentor stood up from the ground and looked at Zhou Ming vigilantly. Humph, no matter what, I'm going to get my revenge today. The warrior mentor swung his axe with great momentum. Priest sister, buff. Guardian light. Hymn of courage. A hymn to life. The priest mentor waved his staff lightly, and suddenly it was dazzling. Group buffs such as damage, defense, health limit enhancement, shield, and acceleration are all released. Feeling the change in his own strength, the warrior instructor roared excitedly and rushed forward first. Bloody fighting spirit. A bloody aura burst out from his body, and his speed, attack power, and resistance all increased. Same time. The swordsman instructor attacked from the flank with a light body movement. Before he arrived, the sword energy appeared. The shield mentor raised his shield and launched a charge. The summoning mentor waved his staff, and two tall gold-level summoned beasts descended and rushed towards Zhou Ming. Other mentors also release skills. I'll only give you one chance to stab you. Facing the attack, Zhou Ming's eyes were cold and a black aura appeared on the blade in his hand. A dragon's might suddenly spread out, making people's heart palpitate. On the blade, there are streaks of blood-red light flowing. After one blow, if you still don't know how to retreat, you will die. After he finished speaking, Zhou Ming slashed with his sword. The knife flashed, and the evil spirit was spooky. Boom! I saw a huge black dragon shadow flying out, transforming into endless sword light, covering this area. The black blade light was mixed with red violent energy. Wrath of the Evil Dragon and Life Devour. The attack power of the Evil Dragon's Fury has reached 110,000 plus, and the Life Devouring is 120,000 plus. Even if Life Devour only deals half the damage when targeting a group of targets, the combined attack still has an attack power of 170,000. Instantly, the shields of the mentors who were hit were shattered. The warrior instructor was knocked down by the sword light. The swordsman mentor's sword energy was ruthlessly crushed. The two summoned beasts howled and could not move forward. Boom! Boom! The sword energy is raging, destroying everything in its path. Ah! Some players who were close to them were killed instantly. Soon, the sword energy dissipated. Several instructors who attempted to engage in close combat and besiege Zhou Ming were lying on the ground in embarrassment. The mage mentor, priest mentor, and others all had painful expressions on their faces, half kneeling and using their weapons to support themselves on the ground, their eyes full of surprise. This attack from the opponent put all of their health points into a dangerous period. What kind of strength is this? Is this person really one of the adventurers who just arrived? The pastor's sister suddenly felt that it would be more reasonable for this guy to be the so-called mentor. If you don't leave, you'll die. After one blow, Zhou Ming said coldly. Sorry to bother you. The warrior instructor no longer dared to make harsh remarks. He quickly got up, grabbed the thief mentor and ran away. Hey, are you so spineless? If you run away, you're a coward. If you don't run away, you're dead. Which one do you choose? Facing the questioning from the thief's sister, the warrior mentor did not feel ashamed at all. Not only to the thief mentor, he ran a few steps, grabbed the priest's sister's waist with his other hand, hugged her and ran away, taking advantage of her openly. Your skill is extraordinary. I admire you. So, goodbye. The swordsman instructor sheathed his sword, turned around gracefully, and ran faster than anyone else. The mountains remain green, the water flows forever, and we will never meet again. The shield guard instructor thought the shield was too heavy to use, so he simply threw it down and ran away. In a blink of an eye, all the mentors were defeated. What the hell, what's going on? Are you still the career mentors I remember? What about you saying you will show me the way? What about you saying you will be the guiding light in my life? Is that it? You are professional mentors and idols of adventurers. How can you escape from the battlefield? Everything happened so fast that the players were stunned. I've been playing games for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone beat up a professional mentor. I've never seen anything like this before. Evil thief, why don't you surrender? Just as the players were surprised, a loud shout was heard outside the square. Mayor Slater appeared at some point, holding a staff with flames surging from it. Red clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, swirling violently and extremely hot. Boom! A red meteorite flew out from it, falling with a breath of destruction. 5th level spell, Skyfire Meteor. This is a spell that can be cast instantly or by singing. Choosing to chant can increase the power. Once fully chanted and released, the power and attack range will far exceed those of skills of the same level. This is also the reason why Slater arrived at the scene a long time ago but did not take action immediately. Meteors fell from the sky, and heavy power pressed forward. This move came so suddenly that it was too late for Zhou Ming to dodge. He rushed forward, and 5 clones immediately appeared around him. Buzz! Buzz! The 5 clones activated the dark barrier at the same time, and Zhou Ming, who was in the middle, enjoyed the benefits of 5 layers of shield stacking. Boom! Fire meteors fell from the sky, flames billowed, and fire rushed like waves. Crack! The barrier released by the clone shattered into pieces. But Zhou Ming was safe and sound, only a few of his clones lost tens of thousands of health points each. Chapter 71. What? Slater was shocked. He didn't expect that the ultimate move he had prepared for a long time would be unable to do anything to the opponent. Old man, I'm waiting for you. When Zhou Ming saw the mayor show up, he was not surprised but happy. Flowing wind. Sneak. His speed increased dramatically. Not good. Slater's eyelids twitched wildly, a shield of light appeared on his body, and he swung his staff continuously. Magic attacks such as ice blades, hurricanes, fireballs, etc. were launched forward one after another. Holy Judge Sword. The moment Slater made his move, Father Martin appeared outside the square to provide support. A golden holy sword appeared in the sky, with a terrifying momentum, holy and majestic. On the ground, the area within 1,000 meters around Zhou Ming turned into a golden area. This is the skill Holy Sword of Heavenly Judgment passed down from the lineage of the God of Light, which can transform an area into a domain. Enemies trapped in it will be controlled and unable to move, and will be severely damaged by the holy sword that falls from the sky. But Zhou Ming just felt that his speed was hindered, not controlled. Now he has 27,000 abnormal resistance and toughness, and he used strong toughness potion crazily when he saw Slater appear. How could he be easily controlled? Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Ming and his clones transformed into black dragon shadows. In the Shadow Dragon Flash state, the chance of being controlled is -75%. Combined with the resistance, Zhou Ming and his clone can move freely. Whoosh! Whoosh! 6 dragon shadows flew past quickly, and the Sky Holy Sword stabbed down, but missed. Impossible! Father Martin roared in shock. The Holy Sword of Judgment is a level 6 skill, but he didn't master it. Instead, he used the attack scroll that he had treasured for many years, but he couldn't do anything to Zhou. But he had no time to think. Boom! The dragon shadow transformed by Zhou Ming and his clone flashed 3 times and caught up with the mayor and Martin in the blink of an eye. Wrath of the Evil Dragon. The 5 clones chopped down with knives at the same time. The moment the sword was drawn, the clones all lost 50,000 health points to increase the damage of the skill. Roar! A black dragon shadow suddenly appeared, transforming into endless blade light, covering the surrounding area. Boom! Martin and Slater had no way to escape and were enveloped by the evil dragon's wrathful attack. Ah! Stop! They both screamed at the same time. The sword energy was raging, destroying everything in its path, and the affected houses suffered serious damage. What the hell? 5 clones? 5 ultimate moves at the same time. It's so unfair. Why is this beast so strong? Not good, the mayor won't die in his hands. The players and many NPCs were frightened by the scene before them. Okay, I won't think about seeking revenge on him anymore. In the distance, the thief mentor who was unwilling to return secretly left these words and ran away decisively. The sword energy dissipated, and the area affected by the evil dragon's wrath was reduced to ruins. If Charles had not evacuated the residents, who knows how many people would have died in this wave. You. In the field, Father Martin was shaking and looking at Zhou Ming in disbelief. He was covered in blood, his body was swaying slightly, and his hands were grasping a strangely shaped long cross. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Slater was even worse off, lying on the ground, struggling to stand up. This was the result of the two of them using a variety of defensive means to resist, which shows how terrifying Zhou Ming's attack just now was. Zhou Ming and his clone pursued the victory. The 2 clones used Phantom Flash and transformed into 6 phantoms that pounced towards Slater. Zhou Ming and his 3 clones attacked Martin. You can't kill me. Slater struggled to get up and was about to use a skill to recover health. Bang! The phantom attacked, knocked him away, and rolled on the ground in a mess. The Gate of Confession. Seeing Zhou Ming coming to kill him, Martin felt his scalp tingling and the cross was waving like a spear. A huge crystal light gate appeared out of nowhere, blocking him and Zhou Ming. A flash of phantom. Zhou Ming and his clone attacked together. 12 phantoms appeared at the same time, dazzling everyone. The light gate shook violently and exploded. Backstab. Zhou Ming attacked from the front, while his 3 clones performed backstabs and moved strangely to behind Martin. Golden light surged under Martin's feet. He used his displacement skill and quickly escaped from the encirclement like a stream of light. Zhou Ming and his clone raised their hands at the same time, and the rings in their hands flashed with black light. Death Lullaby. This is a skill that comes with a gold level ring. It's not of high rank, but if all 5 skills are used together, there will always be an effect, right? Sure enough, Martin, who escaped from the encirclement, suddenly stopped and fell asleep. The next second, Zhou Ming and his 3 clones rushed over and beat him up violently, and Martin enjoyed the pleasure of being covered in big men. Stop, I don't want that thing anymore, let me go. Martin was attacked repeatedly and his health dropped rapidly. Of course, Zhou Ming didn't care about him and continued to beat and steal. Theft successful. You get Holy Prayer Special Top X1. You get Church Key Ring X1. You get Gold Coins times 152. You get the Functional Equipment Light Blessing Amulet X1. Light Amulet. Type, Functional Equipment, no need to wear. Grade, Dark Gold. Effect 1, with the thought, the amulet can release a light barrier to resist 200,000 total damage value, with a cooling time of 5 minutes, still cooling down. Effect 2, Abnormal Resistance plus 3000. Requirements, 1000 Spiritual Attributes. Not bad. Zhou Ming accepted it with a smile. On the other hand, Slater was not much better. He was knocked away by the 2 clones. Before he could struggle to get up, 2 clones approached like phantoms, one on the left and one on the right, firmly grasped his arms and restrained him. Let's talk it over. If you kill me, you will be wanted by the Empire. Zhou Ming's clone smiled coldly, old thing. Bang. The clone on the left slapped him, wanted, right. Bang. The clone on the right also slapped him, threat, hey. I'm the mayor, you can't do this to me. I'm going to hit you. The 2 clones slapped wildly together. Slater enjoyed the ultimate pleasure of being surrounded by men on both sides. How bold! Bang! Don't go too far! Bang! The more dissatisfied he was, the more the 2 clones fought. What the hell did I see? A mayor was beaten up by players? You are not the mayor of our Maple Leaf town. I can't afford to lose face like this. It's too cruel, I can't accept it. The players saw the mayor being manipulated by Zhou Ming's clone like a chicken. They felt that their cognition was distorted and said they could not accept it. Is this still the old mayor who is unattainable in their eyes? Just as they were envious and jealous, 2 regional announcements came out one after another. Regional announcement: Maple Leaf Town Mayor Slater has cancelled the wanted mission for the player Never Work for Joe. Regional announcement: Maple Leaf Town teleportation array has been reopened to the player Never Work for Joe. Numb, I'm numb. Who said he would be trapped in the town forever? Stand up, or I'll beat you to death. As soon as the announcement came out, the players were completely numb. Now, they won't be surprised if Joe makes any more trouble. Just pretend that we are not playing the same game. Slater, on his side, said to his clone with an apologetic smile. I have cancelled the wanted mission and teleportation restrictions. The main city is rich in resources and has great prospects. Would you, not consider it? I haven't fought enough. Bang. The left clone slaps him. Bang. The right clone connects seamlessly. What do you want me to do to stop? Slater was in tears. Tell me, who am I? You are a respectable adventurer. Slater answered against his conscience. Bang. The clone slapped him again. Get lost, I don't want to be a pushover. I'll give you another chance. Who am I? Slater didn't want to be tortured by the man around anymore, so he replied with a sad face. You are my grandfather and I am your grandson. Grandpa, please put away your magical powers.